500 years ago, alien races and ferocious beasts suddenly attacked. Humans became prey and playthings of alien races and ferocious beasts, and the world fell into unprecedented darkness and despair. Perhaps it was the self-salvation of this land. A group of powerful people with awakened superpowers emerged and marked the beginning of a counterattack. Some people have awakened the water element and can control rivers. They directly moved the water of the Yellow River, and huge waves swept across the earth, swallowing all the ferocious beasts. Some people awakened the fire element and controlled the blazing flames. With a wave of their hands, they summoned flames as fierce as the sun, burning the aliens to ashes. For the continuation of mankind, the federal government has formulated an awakening plan. Every citizen will have an opportunity to awaken their talents at the age of 18. My name is Jiang Daoyuan, and I am an ordinary office worker on Blue Planet. By chance, I helped an old lady cross the road. However, he was accidentally dragged into another world by an out-of-control truck. In this strange world, I spent 18 ordinary years, as if my destiny had already been written. However, on the day I awakened at the age of 18, I not only activated the system, but also awakened the SSS-Level talent, Thunder Lord. When alien races invade again and ferocious beasts wreak havoc, I held thunder in my hand, the sky exploded, the mighty lightning destroyed the heaven and earth, and annihilated the enemy in an instant. But at this time, in Yuana City, in a high-standard training room, I sat cross-legged, with electric lights flashing around my body. Zzz. Countless arcs of lightning pounced on me like a pack of hungry wolves, and I greedily absorbed them and transformed them into my own life energy. This is my way of practicing lightning absorption. It's a pity that this special training room is only used a few times a year. If I could practice here throughout my high school career, there would be no problem for my chi, blood, and health points to exceed 30. I couldn't help but sigh. Although Yuana City's #1 martial arts high school has only been established for 3 years, it has so many resources that it makes people jealous. A-level geniuses can be found everywhere here like cabbages, and this class also has an S-level super genius. As for me, although I only have a B-level talent, the resources I can enjoy are enough to make those C-level and D-level guys envious and unable to sleep. While I was absorbing the electricity, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, a majestic notification sound exploded in my mind, pouring a huge amount of information directly into my consciousness. World modification successful. System activation. I almost collapsed from my training posture. System? Is it really the system I thought it was? As a time traveler, after coming to another world, I also fantasized about the old-fashioned system flow script, waiting for the golden finger to come online one day, and then I can kill my way through the whole field and stand at the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, after 18 years, no system has appeared. Just when I was about to give up, the system suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a line of information appeared in front of me. Name, Jiang Daoyuan race, human, life energy, 15 talent, lightning absorption, B-level. Features, none martial arts, lightning sword technique, 800/1200. Achievement points, 1000. Sure enough, the system is here. Looking at this panel, I was a little confused for a moment, but soon realized it. The achievement points system. The achievement points generated from my identity and performance can be used to draw prizes, improve talents, or extract characteristics. The first draw, or talent improvement, the prize pool will be enlarged. I suddenly understood the logic of the system. I was excited and decided to improve my talent. In this world, talent is synonymous with destiny. My requirements are not high. As long as I can improve to a level, I can squeeze into the top first-class university, and the future will naturally be much smoother. The host's first talent upgrade is detected, and the prize pool is expanding. Consuming 1,000 achievement points, talent upgrading. Lightning absorption has been upgraded to Thunder Domination. Thunder Master, SSS-level talent. The god of lightning, the master of thunder, can absorb, create, and store huge amounts of lightning at will, and transform them into terrifying killing power. The absorbed electrical energy can not only be transformed into life energy, but any damage can be borne by the electrical energy. SSS-level talent. I was shocked, and my eyes almost popped out of my head. What a joke! This is the best talent in the entire Federation. Even those powerful people who are known as the Wall of Humanity are mostly at this level. This class is known as the strongest genius in a century, and there are 2 SS-level monsters. Now that an SSS level like me shows up, won't I be able to sweep the whole field? I was so excited that my hands and feet were shaking. Then I quickly closed my eyes and began to feel the changes in my body. If my body was like a small pool before, it is now a vast and boundless lake. Electricity surged wildly in my body, and I couldn't help but turn the current in the training room to the maximum. Although thunder can be drawn from the void, free electricity should not be wasted. The electrical energy poured into my body like a surging tide, and after being transformed by the system, I used it directly to increase my chi, blood, and life value. Before, even increasing my chi and blood a little bit would make me exhausted, but now it is as easy and natural as drinking water and breathing. This speed is simply incredible. I opened my eyes and looked at the life energy value on the panel, 21 points. In just a few minutes, it increased by a full 6 points. The previous hard work was not as efficient as it is now. At this rate, I will soon be able to break through to the second level warrior. I sighed silently. In this world, warriors' realms are divided according to their chi and blood health. 1 to 99 is the first level, 100 to 999 is the second level, and so on. I'm only a little bit away from becoming a second level warrior. I stood up and walked to the testing room next door, where there were machines specifically used for testing. I picked up the standard long sword beside me and walked to the testing bench. I narrowed my eyes and a flash of lightning passed through them, as if a bolt of lightning had exploded from the void. Just the power of this casual strike. I looked at the number displayed on the test instrument, 166. I can now release hundreds or even thousands of lightning bolts in a row, whereas before when I was at level B, I could only release 10 at best, and their power was far less. What if it's a full-strength attack? My heart moved, and the lightning in my eyes became more intense. I raised my hand and swung the sword. The lightning flashed like a dragon, and the long sword roared down with thunder. Boom! As the sword cut through the air, a huge thunder erupted, and the sword energy was like a tide, slashing at the test equipment with unparalleled power. The thunder, sword energy, and blood power combined into one, and even the air seemed to be sucked out, leaving a deep ripple. Bang! The energy gradually subsided, and the lightning returned. I looked at the numbers jumping on the screen of the instrument, and 3 bright numbers came into my sight. 301. My heart skipped a beat. After a while, the system's voice rang in my ears. Congratulations to the host for breaking the record of the first martial arts high school in Uena City and obtaining achievement points *1000. The numbers on the test instrument are the most direct reflection of the energy of chi and blood. Each number represents 1 unit of chi and blood energy. The power of my sword just now actually reached 301 points, which is equivalent to that of a second-level warrior. Before I awakened my SSS-level talent, I could only hit about 30 points at most. I almost forgot all the test data are connected to the internet. I glanced at the list of the instrument, and sure enough, my name rushed to the top of the list like a thunderbolt. Below my name was Jin Xingyun, whose health value was at 266 points. Jin Xingyun, the top genius with S-level talent, had always been at the top of the list, suppressing all the students in the school. But now, I have surpassed him with an overwhelming advantage. As for exposing one's strength, I'm not worried at all. Which of the top masters in the Federation didn't show their talents when they were young? Potential is the capital for cultivation, and hiding one's strength is a waste of opportunity. What's more, my recent record-breaking achievement directly brought me another 1,000 achievement points. These 1,000 points can be used to draw a feature once. An idea came to my mind, and I immediately chose to draw features in the system. Detected that the host has extracted the feature for the first time, the prize pool is expanding, consuming 1,000 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level feature, Sword Master. Sword Master. In the way of swordsmanship, you have already reached the pinnacle. You can learn any sword technique at a glance and master it at once. These few simple lines made my heart burn with excitement. An SSS-level Sword Master plus an SSS-level Thunder Master. The combination of the two is simply invincible. I picked up the sword and swung it gently, and there seemed to be wind flowing in the air. In just a few minutes, I have already improved my lightning sword skill from the 3rd level to the 4th level. Not only is my training fast, but my martial arts progress is also fast. So, this is what it feels like to be a genius. Lightning flashed in my eyes, and I felt extremely excited. Then I continued to devote myself to practice. Time passed quickly during my practice. It only took me 10 minutes to improve my lightning sword skill to the 5th level. Half an hour later, the 6th level. Every breakthrough in the level doubled the strength in my body, as if it was pouring out endlessly. Even the passage of time and the sounds of the outside world were temporarily ignored by me. Even as I was immersed in my practice, the outside world had been thoroughly shaken by the storm I had caused. The teachers at UNS City's #1 martial arts high school have already received the news, and were all shocked by the record I broke. Especially the group of 3rd-level teachers, who gathered outside the training room and whispered, 301 points? Wasn't Jiang Dayuan's HP only around 30 before? Did his talent evolve? He must have evolved, otherwise there's no way to explain such a big breakthrough. Maybe he has entered the S level. The teachers discussed in a low voice, but no one dared to disturb me. After all, I am now the treasure of their school, and may even be the pillar. As a genius with S-level talent, my existence has a significant impact on the reputation of the school. At the same time, other students also began to talk about it, especially Jin Xingyun, who was practicing. He sat cross-legged in his top-notch training room, his whole body full of sword energy, and sneered. Interesting. After that, Jin Xingyun attacked with all his strength. The sword energy roared, and it directly chopped on the test instrument. 312 points. He was slightly proud after all. He had not used his full strength just now. But his pride did not last long. The next moment, a new number appeared on the list and made him freeze. 553. This number topped the list, towering over the entire field. Even a genius like Jin Xingyun could only look on in awe. Thunder burst out, and the sword light was like a dragon. I swung the sword out, and the entire test room was filled with dazzling lightning. The violent electric current turned into a sea of thunder, and the air was filled with a burning breath. Looking at the numbers popping up on the instrument, I smiled with satisfaction. The 7th level of lightning sword skill, the chi and blood value exceeded 30. In just less than half a day of practice, I have surpassed my accumulation of the past few years. All the painstaking training before now seems like childish play. The names and numbers on the list no longer attract my attention. After all, breaking records repeatedly will not give me more achievement points. But it doesn't matter. I will take the martial arts exams and practice at university. There will be plenty of records waiting for me to break in the future. It was getting light, so I packed up and prepared to go eat something. When I opened the door of the training room, what came into view was a group of teachers with complicated expressions, 2 of whom were the principal and the vice principal. Student Jiang Daoyuan, has your talent evolved? The vice principal asked excitedly. I nodded and replied calmly, yes, when I was practicing swordplay last night, I suddenly found that my ability to absorb electrical energy has improved. It should be a breakthrough in my talent. It is as expected. The vice principal breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Student Jiang Daoyuan, the martial arts exam is coming soon. Do you have any needs? As long as the school can meet them, we will fully support you. The vice principal's tone was extremely sincere, and he obviously regarded me as the school's trump card. At this time, the principal suddenly said, there is a thundercloud sword in the school armory. It is a magical weapon made from the bones of a thundercloud beast. A sword goes with a hero. I think Jiang Daoyuan is that hero. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. The teacher's eyes were full of surprise. Even the vice principal was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the principal would attach so much importance to me. The thundercloud sword is a 5th-rank divine weapon. Although it is nominally stored in the school, even the vice president is not qualified to use it. In fact, the sword is not only used for fighting. The special magnetic field it comes with can create a holy place for practice, which can be said to be the foundation of the school. And now, Principal Gu Chongji has decided to give it to me. Faced with such a gift, no teacher raised any objection, and even the vice principal remained silent. Don't refuse. This is what you deserve. You have the talent of Lord of Thunder. If you don't use the Thundercloud sword, wouldn't it be a waste of this magical weapon? Gu Chongji continued. As a 4th-level expert, Gu Chongji had extremely high authority and a unique vision. Jiang Daoyuan's performance obviously made him see more possibilities. Gu Chongji had already noticed something from Jiang Daoyuan's record-breaking performance. That attack was obviously not Jiang Daoyuan's limit, plus there were traces of electricity remaining in the training room. Gu Chongji already had a bold guess in his mind. Jiang Daoyuan's talent may have evolved to SS level, or even higher. I smiled and nodded to accept the gift. Thank you very much, Principal. The reputation of the Thundercloud Sword has long been known to everyone. Whether it is used in combat or to assist in cultivation, this sword is extremely useful. And when combined with my talent, Thundermaster, it is simply even more powerful. Gu Chongji nodded in satisfaction, with a look of expectation on his face. With your strength combined with the Thundercloud Sword, perhaps our school can get into the top 5 in this Southwestern Province joint exam. I was a little surprised. With my talent and performance, plus the Thundercloud Sword, could I only strive for the top 5? Gu Chongji saw my confusion and explained, this joint exam is not easy. The Southwest Province has 36 cities under its jurisdiction, and many geniuses gather there. Then Gu Chongji added, moreover, your realm is still too low, and your ability has not evolved for long. Even with the Thundercloud Sword, it is still not easy to make up for the gap in realm. Although some contestants are not as talented as you, their chi and blood have already exceeded 100 points, reaching the level of a second-level warrior. I nodded silently. What the principal said made sense. Before, my horizons were still limited to you in a city. Now it seems that there are more powerful people in this world than what we see. Principal, rest assured, I will try my best and will not bring shame to the school. As I solemnly held the thunderous cloud sword, I also made up my mind. Gu Chongji patted my shoulder with satisfaction. I believe you. Then, Gu Chongji asked again, Jiang Daoyuan, which university are you ready to go to? Kunlun University. I answered without hesitation. Oh. Gu Chongji raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously interested in my choice. Why Kunlun University? Because it is the strongest. I smiled and gave a simple answer. Among the 4 major martial arts universities in the Federation, Kunlun, Shinkong, Xinggu, and Zhuxia are collectively known as the 4 major. Kunlun University is the undisputed #1 among them. Not only does it recruit the most geniuses, it also trains the most powerful people. Being able to enter Kunlun University means standing at the top of the entire martial arts world. Gu Chongji smiled and said, then I wish you good luck and hope you can be admitted to Kunlun University successfully. I nodded and thanked him, and then we talked about the martial arts joint examination. During this time, someone sent me top-quality beast meat. Normally, I could hardly eat even a small piece of this kind of thing, but now I could feast on it. It was really a rare experience. After finishing his meal, Gu Chongji stood up and said, let's go, the big exam is about to begin. At dawn, all the candidates had gathered in the square of Yuan City #1 Martial Arts High School. Where's Jiang Daoyuan? Why hasn't he come yet? Several students were discussing in a low voice in the class formation. They obviously didn't know what happened last night. Haven't you heard? It is said that Jiang Daoyuan surpassed Jin Xingyan in one fell swoop last night and broke the school record. What? That Jiang Daoyuan? There was an uproar in the class. Normally, they sat in the same room with Jiang Daoyuan, and the gap between them was not too big, but now, hearing that he broke Jin Xingyan's record was simply unbelievable. Just as everyone was talking, Gu Chongji appeared on the platform. Gu Chongji spoke softly, but his voice was clearly heard by every candidate. Students, today is an important step in your martial arts journey. I know everyone is very excited. After all, I'm the same. At this time, standing behind Gu Chongji was a group of students, and the one walking in front was no longer Jin Xingyan, but me, Jiang Daoyuan. Jiang Daoyuan. It's really him. The news spread among the crowd in an instant, and discussions broke out in the square. No teacher stopped this scene. After all, this kind of hype before the martial arts exam was a common practice. It was just that the protagonist in the past was Jin Xingyan, but now, the focus had become me. Gu Zhongji smiled and gently pressed his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Next, we invite the student representative, Jiang Daoyuan, to come on stage and give a speech. The applause broke out like thunder. Amid countless gazes filled with expectation, shock, and even jealousy, I walked up to the stage calmly. Although I looked ordinary in appearance while wearing ordinary school uniforms, every time their eyes swept over me, it was as if an invisible electric current hit them, making them feel tingling and numb and frightened. Warriors fight against heaven and earth to defend their homes and country. This is our destiny and our mission. I spoke calmly, my words sonorous and powerful. I wish you all to ride on your dreams, forge ahead, live up to your youth, and create a glorious chapter. Almost at the moment the words fell, the electrical energy in my body erupted like a volcano. The air instantly twisted and vibrated, and the power of thunder exploded around me. Boom! A loud thunderclap suddenly sounded above the square, as if the sky was torn apart, and a flash of lightning rushed across the entire square. In this dazzling lightning, I opened my arms like a god bathed in thunder, announcing my future. See you at Budo University. Congratulations to the host for achieving a perfect speech and obtaining achievement points *500. I could feel everyone's gazes. All of them were shocked by the aura of thunder. Standing in the square, I seemed to be the incarnation of thunder, shocking the whole audience. I saw Jin Xingyun's expression. He obviously didn't expect that my true strength was far beyond his expectations. Jin Xingyun's S-level supernatural power, Thousand Sword Heart, was actually trembling under the power of my thunder, as if it felt the power from a higher level. Is this his true strength? Jin Xingyun's face turned pale, obviously unable to accept it. I smiled slightly, ignored him, and turned my attention to Principal Gu Chongji. Gu Chongji's face showed great joy. His eyes were full of surprise and joy. Obviously, he didn't expect that I could display such powerful strength. Good, good, good. Gu Chongji applauded repeatedly, obviously full of expectations for me. Gu Chongji led the applause, and soon the applause became thunderous, almost overturning the entire square. And I know that this scene has already been recorded by the camera and is destined to spread throughout the southwestern province. It seems that this can also get achievement points. I glanced at the achievement points on the panel and calculated in my mind that I was only a little bit away from the next lottery. With the end of the speech, the martial arts examination officially began. The first step is a preliminary exam within the school to screen out qualified candidates who can enter the real martial arts examination. For me, all this was just a formality. I passed it easily and followed Principal Gu Chongji to the examination hall in the city center along with hundreds of other candidates from the school. Before getting on the bus, Gu Chongji said something serious. All major universities will expand their enrollment this year, and the admission threshold will be lowered. So don't feel too much pressure, just perform normally. As for those students who are aiming for top universities, especially the Big Four, you should be aware that this joint entrance exam may be more difficult for you. Gu Chongji's eyes swept over us top candidates, and he continued, this joint exam will involve real fighting. Fight? Hearing this, my heart was slightly moved. It seems that the next assessment is not a simple written test or a regular test, but a real battle to decide the winner. When we arrived at the huge venue in the city center, the security was quite tight, apparently to ensure the smooth progress of the joint entrance examination. As our convoy arrived, the people around us cast their eyes over. It's the team from Uinta City's #1 martial arts high school. I heard that this time the reputation of Uinta City rests on Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing. Why isn't Jin Xingyun the one walking in the front? Some people began to discuss. I ignored the looks and continued walking at the front of the team. I know most people don't know me. After all, I'm not like Jin Xingyun, who has been making a name for himself in various competitions since the high school entrance exam. But it doesn't matter. I've already locked onto my goal, and the discussions and surprises in front of me have no effect on me. As the team entered the venue, I felt that there were many talented candidates from other cities gathered around. The Southwest province where we are located has gathered martial arts students from 36 cities, and the competition is fierce. This joint examination is not only a test of personal talent and strength, but also a contest between cities. The moment I stepped into the venue, the atmosphere around me suddenly became tense. The geniuses in all the major cities released powerful chi and blood pressure, and the air was filled with fighting spirit. I spotted a few particularly eye-catching guys at a glance. Wang Daoxing from Luqing, who had awakened the S-level Skyfire ability. There is also Yin Changkong from Mingda City, who not only possesses S-level supernatural powers, but is also already a second-level warrior. These people are indeed good opponents. I sneered in my heart and glanced at them. Although these names are not unfamiliar, what really caught my attention are Meng Shintong from Yinhai City, Zhao Yueguang from Qingping City, and Bai Xinghe from Annan City. The energy and blood of these three people were like mountains oppressing the other candidates. It was obvious that their strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. I took a look and found that Meng Shintong was an SS-level genius in Yinhai City. Although Zhao Yueguang and Bai Xinghe did not have the talent of Meng Shintong, they should not be underestimated. The cities behind them, Yinhai City, Qingping City, and Annan City, were all top cities in the Southwest province. But these gaps are nothing to me, not worth mentioning. My goal is not the top 5, nor the top 3. I only have one goal first. Just as I was looking at these geniuses, The sound of footsteps was heard in the venue, as if stepping on everyone's heart. He was a middle-aged man. His steps were steady, and each step carried a heavy sense of oppression, instantly dissipating the blood and pressure in the field. Let me introduce myself. I'm Fong Yang, one of the examiners of this joint martial arts exam. His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. This Fong Yang is a 6th-rank warrior, one of the top figures in the Southwest Province. Without further ado, the joint martial arts examination officially begins. Now is the first level, Dingtian Road. Dingtian Road, Zhanshinju, and by boats competition are the 3 major levels of this martial arts examination. The first level, a test of talents and abilities, focuses on testing each person's potential and future development, while the next 2 levels are real battles. As the examiner Guan Yang's voice fell, a huge steel pillar fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the entire venue shook. I focused my eyes and saw that the pillar in front of me was actually mostly embedded in the ground. This is not an ordinary steel pillar. This is a gifted divine stone. This thing is extremely precious and can accurately test the level of supernatural powers. This test itself is a great reward because it not only tests talent but also promotes practice through the feedback of qi and blood. Every test is a baptism of energy. If it weren't for this martial arts joint examination, I'm afraid the school would have forced me to take such a test a long time ago. But now, under the watchful eyes of the joint entrance examination, I will show my true talent here. Fong Yang waved his hand, and the innate divine stone began to emit endless light. The light became stronger and stronger, covering all the candidates in the venue. Standing in the field, I felt this powerful energy, and my heart gradually became excited. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the powerful men from the southwestern province had already taken their seats, observing this grand test. Principal Gu Chongji was naturally among them, and sitting next to him were the principals from various prestigious schools. Each of them was no weaker than a 4th-level strongman with 50,000 qi and blood. Brother, you are so lucky. First it was Jin Xingyun, and now there is Jiang Daoyuan. It's really enviable. The principal of Shanghai Martial Arts Middle School said sourly. Gu Zhongji responded with a smile. No matter what, it's all a blessing for you and his city. Although he was modest on the surface, he couldn't hide the smile between his eyebrows, and he was obviously very satisfied with Jiang Daoyuan's performance. After all, such a genius was rare even in the Southwest Province where many experts gathered. But there are too many monsters in this class. There are not only 12 S-level geniuses, but even 2 SS-level monsters. Principal Shanhai sighed. Gu Chongji nodded and turned his gaze to Wei Zicheng, the principal of the provincial capital No. 1 middle school. Especially a monster that has comprehended the life force field at the 2nd level. It only appears once every 50 years. Back at the venue, the test began. The light of the talent stone enveloped the examinees one by one, and the recorder quickly recorded everyone's talent results. One by one, the candidates were tested. Most of them had the same talents as in the high school entrance exam. After all, the evolution of superpowers was extremely difficult. S-level awakeners were still rare, and evolution was even rarer. At this moment, a long blood river suddenly rose from the field, like a blood dragon dancing in the air, startling the candidates around. This is Su Qingqing, a genius from Shanghai Martial Arts High School. With her S-level talent, her abilities are exceptionally dazzling. Su Qingqing's eyes fell on me, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Isn't he finished yet? At this time, there were only 4 candidates left in the venue who were still in the light of the innate divine stone. Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, Bai Xinghe, and me, Jiang Daoyuan. As time went on, more and more eyes were focused on the 4 of us. After a while, a huge force of thunder surged into my body. This thunder was far more powerful and purer than the electric current I was exposed to during normal training. I could feel that my energy and blood were rapidly increasing. 30.1, 30.5, 30.9. As my qi and blood increased, the thunder pool in my body also began to expand, as if it was about to reach a new limit, breaking and then establishing again. I was immersed in the power of thunder, feeling the surge of strength in my body. Not far away, the examiner Guanyang also obviously felt the changes in my blood and energy and nodded slightly. Amazing! This kind of ability should be a great joy for the Southwest Province. Just as I was concentrating on absorbing the power of thunder, Bai Xinghe from Annan City suddenly opened his eyes. There was a galaxy-like light flashing above Bai Xinghe's head, and his blood was surging like a surging river. However, Bai Xinghe just shook his head and whispered, "Unfortunately, it still hasn't exceeded the limit." Although Bai Xinghe's talent was top-notch among the S-level talents, there was still a big gap compared to the SS-level geniuses. Among the three geniuses, he had the lowest talent and was the first to withdraw. I could feel Bai Xinghe's eyes on me. He seemed a little dissatisfied and muttered in a low voice, "Jiang Daoyuan, the rumors are indeed true." Some candidates around also began to discuss. Even Bai Xinghe has withdrawn, it seems that Jiang Daoyuan is really not simple. Yes, this class is really full of geniuses. Jiang Daoyuan is only a first-level warrior, but he can suppress so many geniuses. Bai Xinghe's face darkened as he could hear the constant discussions around him. What he hated most was meeting someone with higher talent than him. Bai Xinghe snorted coldly, full of confidence. Even if he has SS-level superpowers, a first-level warrior can't make any waves. However, just after Bai Xinghe withdrew, something unexpected happened. The next person to be eliminated was Meng Shintong. I was stunned. I didn't expect that even Meng Shintong had finished. His SS-level supernatural power, the immortal barrier, was as strong as a mountain, and his blood was surging. He actually ranked third in the test? This was really unexpected. Jiang Doyuan, Zhao Yuiguang. Meng Shintong glanced at me and smiled slightly. There was no disappointment on his face, as if the result of this joint exam had been determined from the beginning. Interesting, but the final outcome has already been decided. In the venue, all eyes were focused on Zhao Yueguang and I. At this time, only the two of us were still undergoing the test of the gifted divine stone. Jiang Daoyuan has surpassed Meng Shintong, but can he surpass Zhao Yueguang? Zhao Yueguang has the SS-level ability Frost Moon and Cold Sky. Although Jiang Daoyuan is strong, he has emerged as a rising star. Can he really defeat Zhao Yueguang? The people present began to discuss. Suddenly, a chill rose in the field, and the temperature around them dropped sharply. Zhao Yueguang was out. All eyes, whether from the candidates, examiners, principals of famous schools, or giants from various cities, were all focused on me. They witnessed it all, from my sudden rise to prominence to the evolution of my superpowers. The way they looked at me was filled with all kinds of emotions: surprise, envy, pride, and indifference. At this moment, no one can deny the fact that I, Jiang Daoyuan, have become the #1 in this martial arts examination. I stepped over the heads of the three great geniuses and above the best young people of this generation in the entire southwestern province, and proved my strength with my talent. Now everyone's focus is no longer on simply first and second. They are waiting for an answer. Can my ability level break through the SS level and reach the legendary SSS level? This realm has not been seen in the southwest province for many years. Everyone is eager to witness this scene, but some people are unwilling to give up. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at me, looking forward to the final result. At this moment, the divine light shrouding my head finally began to slowly dissipate. SSS. Fong Yang whispered inaudibly, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He was the first person to know the answer. Boom! As the light on the gifted divine stone flashed completely, the entire venue seemed to explode in an instant, and endless thunder power descended from the sky, interweaving into a thunder god, emitting a thunderous roar. SSS-level superpower. Thunder Master. This result instantly suppressed all the abnormal phenomena in the field. Whether it was Zhao Yueguang's Frost Moon Sky or Meng Shintong's Immortal Barrier, under the infinite power of thunder, they were like paper and were completely crushed. The people present were instantly excited. Even those bigwigs who usually held high positions showed shock on their faces, and the candidates were even more excited, with the sound waves almost breaking through the ceiling of the venue. SSS-level superpowers, so that's how it is. No wonder he can surpass me. Jin Xingyun, who was standing behind me, was completely convinced at this moment. He might not be willing, but facing the power of SSS-level, he finally realized that his talent could not compare with mine. I looked around, and Su Qingqing's expression also became complicated. Su Qingqing is the top genius of Shanghai High School and the owner of S-level superpowers. At this moment, she had to admit that my appearance had broken the balance in her heart. After all, the last time an SSS-level superpower appeared in Southwest Province was more than 100 years ago. Bai Xinghe, on the other hand, seemed to have a fire burning in his heart. So what if I'm SS level? What matters in battle is not talent, but realm. martial arts, and experience. Bai Xing's eyes were filled with extreme dissatisfaction. Next, I will step on your head, suppress your talent, and become the winner of this martial arts exam. I smiled coldly and ignored him. Arrogant guys like him thought they could turn the tide of the battle with their combat experience and realm, but they didn't understand the true horror of the SSS level. Meng Shintong looked serious. He obviously realized that I was the only one who was qualified to be his opponent in this martial arts exam. He did not underestimate me, even though I was only a first-level warrior. He knew that facing an SSS-level existence, any contempt would be foolish. Zhao Yueguang's eyes also became colder. Zhao Yueguang's grandfather was the last genius in the Southwest province who awakened SSS-level superpowers. He is now a federal senator and one of the strongest people. This is also the source of motivation for her efforts. Zhao Yueguang knew better than anyone that the gap between SSS-level and other levels was insurmountable. Zhao Yueguang was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Daoyuan has just awakened and has not yet grown to the peak otherwise. In the monitoring room, Shuexiu Leiji looked at me and couldn't help laughing. Gu Chongji, you really gave us a huge surprise. Leiji shook his head slightly, his smile full of appreciation. If there could be another powerful person like Counselor too, it would be a great blessing. Gu Chongji smiled modestly and said, this is all thanks to Jiang Dun's own efforts. He was also shocked. Although he already knew that I was extraordinary, he never expected that the ability after evolution would be an SSS-level Thunder Lord. Leiji nodded with satisfaction, his eyes becoming more profound. Talents like this must not be buried. Otherwise, wouldn't our Southwest province appear to be incapable of judging people? Leiji turned around and ordered, Shaoli, go to the school library and get the chi and blood pill made by the 6th-level beast. Also, Gu Chongji, have you given the Thundercloud sword to Jiang Daoyuan? Gu Chongji nodded and replied, yes, I think the sword's value will not be lost if it is in Jiang Daoyuan's hands. Okay, Leiji smiled with satisfaction. In that case, let's get him another ownerless space ring. Go now, don't delay. In just a few words, Leiji had already allocated these extremely precious resources for me. Even an S-level genius would never enjoy such treatment. And I, just because of my SSS-level talent, have already received such a generous gift. Inside the venue, Fang Yang smiled slightly and said, dear candidates, talent is not everything. Do not lose your fighting spirit because of a temporary gap. You must know that the height of the heaven and earth, the size of the sun and the moon, are all achieved through long-term hard work. Then, Fang Yang added, like me, I was just an ordinary B-level gifted person back then, but now I am standing here as your examiner. So please never give up. Fang Yang's words, with the mysterious power of martial arts, instantly inspired the fighting spirit of the candidates. Those candidates who were frustrated by their talents cheered up, and their fighting spirit was rekindled in their eyes. Come on, come on, strive for your dreams. Fight for humanity. I listened to the shouts around me, my face normal. These encouragements are no longer what I need. Now, my existence is a kind of encouragement. Strange, why are there not so many achievement points after breaking so many anomalies? Is this system more inclined to breaking actual records? I thought to myself. Then, I glanced at the system panel and saw that the achievement points had returned to 1,000 points, just enough for another draw. The talents and characteristics have already given me an SSS level respectively, so will this lottery also bring goodies of the same level? I felt a little bit of anticipation in my heart, and I couldn't help but smile. Am I being too greedy? From the initial B-level superpower to the current SSS level superpower, this is an incredible leap. I have already obtained the power that others only dream of, and there seems to be no reason to ask for more, but I still can't help but hope that this lottery can add another boost. However, since I'm now in the venue, surrounded by people, and I don't know what form the lottery reward will take, I decided not to trigger it for the time being. At this moment, Fang Yang's voice sounded again. The scores have been recorded. Next, you will enter the 2nd level. But before that, everyone can go to the cafeteria to replenish some blood and energy. The martial arts exam lasted for 4 days, so dormitories and sufficient beast meat and nutritious rice were prepared for the examinees outside the venue. These foods could quickly restore physical strength and blood. Do you want to eat first? Jin Xingyan walked up to me and asked in a low voice. I looked back and found that all the candidates from UNS City's #1 martial arts high school were looking at me, waiting for my decision. Let's go. I nodded and walked towards the cafeteria first. The crowd around us automatically parted to make way for us. After eating and drinking, I wanted to find a deserted place to trigger the sign-in lottery, but Principal Gu Chongji came over. "Come with me quickly. There is an important person who wants to see you." Big shot. I was a little surprised, but still followed Gu Chongji. It was not until I arrived at a spacious room that I saw the person sitting on the sofa, Lei Ji, the academic officer of the Southwestern Province. I was slightly startled, but then I calmed down. This person is one of the controllers of martial arts education, and he is definitely a powerful figure. His status in the Southwest Province is second only to the garrison commander. He is undoubtedly a top figure in the martial arts world. He is indeed a young hero whose talents and abilities have evolved to the SSS level. He has an extraordinary bearing. Lei Ji smiled and waved, motioning me to sit down. I sat down opposite him as he said, and couldn't help feeling a little nervous, wondering what he wanted to talk to me about. Lei Ji said bluntly, "I called you here this time to give you something." As he spoke, he took out a transparent box, which contained a pill that was flashing with blood and emitting a faintly fierce aura. "This is a blood and chi elixir made from the essence and flesh of several 6th-rank ferocious beasts. After you take it, it will condense into a blood pill at the position of your heart. In addition to helping you practice, it can also repair your wounds when you are injured." Lei Ji explained in detail. Then, Lei Ji added, "And this pill was made by Master Guyu himself. Even if you're a first-level warrior now, you can use it safely without any side effects. Its effect of assisting cultivation is equivalent to a 6th-level warrior, helping you regulate your chi and blood with all his strength. The essence of the 6th-level beast's flesh and blood. The effect of this elixir is simply amazing. Although some of its functions overlap with my Thunderlord talent, its auxiliary practice effect is undoubtedly a huge improvement. In addition, my current realm is not enough to fully digest these powers, but it is equivalent to giving me an experience multiplier, allowing me to achieve twice the result with half the effort in my practice." "Thank you, Shuexiao." I took the box solemnly. Lei Ji smiled and nodded. "This is what you deserve. After all, you are the future of our Southwest Province." Then, Lei Ji took out a silver ring. Space ring. This time I was truly surprised. This is a treasure made from fragments of a different world with a space inside, and it is extremely precious. The space in this ring is not big, but it is enough for your current needs. Lei Ji handed it to me casually, his tone revealing great trust. "Don't refuse. Southwestern Province is a frontline area. There are not many geniuses here. It's rare to have a future star like you. Of course, we will fully support you." Lei Ji's tone did not allow for refusal. I took the space ring, my heart filled with gratitude. This kind of resource is something that ordinary people will never get in their lifetime, but I have just shown my talent, and I have already received such a generous gift. Lei Ji continued. "During the 3rd round of the competition, the admission specialists from the 3 major universities will be present. You must perform well." After explaining everything, Lei Ji stood up and prepared to leave. He was very busy, and the fact that he could take time out to see me was a great recognition of my talent. I was about to thank him, but couldn't help asking, "Shuexiao, why the 3 major ones? Isn't Kunlun University sending anyone?" Lei Ji frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied, but still explained, "Kunlun University's enrollment quota is full, so we will not send anyone this time." Lei Ji looked at me and sighed. "I heard that your target is Kunlun University? That would be a real loss for them." I nodded, feeling a little disappointed. Kunlun University was my original goal. As the first of the 4 major martial arts universities in the Federation, its strength and resources are unquestionable. But now, this road seems to have been blocked. Lei Ji patted my shoulder and said, "But you don't have to worry too much. The 3 major martial arts universities have also produced many powerful people, and their resources are no worse than Kunlun. For example, Zhuxia University, Counselor 2 graduated from Zhuxia University. The students will seriously consider it." I nodded in response. After Lei Ji left, Principal Gu Chongji walked in with a thundercloud sword. Gu Chongji looked at the space ring in my hand and couldn't help but sighed. Space ring. Even I have never owned such a thing. Then, I followed Gu Chongji's instructions and dripped a drop of blood on the ring to merge with its aura. With a thought, I saw a small space. "Try to see if you can put the thundercloud sword in." Gu Chongji handed over the sword. As soon as I thought about it, the thundercloud sword disappeared from my hand in an instant. With another move, The sword reappeared in my hand, appearing and disappearing very conveniently. This space ring not only allows me to carry the Thundercloud sword at any time, but also greatly improves my freedom of movement, especially in combat. It can bring great flexibility. After communicating with Gu Chongji, I was the only one left in the room. I collected my thoughts, took out the 6th level chi and blood pill, and immediately felt a huge chi and blood force surging in my body after taking it. The essence of the beast was like a beast awakening, roaring in my body, pushing my chi and blood to rise sharply. As my energy and blood increased, the shadows of several ferocious beasts appeared faintly behind me, as if the whole world was trembling with this power. A 6th level pill is so huge, I sighed in my heart. The power of this chi and blood pill is equivalent to a huge experience package. The only thing I need to consider is how quickly I can absorb it thoroughly. Chi and blood gather in my heart, continuously enhancing my chi and blood vitality. At the same time, I issued a command in my mind. System, give me a lottery. It is detected that this is the host's first lottery. The prize pool is expanding. 1,000 achievement points are consumed. Drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-Level swordsmanship, infinite positive and negative extreme. When the secret of this sword technique formed in my mind, I couldn't help but be shocked. Even though it was only the first level, I could clearly feel how powerful it was. The first level of this swordsmanship can absorb the material power within a certain range around me and add it to my sword. Simply put, if there are 100 tons of matter within the area where I am, the sword I slash out will be able to add 100 tons of force. If it is 1,000 tons, 10,000 tons, the force will increase accordingly. Of course, the action of force is mutual, and the reaction force I bear will also increase accordingly. However, relying on the Lord of Thunder, as long as there is enough electrical energy to support it, I might really be able to perform an earth-shattering infinite positive and negative extreme. This sword technique is extremely powerful, but obviously in this joint martial arts exam, I'm afraid no one will be able to let me use it to its full potential. At this moment, my energy and blood had risen to a terrifying level under the effect of the elixir. In just one day, my chi and blood jumped from over 30 to 67.8. With the opportunity of realizing my talent, my lightning sword skill also reached the 9th level in one fell swoop. My strength has undergone a tremendous change. I checked the system panel. Name, Jiang Daoyuan race, human chi and blood life, 67.8. Talent, Thundermaster, SSS level. Features, Swordmaster, SSS level. Martial arts, lightning sword, 9th level 286/12,000. Infinite positive and negative extreme, first level 1/10,000. Achievement points, 21. 2 hours have already passed. I stood up from meditation and realized that the second level had probably begun. When I walked into the stadium, I saw 6 or 7 huge sacred pillars standing in the center of the venue. Compared to the previous gifted divine stones, these divine pillars are more profound. They are failed divine weapon sets. Although they cannot be refined, they can be used as test tools for candidates here. This level is the test of true combat ability. Behind each sacred pillar, there is an examiner sitting upright, responsible for scoring the candidates based on their performance. Behind the central pillar sat Lei Ji and Fang Yang, who were mainly responsible for scoring geniuses of grade A and above. Boom! A candidate from Annan City swung his sword like a dragon. The long sword in his hand was wrapped in flames. He swung the sword with all his strength and slashed at the sacred pillar. After the flames dissipated, only a shallow knife mark was left on the sacred pillar, which was almost invisible and soon began to repair itself. The strength is enough, the martial arts are average, and the supernatural powers are not fully utilized. 9 points. Lei Ji commented lightly. Fang Yang also gave the same score, 9 points. The candidates in the field began to feel the difficulty of the divine pillar. Even Jin Xingyin looked solemn, obviously wondering whether he could get a high score with the Yuanjin sword. "Where is Jiang Daoyuan?" asked Su Qingqing, who was standing aside. "I haven't seen him since he was taken away by Principal Gu after dinner." Jin Xingyin shook his head. "The second round has already begun. If he doesn't come, the exam will be over." Su Qingqing narrowed her eyes. "Are you curious?" Jin Xingyin asked with a squint. Obviously, he was also a little confused about Jiang Daoyuan's absence. "I'm not the only one who's curious," Su Qingqing rolled her eyes. "Everyone here, including you, is curious about Jiang Daoyuan's movements, right?" Look at Zhao Yueguang and Meng Shintong. They look over here from time to time. Bai Xinghe, Ning Xian, Qian Zhaoshan, who doesn't care about his movements. That makes sense. Jin Xingyin smiled and took out a communication device. I'll ask him right now. He specifically added Jiang Daoyuan's contact information. You have a good friend of his? Su Qingqing's eyes flashed with surprise, and then she teased. Then can you recommend one to me? You have to ask him yourself. Jin Xingyun refused with a smile. Look, he's here. Looking at the reply on the communication device, Jin Xingyun looked up and pointed into the distance. Sure enough, Jin Xingyun watched Jiang Daoyuan walking into the venue step by step and putting away the small communication device. With my appearance, the atmosphere of the entire venue changed again. Those students with keen perception immediately noticed my difference, especially those genius students who all felt my improvement. He has become stronger again? I did not deliberately conceal the fluctuations of my chi and blood, but because there was the Lord of Thunder suppressing me in my body, not everyone could sense the changes. Only those truly powerful geniuses can faintly sense the improvement of my energy and blood. The examiners were more perceptive, and they could clearly see that my abilities were different now, far beyond my previous self. In such a short period of time, my progress has been so amazing, and all of this is quietly shaking the atmosphere of the entire venue. Chapter 9, Go All Out. This chi and blood energy should have reached over 60 points. With just a casual glance, Lei Ji could already see Jiang Daoyuan's current condition. SSS-Level superpowers, the granddaughter of the strongest, and a little guy who has comprehended the life force field. This is simply a great event that our province has not seen for a century. However, in this case, the current security level may not be enough. It would be bad if we attracted the attention of those believers of alien gods. Just in case, let's call them military. On the surface, Lei Ji is still presiding over the examination. In secret, he used his extremely strong martial arts to directly convey his voice to his subordinates and issued several orders. There are 3 major hurdles in martial arts practice. The first one is the 5th level. If you want to break through to the 5th level warrior, you must condense your own life force field. This is also a destination that most warriors cannot reach. Like Gu Chongji and the principal of Shanghai Middle School. They are all 4th level warriors, and their chi and HP are all above 90,000 points. However, they were unable to break through because they were unable to condense a life force field. The second level is the 7th level. Only by understanding the true meaning of martial arts can one break through the chi and blood to over 1 million. At this point, his will penetrates the void, and he can be regarded as a strong man in the entire human federation. If placed in major provinces, they can also compete for the positions of garrison commander and scholar. Brother Yuan. When he saw Jiang Daoyuan, Jin Xingyun spoke immediately. He was born into an ordinary family of warriors. His father and mother were of average talent and were both only 2nd level warriors. Although, because of his talent, he was very proud when he was in number 1 middle school. But he also recognized the reality that Jiang Daoyuan was far more powerful than him in terms of both supernatural powers and strength. After thinking it through, he naturally followed the example of those in number 1 middle school who called him Brother Yun and called Jiang Daoyuan Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan. Su Qingqing teased, but seeing that Jin Xingyun remained calm, she looked at Jiang Daoyuan again and said familiarly, Can you add me as a friend? Good. Of course, Jiang Daoyuan would not refuse such a small request. They took out their communication devices and added each other as friends. Jiang Daoyuan came from an orphanage. Both of his parents died in the horrific beast tide 17 years ago. In addition, due to the mentality of adults and the fact that they have been working hard for college, they have given up emotional and social interactions. He has very few friends. The friend list of the communication device only has 5 people, even including Su Qingqing and Jin Xingyun. And like now, when the 3 of them were talking, no one from Yuan number 1 middle school or Shanghai Middle School dared to join in the fun. They all stayed far away, leaving a large number of seats empty. Brother Yuan, which martial arts university are you going to? Since she had already shouted the first time, Su Qingqing didn't mind shouting again. After all, they all come from the same city, so they can naturally form a small group and help each other. With her S-level talent, it would be difficult for her to defeat any of the 4 except Kunlun. Have no idea. Jiang Daoyuan replied that his original goal was naturally Kunlun University. And now that Kunlun University has given up on the southwestern province, he really doesn't know which one to go to. It should depend on which company offers more benefits. Students choose universities, and universities also choose students. Some geniuses like Jiang Daoyuan are the targets of many universities. Well, except Kunlun University. How to grab? Of course, it depends on the resources and treatment provided. As for not being able to go to Kunlun University, as a man with cheats, how could he care? The reason he wanted to go there in the first place was just to break the record there, not because he really had to enter Kunlun University to become the strongest. Besides, with the students from the other three major universities, breaking the dominance of Kunlun University, isn't this a bigger record? Jiang Daoyuan thought about this and stopped thinking about it. Then Brother Yuan must notify me when the time comes. Su Qingqing said with a smile. Excellent performance in supernatural power and martial arts. With one shot, all the power was condensed into 1 point, and it did not disperse. It is not easy to achieve this. I give it 65 points. At this time, exclamations rang out one after another. Look away. I saw a huge spear with a dragon head held in by Xinghe's hand, and the tip of the spear was shaking slightly, as if a dragon was swallowing and spitting out the light of the stars, and smashed a huge hole in the divine pillar. As Lei Ji's score appeared, Fang Yang's comments came as expected. But just like before, how could he dare to add a little bit to the score that Lei Ji said? 65. This score is so high among the evaluations of more than 10 points or a few points that it is no wonder that it has attracted so many exclamations. As expected of a genius from Annan City, it is said that students there can go to the border to fight with real ferocious beasts whenever they have the chance. It is said that Bai Xinghe has been fighting with ferocious beasts since his sophomore year in high school. He is highly valued by the military, and his actual combat experience can be said to be the best in his class. Jin Xingyun explained in a low voice, looking at Bai Xinghe with a serious gaze. As both are S-level, there is no comparison between him and this guy. Tisk, it's just relying on the power of the magic weapon, Su Qingqing said sourly. Did you see that dragon-headed spear? It's the 5th-tier divine weapon, Dragon Tooth. Did you see the spearhead? It's made from the teeth of a 7th-tier vicious beast, the Blood Dragon. If I were a 2nd-tier warrior, I would also have this divine weapon, which would be just as good. She also uses a gun, so of course she is envious of that. Divine weapons are also part of strength, just like the training of fierce beasts. You only see those who come back alive, but you don't see those who die on the border. Jiang Daoyuan smiled. Bai Xinghe was also smiling, with a very proud expression on his face. 65 points is not a low score. In the last joint martial arts exam, he could even take first place in this level. See? This is the strength that came out of fighting in blood and fire. Facing countless gazes, he calmly glanced at the figures of Jiang Daoyuan, Meng Shintong, and Zhao Yueguang. Behind Bai Xinghe, one S-level after another appeared. However, none of them reached Bai Xinghe's level. The strongest one, with 51 points, is Wang Daosheng, the number 1 genius in Luqing, who has awakened the S-level Skyfire ability. The weakest S-level students only scored 25 points, which was worse than some A-level students. Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing are average. One is 31, the other is 32. I can only say that they are rivals who respect each other. I didn't expect the gap between S-levels to be so big. The realm is here. Look at Xiaoyu, who scored 35 points. Although he is only A-level, his realm has reached the 2nd level. Moreover, the divine pillar will dissipate the power of supernatural powers, which is why he is stronger than the average S-level. From this perspective, it seems impossible for Jiang Daoyuan to get a high score. That should be the case. No matter how amazing his talent is, his realm is still there. And it is said that his talent in martial arts is average. It is impossible that his supernatural talent has evolved and his martial arts talent has also evolved, right? Then it looks like the top 3 of this level will still have to compete among the 3 great geniuses. After hearing the comments from the people around him, Su Qingqing came back with a furious look on her face. These ignorant guys, Brother Yuan, you have to slap them hard in the face. That divine pillar is somewhat peculiar. When you strike it, it will actively consume its own special powers. Jin Xingyun, who had returned, also shared his insights about the divine pillar at the first opportunity and also encouraged Jiang Daoyuan. Brother Yuan represents our number 1 middle school and the reputation of Yuan City, so please don't let us off. Rest assured, Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, I will definitely go all out. Chapter 10, Elemental Divine Weapons. What kind of all-out effort it will be depends on the performance of Zhao Yueguang and Meng Shintong. Certainly, No matter how well they perform, they're the first in the second level. It must be mine. It can only be mine. Zhang Daoyuan is extremely confident about this. The same applies to the ring battle in the third level. Just at this moment, Zhao Yueguang came on stage. Compared with the morning, she had changed her clothes this time. She looked like a goddess in ice, and with the moon-white sword, she gave people an otherworldly feeling and attracted the attention of countless boys. Tisk, what's so good about it? Su Qingqing muttered softly. In front of the sacred pillar, Zhao Yueguang bowed to the two examiners like a lady. Then she drew her sword. Moonlight frost. It seemed that when the sword was unsheathed, the temperature in the venue dropped. It was like a night when the moonlight covered the earth and frost was falling. When the sword was completely unsheathed and shone before everyone's eyes, even Jiang Diyuan's eyes moved. Jin Xingyun, Su Qingqing, Meng Shintong, Bai Xinghe and other geniuses who were further away were all surprised. The sword in Zhao Yueguang's hand had no substance. Instead, it was a sword condensed from cold air, constantly changing and extending, dreamy and magnificent. Elemental divine weapons above level 6. Jin Xingyun was dumbfounded. He had been following the news. This thing was a magical weapon that had only appeared in the martial arts examination in Xiaqing, the capital of the Human Federation. How could I be so worthy to see this in such a small southwestern province? Wrong. What's wrong? Isn't it said that Zhao Yueguang is from Shidu? It seems so. After a few words, Su Qingqing and Jin Xingyun came to a conclusion. Why would a rich lady like this come to our southwestern province? But there isn't any big family with the surname Zhao in Xia City. Who knows? In the field, Zhao Yueguang ignored all the noise. In her frosty gaze, there was only the divine pillar in front of her. Just watch. Look at me, where my grandfather started, and prove myself. The sword moves like a falling moon. The frost is as cold as winter. The cold air was everywhere. The light was shining, and everyone's eyes were attracted by the sword, as if there was only one sword, and that light left in the entire venue. Martial arts killer move. The sky is full of moon-killing frost. On the huge divine pillar, frost first condensed, and then the killing move followed. Boom! Crack, crack, the continuous sound of explosions came one after another. Everyone gasped, their eyes fixed on the sacred pillar. When the cold air dissipated, it was seen that Zhao Yueguang's sword had actually cut a huge hole in the divine pillar, almost piercing through more than half of the divine pillar. At the same time, it can be clearly seen that the divine pillar that intended to recover could not recover quickly under this cold air. If we get hit by the sword, won't we be defeated? So strong. I'm afraid Meng Shintong will lose his top spot. There were exclamations one after another. This scene was truly too shocking, and it didn't seem like something a student could do. Yes, although you rely on the power of a magic weapon, at your level, being able to control it so perfectly is also a skill. I'll give you 80 points. Lei Ji commented calmly. 80. This is the yes man Fang Yang. Elemental divine weapons, martial arts killer moves, Mr. Zhou, you have hidden a big chess piece. In the monitoring room, these 4th and 5th level warriors were also speechless. A killer move, this is something that can only be matched with martial arts above a level. Not to mention the elemental divine weapons. In the entire southwestern province, apart from the military, I'm afraid only the provincial capital has a few of them. No, this is all Yu Guang's own ability. Don't you agree, brother Yu? Mr. Zhou smiled and set his sights on the principal of the provincial number 1 middle school. Humph, you are just repeating what others have said. Principal Yu said calmly. The 3rd level is when the real tricks are revealed. Meng Shintong's strong point is defense. Even if he has comprehended the life force field and brought a specially adapted 5th order magic weapon, he is still far inferior to Zhao Yueguang's sword in terms of lethality. As for Gu Chongji, he didn't dare say much. The next person to come on stage is naturally Meng Shintong. Even after seeing Zhao Yueguang's sword, this young genius was still as steady as a mountain, without any sign of fluctuation. He walked slowly and calmly towards the divine pillar that had been brought back, step by step. Apart from anything else, this posture alone is already extremely extraordinary. Here he comes, Meng Shintong is here. Among the 3 great geniuses of this session, he has always been ranked first in many people's hearts. It's no use being first. In the 1st level, his talent was only 3rd. This level tests his destructive power. Unless he has a magic weapon of Zhao Yueguang's level, The immortal barrier is not meant for attacking. How can it do anything? Humph, what do you know? Anyone who can stand here, even if they don't have vision, can at least know basic common sense. There are only so many things that make up a warrior's strength. How can you compete if you are inferior to others in everything? Except for some students from the #1 middle school in the provincial capital. Most people are not optimistic about Meng Shintong's performance in this level and believe that his main battlefield should be the actual combat in the 3rd level. But no matter how outsiders looked at him, Meng Shintong's expression remained unchanged. He stood still and bowed in the same manner. After the ceremony, the aura that was as steady as a sacred mountain and as solid as a rock suddenly erupted. Faintly, one can glimpse a layer of light, like flowing light, draped over his body. The light grew brighter and more intense. When the light enveloped the divine pillar, Meng Shintong moved suddenly, and in the next moment, the invisible heaviness around him became increasingly thicker, and streams of illusory air lingered on his body. That is something that ordinary warriors, or only warriors who have comprehended the life force field, can see and feel. These air currents pushed Meng Shintong towards the divine pillar like a cannonball. From the perspective of 1st and 2nd level warriors, it was as if Meng Shintong had suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the divine pillar. This was because his speed was too fast, even beyond their visual reaction. Boom! It was like a meteor hitting the earth, causing such a huge wave that even some candidates standing close to it couldn't help but step back. The deafening roar made everyone's ears buzz. And when the roar subsided, when the candidates looked again, they saw that Meng Shintong's arm had completely smashed into the divine pillar. Good! Lei Ji praised it for a rare moment and said, "Using the life force field to cover the weakness of the divine pillar must be effective. It is a perfect match with the supernatural martial arts. I give it 85 points, although its lethality is far less than that of Zhao Yueguang." Lei Ji gave a score much higher than Zhao Yueguang. It was naturally impossible for Fang Yang to sing a different tune. Just like that, with countless people stunned and thinking that there was a shady deal, Meng Shintong temporarily ranked 1st. Chapter 11, A Million Pounds of Force. They all thought that Lei Ji, the scholar, was giving a backdoor to the genius from the provincial capital and was blatantly cheating. Even many principals in the monitoring room were puzzled by what he meant. Because according to the usual practice, even if you play better, as long as the result is not good, it is not good. But now, the situation is reversed for Lei Ji. However, no one would discuss it openly. As a scholar in the southwestern province, as long as the garrison commander is not there, his words are the truth. Of course, Lei Ji knew these thoughts, but he would not pay any attention to them. He had been the academician of the southwestern province for more than 40 years, and in any of the 40 joint military examinations, even when they were held in the provincial capital, he would not serve as the chief examiner. The exception this time is because of Zhao Yueguang and Meng Shintong. But I never expected that there would be an unexpected surprise. And then, when the news about the life field spread among the candidates, those thoughts and ideas disappeared. At the beginning, they did not connect this life force field with the life force field of a 5th level warrior. Now I heard that Meng Shintong actually had to attain the level of a 5th level warrior before he could comprehend the life field. Doesn't that mean that he has already reserved the position of a 5th level warrior? Life force field. Zhao Yueguang thought back to herself. She had also wanted to condense her own life force field before being admitted to the martial arts university. Unfortunately, even though the two family had no shortage of 5th level experts and famous teachers, she was unable to achieve success until she arrived in the southwestern province. But now, a commoner from a remote place has surpassed her in this regard. Even though he is as famous as them, Zhao Yueguang has never taken Meng Shintong and others seriously. Coming from Xiaqing, she had met too many talented people. In her mind, an ordinary SS-level supernatural power is not considered a powerful person at all. But if the life force field is added, it will be completely different. Life force field, this Meng Shintong is really a monster. Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing were also sighing. Unlike Zhao Yueguang, they had never tried to condense a life force field, but the name of the 5th level already represented its value. They couldn't help but look at Jiang Daoyuan, fearing that this move would hit their new leader in Yuan City. "What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Daoyuan could see what they were thinking, so he jokingly asked, "Is there something on my face?" No. Brother Yuan, don't you care? Judging others by oneself If one is a unique genius, but is surpassed or even crushed by someone less talented than oneself in a major competition or something else, that would certainly be unpleasant. Just like Jin Xingyun at the beginning. What do I care? Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, the outcome of this joint martial arts exam has been determined since yesterday. These candidates alone cannot change the outcome. What does it mean to be decisive? What does it mean to be extremely confident? Today's Zhang Daoyuan is a good example of this. Even if Meng Shintong comprehended the life force field, Zhao Yueguang held the elemental magic weapon. He was also fearless. Since you are valued by the scholars, you don't have to worry too much. Therefore, he did not intend to retain much strength. Let's completely make these people lose their will to resist right here, on a panel that no one can see. The lightning sword technique, as well as the infinite positive and negative experiences, were all beating. What you think is what you get. Even though he was multitasking and only practicing sword techniques in his mind, his experience in both sword techniques was actually increasing, and the gain was not much different from the experience gained from direct practice. With the 9th level lightning sword skill, even with the support of the Thunder Lord and the 5th level divine weapon, it is no problem for me to stay in the top 3. But if I want to completely overwhelm them, I may still be insufficient, so I still have to rely on the infinite positive and negative extremes. Finally, the second stage of the joint martial arts examination reached the final moment. Because of the Qi and Blood Pill, Lei Ji specifically put Zhang Daoyuan last. You in a number 1 middle school, Zhang Daoyuan. When this name was called, all eyes in the venue were focused on it. They all want to know whether this emerging genius can create new miracles. Even the sounds of conversation stopped. In the silence, only Jiang Dun's footsteps moved slowly forward. Let's get started. Lei Ji's eyes were full of anticipation. Yes. Zhang Daoyuan nodded. Swish. The thundercloud sword is already in hand. Space ring. Fang Yang's eyes fixed, and he subconsciously looked at Lei Ji beside him. Zhao Yueguang also tightened the sword in her hand. Even she didn't have this thing. None of the noise or action affected Zhang Daoyuan's mind. He completely emptied his mind. What he had to do now was to show his talent and potential in front of this scholar and the entire human federation. In this way, things like Qi and blood pills and space rings will be delivered to your door in an endless supply. A flash of thunder suddenly surged into Jiang Daoyuan's eyes. The vast electric energy in the thunder pool rolled and roared like a volcanic eruption. With a bang, it turned into endless lightning and thunder power and rushed out of the body. Arcs raged and currents crackled. Zhang Yun's clothes fluttered without wind, and his whole body was shrouded in the thunder. The terrifying power was stirring all around. Add blessing to the thundercloud sword. Endless thunder and electricity were continuously transmitted, making the thunder light on the sword seem to drown everything. Lei Ji's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Jiang Dun's ability seems too terrifying. Is this really something a first-level warrior can achieve? He has lived for more than 100 years and has met several SSS-level geniuses. But no one can be so powerful when he is a first-level warrior. But before this thought faded away, Lei Ji's expression changed the next moment. Boom! Before everyone could react to what was happening, Zhang Daoyuan slashed down with his sword. Infinite positive and negative extremes. The material power he absorbed and relied on came from the other divine pillars in the field. Each of these pillars weighs hundreds of tons, and when added together, that's several hundred tons, nearly 1,000 tons of force. In the past, when the Human Federation first established the martial arts exam, it tested the strength of the warriors. If one has a strength of 10,000 pounds, even a genius student can be admitted to a first-rate martial arts university. And how many tens of thousands of pounds is equal to the force of several hundred tons? Starting at 1 million Jin, such powerful material pressed down on Jiang Daoyuan. If it weren't for the infinite positive and negative poles, he wouldn't be able to move. It is this kind of power that can be perfectly used by Jiang Daoyuan at an extremely fast speed, adding thunder and electricity, and then using the thundercloud sword as a medium to transmit it to the divine pillar. The violent and terrifying power is all contained in the sword. It was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, or like a meteor falling from the sky. Under the blazing electric light, extremely violent power fluctuations burst out, and circles of air waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions like ripples. Chapter 12 breaks the record. Full marks. When the thunder subsides. When the wind stops. Countless people stared blankly at the place where Jiang Daoyuan was, as if they were looking at a monster. I saw that there was no pillar where the sacred pillar was originally placed. There was a deep trench that looked like it was struck by lightning, and there were broken pieces of the sacred pillars scattered all over the ground. All of them tell of the horror of the previous attack. Sure enough, the mobilization of material forces can be done according to my wishes. Although the power of the divine pillar is great, it is far from all the matter within its range. However, Jiang Daoyuan had never really tried the immortal thunder, so the power he mobilized was still within the tolerance of his supernatural energy and blood after being controlled by the infinite positive and negative extreme. In other words, this is not his limit. After all, what fool would just blow up his own life right away and use suicide martial arts? But now, Jiang Daoyuan can confirm it. Thunder Juggernaut can indeed play a role. This SSS-level swordsmanship seems too amazing. However, there are SSS-level abilities in the Human Federation, and naturally there are SSS-level martial arts. I don't know if I can see them in the martial arts university. Maybe. Jiang Daoyuan set his sights on Lei Ji. Perhaps you can ask this scholar. Zhao Yueguang opened her mouth wide when she saw this scene. At this moment, all manners and etiquette were thrown out of her mind. Only one thought remained. So, she wasn't hallucinating, was she? Not only her, but everyone present, even the 4th and 5th level principals, and even the 6th level examiners, were completely stunned by Jiang Daoyuan's move. If I don't unleash my chi and blood, will I be able to block this attack? Gu Chongji looked at the surveillance footage and was secretly shocked. He is a warrior who has pushed his chi and blood to 90,000 points, and a physique that can carry such a huge amount of chi and blood is even more extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, even if he stood still, those 1st and 2nd level warriors would not be able to hurt him at all. But now, someone broke his cognition. Can my immortal barrier stop it? Meng Shintong was also thinking he was famous for his defense. At the #1 middle school in the provincial capital, all the students of the same class rushed forward but could not break through his defense. After comprehending the life force field, even some teachers at the 3rd level could not break his defense in a very short time. He had always believed that only among the 4 great nations, where all the elite geniuses of humanity gathered, could someone possibly break his defense. But now, without even leaving the southwestern province, some people may be able to do it. The unruly, Bai Xinghe lowered his proud head in his heart. With such strength and power, no matter what skills or experience you have, what use will it be in the face of absolute strength? Simply analogizing the burst of chi and blood, this one is definitely 10,000 points. Lei Ji had a very sharp vision, and he came to the conclusion with just a casual estimate. But because he got the answer, he became even more terrified. 10,000 points of chi and blood burst out, which has reached the 4th level. Even though it's not as good as the full strength burst of a true 4th level warrior, but among the candidates of this and the 2nd levels, isn't that like walking sideways at will? Moreover, in the initial report, Jiang Daoyuan could only produce 553 chi and blood burst. In comparison, it has increased nearly 20 times. However, this method does not seem to be brought about by supernatural powers. He also sensed the state of Jiang Daoyuan's sword strike. The body was broken and torn, but it quickly recovered under the repair of thunder and lightning energy. The information shows that he has only practiced the most common lightning sword technique. It seems that this kid has some secrets. Lei Ji became happier. He is not afraid of geniuses having secrets. He just fears he has no talent. The better Jiang Daoyuan performs, the happier he will be. In recent years, the talent in the Human Federation has been greatly improved compared to 10 years ago. According to the Parliament, the increasing number of alien spaces has changed the environment on the planet, thus giving rise to more geniuses. But even in this environment, Jiang Daoyuan's performance is amazing enough. Thinking of this, Lei Ji wished that 10 or 8 years would pass immediately so that he could see Jiang Daoyuan become the strongest human being. He couldn't stop smiling and said, "Okay, Jiang Daoyuan, you are indeed a genius with SSS-level abilities. I don't have anything bad to say about this sword. I give it full marks. I look forward to the day when you become the strongest." Full marks. Fang Yang, who was planning to agree subconsciously, was suddenly startled. Since the joint military examination of the southwestern provinces began, no one has ever scored a perfect score. This happened not once or twice, but for more than 400 years. Even the former killer of ghosts and gods could not enjoy such treatment. Looking at the debris all over the ground, and the future strongest person mentioned by Shui Xiao, Fang Yang hesitated for a moment and followed closely. Just like that, a record that had never been created in the first place was created. Congratulations to the host for breaking the Southwest Province Martial Arts Examination record and obtaining achievement points * 2000. 2000 achievement points? You can only draw once now. Don't consider the lottery, it all depends on the realm. As for talents and characteristics, without the novice rewards, you can only draw randomly from D level to SSS level. This probability is probably more touching than the card drawing game. At this time, Jiang Daoyuan did not feel any joy at breaking the record, but was worried that the achievement points were not enough. Maybe I can save it 10 times and see if I can do 10 consecutive draws. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Jiang Daoyuan received a message. Only half the achievement points are needed for the first 10 draws? Is this really not a pay-to-win game? Jiang Daoyuan couldn't help but think, until I saw Jiang Daoyuan coming back. Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing didn't know what to say. They can accept that SSS-level Jiang Daoyuan is better than them. But isn't the gap now a little too big? Thousands of words finally turn into one sentence. Brother Yuan is invincible. Just for what you said, I'll treat you to a good meal. Jiang Daoyuan laughed. Just like that, amid countless surprises and shocks, the second level of beheading the god pillar finally came to an end. Jiang Daoyuan, the future strongest person as mentioned by Shui Xiao. Similar conversations are on everyone's lips. A genius like Meng Shintong, a murderous person like Zhao Yueguang. The brilliance of these two geniuses was completely overshadowed by Jiang Daoyuan alone. Jiang Daoyuan's name spread throughout this southwestern province, along with the filming of the martial arts exam. Blackwater City. This is the most unstable city among the 36 cities in the southwest. Due to various reasons, there is a mix of all kinds of people here. And at night, there is no law at all. Lower Town. In the dark house. On a square screen, news-like footage was being played. See you at Budo University. When the scene changes, Jiang Daoyuan appears, giving a speech at number 1 middle school and showing his prowess in the martial arts exam. Each segment can be clearly seen in the picture. The Supreme Lord has sent down a divine oracle. When the scene ended, a voice like chanting sounded in the darkness. Kill! Bang! The door was kicked open with great force. Light poured in from the gap. Along with the light came a dozen fully armed warriors. The Martial Arts Association is doing business. Outsiders, please stay away. A handsome man with blonde hair stood out from the crowd. When he saw the situation in the house, he smiled. It turned out to be a gutter rat. Kill him. Chapter 13 break through the second level in one breath. The same scene is happening in different places. The Martial Arts Association, whose full name is the Martial Arts Development Research and Security Assistance Association. It is the largest violent organization in the southwestern province. Responsible for stabilizing domestic security and maintaining public order, its main enemies are these so-called believers of evil gods. I say, Lao Wang, what do you think these people are trying to do? They want to believe in these vicious beasts. The blonde man exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the smashed snake statue, and complained. In the Western Army of Suppressing Demons, there are 4 generals who suppress the border, and their strength is even higher than those king-level beasts. Why don't they worship? Be careful with your words. Behind him, a middle-aged man glanced at the blonde man and said unhappily, there are a few more illegal churches to come. You still have the mood to chat with me here? Go and deal with them. Yes, I'll go right away. After stamping out the cigarette butt, the blonde man turned around and rushed out to engage in the next killing. The leader of this killing was none other than the one who was practicing Thunderbook. Now is the second day of the joint entrance examination. Today is a rest day. The third level of the examination will start on the 3rd day and end on the 4th day. It was at this time that Lei Ji issued orders directly to all 36 cities, just in case. Order the local martial arts association to clear out all illegal churches as quickly as possible. In an office in Yuana City, Lei Ji is processing official documents. As orders were given, a lot of information was transmitted back every moment. At the same time, he also needs to make careful adjustments. At this time, Secretary Xiao Li walked aside carefully, holding a communication device and said, it's a communication from General Zhang Tai. Zhang Taijing. Lei Ji paused while processing official documents, took the communication device and said, I understand. When Xiao Li stepped down, The communication equipment projected an illusory light curtain, in which a tall and heroic man with an aura as powerful as mountains and rivers appeared. Even through a screen, one can sense the profound and unfathomable artistic conception. This is not an illusion, but such a strong man can already convey his martial arts will through any medium. That person was none other than the leader of the 4 great generals in the Western Army that was responsible for suppressing demons. The king of the mountain, Zhang Taijing. He once entered a beast tide alone, slaughtered a king-level ferocious beast, and quelled the chaos. Only then was he allowed by the Federation to become a powerful king. After he proclaimed himself king, he has been commanding the Western Army to suppress demons, confronting many king-level ferocious beasts from abroad, and has never been defeated. Why? You're still going to give me a cold shoulder after borrowing my manpower? Zhang Taijing laughed. Lazy. With your personality, no wonder no one likes you. Go, let's get down to business. Lei Ji is not afraid of this mountain king. They are all warriors of the same era and have a close relationship. He knows that unless it is an important matter, this man would not contact him specifically. Where it suppresses, the breath, force fields, and wills of many powerful lives converge. In this case, simple projection dialogues like these consume a huge amount of resources. A new king-level beast has appeared on the battlefield. Zhang Taijing's face turned serious, and he blurted out a piece of big news that was enough to alarm the southwestern provinces. How is that possible? Lei Ji said in surprise. There are already 10 king-level beasts around the southwest battlefield. If one more comes, will they have enough territory to share? I don't know either, Zhang Taijing said bluntly. So in the next period of time, I am afraid that I can't send even one general to help you clean up the cult. It doesn't matter. This is your business. Lei Ji frowned. But this is just a small matter. It's not worth you telling me about it, right? There is indeed one more thing I need to ask of you. What's up? The appearance of a new king-level beast is probably not an accident. So I need you to report this matter to the federal parliament in the name of the southwestern province. It would be best to ask Counselor Tuesday. Zhang Daoyuan was naturally unaware of the turmoil in the upper echelons. He could only feel that the security in the examinee's dormitory today was much stricter than yesterday. Zhang Daoyuan didn't think too much about it. Today, he devoted himself to practice again with all his heart. And this day is also a day of complete transformation. Qi and blood have reached their limit. Using the SSS-Level supernatural power to absorb the energy from the Qi and blood pill is just like a whale swallowing and the sea sucking in. In the new day, he pushed his Qi and blood to the limit of the first level. 99.99. Just go a little higher, and you can break through the gap between 1 or 2 steps. To break the limit, you need the determination to move forward bravely and make progress. Even the simplest step of breaking through the second level from the first level is extremely difficult. It is necessary to impact and expand with Qi and blood. If it fails, there is a possibility of degeneration of Qi and blood. However, this kind of difficulty is nothing for an S-level genius, let alone Zhang Daoyuan. I saw him stand up and stretch. He broke through the limit easily, and the difficulty was not even as great as walking a few steps to eat. Qi and blood. 100. Level 2 done. 2 days ago, Zhang Daoyuan's Qi and blood were only 15. In just 2 days, the Qi and blood reached 100, directly surpassed Jin Xingyun, Su Qingqing, and others. Of course, if they also had Qi and blood pills, their current realm would probably not be much lower. This is the resource gap caused by talent. This gap will be even bigger when you are at Martial Arts University. Only when you condense your life force field, comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, and transform into the strongest body, will external resources be useless. Next, if you want to reach a higher realm so quickly, relying only on talent and Qi and blood pills, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Zhang Daoyuan looked inward and came to this conclusion. If I want to speed it up, I either need to rely on more advanced treasures or rely on the blood and energy gained from martial arts breakthroughs. But for me, Zhang Daoyuan looked at the achievement points on the panel and saw the lightning sword technique that had reached the maximum level. I can have them all. Martial arts, lightning sword technique, 9th level 12,000/12,000, infinite positive and negative extreme, first level 1205/10,000. The next moment, a sword technique appeared in the list. 9 cloud sword technique, level 11/120. This is the simplest D-level sword technique, and it is estimated that it can be mastered in less than a day. Although it brings little feedback on qi and blood, its efficiency is extremely high. After all, with his current mastery of swordsmanship, he couldn't use the infinite positive and negative extreme quickly enough. Anyway, practicing two sword techniques at the same time will not affect the progress. 102 days may seem scary, but it's not like that. For those strong men above level 5, their blood and energy start at 100,000, level 6 1 million, and level 7 10 million. 50 a day, that would take 2,000 days to become a 5th level warrior. Looking at it this way, it's still pretty scary indeed. Chapter 14. Hundreds of boats compete, fighting without limits. Of course, this does not take into account the blessings brought by the realm. For example, for an S-level genius, if he can train 1 chi and blood a day at the 1st level, then this value will only be higher at the 2nd level. Moreover, high school and college are completely different. That is the concentrated supply of resources from the entire human federation. For example, Cao Guanyang is a 6th-order strongman with B-level talent. Zhang Daiyuan himself has a B-level talent, and the amount of qi and blood he can train in a day is only a pitiful 0.1. Even this 0.1 requires all our efforts, otherwise it will not work. If it really keeps increasing by 0.1, then let alone level 6, I'm afraid Fang Yang won't even be able to reach level 3 when he dies of old age. In the history of the Human Federation, in the records of the 4 universities of Kunlun, Xingwu, Zhuxia, and Xingkong, the person with the fastest cultivation speed was a student of Kunlun University 200 years ago. He had an SSS-level talent, Devouring Heart. Relying on this talent, he pushed his qi and blood to 70 million in 10 years of college. Although he did not break through the 9th level and become one of the strongest humans until he died in battle, this record has never been broken. In total, this is nearly 20,000 qi and blood per day. 1 day of practice is equivalent to a 4th level warrior. If Zhang Daiyuan wants to compete with this person, then 50 days is not enough at all. So my goal in college is to break this record. I don't know if I will get any achievement points. Zhang Daiyuan chuckled. Practice in your spare time. He was also looking through the messages. As his talent was revealed, his authority was increased accordingly, and he could view more things. For example, 4 SSS-level abilities, when graduating from the 4 major powers, most of the energy and blood power actually only fluctuates between 10 million and 20 million. Like slaughtering ghosts and gods. When he took the martial arts test, he had just become a 3rd level warrior. When he graduated from Zhuxia University, the data disclosed also reached the average level, with qi and blood exceeding 10 million. SS level, as long as there are no accidents, can reach the 6th level. At the same time, there is also a part that can reach millions of blood and energy. A very small number of people can even be on par with SSS level, and at the time of graduation, they can barely break through the door of the 7th level. However, this is extremely rare and only occurs when there is no SSS level person in the same class. As for the S level, according to previous records, no matter whether they are from a first-class university or one of the 4 major ones, they can all reach the 5th level upon graduation. Looks like the success rate is high. But this is the product of hundreds of years of development and the concentration of countless resources by the Federation of all humanity. You should know that in the Federation, there are a total of 103 provinces, 7 chartered free states, and 9 self-circulating cities, with a total population of tens of billions. With such a large population, only a few elites are produced from so many martial arts universities every year. Compared to the 19 battlefields, the 5 major war zones need stronger men. It's so pitifully small. Otherwise, the Federation's grand strategy would not have been to defend without attacking. Time passes quietly during practice. When the sun rises in the east, it also announces the official start of the 3rd stage of the joint martial arts examination. It's still the same venue and the same examiner. However, there were a large number of candidates missing as they were all eliminated at the previous round. If I were still the same person as before, I would probably have to give up at the 2nd level. Behind Zhang Daiyuan were Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing. Their qi and blood have also made great progress compared to yesterday. Especially Jin Xingyun. You have broken through to the 2nd level? Zhang Daiyuan seemed to be asking, but he spoke with certainty. Yes, Brother Yuan really has a keen eye. He saw it at the first glance. Jin Xingyun gave a thumbs up. The quality of the beast meat here is too good. I originally had 99 points of qi and blood, and was only 1 step away from the 2nd stage. After eating a few big meals, I replenished my chi and blood. Then I practiced for a day. I didn't expect to succeed in one fell swoop. You did it! The scream came from Su Qingqing. That's not surprising. I'm not surprised, but without paying any attention to these two funny guys, Jiang Daoyuan withdrew his gaze. Genius is never something that can be expressed in words. Without persistent practice, even if you have talent, the final result will be to be mediocre like everyone else. He is working hard, and so are others. At a glance, those who can reach the third level, including Su Qingqing, are all a little better than the day before yesterday. But Jiang Daoyuan just sighed. Now, he is just waiting for the invitation from the three major organizations. After all, some people make progress by walking, some make progress by running, and some make progress by flying. In the monitoring room, there are now only a dozen admission specialists who have come from afar. The three major ones are Star University, Tsinghua University, and Jushe University. There are also 10 top-notch martial arts universities, including Xingyin, Qingkuan, Chunyang, Guangming, and Jinli. Their eyes swept over those famous geniuses from the southwestern provinces one by one. But the most eye-catching one is Jiang Daoyuan. The admissions director of a top university was very sensible and just took a look without any thoughts. Let alone SSS-Level. Even if it is SS-Level or even S-Level, as long as they can get into the Big Four, they will not consider the lower-class universities. Moreover, the three admissions directors of Star University, Tsinghua University, and Jushe University were all present. They didn't even dare to speak too loudly. This is not just a difference in status, but also a blatant difference in strength. Hong Yu from Star University, Tian Chuani from Tsinghua University, and Yu Renjie from Jushe University. These three are all powerful people who have been famous for a long time. Practicing martial arts can elevate your chi and blood. What becomes stronger is not only strength, but also longevity. I said you guys are not following the rules. Isn't that a bit bad? Yu Renjie from Jushe University looked old and dressed simply, but his eyes were sharp and his tone was firm. Haha, Mr. Yu is joking. Tian Chuani from Tsinghua University laughed and said, "What are the rules? Don't you think so, Brother Hong?" Good. Hong Yu nodded. The Federation is very large, and in order to allocate resources, each martial arts exam is conducted in batches. There are more than a dozen provinces in the southwestern part of the Federation, and their levels are roughly the same. Normally, there aren't many geniuses coming out of here, so people of a high status like the admissions director would go to a top province. In this session, there are a total of 7 SS-level people in the southwest. Although they are not as good as Meng Shintong, who has comprehended the life force field, and Zhao Yueguang, who has mixed superpowers. But because of the well-known problem, the only person who came here could be Yu Renjie. The other two companies are not at a disadvantage either, as one of them may even be able to gain 3 SS-level geniuses. But plans cannot keep up with changes, and the appearance of Jiang Daoyuan broke everything. In front of the SSS-Level, what rules, what tacit understanding just go away. Not to mention that old Qi Yu is 100 years older than them. Even if the president of Jushe University, a powerful king, came in person, they still grabbed it. Humph. I hope you guys can still be that tough by then. Yu Renjie was disdainful. Coming here was like going home for him. There's a quarrel upstairs. The third round of competition has also been announced below. Hundreds of boats competing. However, the specific project was far beyond everyone's expectations. It turned out not to be the usual ring battle. It's an actual unlimited fight. The venue is not in the Joint Martial Arts Examination venue, but in an abandoned town outside UNS City. In addition, there will be a large group of ferocious beasts in the abandoned town. At this moment, everyone was shocked and didn't know what this scholar was planning. In order to demonstrate your full capabilities, I declare that a large group of ferocious beasts will be released into this exam. Their levels are unknown. If the front is still shocking, now it's scary. The level is unknown, but it is a large group of ferocious beasts. Is this a military exam, or is it sending the candidates to die? Don't worry, during the exam, there will be examiners specifically responsible for the safety of the candidates. But let me say this in advance. The examiners are not gods. They are just human beings. In such actual combat, there is bound to be a possibility that rescue will not be possible in time, and it may even cause death. If you are afraid, it is not too late to quit now. Lei Ji's eyes swept over the remaining candidates one by one. This is, of course, just to scare them. If a warrior who has comprehended the life force field can't even look after some candidates, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? No one quits. Those who have made it this far are all extremely confident and want to show their potential and future among so many admissions directors. Okay, since no one has given up, I'll continue. The rules of this 100 boats race are that there are no rules. As long as you are the last one to leave the town, you will be first. In addition, there are rewards for this 100 boats competition. The rewards are divided into two parts. One is ranking, the other is points, and points are obtained by killing ferocious beasts. As Lei Ji finished speaking, the venue suddenly became lively. This is really shocking. If there are no rules, doesn't that mean that we can team up with each other, eliminate others first, and then decide the winner on our own side? Moreover, as long as we can form a team, what does the so-called ferocious beast matter? As for the reward, it was the first time in the history of the Southwestern Province. Although there is no name for the prize, Shuexiu is such a great man. How bad can the rewards he arranges be? With such thoughts in mind, many candidates' blood seemed to be burning and their eyes were blazing. Chapter 15. A thunderous sword kills the Wolf King. Ferocious beasts fighting good, this is exactly what I want. Bai Xinghe, who had been badly beaten to a pulp by Jiang Duan's horrific attack the day before yesterday, no longer wanted to think about anything else. He just wanted to get 4th place and be done with it, but the new competition announced by Lei Ji opened his eyes. Such a competition can fully magnify all his advantages. Compared to these spoiled ones, my 2 years of experience in bloody battles is definitely not fake. Maybe I still can't deal with Jiang Daoyuan, but those two, maybe I can give it a try? As someone who has experienced this, he knows that ferocious beasts may look unintelligent, but their fighting instincts are extremely terrifying. Not some ignorant beast. He is not the only one who holds this idea. Those who came from Annan City or had experience fighting ferocious beasts all felt that this kind of competition would be more helpful to them. Even those who have no combat experience are already thinking about how to form a team and how to unite. Brother Yuan. Jiang Daoyuan turned around and saw Su Qingqing looking at him eagerly and said, "Do we in Yuna City want to?" Don't think about it. This competition seems to have no rules, but there is no way you can really get a large group of people to unite. When Jiang Daoyuan went to ask about martial arts yesterday, he also got information about the new exam from Lei Ji. Let me put it this way. If you can meet the other candidates, then your ability has actually exceeded your original scope. After a pause, Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, "In short, this is a comprehensive test of your abilities. Compared to the directness of a ring battle, this can indeed inspire most of your true conditions." Outside Yuna City, an abandoned town, when the remaining candidates came here, they realized how outrageous their previous mistakes were. This so-called small town is so huge that it is frightening. The roars coming from inside from time to time poured cold water on some candidates. And when they saw the fighter planes and the parachutes, they realized that the way to get in was to jump one person at a time. The location is arranged by the examiner. The terrain was unknown, there was no one around, and there were ferocious beasts nearby, which made the situation even colder. When he got here, Lei Ji didn't waste any more time and directly arranged for the fighter planes to take off. For a moment, the sky was filled with what looked like parachutes. Jiang Daoyuan controlled the parachute and, as expected, it landed at the designated location. A second-level beast? A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. Sensing the level of the surrounding beasts, Jiang Daoyuan chuckled and walked out of the safe place without even taking out his sword. As he walked, traces of lightning and electricity emanated from his body, continuously, as if his body had turned into a forbidden zone. Wolf! There were bloody wolves everywhere. When Jiang Daoyuan walked out of the safe zone, he saw a large group of blood wolves on the dilapidated street. Each of these blood wolves was extremely strong, with red and bloodthirsty eyes, and they immediately stared at Jiang Daoyuan. However, Jiang Duan's gaze was not on these blood wolves, but on the blood wolf king among the blood wolves, which was 2 times larger than the other blood wolves. A 3rd-level beast king leading a group of 2nd-level beasts? This scene was captured by the camera and transmitted to the spectators. This time, not only the principals and admissions directors were watching. Instead, it is the largest live broadcast facing the entire Southwestern Province. But compared to here, the broadcasted footage can only show what is happening in the main camera. Not only Jiang Daoyuan, but every candidate was clearly visible on the screen. Every candidate is born at a different place and faces different levels of ferocious beasts. For example, Meng Shintong is just a 3rd-level ferocious beast without a herd. Bai Xinghe is just a 2nd-level beast group. Obviously, The positions are allocated according to the ranking of the previous level. However, most of the audience's attention was focused on Jiang Daoyuan. They wanted to see how Jiang Daoyuan would perform when facing the ferocious beast, not even whether he could win. Jiang Daoyuan's performance not only did not disappoint them, but instead shocked them. You know, a blood and chi burst of 553 is already equivalent to some second-level ferocious beasts. After all, the strength of ferocious beasts is far inferior to that of humans. The strength of the ferocious beasts depends on the race of the beasts. With Jiang Daoyuan's strength at that time, he was able to deal with a second-order ferocious beast, let alone now. All I saw was flashes of lightning. There was no sword technique involved, and no operation was required. Jiang Daoyuan walked like this, and wherever he passed, there would be thunder explosions, accompanied by the death of a second-level blood wolf. Ouch! The blood wolf king howled when it saw Jiang Daoyuan. A pair of wolf eyes, full of murderous intent. But no matter how many blood wolves fought, they could not cross the line. As long as they rush into the restricted area composed of thunder and electric energy, no matter how strong or cunning they are, as long as they cannot withstand the impact of the thunder and electric energy, they will become a scorched wolf without Jiang Daoyuan's help. Whoa! The howl turned into a low whimper. Seeing that Jiang Daoyuan was invincible, the blood wolf king obviously got scared. "Want to run?" Jiang Daoyuan snorted coldly, raised his foot, and stepped on the ground. The terrifying electric energy pushed his body forward like a cannonball, shooting straight towards the blood wolf king. As the electric current roared, the thunder became even more violent. The blood wolf king's pupils shrank and his mouth opened. A blood bead the size of a human head condensed and then spurted out, heading towards Jiang Daoyuan. Too slow. But at such a slow speed, how can I keep up with Jiang Daoyuan's movements? Thunder and lightning are synonymous with speed. However, Jiang Daoyuan, who was shrouded in thunder and lightning, was far less fast than real thunder and lightning. Its speed is far beyond that of the Blood Wolf King. His figure was still in the air, and with a loud bang, a flash of lightning exploded and his speed increased again. In the eyes of the Blood Wolf King, Jiang Daoyuan's figure completely disappeared from its sight. The fighting instinct caused a layer of blood light to suddenly appear on the Blood Wolf King's body, and the blood light was like a protective shield covering it. Boom! Thunder suddenly rose. The divine weapon swung and slashed. Jiang Daoyuan appeared above the Blood Wolf King and attacked without any hesitation. The terrifying thunder surged, and the power of the Thunder Lord pushed the thundercloud's sword to slash down at the blood light. Swish! The electric energy raged, penetrating through the blood-colored shield and splitting the Blood Wolf King into two. Boom! After beheading the Blood Wolf King, the terrifying force continued to strike the dilapidated road with unabated force. With the rumbling sound, the already dilapidated streets became even more dilapidated. Jiang Daoyuan did not stop. He flashed and disappeared on the spot. And at the place where he just disappeared, the broken body of the Blood Wolf King fell to the ground with a loud bang. Oh shit! Fuck! Is this little brother so fierce? And this scene happens to be the main shot. Chapter 16. First in points, the ferocious beast crocodile dragon. Countless viewers watching in front of the TV were shocked. It can be said that everyone in the Human Federation practices martial arts, and the widespread popularization of martial arts education has meant that anyone who can watch TV, no matter what, is a martial artist. And any warrior can see that Jiang Daoyuan's battle against the group of Blood Wolf Kings was a completely one-sided massacre. Most importantly, Jiang Daoyuan's image is much less well-known than Meng Shintong and others who have always been at the top, so the contrast is naturally huge. It was at this moment that countless viewers flocked to the internet in the southwestern province to look for relevant information. In this era, the Human Federation seems to be extremely prosperous, but in fact it is in a precarious situation. Therefore, the propaganda under this background is the worship of warriors, which is used to encourage humans throughout the Federation to practice martial arts. Isn't this speed exaggerated? Admissions directors were also talking in front of a screen outside the town. They have excellent eyesight and can draw a rough conclusion even through the screen. In addition to chi and blood, each level of warriors is naturally divided into different levels with special data to support their classification. And now, Jiang Daoyuan is showing the data now. Speed at least 2,000. Strength at least 1,000. This is not a water-filled instrument. He is a normal warrior who practices normal martial arts and possesses normal supernatural data. This is normal. He has already broken through to the second level. With the chi and blood feedback ability, plus the Thundercloud Sword, it is normal for his strength to increase like this. Yu Renjie commented. The only surprising thing is his control over his own abilities. He doesn't seem like a novice at all. Mr. Yu, his original talent is related to thunder and lightning, so it is normal for them to accumulate experience from each other. Hong Yu from Starry Sky University continued. I am curious, how much strength did he use in this sword? Compared to how much strength? Tianchuani smiled and said, I would rather know how impressive his move will be after reaching the second stage. That sword was naturally the one that blew up the Divine Pillar. There will be a chance. A voice was heard, and the admission directors turned around to see who else could it be but Lei Ji. Thundermaster. The admissions directors all stood up and greeted them. Teacher. Lei Ji greeted everyone one by one, but stopped at Yu Renjie's place. When he was studying at Zhuxia University, his tutor was Yu Renjie, who was also young at that time. The opportunity you're talking about, isn't it that you released a 4th-level beast into this town? Yu Renjie was an experienced man and could guess at a glance what his former student was planning. The teacher has a sharp eye. Lei Ji directly admitted. In the center of the town, there is an adult crocodile dragon. Crocodile dragon, a race far more powerful than the blood wolves. Its adult form is equivalent to a human warrior with a chi and blood level of about 9,000. Some powerful individuals can surpass 9,000 and reach 10,000 points of chi and health. That is the stage from 3rd to 4th stage. The most important thing is that the crocodile dragon is too huge. At the same level, a ferocious beast like the blood wolf is not qualified to fight against the crocodile dragon. In the Federation's catalog of ferocious beasts, the hunting advice for the crocodile dragon is a full 10,000 points. A warrior of this level can be a teacher in any of the southwestern high schools, except for a few top high schools. But now, he was thrown into the martial arts examination where the highest level was only a 2nd-level warrior? Is this an exam or a cafeteria prepared for crocodile dragons? Although that sword was terrifying, the crocodile dragon was no wooden stake, and its huge size brought it even more vigorous vitality. If the same force hits it, it may not be a fatal blow. I say, if you want to show off, you don't have to work so hard. You don't have to go on stage, but you're just going to kill these candidates, right? Yu Renjie blew his beard and glared. You kid couldn't even kill a crocodile dragon in your first year of college. What are you talking about? Lei Ji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before he entered Zhuxia University, he indeed couldn't kill the crocodile dragon. But after a year, he still couldn't kill it. That meant that the resources and environment of Zhuxia University were wasted. This was Jiang Dayuan's own request. He felt that the previous ring battle could not pose any threat to him, nor was it a challenge, and could not demonstrate his strength, so I arranged today's town trial. Jiang Dayuan asked for it himself. This shocked even the most experienced admissions directors. They have seen too many talented people in the Human Federation. But no matter how talented they are, the time to truly shine is during college. After all, even if one has natural abilities, they still need to be developed. They are not the most powerful state as soon as they are acquired. Only through the training of universities can the full potential of these geniuses be fully stimulated. This is the difference brought by various aspects. He said this. Lei Ji said without any surprise. He will only go to the university that can provide him with the best and the most, so he must show his strongest performance. This is what Jiang Dayuan said. You can't wait. Yu Renjie's eyes suddenly focused. Didn't I ask you to do your homework? Why do you need to compare resources and treatment? Lei Ji smiled but said nothing. This also gave Tianchuan, Yi, and Hong Yu new hope. Time flies. Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and others broke through the ferocious beasts that they had identified at the beginning and began to sweep away the ferocious beasts on a large scale. In the broadcast screen, there is also a live updated standings. A first-level ferocious beast is worth 1 point. The second-level beast is worth 10 points. And so on. 10th place, Chao Su from Yinhai City, 49 points. 9th place, Qian Zhaoxin from Yaoan City, 54 points. 8th place, Ning Xian from Meteor City, 55 points. 7th place, Yin Changkong from Mingda City, 55 points. 6th place, Wang Daoxing from Luqing, 60 points. 5th place, Jin Xingyun from Yuana City, 61 points. 4th place, Bai Xinghe from Annan City, 135 points. 3rd place, Meng Shintong from Yinhai City, 216 points. 2nd place, Zhao Yueguang from Qingping City, 237 points. It can be seen that the three geniuses from the southwestern province almost crushed the candidates below, especially Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang. They simply killed their way through and were unmatched. Except for the third-level ferocious beasts, which require some effort, the second-level ferocious beasts can all be killed instantly. Further down, there are the S-level geniuses who broke through to the second level yesterday. However, the outstanding performers were the candidates from Annan City. All of them had experience in fighting ferocious beasts, and some of them even surpassed the S-level geniuses who had not yet made a breakthrough. But whether in front of the TV or outside the town, the focus of all attention is only one person. That is Jiang Daoyuan, who is now at the top of the points table and has absolutely crushed all the candidates below him, including the three geniuses. His score has reached an astonishing 1530 points. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Beast. Moreover, this score continues to soar. The shock that countless viewers felt at the beginning has turned into numbness. Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang killed the second-level ferocious beasts in seconds. They needed to accumulate physical strength to maintain their ranking, so they generally would not fight as long as there were a large number of third-level ferocious beasts. However, Jiang Daoyuan killed a third-level ferocious beast in seconds. Any third-level ferocious beasts like blood wolves, fire snakes, and wild gorillas would be killed as long as they encountered him. That is a sword of thunder, instantly killing. But soon, the audience in front of the TV opened their mouths again. During the broadcast, a huge monster appeared in the camera. Oh my God, such a big deal. Oh my God. It is 4 or 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters long, with strong and powerful limbs, and its scales are pitch black, making it look ferocious and terrifying. It could leave deep cracks on the ground. As it roared, it revealed its sharp teeth that were strong enough to pierce through steel. This huge creature is none other than the ferocious crocodile dragon. It does not have the supernatural powers of ferocious beasts like the blood wolf, but it was as sharp as the teeth of a third-tier divine weapon, and as strong as the scales of a third-tier divine weapon, coupled with its terrifying and vigorous vitality, and its terrifying recovery ability. It is simply a nightmare for warriors with insufficient lethality. Moreover, some knowledgeable viewers have already seen that this thing is probably an elite among crocodile dragons, one of the very few crocodile dragons that have reached the 4th level. Such a ferocious beast was actually released into the college entrance examination. How strong are the candidates in this year? This is a question that countless people have. They are all ordinary 3rd-level beasts, and their HP is probably just over 1,000. Jiang Daoyuan strolled leisurely in the garden. There was not a trace of blood on that combat uniform. It doesn't feel like a dangerous town full of ferocious beasts at all, but rather like a spring outing in the suburbs, extremely pleasant. But within 10 steps, with one sword strike, there will be a dead level 3 ferocious beast. Suddenly, Jiang Daoyuan discovered something was wrong. According to his experience since the safe zone, there was a level 3 beast on every street, but now, with his thunder perception, there was no one. The killing is over. Jiang Daoyuan stopped and looked around. Or have we reached the center of town? He was the one who made the suggestion, and he certainly knew that there would be tests waiting for him. I just don't know what it is exactly. Then go and have a look. Jiang Daoyuan's heart moved. No matter what it is, it can only become a stepping stone for him, unless Lei Ji goes crazy and carries out the 5th level ferocious beast. Thinking of this, he took a step and walked forward. Look, Jiang Daoyuan is heading towards the crocodile dragon. Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang are also heading in this direction. Are they in sync? Telepathy? I don't think so, because they all guessed that there would be a boss in the center of the town. But in my opinion, Goddess Zhao's goal is probably not to defeat the boss, but to defeat Jiang Daoyuan. Hit God Jiang. Is she worthy of it? What the hell? A 2nd-level warrior and a Jiang Shen. Why don't you just go and die? If anyone is going to die, you should die first. Everyone be quiet. Zhao Yueguang alone is no match for us. We still have Meng Shintong. This exam does not prohibit teaming up. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, are a perfect match. Fuck you. In the illegal live broadcast room, the live broadcast footage is being played. Some audience members speak freely here without any scruples. See it from their perspective. It is obvious that this town has a circular layout. From inside to outside, the levels of the ferocious beasts released are from low to high, and the same is true for the candidates. The one in the center is the crocodile dragon. Jiang Dayuan's position is a little deeper than the other two, but he killed his way forward while the other two fought and avoided from time to time, and Jiang Dayuan looked like he was on a spring outing in the suburbs. This also meant that the three of them would meet in the center of the town at about the same time. Jiang Daoyuan. Zhao Yueguang held the elemental magic weapon in her hand. Her pupils slightly contracted, like the appearance of a frosty moon. This was the effect of her supernatural power, which gave her high dynamic vision. Not only that, with the help of her special powers, the sounds she can hear are also high frequency and amplitude. Even in the most extreme combat state, she can still clearly hear all the movements within 100 meters around her. SS-level supernatural powers can be said to be extremely comprehensive and have few weaknesses. However, this almighty power was unable to calm Zhao Yueguang down, because this represents SSS-level supernatural powers, which will only be more powerful than her. But no matter how powerful you are, it doesn't mean you don't have a chance. After 10 years in college, Jiang Daoyuan is destined to become stronger even faster than her. At that time, my chi and blood were not as good as mine, my talent was not as good as mine, and maybe even my background was not as good as mine, so there was no need to even compare. Only now, if he sees the opportunity while his own energy and blood were still overwhelming, he might even be able to defeat an SSS-level person in a joint martial arts exam. As long as you don't let him use that move. Zhao Yueguang's beautiful eyes were cold, her steps were nimble, and she avoided a third-level ferocious beast without making a sound. With Zhao Yueguang's personality, he would never give up without a reason. Meng Shintong is surrounded by a life force field. As for why he felt that way, it was because he felt the same way. No matter how strong Jiang Daoyuan is, if he surrenders without even fighting, then what's the point of practicing martial arts and being a genius? Meng Shintong, who has always been elegant and gentle. At this moment, there is a sense of madness. That is the madness for victory. Town center. There is a huge pool here, connecting the four directions of the road. In the center of the pool, the crocodile dragon that was resting suddenly puffed up its throat and made a low, thunderous roar, causing splashes of water. This is its territory. But now, 3 lives are about to break in. A hint of rage flashed in its eyes, and it immediately glanced towards Jiang Duan's position. Among the 3 life forms, only this one has the lowest life energy. Even these life forms are nothing in the eyes of the crocodile dragon. But the beast's genetic instinct still requires it to kill the weakest one first. Roar! A low roar like thunder came from the crocodile dragon's throat. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. At the moment the ripples spread, the air around them seemed to be compressed into liquid. Boom! The next moment, the crocodile dragon shot out like a cannonball. The huge reaction force caused a loud explosion in the pool. This is the speed of a 4th-order ferocious beast, combined with its huge size. It is hard to imagine how a candidate, who is a 2nd-level warrior, can stop such a monster. When those people's barrage of comments were just sent out, "It's moving, it's moving!" The crocodile dragon is heading towards Jiang Daoyuan. The huge crocodile dragon had already pounced to where Jiang Daoyuan was. Chapter 18 Thunder Strikes and Natural Disaster Strikes. When the crocodile dragon appeared in front of Jiang Daoyuan, the sound of the giant beast galloping finally came over. Boom, 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 boom. There were terrible loud noises like bomb explosions. Under the tremendous pressure, the street ground was shaking and breaking. The strong ups and downs even caused the surrounding dilapidated buildings to tremble. Even at the most extreme point, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer was heaving, as if a small earthquake had occurred. This is the horror of a 4th-order beast. Few 2nd-level warriors would think that they could survive the attack of such a monster. If it weren't for the high-definition camera, they wouldn't even be able to see the crocodile dragon clearly. So what about Jiang Daoyuan, who was the first to be affected? Countless viewers realized this problem at this moment. Jiang Daoyuan, this SSS-level genius. Is he going to die in the joint martial arts exam? Will he still have time to strike out with that terrifying sword? They didn't even have time to type the barrage of comments and could only change their thoughts in their minds. In front of the screen, the faces of many principals changed. The demons and monsters in the dark have begun to become happy and excited. Even several admissions directors, including Yu Renjia, looked at him intently. However, Lei Ji was unhurried, with a calm smile on his face. No one can believe in Jiang Daoyuan's talent and strength more than he does now. Just watch. Watch a genius who is destined to become the strongest, shining his light again at this moment. Crocodile Dragon. Jiang Duan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Boom! In the thunder pool within the body, the nearly endless thunder and electrical energy was boiling and surging like a tsunami. The next moment, a dazzling bright lightning suddenly burst out from outside Jiang Dayuan's body. Unparalleled lightning radiation and terrifying electric energy surges. It seemed as if the entire world had turned into a field of thunder and lightning. If there were no force field airflow, those fifth-level warriors would think that Jiang Daoyuan had comprehended the life force field. Just as the thunder was roaring, Jiang Daoyuan moved his wrist slightly, and the thundercloud sword was already in his hand. And now, only 0.5 seconds have passed. The entire power of thunder was under Jiang Daoyuan's control and turned into a huge driving force, pushing his body, accompanied by a series of air explosions. It was as if he was flying. No, not as if, but it really flew. The crocodile dragon's vertical eyes have caught up with Jiang Daoyuan's speed, but its body speed is far behind. Jiang Daoyuan's figure appeared like a flash of lightning in the strong wind. Below him, a huge black shadow swept across, as if tearing the entire block in half. Then, smoke and dust rose up in the sky. At this time, a complete second has just passed. So a wonderful scene appeared in the camera. In the sky, there were thunders and lightnings everywhere, and there was a young man holding a sword. Amidst the ruins and rubble, a crocodile dragon roared towards the sky. Wow! Oh my God! Oh my God! The comments in the broadcast room have gone completely crazy. This scene simply challenges their cognition. You knew that a long time ago? Renjie was a little shocked. Flying has always been the dream of mankind. Apart from the ability to fly, most warriors can only fly freely in the sky after reaching the 5th level and comprehending and opening up the life force field. Or some geniuses have realized the life force field in advance. But that also requires huge energy and blood to support it. Just like Meng Shintong, he definitely can't fly. But now, Jiang Daoyuan clearly did not comprehend the life force field, but only relied on the thunder power to get rid of gravity and fly directly. How could Renjie not be shocked? I just found out about this yesterday, too. Lei Ji smiled and said that the outcome of the battle was actually already determined from now on. A guy who couldn't fly was facing a guy who could fly. The initiative is always in the hands of the guy who can fly. That's Jiang Daoyuan. Not just outside. Inside, Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, who had just stepped into the center, also saw Jiang Daoyuan in the sky. Under the shining sun, there was a figure surrounded by endless thunder, destined to become the memory of countless people. Lei Ji is in trouble. This is the name Jiang Daoyuan gave to his current state. This is a method developed based on the Thunder Lord. Yesterday, he asked Lei Ji about the information about the life force field. As a result, he accidentally developed the Thunder Body state, relying on the electric energy in the Thunder Pool. In this state, his speed can reach subsonic speed. This is a speed that many 4th-level warriors do not have. The price to pay is that the electric energy in the Thunder Pool is decreasing madly every second. 1 minute. Putting aside the infinite positive and negative poles, that's only 30 seconds. Sensing the state of the Thunder Pool, Jiang Daoyuan made a judgment. But that's enough. The infinite positive and negative extremes that are unlike any human swordsmanship were used by Jiang Daoyuan, although there is no sacred pillar here. But the large number of houses and the endless and heavy earth can also provide massive power. Booz, booz, booz. When the power of those materials was absorbed and mobilized by Jiang Daoyuan, the water within a 1,000-meter radius was strangely rising slowly. Not only water, but also small objects such as gravel seemed to have lost gravity and floated up at this moment. This is because their material strength was all absorbed by Jiang Daoyuan. As for why the divine pillar did not change, that was not something he could know. When this power accumulated to the extreme, Jiang Daoyuan suddenly descended and swung the thundercloud sword. The next moment, it was like a complete volcanic flood eruption. The terrifying and extremely dazzling electric light, accompanied by endless power, appeared with a bang. The airwaves roared like thousands of wind dragons. The terrifying force was endless and surging, sweeping towards the crocodile dragon on the ground. Roar! The crocodile dragon roared. Its instinct urged it to escape, but its bloodthirsty genes made it swing its saw-like tail without thinking, bursting the air. But does it work? The answer is no. Last time, Zhang Daoyuan only mobilized a quarter of the electricity, but now it's more than half, plus his own strength, the power of Lei Ji's body. And after breaking through the second level, he controlled the power of the Thundercloud Sword. For major forces combined. How horrible is this? Boom! Snap! When the kinetic energy of lightning transformed from this terrifying sword touched the crocodile dragon, a huge and terrifying air wave suddenly burst out with the crocodile dragon as the center. The ground around was cracked with dense cracks, spreading like a spider web. Houses collapsed one after another, and the earth shook. It was like a natural disaster. And in the center of the air wave, all matter, including the crocodile dragon, was twisted and shattered under the light of thunder. Even with a body comparable to that of a third-rank divine weapon, it is simply unable to withstand the force of thousands or tens of thousands of tons, as well as the vast and infinite thunder and electrical energy. In the moment of contact, it's like paper. It breaks at the slightest touch. Chapter 19. Bullying the weak and turning against Tian Gang. What a horrifying scene this is. The thunder penetrated the earth and spread hundreds of meters away before gradually stopping. But a huge, deep pit had already been plowed out on the ground. As for the crocodile dragon, there was no trace of his body left, and even his blood was evaporated by the lightning energy, not a drop left. Above the deep pit, Zhang Daoyuan was surrounded by countless thunder and lightning, supporting him and preventing him from touching the ground. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people, he, holding the thundercloud sword, looked like the legendary young swordsman. Even through the screen, through the camera, some warriors felt that Zhang Daoyuan's eyes seemed to be fixed on them. This is, of course, just an illusion, but it is enough to show how amazing Zhang Daoyuan's performance is now. Is this true or false? Meng Shintong's fighting enthusiasm was instantly cleared as this scene happened. He couldn't imagine that such a devastating sword, comparable to a natural disaster, actually came from Zhang Daoyuan's hand. How can this be compared? What can I compare it with? Who loses faster, yourself or Zhao Yueguang? Zhao Yueguang also fell silent. She had never thought that Zhang Daoyuan actually possessed such a powerful and terrifying offensive power. The time he slashed the God Pillar, he didn't even use his full strength. How powerful is this attack? 15,000? 20,000? Admissions directors and many principals also lament this. It's just that they have the most accurate first-hand data. More than 23,000 chi and blood burst out. Is this still a human? A principal from a remote city was completely paralyzed. If he didn't try his best, this move could have directly hurt him. What's more, this guy can fly? Even if these fourth-level principals reach their limits, they cannot fly at all and can only jump around. His speed in this state is already close to the speed of sound. In other words, as long as he wants, most fourth-level warriors, as long as their abilities cannot reach the air, will not be able to have any effect on him. Another principal said, "It's only been a few days. If he really enters the university and practices in the environment there, it won't take long for him to maintain this state. After graduation, I'm afraid it will be just as Master Shueisho said, that our human federation will have another powerful person." Not bad. Congratulations, Lao Gu. Gu Chongji was stunned by the congratulations. But no matter how confused he was, it did not hinder his joy. A document has been issued, ordering him to report to the provincial capital before the next school term starts. It is obvious that if one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. This Zhang Daoyuan, I've decided to take him to Zhuxia University. For admissions directors, things are much simpler and more direct. Yu Renjie was like an old general on the battlefield, commanding Fang Zun with the courage and determination of a tiger. No one can stop me from saying this. Naturally, Hong Yu and Tian Chuani could not say anything harsh to their old senior. However, their communication equipment has already transmitted all the information here back, and passed on Zhang Daoyuan's words exactly as they were. The dispute over Zhang Daoyuan's ownership became completely intense from that moment on. And in the southwestern province, on major forums, there are hundreds of posts about Zhang Daoyuan every second. This is even more sensational than the biggest star. The titles are more terrifying than each other. Things like God Zhang has come, and all mortals are bowing down on their knees, and God Zhang is the most handsome and invincible. The whole article is full of boasting, flattery, and lavish praise. Things like my opinion on God Zhang's supernatural powers and data analysis on Zhang Daoyuan's sword seem to be posts of analysis and discussion. But when you click on them, They are still boasting and flattery. On the contrary, the comments in the live broadcast room were somewhat rational, discussing the specific situation of Jiang Daoyuan's sword. The only problem is that these topics will be diverted to other places because of some people. Wow, Jiang Daoyuan has set a record that has never been seen in the Southwest province. A sweet female voice reported, "Let's take a look at the latest score." We can see that Jiang Daoyuan has a high score of 2,966, far ahead of the other candidates. Wait, what is Jiang Daoyuan going to do? The picture suddenly zoomed in. It can be seen that Jiang Daoyuan's gaze has shifted from the place where the crocodile dragon died to another place. There. This is exactly the direction where Zhao Yueguang and Meng Shintong are. Is this going to be a showdown between the geniuses? You're just putting on a show. Look at that crocodile dragon whose body is completely gone. Your goddess Zhao is so shocked that she can't keep her expression. Only seen on the screen. Thunder exploded. Jiang Daoyuan's figure has appeared at the center point between the two, about 200 meters away from either Meng Shintong or Zhao Yueguang. Considering the speed Jiang Daoyuan had shown before, this distance was already a very dangerous distance. Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang were like rabbits seeing a tiger, with an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts. Subconsciously, Meng Shintong has unfolded his life force field, and countless illusory air currents appeared in front of him. Coupled with the blessing of the immortal barrier and special body-refining boxing techniques, his defense can be said to be top-notch among all the second-level warriors in history. However, such terrifying defensive power could not bring him a sense of security when facing Jiang Daoyuan's gaze. Zhao Yueguang felt the same way. Even though they knew that Jiang Daoyuan could not really kill them, the terrifying aura that brought in the power to kill the crocodile dragon was enough to shock these two geniuses. "You guys, are you here to challenge me?" There was a strange golden light flashing in Jiang Daoyuan's eyes. He did not wait for the two to answer, but continued. "But now, yes or no is not important. 3 seconds." 3 seconds? What 3 seconds? Not only the audience in front of the TV were puzzled, but Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang were also puzzled. But the next moment, they knew. 3 seconds to finish you off. Use all your skills. Don't worry, I won't use that trick again. The thunder sword in Jiang Daoyuan's hand shook, and the surrounding air immediately made a sharp friction whistling sound. "I'll give you 1 minute to prepare. Don't accuse me of bullying the weak." As the future strongest man mentioned by Lei Ji, Jiang Daoyuan feels that he should have some demeanor of a strong man. It's just the demeanor of a strong man. To others, it sounds arrogant and even insulting. Bullying the weak? If a person's qi and blood is just over 100, he should aim for more than 700 or 800. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. But combined with Jiang Daoyuan's previous behavior, everything made sense. Let's not talk about those crazy comments for now. In front of the screen, even Yu Renjia laughed. "Good boy, it's obvious that he can't use it anymore, but he said it as if he didn't want to use it. But I want to know, how can he kill Meng Shintong and the other two in 3 seconds with such a huge consumption?" But even if there is no 3-second defeat, it will not affect the three major people's evaluation of Jiang Daoyuan at all, because the previous blow has proved everything. Chapter 20 Supersonic, defeating the genius in 3 seconds. Defeat in 3 seconds. 1 minute for you to get ready. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Meng Shintong's heart. His pupils suddenly contracted, as if he was about to say something. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. But his gaze turned firm. Now, it's not a question of whether he wants to fight or not, but Jiang Daoyuan is forcing them to fight. With Zhao Yueguang and I working together, without that trick, even if his speed reaches subsonic, we still have a chance. The most important thing is that his consumption must be considerable. Meng Shintong has a thorough understanding of everything and can analyze victory or defeat. Jiang Daoyuan, what you mean by not using it? I'm afraid you can't use it anymore, right? Zhao Yueguang thought so too. She also had a deep understanding of SSS. If such a perverted move was a martial art, it would consume a huge amount of blood. If it was a superpower, it would also consume a huge amount of superpower power. The only response to her was silence. Zhao Yueguang couldn't help but feel angry. "You are so arrogant. Do you really think that without that trick, you can defeat the two of us working together?" This can be said to be the common thought of most people who witnessed this scene. No one would believe that kind of power if it had not been consumed. So, can Jiang Daoyuan's remaining strength support him to defeat Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang? This is still a question that countless viewers have. However, Jiang Daoyuan remained silent about Zhao Yueguang's words. The moonlight is chilly and the frost is biting. Zhao Yueguang also realized that words were useless, so he adjusted himself and maximized the power of the elemental weapon. Even though they had already made up their minds to join forces to deal with Jiang Daoyuan, their genius pride still prevented them from standing together directly, and instead they all stayed where they were, preparing. Moonlight, frost, heavy sacred mountains, thunder, and lightning. The three elemental powers each occupied one side, forming a huge oppression, shaking the ground and destroying buildings. As time goes by, countless audiences felt their hearts in their throats. This is destined to be the most exciting battle in the joint martial arts examination of the southwestern provinces in the past 100 years. An SSS-level genius versus two SS-level geniuses. Who wins and who loses? And this extremely long minute, under such circumstances, finally came to an end. When the last second passed, Jiang Daoyuan moved. 1 minute means 1 minute. Not 1 second more, not 1 second less. His thunder body could be turned on and off at will, but there were only 10 seconds left. 3 seconds to take care of 2 people, and the remaining 7 seconds to prevent accidents is enough. What is the speed of sound in air? About 340 meters per second. And what is Jiang Daoyuan's speed? 250 meters per second. These are the specific data he displayed in the battle against the crocodile dragon. Is this Jiang Daoyuan's limit? Of course not. There is no more oppression of infinite positive and negative extremes. His speed can increase again. Even if they don't ascend, the distance between the three of them is about 200 meters. 2 seconds is enough time for Jiang Daoyuan to kill him back and forth. And such a speed does not even require accumulation, but rather a direct explosion. As for defeating both of them, the remaining 1 second is enough. This is not Jiang Daoyuan's confidence, but affirmation. Boom! With one movement, the surging air waves turned into a layer of transparent ripples, spreading in all directions. And Jiang Daoyuan's body, under the huge kinetic energy, flew out in an instant. Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, at the moment Jiang Daoyuan moved. They also moved, wanted to join together, one attacking and one defending, to defeat Jiang Daoyuan. It's just that their final speed might not be bad, but their initial speed was far inferior to Jiang Daoyuan's movements. 0.8 seconds. Zhao Yueguang had just run 30 meters. The terrifying sonic boom has already spread. She opened her eyes wide. In her sight, Jiang Daoyuan's figure was becoming increasingly blurred, like a falling star. The breath of thunder was captured by her bit by bit. Meng Shintong, who was farther away, had his pupils slightly contracting and dilating, and his posture was extremely strange, as if it was in slow motion. This is not slow. But Jiang Daoyuan's speed has surpassed the reactions of the two. In his eyes, these people are in slow motion. Boom! Thunder shattered the moon frost. Jiang Daoyuan was like a person in a deserted place. A flash of lightning. The long sword swung. The mighty thunder stirred up the perfect level of lightning swordsmanship. Just like Jiang Daoyuan said, if you don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. To solve the problem for you, why do I need infinite positive and negative extremes? First there was the lightning energy, then the sword energy. The sword was already pointing towards Zhao Yueguang's chest. The force above will break through the air barrier and explode in Zhao Yueguang's chest after 1 second. 1 second. It was not until now that Zhao Yueguang finally reacted. Jiang Daoyuan had already killed her. She only felt a terrifying force rushing towards her. An endless thunder filled her vision. This speed, instinctively, he swung the elemental weapon in his hand to meet the attack from Jiang Daoyuan. But Jiang Daoyuan no longer looks at it. He put away his sword, turned around, and burst out again. The thundercloud's sword shook, the electric energy surged and pierced the air again. Like a flash, when it appeared, it was already in front of Meng Shintong, and then he slashed out with a sword in the same way. 1.6 seconds. But this person is, after all, a genius who has comprehended the life force field. Even though he was fully focused, he was unable to keep up with the terrifying speed. But reacting and making corresponding defenses is no longer a problem. Immortal, unbreakable. Meng Shintong roared in his heart, and in his eyes, he had already seen the figure shrouded in endless thunder. He didn't hesitate, crossing his arms over his chest. An illusory light condensed and took shape between the palms. like an absolute and indestructible defense. Immortal barrier, layer upon layer, constantly adding up. It was like a net, covering him tightly. Can you stop it? While thoughts were circling in Meng Shintong's mind, reality told him the answer. Before his thoughts faded, the sonic boom of thunder had already exploded in his ears. An enormous force, at an unimaginable speed, broke through his defense and hit his chest. When the severe pain came, the whole person flew out backwards. And with him was Zhao Yueguang. That was the first force that Jiang Daoyuan slashed down, and it finally exploded with a loud bang. Even if the elemental weapon blocked most of the attack, the remaining power was enough to defeat or even seriously injure Zhao Yueguang. So, an examiner had to intervene, block all remaining energy, and the time has just reached 2.8 seconds. There are still 0.2 seconds left before 3 seconds. Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang have lost their resistance. Jiang Daoyuan wins. The examiner who took action was Fang Yang. At this moment, his eyes were full of horror. Because of Jiang Daoyuan's speed just now, it clearly broke the sound barrier and exceeded the speed of sound. Chapter 21 Sweep the whole place. As a 6th level strongman, Fang Yang, who has synchronized his life force field with real matter to 50%, naturally surpassed the speed of sound. So he watched the scene just now too carefully. From Jiang Daoyuan's attack to the defeat of Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang. That sweeping and invincible posture has been deeply imprinted in Fang Yang's mind. How long did it take to exceed the speed of sound? After 10 years of diligent training, 10 years of life and death trials on the battlefield, and a little bit of adventure, he successfully condensed his life force field and became a 5th level warrior at the age of 40. On the other hand, how long did it take Jiang Daoyuan? Was Counselor 2 that strong when he was young? Those strongest ones, those famous SSS-level geniuses, how many of them can exceed the speed of sound at this time? Various thoughts kept appearing in Fang Yang's mind. In the end, these thoughts settled on a nonsense. Jiang Daoyuan was once a B-level talent. I am also a B-level talent. Is it possible that I can also have a chance to evolve? Just as Meng Shintong was flying backwards, Fang Yang took action to save Zhao Yueguang. Outside the town, in front of the screen, the principals from various cities all had changes of expression on their faces, and their blood couldn't help but tremble. At subsonic speeds, these 4th level warriors feel somewhat inferior. And now, with Jiang Daoyuan exceeding the speed of sound, their brains were so shocked that they were about to crash, break the sound barrier, and exceed the speed of sound. This is the exclusive symbol of a 5th level warrior, which embodies the life force field. But now it was directly used by an 18-year-old boy. Even though the time may not last long, supersonic is supersonic. There is no water in it. Just this point alone has left all of these experienced 4th level warriors far behind. Surpassing the speed of sound at the 2nd stage, this is no longer an abnormality. This should be because his ability level has been improved. In that state, his speed seems to have almost tripled. His strength has increased to an unknown level, and his defense has increased to an unknown level. But with this speed, we are invincible against most 4th level warriors. This is the common thought in the minds of these principals at this moment. As for the audience in front of the TV, few of them could see Jiang Daoyuan's movements clearly. Without slowing down the video, they could only see the thunder tearing apart the moon frost and defeating the immortal mountain. Then, only Jiang Daoyuan could be seen still standing there. Only when the high-speed camera is used, slow motion is given. Most people can see clearly Jiang Daoyuan's actions, as well as the powerlessness of Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang in front of him. Yes, a SS-level genius. I can only say that I am powerless. Most people in the southwestern provinces seem to have lived in a chaotic era. But within the Human Federation, things are generally stable. Under the guard of the Western Army, to suppress demons, no ferocious beast can get beyond the line. In this situation, even if everyone practices martial arts, most people can only reach the 1st or 2nd level. They don't care about supersonic speed or the 5th order. They only knew that Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, 2 geniuses who had always been famous in the Southwest, were swept out by Jiang Daoyuan in the 3rd round of a joint examination. As a result, there are more and more posts about Jiang Daoyuan on the Southwest Network. Compared to other places, where the admissions director it's a completely different story. The admission directors of those top universities didn't mention it, and no matter what they thought, they couldn't show it in front of a few 7th-level powerhouses. And Yu Renjie from Zhuxia University. Hong Yu from Star University. Itsuki Tagawa of Cebu University. As 7th level warriors, they had concentrated their martial arts will and had already come to the conclusion when they saw Jiang Daoyuan sprinting. Although they were shocked by Jiang Daoyuan's performance, they had more important things to do. That is to report the situation here to the university behind them. Second, order supersonic. This has never happened in the history of the Human Federation. Such talents are worth fighting for and grabbing at all costs. But it's a good thing Lu Xinshan didn't come, otherwise I wouldn't even have a chance to snatch it. Lu Xinshan, director of admissions office of Kunlun University. Wherever this person shows up, any student they have taken a fancy to over the years is bound to be snatched away without any surprises. But now, it is Kunlun University itself that is blind and arrogant. Based on Jiang Daoyuan's performance, if he is trained for a few years, it won't be a problem for him to defeat Kunlun during the four-school competition. How does Kunlun University maintain its reputation as the top of the four? Hasn't it been the case that since the establishment of the Martial Arts University, it has always held the top spot in the Global Star College Alliance competition, which was formed by the 4 major organizations and the 10 top martial arts universities? For 300 years, it has never been lost. Although there are other reasons, those reasons are established facts and cannot be changed. In the Global College Alliance competition, even the strongest person like Tu Guishan could not break through Kunlun's blockade when he was in college. He could only lead Juxia University to 2nd place. But now, a teenager who has surpassed the speed of sound at the age of 18 definitely has the opportunity to break the monopoly. Lei Ji smiled and watched the 3 people operating the communication equipment as if they were sending a secret message. No matter what, this is indeed a blessing for his southwestern province. Jiang Daoyuan naturally had no idea what was happening outside. After he defeated the 2 men with 1 sword, he stopped looking and just nodded, following the examiner Guanyang before turning around and leaving. It would take too long to wait for those candidates to finish the battle on their own. Just let me help you guys. There was a flash of thunder and a figure ran wildly. Although his Lei Ji body was closed, his speed was still amazing. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. What the hell is going on? Where did these ferocious beasts come from? Why are there so many of them suddenly? Bai Xinghe managed to escape from the siege of the 3rd level ferocious beasts in a very miserable manner. He concealed his presence and hid in a dilapidated bungalow. And what about the explosion coming from the center? Could it be that Jiang Daoyuan, Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and the others are behind this? But after thinking about it, he felt that it was unlikely. Even a warrior with 10,000 HP might not be able to make such a move. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. All of this originated from Jiang Daoyuan. The sword that killed the crocodile dragon frightened the 3rd level ferocious beasts, not only making them more violent, but also causing them to subconsciously migrate to the periphery. In addition, these ferocious beasts were given special secret drugs, so they would only think about killing humans instead of other ferocious beasts. It also caused those S-level geniuses who were nearby to feel extremely uncomfortable. There were even some people who were surrounded by ferocious beasts and unable to escape, and were rescued by the examiners, declaring their failure in the joint examination. Bai Xinghe was able to break out of the siege, and his methods were indeed extraordinary. Have the beasts dispersed? A few minutes later, Bai Xinghe walked out of the building cautiously. There are no ferocious beasts on the dilapidated streets. But he saw a swordsman wrapped in thunder. Jiang Daoyuan? Chapter 22, Sudden Strength Improvement. That iconic thunder and lightning. Cheng? This made Bai Xinghe recognize Jiang Daoyuan at a glance. Are you going to give up and get eliminated, or? Jiang Daoyuan was extremely indifferent and said directly, I will knock you out. You have defeated Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang? Bai Xinghe's eyes widened. He was not a fool and quickly realized. That beast is related to you too? It was just a reaction, but Bai Xinghe still held on to his hopes. This was really a wrong idea. Otherwise, answering a question that is not asked is asking for a beating. Jiang Daoyuan was indifferent and did not give the other party any room to think. He exerted force with his legs suddenly, and a terrifying burst of blood and energy pushed forward, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack instantly and turn into a large pit. When the gravel in the pit splashes, Jiang Daoyuan's figure disappeared in an instant. This was a sudden burst of his entire body sprint. Although he did not use the thunder body, wherever he passed, thunder and lightning flashed continuously around him, turning into huge kinetic energy to bless his body. This speed is far less than the speed of sound, but it's not something that a few second-level warriors can react to. The thundercloud sword cut through the air in an instant with a sharp whistle, and thunder filled the sky. It's so powerful. Why is it so fast? Bai Xinghe's eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, fixed fixedly on Jiang Daoyuan, who was rushing towards him. The marksmanship that has been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations, the instinct that has been tempered through life and death. Coupled with his strong perception, he made a judgment in an instant. Veins bulged, blood surged and boiled. The dragon-head spear in his hand trembled violently. Starlight exploded, and all the strength was poured out in an instant. A blood-red rainbow cuts through the sky. All of Bai Xinghe's strength was concentrated on this one attack. This attack even made Bai Xinghe surpass his own limits. Ultimate attack. That Jiang Daoyuan is so arrogant that he didn't even use the sword that could cut the God Pillar. Maybe I still have a chance to defeat him. S-level is better than SSS-level. How many people can achieve such an achievement? Unfortunately, only ignorant people can imagine such unrealistic fantasies. The gap between them was like the chasm between heaven and earth, impossible to see clearly. Bang! The sword moves like wind and thunder. The full-scale outbreak of lightning swordsmanship directly hit the dragon-tooth spear. The moment the divine weapons collided, a deafening sound was heard. For a moment, Bai Xinghe's heart skipped a beat, and then a look of horror appeared on his face. A force that he could not resist or fight against surged out from the thunderous cloud sword. The dragon-tooth spear was directly chopped off. Bai Xinghe was also knocked away by this force and crashed directly into the building, making a dull shattering sound. Puff! After smashing several houses in succession, Bai Xinghe fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He was dying, and all the bones in his body seemed to have been crushed tens of thousands of times. Can't get up again. When Bai Xinghe thought that this was being broadcast live across the province, and that he had been defeated by someone else in one move and was unable to get up again, his face turned green, his head tilted, and he actually chose to faint. Bai Xinghe has lost his resistance. Jiang Daoyuan wins. It's still Fang Yang. There was no way. With the strength that Jiang Daoyuan had shown, an average 5th-level warrior might not be able to rescue the students from him from a distance. Therefore, Fang Yang can only rely on those who are capable to do more work. Bai Xinghe was also defeated in one move. Although I had expected it a long time ago, this result still makes people amazed. Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and Bai Xinghe, the 3 former geniuses, were all defeated by Jiang Daoyuan's sword. They didn't even make it into the top 10 of the 3rd round of the joint martial arts exam. It's scary, really scary. That's not the point. The point is Jiang Daoyuan. Looking at his appearance, he seems to be sweeping the entire town's examination hall. The audience watching the video makes their judgment on the barrage. The result was just as they expected. Jiang Daoyuan just stood there with a sword and attacked anyone he saw. Jin Xingyun and Su Qingqing had already failed and retreated when the ferocious beasts rioted. Jiang Daoyuan had no one to hold back on. The scene shown in the camera is so cruel. They beat both men and women. As long as they don't admit defeat voluntarily or refuse to accept the defeat, I will just charge and use my sword to beat them until they lose or accept the defeat. This is too boring. +1. This can't be called a fight anymore. It's just bullying of kids. The tone was so high at the beginning, it's no wonder that the audience felt bored. Second order, first order. Jiang Daoyuan swept all the way like this. In addition, there were candidates who were defeated by ferocious beasts and other candidates. Now, there are only a few candidates left in the town. The thunder vibrates, and the sword shadow flashes. Jiang Daoyuan's figure appeared in front of a candidate again. This is a girl with a pretty face and big watery eyes. She was a bit pitiful, but at this time, Jiang Daoyuan was too lazy to even give him a chance. Because those who can reach the 3rd level all consider themselves geniuses. He is a genius. How could he admit defeat without fighting? That would be too humiliating. Even though they knew in their hearts that they were no match for Jiang Daoyuan. So, Jiang Daoyuan took action directly. In 1 hour, the power that the thunder pool automatically restored, plus the energy absorbed from the free ions in the atmosphere, has only been restored to 1/5. It seems that a motor is still needed to quickly replenish it. When he made the move, he even had the leisure to look inward at his own body. But the energy and blood recover very quickly, and are basically not completely consumed. Fighting not only promotes practical combat experience, but also stimulates chi and blood. It also provides considerable bonus to swordsmanship experience. Martial arts, lightning sword technique, 9th level 12,000/12,000, infinite positive and negative extreme, 1st level 3001/10,000, 9 cloud sword technique, 9th level 8,000/8,000, storm sword technique, 5th level 2153/3600. It can be clearly seen that the experience gained from improving swordsmanship is far greater than that gained from hard training. And Jiang Dayuan's chi and blood energy. Also, under the upgrade of swordsmanship and the stimulation of battle, an explosive increase of more than 80 points. This rate of improvement has exceeded the expected 50 per day. Unfortunately, there are too few fighting opportunities like this. Jiang Daoyuan, who was halfway out, suddenly had his eyes move. On that pretty, lovely, and energetic girl, I saw a strange smile and a vague murderous intent. This is Enemy, Chapter 23. Only by not fearing life and death can one transcend life and death. Under Jiang Daoyuan's charge, she did not retreat, but instead went straight forward to meet him. She walked and ran. In an instant, her body shook violently, and the clothes on her back seemed to be torn open by some force, revealing her fair skin. But beneath the skin, it seemed like something strange was moving. Then, it broke out of the body. Those were black wings covered with thorns, and they emerged bloodily from her back. Transformed into a vicious beast? These are followers of a cult. How dare they arrange assassins to kill Jiang Daoyuan during the joint martial arts exam? Outside, Lei Ji understood everything clearly. Obviously, because of his crackdown on cults, he attracted some retaliation. It should be the three gods' religion. They are the only ones who have the means to conceal this from the examinees. Only they can afford to cultivate this special hidden beast transformation. Before it turns into a beast, it is just a normal form. After it turns into a beast, its strength and blood can be explosively improved. But this should not be their only means. It is just the remaining arrangements. With Jiang Daoyuan's strength displayed, it is estimated that they have completely abandoned it. After all, anyone who has seen how Jiang Daoyuan killed the crocodile dragon would never think that a half-beast guy with barely 10,000 HP could kill him. Only a hint of murderous intent flashed across Lei Ji's eyes. No matter how much I have to pay for your kindness, I will destroy the three gods sect. Interfering with the military examination is a big enough matter to be reported to Xiaqing. Although it will affect my own evaluation, I can't care too much about it at this time. On the side, Yu Renjia and the other three 7th-level warriors were very calm. This was not their job, and the assassin was obviously no match for Jiang Daoyuan, so they remained calm. Half-beast transformation? This is a method used by a cult. Believing in ferocious beasts, these cultists all have the power of ferocious beasts in their bodies, and bestiality is their specialty. This is the knowledge contained in the first-year high school martial arts power branch lesson. Of course, I know that Jiang Daoyuan has good theoretical knowledge, but he didn't expect to meet her in this place. Is this the treatment for a genius? Jiang Daoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The murderous intent suddenly disappeared, and he became extremely cold and stern. There is only one chance. After Nora transformed into a beast, she held a poisoned dagger in her hand. The patriarch will create opportunities, and I will use this opportunity to kill this genius. Praise! I will welcome your coming with the blood of my enemies. The dagger in his hand carried layers of black air waves. Like a poisonous snake attacking from the dark, it slashed towards Jiang Daoyuan's neck fiercely with extremely fast speed and great force, bringing with it a hint of cold light, as if cutting the air. A smile appeared on Nora's face, as if she had already seen herself slitting the other person's throat with her dagger. But just when the two were about to collide, a blazing beam of lightning exploded before Nora's eyes. Lei Jisin, the sword is like a long dragon, swinging away the dagger. The sword went straight for the head, and before the tip of the sword arrived, the sharp edge, accompanied by thunder and lightning, was enough to make Nora's scalp numb. Fortunately, she is an assassin specially trained by the three gods. At the critical moment, his right hand bent strangely, as if it had turned into steel, and blocked the thundercloud sword at the last moment. This is her own natural talent. But even so, no matter how strong the steel is, it will be cut by a supersonic sword. Nora's face turned pale. and the severe pain made her realize that her arm had been chopped off by a second-level warrior. And this is not the end yet. The sword's residual force continued, cutting through the chi and blood, cutting through the half-beast body, almost splitting Nora in two. Fortunately, the sword did not cut off Nora's head. This was done by Jiang Daoyuan in order to prevent the enemy from becoming desperate and causing any accidents. He pulled back violently when the power of the sword was completely dissipated. So, she survived after all, but his arms and shoulders were broken and bleeding. Even with a beastly body, if such injuries are not treated in time, it may not be able to hold on for too long. Damn it, the intelligence is wrong. What kind of monster is this guy? Nora's eyes seemed to pop out as she stared at Jiang Daoyuan, who failed to hit her and retreated 100 meters. Just now, if Jiang Daoyuan wanted to succeed with one strike, the murderous intent hidden in her left hand might give him a chance to inflict a heavy blow. But the other party didn't do that and retreated without giving me a chance. With such behavior, is she the assassin, or is Jiang Daoyuan the assassin? But now her arm is broken and her strength is limited, so this action is considered a complete failure. Good. Jiang Daoyuan, who was about 10 centimeters above the ground, sneered. You are the first person who can take my sword. I, Jiang Daoyuan, would like to call you the strongest of this session. The indifferent and calm words give people a sense of boundless confidence and arrogance. The one who can take a sword is the strongest? It seems to be true. Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and other candidates who had already withdrawn from the competition, and the candidates watching outside were almost as pale as Bai Xinghe. This Jiang Daoyuan is simply outrageously crazy. However, they could not find any reason to refute it, because they really couldn't even take a single sword strike. These geniuses have green faces. The comments in the live broadcast room are extremely chaotic. God Jiang is worthy of being a god. He can say such pretentious words casually. I will write it down and pretend to be, so when I take the martial arts exam, 666666666, God Jiang is invincible. Most people were boiling with excitement over this sentence, but few paid attention to Nora, who was covered in blood. They just don't know the real situation, but they won't have much sympathy for humans who take refuge with ferocious beasts and alien races. This kid. Yu Renja shook his head and laughed. How could they not see that Jiang Daoyuan was clearly trying to exhaust Nora until she had no strength left? Be strong without being impatient. Be high without being chaotic. Such a fighting talent should be in my starry sky. Hong Yu said with certainty that just now, a big shot from Star University had sent his opinions. He felt that it was stable. He was not the only one who felt it was safe. Tian Chuan, from Cebu University, also thought the same. Lei Ji was still smiling. But underneath that smile, one could still see a hint of boiling murderous intent. Bite. The communication device rang. He looked down and saw that all the information about Nora was already there. At the same time, he also rejected Fong Yang's suggestion to capture Nora. First of all, it doesn't matter. Secondly, only by not fearing life and death can one transcend life and death. And the same is true for killing people. Chapter 24, the battle for Jiang Daoyuan, officially begins. He wants to kill me? As someone involved in the situation, how could Nora not know what others knew? No matter how terrifying the beastly body is, or how strong its recovery ability is, it also has its limits. She hasn't reached the point where she can regenerate a broken arm. If he doesn't come, then I'll go. Nora let out a strange cry, like the roar of a ferocious beast, and her eyes turned blood red. Since he is bound to die, and since Jiang Daoyuan cannot be killed, he must leave enough things for him. Nora's figure rushed towards Jiang Daoyuan again. Ignorance. Jiang Daoyuan was indifferent. He never wanted to consume anything. The sword moved in the sky, and suddenly there were hundreds of sword shadows. It seemed like in an instant, countless sword energies were slashed out. It is the new sword technique I have just learned. Storm swordsmanship. Boom! The atmosphere was torn apart, followed by a terrifying sonic boom. Jiang Daoyuan's figure passed by Nora. The funny broadcast footage even deliberately gave the two people a parallel screen. The next moment, Nora's head flew up and hit the ground with a pool of blood. The already dilapidated half-beast body suddenly broke into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. An assassin of the three-headed cult. A beast man who is comparable to a fourth-level warrior. Just like that, two swords were defeated. In his 2 lifetimes as a human being, This was the first time that Jiang Daoyuan had harvested a life. But he was very calm. In such a world, this is something we are bound to face, even without a system. But there was still murderous intent in Jiang Daoyuan's eyes. It was not directed at Nora, but at the forces or people or animals behind Nora. Universal. Even though only her head was left, for a moment, Nora was still able to vibrate the air with her blood and energy to simulate her voice. The terrifying vitality is fully revealed. Although it was extremely subtle, it was captured by Jiang Daoyuan. Almighty God? Jiang Daoyuan walked to Noilamo's head and said indifferently, "Since you miss your master so much, I will satisfy you and send you to him. Also, you can rest assured that any life related to this matter will die. This is not for Nora. It's not about telling others." But it was said to Jiang Daoyuan himself. After saying that, he raised his foot and pressed it down directly in Nora's look of disbelief and suspicion. Pa! Like a watermelon smashing. The joint martial arts examination ended in such a scene. It ended several times faster than normal. Most of the SS and S-level geniuses were eliminated by Jiang Daoyuan, making their ranking even lower than that of most A-level ones. Especially Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, they are definitely at the bottom. Fortunately, their score in the second level was enough, so their overall ranking was not too bad. Jiang Daoyuan won the first place with absolute advantage and undoubtedly. With a perfect performance of first place in all 3 levels, he successfully won the first place in this joint martial arts examination. As for the following, that doesn't matter. The award ceremony was also held afterwards, but these awards were dispensable to Jiang Daoyuan. Jiang Daoyuan, you really brought honor to our UNA number 1 middle school this time. Gu Chongji was the first to come forward to congratulate. Brother Yuan is awesome. Next came the candidates from number 1 middle school, including Jin Xingyun. Congratulations. Then there are Su Qingqing and others from Shanghai Middle School. Fortunately, Lei Ji took Jiang Daoyuan away at this time. Otherwise, the congratulations would not have stopped for a while. You are very good. Your performance this time has excited the admissions directors of the 3 major universities. They think you are the best candidate to break the monopoly of Kunlun University. Lei Ji looked at Jiang Daoyuan with a smile, his eyes full of admiration. Jiang Daoyuan nodded modestly and said, "Whether I can break it or not, I won't know until I go to college, but you want to ask about the 3-headed cult assassin, right? 3 gods religion. Lord Almighty." Although the name didn't match, Jiang Daoyuan nodded. "Not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely solve this problem for you. If you want to know more details, you can wait until you choose a university, and then I will talk to you in detail. The other 3 are still waiting now." Lei Ji patted Jiang Daoyuan on the shoulder and took him to where the 3 admissions directors were. After introducing them one by one, he handed the stage to Yu Renjia and the other 2. "How about I go first?" Seeing that the other 2 were indifferent, Itsuki Tanaka from Cebu University took the lead. "I'll get straight to the point. There are countless instructors in the Thunder and Electricity Department at Tsinghua University. There is also a natural Holy Land in the Holy Land that can help you improve your practice speed. In addition, as long as you enter Tsinghua University, you will directly have 5,000 credits. I do need to explain the importance of these credits. Once you reach the 4th level limit, there is also a special secret realm in our school that can be used to help you condense a life force field. These conditions are actually very ordinary and are normal treatment for an SSS-level genius." But what Tianchuan Yi said next was surprising. In addition, the principal of our school also took a special look at Jiang Daoyuan's test results and thought that you have great potential. He wants to personally recruit you to Tsinghua University. Headmaster, personally, Lei Ji was shocked at this. Each of the 4 presidents was a senior and powerful figure in the Federation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be in charge of the university and be responsible for training the future stars of the Federation. But now, the president of Tsinghua University wants to recruit Jiang Daoyuan personally. Although he was not there in person, even if it was just a projection, it was enough to show how much Tsinghua University valued him. Only, Lei Ji glanced at Hong Yu and Yu Renjia calmly and found that the expressions of both of them were very subtle. As for Jiang Daoyuan, he doesn't care at all. As long as the price is right, it makes no difference where he goes. The communication device projected an illusory light curtain in which a tall, thin, and amiable old man appeared. He doesn't have the temperament of a warrior at all. If it weren't for his eyes that seem to see through everything, it would be impossible to connect him with the identities of the 4 principals. Principal Xiao, including Lei Ji, The three admissions directors greeted one by one, and even Jiang Daoyuan joined in the fun. Xiao Jujue, the president of Shengwu University, a former warrior king. At his peak, he was a super strong man with HP over 800 million, and what he said was worthy of his status as a powerful man. Jiang Daoyuan, I won't say any more nonsense. As long as you come to Shengwu University, the school will provide you with everything you need in the next 10 years. We will arrange the most suitable instructor for you to fully develop your abilities, cultivate your combat experience, and improve your swordsmanship. I can even teach the class myself. At this point, Xiao Jiujue seemed to be proud and said, I'm not bragging. 200 years ago, I was the king of swords, and there are only a few people in the Federation who can compare with me. The Sword King. That was the title of king that Xiao Jiujue once held. Even Jiang Daoyuan was somewhat flattered. This could be said to be a heartfelt gesture. All the things needed for cultivation can be provided. This may seem ordinary, but after Xiao Jiujue's explanation, it has a different meaning. It can be understood that the school will provide whatever you want. Or you can also understand that as long as the school has it, just go and get it. This is much better than the so-called material objects. In addition, at the end, you can also receive special lessons from the principal, which is a priceless treatment. Didn't you see that Lei Ji almost nodded in agreement on behalf of Jiang Daoyuan? However, there are still two families who have not spoken yet, and it is only right and reasonable to let them finish explaining their faults. Thank you, Principal Xiao, for your appreciation. Jiang Daoyuan was very polite and said, Please allow me to think about this carefully. It's okay, you take your time to think about it. Kunlun is not here, and he can't be here. I don't believe that Xingkong and Zhuxia can offer better conditions than our Xingwu. Chapter 25, who will be the winner? Xiao Jiujue was very confident and generous, but he did not turn off the projection. Instead, he just watched it here. This really put a lot of pressure on the other two. It had nothing to do with their preparation. It was simply the fact that there was an 8th level expert in front of them. The pressure was enough to make people feel uncomfortable even through the screen. Next, it was Hong Yu from Star University's turn to play. Same projection, same operation. The visitor was unexpectedly the president of Star University, an 8th-rank king. His figure was tall and straight, like a ball of terrifying volcanic energy about to burst forth. King Yanli, Tang Zongshan. What Shengwu University can give, we at Xingkong University can also give. From the beginning, the situation was tense. Obviously, this person has been paying attention to this place. In addition, as long as you enter Starry Sky University, I can allocate you a 7th level elemental battle armor. This thing should not be available in either Shengwu or Zhuxia. Tang Zongshan smiled and directly threw a depth charge. You should have seen the magic weapon of Zhao Girl. Although her strength is not enough to fully exert the true power of the elemental magic weapon, it can still make her almost invincible among her peers. That is to say, she met you. Otherwise, even if Meng Shintong has comprehended the life force field at this stage, he will still be defeated by the 6th level ferocious sword. And the help that the 7th level armor can provide you will only be even greater. 7th order elemental armor. How precious this is. It is simply priceless. If the conditions of Shengwu University were met, Lei Ji would just have to nod his head. But this 7th order elemental armor made Lei Ji jealous. Among external objects, armor comes first. 7th rank divine weapons are not something that a cultivator like Lei Ji lacks. However, a 7th level armor, even the lowest level elemental armor among the 7th level, was simply not something he could possess. The production of this thing is extremely small. It is either supplied first to the military in major battlefields or taken away by the most powerful people and given to their younger generations. Only a very small number of armors can be seen in universities or other central departments. Haha, you're fooled by his nonsense. If you can't bear the martial arts while in the armor, how can you use it? Although he couldn't produce the 7th level elemental armor, the Sword King Xiao Jiujue still held his ground. Blah blah, he said a lot. In short, Jiang Daoyuan cannot use the armor now. So these are all empty promises. Because every 7th level elemental armor retains the life, will of the material before it was alive. This is the source of the armor's power, but also the reason why it is rare and difficult to control. Generally speaking, only 5th and 6th level warriors who have condensed a life force field are qualified to challenge the life will contained within it. If he could not subdue it, not only would he be unable to unleash the power of the armor, but he would also be in danger of being covered and devoured by the will of life. Certainly, No matter what Xiao Juju has said, a 7th level elemental armor has already made Star University a higher priority than Tsinghua University in Jiang Daoyuan's mind. And now, Zhuxia University is the only one that has not made an offer. If this family cannot offer better treatment, then Jiang Daoyuan will definitely choose Star University. Well, when his eyes swept over, Yu Renjia hesitated. He couldn't say that his principal only sent him a message saying wait, right? After careful consideration, he said, Principal Zhu is very fond of talents. Yu Renjia was just about to organize his words and figure out how to make the word etc. sound more plausible. The air flowing around stopped. Yu Renjia, Tian Chuani, Hong Yu, and Lei Ji, for 7th level warriors, who were strong men with the will of martial arts, felt in a trance for a moment that the ground beneath their feet was spinning and changing. It's like a star in the universe, falling down. Their thoughts all stopped for a moment. Only the 2 old principals who were crowned as kings did not show much fluctuation. They were projections and could not sense the specific situation. However, as they were well informed, they were able to immediately reveal the cause of the vision. The stars are coming. I didn't expect that Counselor 2, who is far away in Xiaqing, would have the leisure to come here to watch the fun. Xiao Jiujue restrained his smile and looked solemn. Even he had to give enough respect to a congressman who was in charge. A name was revealed that was big enough to shake the Federation. The strongest man, federal congressman, honorary president of Zhuxia University. Kill ghosts and gods. This peerless, powerful man actually used supreme means to bring down his will from the distant Xia city. The southwest province is my hometown. Why can't I come here? Like the movement of wind and clouds, the matter and atoms in front of everyone transformed and condensed, waiting for the time to stop. A man in black has appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Daoyuan subconsciously saw that this legendary strong man was about 2 meters tall, with an upright body. Even if he was just standing there casually, he had an imposing aura that supported the heaven and the earth. When I looked at it again the next second, I had a completely different feeling. Hazy and dazed, like a ghost or a god. It just felt like an illusion, as if I was in 2 different spaces. It was extremely uncomfortable and weird. Congressman Tuesday. Several 7th level warriors greeted each other one by one. Tu Guishan also nodded one by one, and he even chatted with Yu Renjia and Lei Ji for a while. Then, he turned his attention to Jiang Daoyuan. You were pretty good. When I was young, I was probably not even 1/10 as good as you. Jiang Daoyuan was silent for a moment. How should I respond to such a question? Tu Guishan didn't seem to care whether Jiang Daoyuan replied or not, and continued. I watched the entire live broadcast. Your talent and potential are generally best suited to Kunlun, where one of the most powerful swordsmanship in our human federation is. However, since they don't have the chance, I will reluctantly come to invite them on behalf of Zhuxia University. As he said that, Tu Guishan glanced at the 2 principals who had somewhat ugly expressions on their faces. I'm not bullying you. I can't produce a 7th level elemental battle armor for a while, but you can rest assured that when you reach the 5th level, I will prepare a set of 7th level divine weapon suits for you. Also, although Zhuxia University does not have SSS-level swordsmanship, it does have an SSS-level martial arts technique called Cosmic Baking Furnace, which can draw incredible power from the universe and the stars. This martial art requires a genius to learn and a monster to become one. Even I was not qualified to practice it until my 7th year. But it's different for you. As long as you are willing and can enter the university and pass the test, you can practice it. And even, as long as you can master the universe baking furnace and cultivate it to the stellar level, I can go to Kunlun and help you get a chance to comprehend Tianze Wuxiang. Chapter 26, The Grand Move of the Most Powerful Person, Zhuxia University. Tianze Wuxiang. The Cosmic Oven. Plus a 7th level superior divine weapon set. It must be said that Tu Guishan, as the most powerful being, had a much bigger hand than the 2 old kings. It's not that Starry Sky University and Tsinghua University don't have SSS-level martial arts. However, the opportunity to go to Kunlun and get Tianze Wuxiang was something they never dared to imagine. The Human Federation has been at peace for too long, and some barriers are no longer something they can break. 300 years ago, the 4 major powers were still able to share what they had with each other. 300 years later, a gap has formed. Only a federal congressman like Tu Guishan, with his extremely strong strength and transcendent status, can do it. Even if one wants to kill ghosts and gods, one will probably have to pay a huge price. In addition, they could only apply for and wait for the 7th level superior divine weapon set, which made it impossible for Xiao Jiujue and Tang Zongshan to fight for it, and they could only return home disappointed. Naturally, there would be no exception to Jiang Daoyuan's final choice. What else can be said when a powerful person personally recruits you? Then I choose Xuxia University. The battle for Jiang Daoyuan ended in this way. When the news got out, something happened that made Hong Yu and Tian Chuan even more uncomfortable. Among the geniuses, 2 SS-level talents, Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, will also go to Xuxia University. Zhao Yueguang can easily understand. But what are you, Meng Shintong, going to do? But there is no way, even though enrollment is a two-way street. The most fundamental thing is to look at the students' own opinions. Further down, except for a few S-level geniuses such as Bai Xinghe, most of the remaining S-level geniuses also chose to follow Jiang Daoyuan's footsteps and prepared to go to Xuxia University. Of course, Yu Renjie would not refuse these people. Having seen how powerful Jiang Daoyuan is, they may be more motivated to work harder and strive to reach greater heights. This is the genius effect. For this reason, he took the initiative to promise to give up the remaining SS first-choice rights in the Southwest, and only then did he appease Hong Yu and Tian Chuani. A grand joint martial arts examination. Finally, it came to an end under this circumstance. Jiang Daoyuan not only received the admission letter from Xuxia University, but also gained a large number of communication friends, plus elixirs and other items as rewards from the 3rd level. In addition, there were 2 old principals who were crowned as kings, 13 7th level admissions directors, and small personal gifts from 7th level and 6th level warriors of all sizes in the southwestern province. I thought there was enough space for the space ring. Now it's almost full. Beep beep. A message rang out on the newly acquired Xuxia University bracelet. Student Jiang Daoyuan, I sincerely congratulate you on successfully passing the various entrance examinations of our school. You have been admitted to our school as a freshman of the 2525th grade. Please report to the training camp on September 15th, 2524 with this information. September 15th, which is 10 days later. The semester in this life is different from that in the previous life. There are no holidays, no winter or summer vacations. Just practicing martial arts day after day. The military examination in the southwestern provinces begins in September, while the university starts on the unified January 1st. In the spare time in between, each martial arts university arrange martial arts training camps. It can also be seen as a ranking test before admission. After all, the joint military examination only tests one province. There are so many provinces in the Federation and so many students, so they have to be ranked higher or lower. After all, it is about the allocation of resources after admission. Although they are all students of Xuxia University, their treatment is always different. The internal assessment will not begin until 3 months after admission. Therefore, the martial arts training camp was born. However, Jiang Daoyuan was not planning to participate right from the start. His salary has been fully raised, so it doesn't really matter whether he goes or not. What other freshman had to work hard to get, he could enjoy with just a little effort, or even enjoy better things. Most importantly, he wanted to try out the system. The so-called identity gains achievement points. Can it be obtained from other places besides students? The 3 heads divine religion was just the target, so Jiang Daoyuan wanted to give it a try. The 2 have a grudge against each other, so they want to take this opportunity to retaliate. After the joint examination, Lei Ji asked Tu Guixin for some of Xiaqing's best soldiers and generals. He was determined to wipe out the taboo 3-headed divine sect even at the cost of his reputation. If I don't go now, I will never have another chance to avenge the assassination. Then wouldn't Jiang Daoyuan become a person who does not keep his word? How can this be allowed? What? You said you don't want to go to the training camp, but to wipe out the 3 heads cult? No, I don't agree. Such a crazy idea certainly did not get the support of Yu Renjie. But in the end, Yu Renjie was unable to get Jiang Daoyuan back on track. The matter was only settled after Jiang Daoyuan agreed to report on the last day of the training camp. Just like that, when the freshmen of Xuxia University boarded the special plane on September 15th, they were shocked to find that Jiang Daoyuan was not there. After some questioning, they learned that Jiang Daoyuan, the leader, would not attend the training camp, but would participate in the destruction of the 3 heads divine sect in the southwestern province. My so-called genius is nothing compared to you. On the plane, Meng Shintong stared down from the window, looking at the provincial capital that was gradually getting smaller, feeling dazed. Extraordinary people should do extraordinary things. In another position, Zhao Yueguang shook off the decadence during the joint examination and became energetic. Jin Xingyun, Su Qingqing, Wang Daosheng. These geniuses who chose Zhuxia University because of Zhang Daoyuan also have their own feelings to a greater or lesser extent. And at the center of these emotions is only one person. Provincial capital. In a villa with carved beams and painted buildings, rockery, and a small lake. Zhang Daoyuan slowly woke up from his meditation. Today, it is the 10th day since the training camp started and the 20th day after the joint martial arts examination. During this period of time, he has been practicing in this place where every inch of land is valuable, honing his energy and blood and practicing martial arts, waiting for the arrival of Xiaoqing masters. Beep beep. There was a call on the communication bracelet. With a casual scan, Zhang Daoyuan nodded his agreement. Hey, Brother Yuan, can you hear me? It's Jin Xingyun. I can't hear you. Zhang Daoyuan walked out of the training room and came to the small garden, preparing to eat some food to replenish the energy and blood consumed by the practice just now. Brother Yuan, you'd be missing out if you don't come to this training camp. Every day, there will be a 5th level warrior who has comprehended the life force field to help guide our practice one-on-one. Yeah. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and nodded to Fang Yang, who brought food for the ferocious beast. This former examiner now leads an elite team of 5th level warriors to protect Zhang Daoyuan around the clock. Of course it's true. Not only that, our daily food is specially prepared 5th level beast meat, which contains all the necessary elements. The blood and life energy will improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds. It's really good. Zhang Daoyuan picked up the chopsticks and picked up the specially supplied 6th level barbarian dragon meat. Feeling the huge energy and blood contained in the meat of this ferocious beast, he felt a warm feeling all over his body. Chapter 27. Team Tianyuan, sharpening their knives. This is just a piece of barbarian dragon meat. There is no small size among these dragon-like creatures. The only pity is that even with Zhang Daoyuan's current strength, he cannot enjoy the life core of a 5th level ferocious beast or above. It's not that I can't, but the principle is the same as that of the 7th level armor. Humans have a life force field. Ferocious beasts above level 5 have life cores. The Thundercloud sword is made from the life cores of several rare Thundercloud beasts, the bones of ferocious beasts, and a mixture of many other materials. This is why it naturally has its own magical magnetic field. Right? When I was in the 1st middle school, the beast meat was only of the 1st and 2nd grade. Jin Xingyun's voice came again. Not only beast meat, there are a lot of A-level martial arts for us to practice. These martial arts involve killing moves, martial arts will, and spiritual changes. No wonder we were not allowed to practice at all when we were in number 1 middle school. Zhang Daoyuan agreed with this point. He didn't spend this time in vain. He practiced 1C level or D level sword technique every day. He had almost practiced all the sword techniques within the authority given to him by Lei Ji, and had never seen an A-level martial arts book. However, in the Zhuxia University bracelet, one could see a lot of A-level swordsmanship, and even some S-level swordsmanship belonging to Zhuxia University. These should have been exchanged for credits. However, with just one word from Tu Guixin, Zhang Daoyuan could browse freely without any restrictions. Obviously, in their eyes, they were geniuses in swordsmanship. Not only had their abilities evolved, but they had also used their abilities to comprehend their own secret techniques. A-level martial arts have high benefits, but are also correspondingly difficult, especially the killing moves that come with A-level martial arts, which require a lot of time. Zhang Daoyuan tried an A-level sword technique and found that the benefits to chi and blood were not as great as those from low-level sword techniques. As for S-level swordsmanship, it involves a specific environment. I'm afraid that only after going to Zhuxia University can I truly start practicing. Jin Xingyun chattered on, talking about everything, including how many geniuses there are in the training camp, how many SS-level people there are, etc. Especially a guy named Liang Chuanlong, who is extremely powerful. Okay, you call me specially, you can't just show off these things to me, right? After finishing a plate of wild dragon meat, Zhang Daoyuan interrupted Jin Xingyun's chattering and said calmly, "Tell me about it." Brother Yuan is worthy of being Brother Yuan. Jin Xingyun replied, "It is like this. The previous days of the training camp were all training and practicing martial arts, but starting today, there will be special combat training." A few words. Zhang Daoyuan understood what was going on. Simply put, there are actual combat in the training camp, including but not limited to hunting ferocious beasts, actual combat in small teams. And because of Jiang Daoyuan, the number of students in the southwestern province is the largest in the entire training camp, and there are two top SS-level geniuses. There is no need for them to form a team with students from other provinces. So, it's Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguan's problem? Jiang Daoyuan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "They all want to be the captain? No, no." Jin Xingyin quickly denied. "You must be joking. Brother Yuan, although you are not here, your power is destined to exist in their hearts. How could they skip you and grab the captain of the Southwest Province? 10 days of training camp. The changes brought to the students are earth-shaking. Not only has the realm been improved, but the strength has also been greatly improved. But no matter how he changes, they can never compare to Jiang Daoyuan during the joint martial arts examination. Speak human language. It's like this. Let's discuss it and decide whether you, Brother Yuan, should be the captain." Jin Xingyun's voice was very serious. "All right." Jiang Daoyuan didn't care about these trivial matters and agreed immediately. And he also wanted to know, if this was the case, could the team's results be counted as his own? "Brother Yuan, what's the team name?" "Just call." Jiang Daoyuan looked up at the sky and replied, "Tianyuan. Let's call it the Tianyuan squad. What do you think? Tianyuan? Not bad. Not bad." The squad and the name are just a small episode. Jiang Daoyuan hung up the bracelet. Sweep the panel. The above situation has undergone tremendous changes compared to 20 days ago. Name: Jiang Daoyuan. Race: human. Identity: Zhuxia University student. Special advisor to the Southwest Province Martial Arts Association. Qi: blood and life. 1531. Talent: Thunder Master, SSS-Level. Features: Sword Master, SSS-Level. Martial Arts: Infinite Positive and Negative Extreme, Level 19999/10,000. Lightning Swordsmanship, Storm Swordsmanship, 5 Elements Swordsmanship, 9 Cloud Swordsmanship, Wind and Thunder Swordsmanship. Achievement points, 5,300. First of all, it was Qi and Blood. In the 20 days, it increased by more than 60 points every day on average, and he directly became a 3rd-level warrior. It was so easy and simple that it crushed the lifetime achievements of most warriors. The method to rely on is naturally the numerous sword techniques. The amount of Qi and blood provided by one sword technique ranges from a dozen to dozens. Add to that Qi and blood pills and the meat of 6th-rank ferocious beasts, and this exceeds the original 50 per day. And now, in Jiang Daoyuan's martial arts column, there are a total of 20 sword techniques. Except for Infinite Positive and Negative Extreme, basically all of them have reached the maximum level. As for Infinite Positive and Negative Extremes itself, it is stuck at the limit of the 1st level. As an SSS-level martial art, the difficulty of breaking through is naturally extremely high. In the information that can be searched with current authority, countless geniuses have tried Zhuxia University's SSS-level technique, Cosmic Furnace, but only a few can break through the 1st level. However, Jiang Daoyuan already knew how to break through. In a hearty and satisfying manner, deliver an immeasurable blow. This is the breakthrough method that the Sword Master fed back to us. In addition, the system panel has an additional identity. After Yu Renjie was defeated, Lei Ji appointed Jiang Daoyuan as the special consultant of the Martial Arts Association in the name of learning and cultivation. Strictly speaking, the team led by Fang Yang are actually his subordinates. According to Jiang Daoyuan's understanding, he can use this identity to gain achievement points. I'm only 4,700 short of a half-price 10 draw. The first chapter describes the lowering of the achievement point requirements for novice benefits. The extra part is naturally the achievement points obtained in the 3rd level of the joint examination. It's a pity that after the joint entrance examination, the growth of achievement points completely stagnated and did not increase at all. Achievement points, swordsmanship breakthroughs, now all need the help of the 3 Heads Divine Sect. Where are the masters that Shuexiu invited from Xiaqing? Jiang Daoyuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Go up to guard and study. From the president of the Martial Arts Association to the bosses of various departments. Then to special advisor Jiang Daoyuan. Such a large group of people are already sharpening their knives, just waiting for people from Xiaqing to arrive so that they can set out to wipe out the 3-headed divine sect. Although the Federation is large, its technology is more advanced than in the previous life. No matter what, 20 days should be enough to get from Xiaqing to Yunhai City, right? But now, The real owner is still nowhere to be found. Plus the confidentiality regulations. All we know is that those people have already left, but where they are now, sorry, that's unknown. Fortunately, Jiang Dayuan's idea seemed to be responded to. After practicing for about an hour, Lei Ji's notification has arrived. After a casual glance, Jiang Dayuan was shocked, as if there was endless wind and thunder. The master from Xiaqing has finally arrived. This also means that the battle against the Three Heads Divine Religion can finally begin. Chapter 28. Full Array, Swordsmanship Breakthrough, Southwestern Province, Yunhai City. The headquarters of the Martial Arts Association, a double-story circular conference room. When Jiang Dayuan arrived here in a suspended magnetic car, he found that all the important figures from the Southwestern Province had already arrived. The person sitting in the first seat was, of course, the top leader of the Southwestern Province, the old but still strong garrison commander, the 7th level strongman, Chun Sheng. Next to it is the study and practice of Thunderbook. Further down, there are several 7th level warriors, including the president of the Martial Arts Association and the director of the Security Bureau. Jiang Dayuan had met these people in recent days and even chatted with them, so there was not much surprise. However, there were 3 people in the conference room whom Jiang Dayuan had never seen before. 2 men and 1 woman. They all wore the same white uniform with a black windbreaker. The man on the left hand is tall and thin, a rare Caucasian man in the Southwestern Province. He has a small mustache and wears sunglasses, so his expression cannot be seen clearly. The woman in the middle is even more special. She has a skin color that is only found on Blue Planet. She is bright blue all over. It is said that she is a new branch of humans that was born from an ocean mutation. She is naturally affinity with the water element. Deep Sea City, one of the 9 self-circulating cities guarding the entrance and exit of the Eastern Sea, is the base camp of these blue people. However, the one who really attracted Jiang Dayuan's attention was the last man. He had short, sharp black hair and pale skin, but his eyes revealed an extremely sharp light, and the corners of his mouth were curved, as if he was smiling. When she noticed Jiang Dayuan's gaze again, she smiled and waved. "Come, sit here." Lei Ji called Jiang Dayuan and arranged him to sit behind him. Then he took the initiative to introduce. This is team leader Zhao from Xiaqing, Zhao Xinchuan, and the other 2 are his team members Shui Menglan and Anderson. After an introduction, this is the official start of the meeting. Zhao Xinchuan is a direct descendant of the Zhao family in Xiaqing. He possesses a family-inherited ability, the Psychic Eye. With the help of Shui Menglan and Anderson, he can identify and lock onto the 3 heads divine culled out of thin air, especially the location of the Patriarch. Even if they know it, they can't escape this lock. While they were talking, Lei Ji was also secretly introducing Jiang Dayuan. Assistance ability? Jiang Dayuan understood. The supernatural powers in this world are naturally not limited to combat, but cover all levels. Positioning, recovery, control, everything is available. It is just the control ability of a 1st level warrior. Of course, it cannot control a 7th level warrior. The fundamental reason why the 3-headed divine sect has been able to dominate the Southwestern Province for so many years is that they are not very harmful and have not harmed the foundation of the Southwestern Province. In addition, they are elusive and have excellent means of concealment. This is the only way to live a good life. Now, attacking the students taking the military examination is a big taboo. The Southwestern Province does not have the corresponding means, but any group that comes down from Xiaqing has the ability to locate them directly. Soon, when the conversation is over, an underground building has been presented to the public through projection. It is the headquarters of the 3 Heads Religion, 3 Gods Religion. This sect, which emerged 40 years ago, believes in the so-called omnipotent God. It can be described as a luxurious, low-key, and meaningful church. There is a 3-headed statue with a dragon head, a snake head, and a monkey head standing there. The Almighty Patriarch finished his daily prayers, slowly raised his head, and looked expressionlessly at the majestic and solemn Almighty God, wondering what he was thinking. Thump, thump, thump. There were footsteps coming from far away, neither fast nor slow. When the footsteps stopped, without waiting for the visitor to speak, the Almighty Patriarch closed the cannon and said calmly, "How are the preparations for the ceremony going?" "Everything is ready. The sacrifices and offerings are in place." The person who came was the second most important person of the 3 Heads Divine Religion, and he responded calmly at this time. Okay. The Almighty Patriarch nodded with satisfaction. The assassination attempt on Jiang Daoyuan failed, and the Patriarch certainly knew the consequences for the three-headed divine religion. Their lord is unable to provide support, so they can only fight their way out on their own. What a pity! If it weren't for these stupid guys, it wouldn't have come to this. The Patriarch was filled with resentment. He was a 7th-rank warrior who believed in the so-called omnipotent lord. How could he be the Patriarch in such a remote place? What is it for? Isn't it all for the sake of being able to reach the 8th level one day? Under this, the Almighty God and the three-headed God religion are just his tools. It's just that he has this awareness, but the people below don't. This also led to the United Vukanola incident. The Almighty Patriarch was about to leave the church. Suddenly, the sound of ringing ding-ding. A sharp and piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Not good. Subconsciously, the Almighty Patriarch's expression tightened. Could it be that those guys from the Martial Arts Association discovered this place? It's just that we shouldn't do that. Although the Almighty God can't really interfere, the hiding method he passed down can allow us to stay safe for a few years before moving to another place. This is the first time that Blackwater City has built a church. How could it be discovered so quickly? The Patriarch became more and more anxious as he thought about it. He was afraid that a master from the southwestern province would jump out and beat him to death the next moment. You, take the protection team to see what's going on. He gave the instruction immediately, and he himself prepared to go to the ceremony site as soon as possible to start the ceremony directly. Boom! However, at this moment, the Patriarch, whose extremely terrifying perception was sharper than that of a high-precision radar, had already captured the sound of a thunder explosion. Click! This is Jiang Daoyuan taking action. In front of nearly 10 7th-level warriors, more than 26-level warriors, and hundreds of 5th-level warriors, he took the lead and used infinite positive and negative forces. Apart from anything else, the lineup is already full. Lei Jisin, plus the infinite positive and negative extremes of going all out. All the surrounding matter was attracted and absorbed by this sword. Dozens of tons, hundreds of tons, thousands of tons, tens of thousands of tons. Finally, in the astonishment of everyone, it stopped at 30,000 tons, accompanied by endless thunder. The towering underground church was struck by thunder and lightning, and by countless positive and negative forces. Amidst the endless roar, it completely collapsed like a shoddy construction project, and was completely engulfed by raging flames and smoke. This blow, it wasn't just the churches that collapsed. Infinite positive and negative extremes, also with this wholehearted dedication, successfully broke through the 2nd level. Besides, the long-lost achievement point finally appears. The host took the lead in the battle to eliminate the Three Heads cult, and obtained achievement points *1000. Thank you, Jinsho and Shueshio, for giving students this opportunity to perform. Jiang Daoyuan looked back. Not bad, not bad. Lei Ji nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Behind him, warriors in small teams swooped down one after another. Then 7th-level warriors such as Lei Ji also rushed into the battlefield. This is bound to be a horizontal push. Then Jiang Daoyuan also rushed into the battlefield. The target is those warriors of level 3 to 4. Boom! When a flash of lightning occurs, blood will splash. Chapter 29. If you defeat me, I will let you live. Of course, Jiang Daoyuan would not look for those 5th-level, three-headed god followers who had condensed their life force fields. These are not his turn at all. Every 5th level of the three-headed divine religion has been surrounded by several 5th-level warriors. After all, a cult in a region can only preach underground, and the one it worships is only the king of ferocious beasts. How could it be that powerful? Shueshio and others treated this matter so seriously just in case. Prevent interference from the power of king-level ferocious beasts. Otherwise, just sending 2 7th-level strongmen can wipe out the three-headed divine sect. But in the end, there was no trace of the Almighty Lord, scientifically known as the Three-Headed Ape King. This means that this battle was over when it began. This is too fast. Jiang Daoyuan just killed a few 3rd-level warriors with his sword, and then he saw that most of the 6th-level and 5th-level warriors were doing nothing. There was only endless rolling waves in the air. That was a 7th-level battlefield. The violent true meaning of martial arts simply tore the sky apart and shattered the earth. Although it's not clear, from the several 7th-level strongmen who were supporting the battle, it can be guessed that the three-headed divine sect has already fallen into a disadvantage. Captain Fong, Zhang Daoyuan suddenly said, "Leave this person to me." The team led by Fong Yang did not join the battle from the beginning, but kept guarding by the side. Just now, a fifth-level warrior broke into the warning area and was bombarded by Fong Yang's team. If Zhang Daoyuan had not spoken, this fifth-level warrior would probably have seen the Almighty God. Yes, Fong Yang knew what Zhang Daoyuan meant, hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped aside. Although a fifth-level warrior who has condensed a life force field is extremely powerful, he is not something a fourth-level warrior can deal with. But now, this fifth-level warrior had one arm cut off by them, and his whole body was covered with wounds. Even his life force field was compressed, and it could be said that only 1/10 of his strength remained. In this case, even if Zhang Daoyuan is not his opponent, they will still have time to take action. Little Devil, Hopely, the fifth-level warrior of the three-headed divine religion, stared at Zhang Daoyuan with his only remaining eye. "Are you the SSS-level genius? What a pity. I was unable to send you before the Almighty God." Zhang Daoyuan was too lazy to pay attention. For this mortal man, he was just going to make the best use of his resources to try out what the life force field was. Also, take a look at your current practical level. Boom! Like a thunder drum from heaven, a terrifying thunder roar suddenly exploded. Around Zhang Daoyuan, countless thunder and lightning intertwined, as if forming a thundercloud storm. Superpowers can improve chi and blood. Conversely, chi and blood can also enhance the power of supernatural powers. Zhang Daoyuan, who was once at the second level, had already surpassed the speed of sound. Now, his speed will only be faster. The next moment, Lei Ji moved, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Violent thunder was coming towards him, and Hopely couldn't even catch sight of Jiang Qin's figure. All that could be heard was the space being torn apart by sword energy and the shrill screams of thunder stimulating the atmosphere. So fast. Only this thought flashed through his mind before the thunder seemed to have flashed before his eyes, and then a flash of lightning sword had already rushed into his life field. Boom! Following a loud explosion. A terrible shock wave instantly spread out around. The violent storm swept in all directions, blowing up Hopely's robe. He felt as if his muscles were cut by millions of knives. It was thunder striking his body. Hopely ignored it all. He pointed out with his only remaining arm, and his big hand like a beast's claw swept across the thunder, aiming at the sword that was coming down. But something happened that made him extremely uncomfortable. When it was about to hit, the sword suddenly increased its speed, passed over the big hand, and slashed Hopely's cheek, tearing a bloody wound. The life force field is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is not comparable to that half-baked Meng Shintong. The thunder moved again, but Zhang Daoyuan had already stood firm on the ground, just outside Hopely's life field. That's a distance of 10 meters. There was a strange look in his eyes, as if he was realizing something. With that sword, he intended to cut off Hope's head, but at the last moment, the speed of his sword was obviously suppressed by an external force, so that the sword only hit Hope's cheek. "Kid, you are indeed a genius, but without understanding the life force field, no matter how talented you are or how fast you are, you can never beat me, even to me now." Hopely already knew in his heart that this time their three heads religion was finished, and he and his followers were destined to be buried underground in Blackwater City. But now, he wants to take this genius of the southwestern province away before he dies. Very good. That's the attitude I want. Zhang Daoyuan gently swung his sword-holding hand, and the air around him spread out like water waves. "Come on, beat me. As long as you can defeat me, I can decide to let you live." As he finished speaking, the thunderstorm had already swept over Jiang Duan's body, and he sprinted back to Hopely's front. On the thundercloud sword, arcs of electricity were swirling, and the light was becoming brighter and brighter. In just a moment, Zhang Daoyuan seemed to have displayed more than 20 sword techniques in one breath and slashed out more than 20 sword chi. "Just you!" Hopely roared, and his life force field had locked onto Jiang Duan's speed, and he punched at more than 20 sword energies. Even with only one hand, Hopely's blood and energy were still surging. With a casual movement, 20,000 points of blood and energy would burst out. Bang, bang, bang. The surging waves spread out from the point of collision between the two people, surging in all directions. The area within a radius of 10 meters was filled with thundering light. Hopely was like a trapped beast, fighting desperately, ignoring the thunder and lightning, and kept launching attacks, trying to tear his opponent to pieces. But he couldn't touch Jiang Daoyuan at all. He could only endure Jiang Duan's sword energy and the baptism of thunder. Although the power of these thunder swords is very small, they can still cause damage to Hopely now. Happy, Jiang Daoyuan felt more and more excited as he fought. His sword seemed to be endless, pouring towards Hopely like a mountain or a sea. The ground around was constantly filled with potholes from the bombing, and large pieces of soil were rolling up. Hopely's already half-crippled body became even more miserable in this fierce bombardment. Amazing! This is the perfect control of the power of the Thundercloud sword. I don't know when, except this battlefield. The fighting all around had stopped, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them, with shock and admiration in their eyes. Speed, almost twice the speed of sound. If it weren't for the life force field, he would have completely crushed the guy from the Three Heads Divine Religion in terms of speed. This speed, coupled with the 5th level divine weapon that has activated most of its power, is simply too amazing. Among those who came to kill the Three Heads Divine Sect, none of them were weak. All of them had sharp eyes and could analyze everything at a glance. Chapter 30. The aura is finally achieved. Synchronization rate 1%. See? This is the future star of our human federation. As long as he grows up, a mere ferocious beast will be nothing to him. In the sky, Lei Ji felt very comfortable. He held the Patriarch in one hand and pointed down with the other, looking very proud. The Patriarch remained silent and said nothing. But I was also shocked in my heart. Jiang Daoyuan's progress was too fast compared to before. The attack that destroyed the church earlier was probably also caused by him. When I'm at level 3, can I pose a threat to him? As a 7th rank expert, the Patriarch was also a genius when he was young. He couldn't help but subconsciously compare himself when he was at the 3rd level with the current Jiang Daoyuan. Even with the current combat experience, there is only one result. Crush. 4th level? Same crush. Only when he reached the 5th level, relying on his life stance and his own S-level supernatural powers, was he able to suppress Jiang Daoyuan. But you have to know that Jiang Daoyuan is only a 3rd level warrior now. Could it be that I really took the wrong path? Did I choose the wrong future? The Patriarch's eyes kept changing and his mind was in a whirlwind. Damn it! Damn it! Hopely roared repeatedly, his face ferocious. At this moment, he was no longer in a state of disgrace. He looked as if he was about to die. His already severely injured body was now in an even more miserable state. His body was charred black, his scalp was shaved off, and the power of his chi and blood kept decreasing, now only a little over 10,000. It is hard to imagine what kind of horrific things he went through in just these few tens of seconds. Is all you can do about running? It is obvious that his strength is not as good as mine, and his energy and blood are obviously not as good as mine. Because of this speed, I was under great pressure to fight back. It felt like I was being made a fool of. His murderous intent and hatred were about to soar to the sky. Having cut off part of the head, has this made you crazy? Jiang Daoyuan looked at the scene indifferently. It looks like even if I don't continue to attack him, he will die here because of his injuries. The life force field has also weakened to a range of 3 meters. A 5th level warrior is indeed worthy of the title of the 1st level. Next time there's a chance, I'll find someone in his prime to practice with. Then let's end this game here. His mind turned, and in reality, Jiang Daoyuan directly launched the infinite positive and negative extremes, and tens of thousands of tons of power instantly covered the Thundercloud sword. With a single movement of the sword, the terrifying force tore through the whistling atmosphere and directly pierced through Hopely's crumbling life field. Everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed. You finally stopped running. Hopely screamed like a madman, his face distorted beyond all recognition. Bang, bang, bang. The skin on his body exploded inch by inch, and all his blood and energy were gathered into the next punch. Ha! D. His voice was hoarse and crazy, filled with intense pleasure, as if he had seen Jiang Duan's death. But when the thunder flashed in front of him, Hopely finally came to his senses. Under his gaze, the thundercloud soared advanced layer by layer, carrying the power of the Thundermaster and covered with tens of thousands of tons of material power, directly smashing his last punch into pieces. Literally crushing. And at that moment, despair and relief appeared in his eyes because he was finally dead. The terrifying power of thunder not only shattered Hopely's arm, but also devoured it. It's like the wrath of God. Use thunder to crush evil. Life force field. Sheathing the sword, Jiang Daoyuan whispered. He seemed to have grasped a glimmer of inspiration. In the Battle of Blackwater City, the three-headed divine cult, a cult that had been hiding in the southwestern province, was wiped out. Only a few people were left, and they managed to escape. However, the garrison commanders and scholars will naturally not let these lawless cults, who dare to sacrifice human lives to ferocious beasts, go, and they are determined to hunt them down to the end. This matter fell into the hands of Jiang Daoyuan, who took the initiative to request it. 3 days later, choaching above the old city, a warship from the Martial Arts Association broke through the airwaves and came slowly. Inside were Jiang Daoyuan and Fang Yang's team. And there is a 7th-level strongman who is responsible for staying on the warship just in case. Such a powerful team, its target is only a cult branch led by a 4th-level warrior. The life force field is a means for the superpower to synchronize chi and blood, and synchronize with external matter. What we need to do is to empty our minds and feel the interaction between superpowers and the world's matter. In Jiang Duan's mind, he was still thinking about the teachings of several 7th-level warriors. During these 3 days, he has been trying to transform that flash of inspiration into real understanding. But obviously, this thing has nothing to do with swordsmanship talent. As a result, Jiang Daoyuan's progress was stuck at the moment of inspiration. My achievement points have been increasing over the past few days. It seems that the Tianyuan team is also counted as my achievement. Looking at the more than 6,700 achievement points on the panel, Jiang Daoyuan was quite happy. At this rate, before he leaves for training camp, maybe you can successfully save up for a big one. When the warship stopped moving, Fang Yang interrupted Jiang Duan's thoughts. Advisor Jiang, we have arrived. Jiang Daoyuan nodded slightly. Then let's get started. The hatch opened and the wind howled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures, led by Jiang Daoyuan, fell down like arrows. Boom! After landing, due to the huge inertia, Jiang Daoyuan's body stepped into a big hole on the hard concrete ground. He had no intention of restraining his strength. This is also a kind of interaction. Sizzle. Thunder and lightning came with a loud bang. A massacre began in an instant. Interaction. A minute later, Jiang Daoyuan smashed the church into pieces with thunder. On the panel, a new column will be condensed. A few vague characters that seem to be gathering and dissolving are constantly trying to take shape, but always fall short at the last moment. Wucheng, Mucheng, Wangcheng. Many of these cities from the bottom of the 36 cities all have traces of Jiang Daoyuan. His name is like a sharp sword, running through the dark world of the southwest province. 1 month later, there was a loud bang. Jiang Daoyuan's figure was like lightning and thunder, falling directly from the sky. Broken rocks flew and smoke filled the sky. This is the last place. Jiang Daoyuan glanced at the surrounding scene. Jiang Daoyuan, you deserve to die. In front of him, a guy dressed as a priest seemed to be prepared. His whole body swelled up like an animal, and he suddenly pushed his hands forward. Suddenly, an extremely violent force exploded in all directions with him as the center. How weak. Jiang Daoyuan's figure is like a god or a ghost. The next moment, hundreds of lightning sword energies had pierced through the priest's body, directly killing him into ashes. And it was at this moment that the inspiration finally came. Material synchronization rate, 1%. Chapter 31, Winter Solstice, the source of the ferocious beast riot. Life force field. It finally came together at this moment. A synchronization rate of 1% means a range of 1 meter. Waves of empty air, carrying the aura of thunder, covered an area of 1 meter in radius. Within this range, Jiang Daoyuan only felt that all changes in matter could not escape his perception. And he himself can even control this life force field to impose states on anything within this range. It can be positive, that is to strengthen your own offensive. It can also be negative, that is the state of suppressing others. The most typical example is that Hope uses the life force field to suppress Jiang Daoyuan's speed and increase his own speed. No wonder 5th-level warriors can crush most of those below 5th level. The importance of realm is still beyond doubt. Jiang Daoyuan sighed in his heart. If you want to cross levels, you can only break the life force field. Then it is possible to discover it. It is no wonder that battles from level 1 to level 2, level 2 to level 3, and level 3 to level 4 are extremely common. But it is extremely rare to reach the 5th level, especially to just achieve the 5th level. Even if they can cross, they basically carry high-level magic weapons, S-level or higher talents, A-level or higher killing moves, and tens of thousands of health. Of course, the most important thing is that the 5th level itself is the most ordinary 5th level warrior. As long as you have high-level magic weapons and sufficient talent and supernatural powers, then there is no need to think about it. In fact, the difficulty of crossing the 5th level is also related to this. A warrior who can comprehend the life force field and break through the 5th level can be called a genius no matter where he is placed in any city in the southwestern province. The 1st level has such a beautiful scenery. I wonder what the martial arts will level, or the level of condensing a demigod body, will be like. The ghost-slaying god descended from the void and condensed his incarnation. Just as its name suggests, his methods were like ghosts and gods, but they were still in Jiang Daoyuan's heart. I wonder how Counselor 2 is doing now. The setting sun is blood red on the endless plain. A 2-meter-tall, straight-backed man in black appeared in the air. Next to him, there was a man in military uniform who was equally burly and had an aura as majestic as the mountains and the earth. It was the god who came to slay ghosts and the general who guarded the border, known as the Mountain King, Zhang Taijing. Just looking at the appearance of this Mountain King, it seems that he has been through a great battle. His military uniform is tattered, but looking through the gaps, the exposed muscles seem to be made of rock, full of heavy power. All right. Suddenly, Tu Guotian spoke and stopped moving forward. He stared ahead and saw a huge monster perched on a high mountain after passing through layers of space. Are you sure? Shanwang opened his mouth. His voice was very hoarse, as if he had not had enough rest for a very long time. This is indeed the case. Ever since the new king-level beast appeared, he has not had a single day of peace. Fortunately, Lei Ji was really powerful and directly invited the big Buddha Tu Guotian to come. Although it was just a projection of an incarnation, he still took him with him in the past 2 months to explore the source of the murderer's riot. Now it seems that I have finally found it, but I'm afraid this result is unacceptable to Sanwang. Let's go. That guy is at the final stage of transformation. Now is the time when he is most irritable and easily angered. Those migrating herds of ferocious beasts were obviously influenced by this guy. Tu Guotian said lightly. Zhang Taijing was silent for a while and said, "Can't we solve it now?" "How to solve it? Relying on you?" Tu Guotian glanced at Zhang Taijing and said, "I am only a 9th level god, not a true god. What do you want me to do with an incarnation? I have already done my best to help you deal with a king, even at the cost of my own life. Why don't you try your best to break through to the 9th level as soon as possible?" Tu Guotian patted Zhang Taijing's shoulder, and even though he was an incarnation, a voice was still heard. Zhang Taijing smiled bitterly. It was not so easy to break through to the 9th level. Among the geniuses of their generation who were born in a full 10 years, only Tu Guotian succeeded. He hadn't even reached the limit of the 8th level, let alone the 9th level. What about the Federation? Zhang Taijing asked again. The beast meat sent by the Western Demon Suppression Army accounts for 1/10 of the Federation's supply. A demigod beast is enough to break the balance. Even if this beast does not move, the beasts that are driven away by him will still attack the defense line and cause huge consequences. This is also what he is worried about. After all, outside the southwest defense line is a vast flatland. We'll talk about that later. Tu Guotian did not comment. I will propose to the parliament to send troops to support the Western Demon Suppression Army. As for whether it will succeed, it depends on them. By the way, remember to send that king-level Thunder Dragon to Zhuxia University. After saying this, Tu Guotian's figure flashed. It actually dissipated directly, and the will returned to the body. Only Zhang Taijing was left standing there with an unclear expression. Winter comes unknowingly. Yinhai City, in a specially designed battle room. 2 figures crisscrossed each other, and thunder, fire, sword energy, and knife light exploded in the battle room one after another. Boom! Chi and blood continued to explode and be annihilated. When the final collision occurred, one of the figures suddenly stopped, holding a sword in one hand. His young face was full of indifference. It was Jiang Daoyuan. At this time, another month had passed since he comprehended the life field. During this month, his energy and blood have been steadily increasing. At the same time, he is also using Fong Yang and others to sharpen his own life field. Opposite him was the guard captain Fong Yang. Fong Yang was shocked at this moment. He was not shocked by Jiang Daoyuan's strength, but by Jiang Daoyuan's speed of improvement. "Monster!" I grumbled in my heart. Even though he controlled the chi and blood and the range of the life force field, he was still a 6th level warrior. His physical foundation was there, but he still couldn't defeat Jiang Daoyuan, who had the same chi and blood. Instead, he looked as if he was being suppressed. Advisor Jiang, you are truly a rare genius in our southwest province that has not appeared in 100 years. Fang Yang couldn't help but admire. It's nothing. Jiang Daoyuan shook his head. Putting aside all the pros and cons, he was actually not much better than those SSS-level geniuses. That's why he is looking forward to the next feature extraction. Yes, the lottery is temporarily abandoned. Between talents and characteristics, he chose characteristics. After all, if the talent level is not high, it will be covered by the Thunder Lord and will be completely useless. There is no such worry with features. All right, Jiang Daoyuan smiled and was about to end today's training. A voice like the sound of nature rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host. The Tianyuan team's total score has reached the first place in the comprehensive score of Zhuxia University Training Camp and obtained achievement points *500. People sit at home. Money comes from the sky. The Tianyuan team has indeed been providing achievement points steadily. But that number has always been small, not as much as the achievement points brought by the identity of consultant of the Martial Arts Association. I just didn't expect that we would stop at the Martial Arts Association. However, it was the Tianyuan team that gave them a huge surprise. And after harvesting these 500, Jiang Daoyuan's achievement points have reached 10,000 points. Chapter 32, Supreme Sword Emperor, Departure for Training Camp. These 10,000 points. It was really difficult. Jiang Daoyuan originally wanted to accumulate 10,000 before going to the training camp. It's just that dreams are beautiful and reality is cruel. Even if most of the work was done by him, even if it was written in the notice, Jiang Daoyuan was the main contributor to this campaign of eradicating evil. But the system doesn't recognize it. After all the hard work, the total salary was just over 4,000 yuan. If the Tianyuan team hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the rest would have needed to go to the training camp to make up for it. Advisor Jiang, Fang Yang asked quietly, "Are you okay?" "It's all right." Jiang Daoyuan suppressed his joy and waved his hand, saying, "Let's stop here for today's training. I should also prepare to go to the training camp." After seeing Fang Yang off, Jiang Daoyuan was the only one left in the spacious battle room. "Then let's get started. Consume 10,000 points to start a 10-draw combo at half price." Boom! It's no longer just text. But as he focused his mind, the entire world before his eyes seemed to shake, and 10 balls of white light that seemed to be filled with magical streams jumped out one by one, slowly rotating around Jiang Daoyuan. It was like being in another world, and the outside world suddenly became extremely blurry and slow. "So these are the 10 characteristics?" Jiang Daoyuan sensed the flow of information. "But you still have time?" It turns out that the requirements for the newbie benefits are not only to reduce the achievement points by half, but also to add this. Jiang Daoyuan no longer hesitated. Click directly on the first glow. Boom! The white light exploded, revealing the green light inside. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level feature, Breathing Expert. Breathing Experts. After years of hard work, you can maintain stable breathing at any time. Note, only in an environment with stable atmospheric pressure. What the hell? Jiang Daoyuan was shocked. Without that note, this thing could still be considered a conceptual feature. Now it's just garbage. Shake your head. Jiang Daoyuan continued to the next one. It's just that his luck seems to be a little unlucky. Second, gray air. The third one is still gray air. The fourth one is still gray air. However, the fifth one made Jiang Daoyuan's eyes light up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level characteristic, Little Martial Arts Genius. Little Martial Arts Genius. You are born extraordinary. The effect of tempering your chi and blood and practicing martial arts will be increased by 10%. It looks ordinary, but there are no special notes. In other words, this feature can be superimposed with the 2 SSSs, Thunder Lord and Sword Master. You'll know after you try it. Next, I was lucky and there was only one air. Among the 3, 1 is blue and 2 are green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level characteristic, Dynamic Reaction Nerve. Dynamic Reaction Nerve. You are born extraordinary. Your nerve reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people, and your reaction speed is improved. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level feature, External Healing. External Healing. Increase wound recovery speed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level feature, primary herbalist. Junior herbalist, improve the efficiency of picking herbs. A long and magnificent bunch. There are only 2 B-level ones who can really help Jiang Daoyuan. The next one is the last one. He took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the last ball of light. If this doesn't happen again, after the half price is used up, there is no need to do 10 consecutive draws. It is a waste. It is better to do a single draw and hope for a miracle. Get out. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out in front of Jiang Daoyuan. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-Level feature. Supreme Sword Emperor. Supreme Sword Emperor. You have practiced swordsmanship since childhood. You can master all kinds of swordsmanship at will. You know all the secrets of swordsmanship. Your attainments in the swordsmanship field have reached perfection. Only those who are unprecedented in history can be called the Supreme Sword Emperor. Each swordsmanship you practice can increase the power of your attack. Note: D level 1%, C level 2%, B level 3%, A level 4%, S level 5%. The upper limit of each level that can be increased is D level 10%, C level 20%, B level 30%. Invincible. This was the first thought that came to Jiang Daoyuan's mind when he saw the introduction. A few percent seems small, but when small amounts add up to a large amount, it becomes extremely terrifying. In 3 months, how many sword techniques did he master? More than 40 doors. More than 40 perfect sword techniques are not Jiang Daoyuan's limit. It was because there were only so many sword techniques below A level that he could collect. After all, low-level swordsmanship only involves changes in chi and blood and body changes, and does not contain much technical content. Even Jiang Daoyuan himself can create one at will. But now, more than 40 sword techniques have basically covered all aspects. Continuing to practice will not benefit your chi and blood. Jiang Daoyuan then gave up the low-level skills and began to practice A-level swordsmanship. But even so, the 3 levels of BCD have been filled up. That's an extra 60% power bonus. How big is the explosion of infinite positive and negative extremes now? The second level is almost 5 times more than the first level. Even if you haven't tried it, it must have exceeded the threshold of 100,000 chi and bloodlines. Add 60%, and it can directly reach hundreds of thousands. Of course, this is just an estimate. The actual situation is probably higher than Jiang Daoyuan thought. Even if we don't count this, it is still a huge improvement under normal conditions. And this is not the limit. As Jiang Daoyuan practices more and more swordsmanship, the power will only continue to increase, not decrease. So, this is like giving someone a pillow when they feel sleepy. Exactly what you want. Unfortunately, this thing has an upper limit. Jiang Daoyuan slowly sat cross-legged, feeling a little regretful. But I always feel that simply increasing the power is not the only means of this Supreme Sword Emperor. This feeling is illusory, yet real. Sure enough, when Jiang Daoyuan used his sword skills, on the panel, the same blurry and flickering font appeared above a large number of sword techniques. Are you going to merge all the sword techniques into one? The next day, when Fang Yang stepped into the battle room again, there wasn't much light. All that could be seen was Jiang Daoyuan sitting alone in the center of the room. Around him, lightning sword lights flashed continuously, cutting through the air and dancing around his body like a dragon. Every ray of lightning sword light is actually the sword energy condensed from blood and thunder power. Almost every sword energy was more than 1 meter long, with terrifying power and boundless sharpness faintly reflected in it. Such a strong sword energy. Fang Yang's eyes twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but smack his lips in surprise. No one knew Jiang Daoyuan's strength yesterday better than him. After not seeing each other for a day, the opponent's strength seemed to have undergone a drastic change again. At this moment, the whistling sword energy suddenly stopped, and Jiang Daoyuan spoke. "Is the time up?" "Yes," Fang Yang replied. "Just in case, the school specially dispatched a warship to escort you, and it's already waiting outside the door." "Then let's go." Jiang Daoyuan stood up, and as he took a step, all kinds of sword energy moved and slashed towards the testing equipment. In an instant, the entire testing equipment was completely swallowed up by the sword light, and everything was shattered. Chapter 33. Passing on the torch and moving forward into the future. The warship took off into the air, breaking through the layers of clouds and waves, carrying Jiang Daoyuan slowly towards Xiaoqing and the Zhuxia University training camp. It's snowing. Gazing at the warship that looked like a black dot in the sky, Lei Ji reached out his hand and caught a snowflake. Yes. Chun Sheng, the garrison commander of the Southwest Province, also reached out his hand to catch a snowflake. Looking at the crystal-clear lines on it, he smiled and said, "When the wind and thunder come out of the southwest, we know that the heavy snow sends heroes away." The two people standing at the top of the southwestern province were both very happy at this moment. Successfully sending Jiang Daoyuan away means that their mission has been successfully completed. Although the time was short, this achievement and this favor are already real. Just like you in a number 1 middle school, as long as it is related to Jiang Daoyuan, those who deserve promotion will be promoted, and those who deserve reward will be rewarded. Although they cannot improve their strength, they can still gain corresponding resources. Especially such a genius can enable the Federal Center to allocate more educational resources to the Southwestern Province. In my Southwestern Province, this year we have an SSS-Level Jiang Daoyuan, plus 2 SS, a total of 12 SS, which can be said to be the best in the entire Federation. Such achievements are all due to the hard work of the students. Chun Sheng sighed and asked, "Do you think Jiang Daoyuan can achieve better results at Juxia University? There are so many talented geniuses in the past 10 years. Although there has not been a single SSS-level genius in the last 2 sessions, it does not mean that there are none. That's why Mr. Chen asked this question." Ha! Lei Ji laughed loudly and suddenly clenched his fist, and the snowflakes in his hands suddenly shattered. The vast will of martial arts surged, stirring up the clouds and breaking them into pieces. In the midst of the wind and snow, a clear piece of sky was actually opened up. He thought about it and said directly, "It should be better than this place." Even though he had selfish motives, Lei Ji really hoped that Jiang Daoyuan could respond to his message. The torch is passed on, and the future is forged. It can only be passed down from generation to generation. Only in this way can humanity go further and further. And only in this extremely chaotic era can the entire Federation remain eternal. Summer City, the martial arts, political, military, cultural, and economic center of the Federation. It is also the home of the Global University Alliance, which is headed by Kunlun University, Star University, Tsinghua University, and Juxia University. And outside the city to the northwest, there is a vast mountain range and forest, and no one is allowed to enter or exit without permission. Some universities' winter training camps are held in these mountains. Ancient trees are towering and beasts are roaring. On a huge stone platform, double-story houses are arranged horizontally and vertically. In the center, there is a circular venue that is hundreds of meters long and wide. This is where Juxia University's training camp is located. Inside those houses are the 2,524 freshmen they recruited from all over the Federation. The snow is getting heavier. In the courtyard of one of the houses, Jin Xingyun, wearing a special training uniform, looked at the heavy snow floating between the sky and the earth, thoughtfully. Today is the last day of training camp. At one side, Wang Daosheng, who was wearing the same training uniform, walked over. His movements were like a volcano about to erupt, emitting endless light and heat. The heavy snow had melted and evaporated before it even reached within 3 feet of his body. He stood still and said calmly, "So, when will the captain arrive? If he's late, he won't be able to make it to today's competition." "How?" Jin Xingyan squinted his eyes. "Are you really afraid of Liang Chuanlong?" "Nonsense. Wang Daosheng says one thing and means another. I have received Brother Yuan's message. Since he said he would come, he will definitely come." Jin Xingyun did not try to hurt other people's feelings. Liang Chuanlong, the most terrifying person in Juxia University training camp at present. This is not just boasting, but a reputation that has been built up over 3 months. He overwhelmed a group of SS geniuses and always ranked first in the individual points list. If the team points were not calculated based on hunting ferocious beasts, then Liang Chuanlong's team may also be able to compete for the first place in the team list. Don't say Wang Daosheng. Even Jin Xingyan really didn't dare to let it go. SS-level gravity ability. It can not only change the gravity of the surrounding matter, but also change the gravity of its own matter. This is equivalent to having an alternative life field. Coupled with his amazing talent in boxing, he had already mastered an A-level Tiangang fighting method to the 8th level in just 3 months. The combination of the two meant that at this stage, in a huge training camp, only Meng Shintong could survive a few moves with the help of the Immortal Barrier. Jin Xingyun and Wang Daosheng were still chatting here. Outside the door, Members of the Tianyuan team arrived one after another. 3 months of experience, 3 months of hard work. It can be clearly seen that everyone is very different compared to the time of the joint martial arts examination. Everyone has undergone a complete transformation. Especially mentally, the feeling of having experienced killing and seeing blood is completely different from the ignorant student I used to be. The first one to arrive was Su Qingqing. She carried a spear on her back and had her black hair tied into a ponytail. Her lively and sharp eyes gave her a heroic look. The second person to come was Meng Shintong. He walked with his body straight, standing upright like a javelin. His gentle temperament seemed to have slightly disappeared due to the tempering of March, and was replaced by an indescribable calmness. The third person to arrive was Zhao Yueguang. She had not changed much and was still the same as before, but the killing in March had made the gentleness and sharpness in her brows a little more restrained. After a while, the Tianyuan team was fully assembled. Ning Xian, with neat short black hair and rather ordinary looks, possesses the S-level supernatural power, the Dark Atom. Qian Zhaoshun, a man with a female appearance, has an S-level supernatural power to lock the Dragon Pillar. Yin Changkong, extremely handsome, an S-level supernatural being, an 8-armed Shura. Lan Ningning, as her name suggests, has blue hair and looks peaceful and gentle. She has an S-level supernatural power. Water flows everything. 7 are S-level and 2 are SS-level. There are 9 people in total, namely all the freshmen entering Zhuxia University from Southwestern Province except Jiang Daoyuan, and they are also members of the Tianyuan team. The talent level completely crushed the rest of the team. This does not include the captain, Jiang Daoyuan, who has SSS-level superpowers and has not yet arrived at the training camp. If they were added, then this class, even at Kunlun University, would have no one who could match them in terms of talent. Several people talk to each other. The main issue is when Jiang Daoyuan will arrive. Jin Xingyin also responded one by one. In short, today will definitely arrive. But they're all geniuses, especially Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang. They had nothing to fear even if Jiang Daoyuan didn't come. I happened to feel something yesterday. The synchronization rate of the life force field has increased a lot. Even if Brother Jiang is not here, I have the confidence to fight Liang Chuanlong. Meng Shintong glanced around and said, I can go first and consume Liang Chuanlong's blood and energy. Then Zhao Yueguang can go up and win. No need to bother. Zhao Yueguang said calmly. Although Liang Chuanlong is strong, he still has a chance. If anyone wants to go up, I will go first. That's fine. Meng Shintong didn't care about it. Boom, boom, boom. That's when it happened. There was the sound of drums. The final day of the training camp officially kicked off with the battle. Chapter 34. Beat you until you lose. At the same time, in another house, a tall man with fair skin and black hair was smiling. The wrestling match has finally begun, so Jiang Daoyuan should be here today, right? He's exactly what Jin Xingyin calls the number 1 in the training camp, Liang Chuanlong from northern Xinjiang province. Next to Liang Chuanlong was the new student of the Beijiang team. Some of them are from the northern Xinjiang province, but there is only one who is special, a Ming Xiugan from Xiaqing itself. Ming Xiuqian's talent is not high, only A-level, but his reputation in the training camp is not much lower than that of these SS-level players. Because he is the second son of the Sun and Moon Group. The Sun and Moon Group operates martial arts nutrient solution, qi and blood pills, various levels of magical armor, and even cooperates with the military. Although the magic weapons in the main camp are only at level 5, they cannot even create elemental magic weapons. However, with the 5th level armor of the Flying Bear series, the Sun and Moon Group can obtain a large number of orders from the military every year. This makes Ming Xiuqian a proper rich second generation and a winner in life. That's why, with his A-level talent, his energy and blood can even catch up with the first-tier SS level, although only temporarily. This shows the importance of money. Not bad. Ming Xiuqian looked at Liang Chuanlong and said with a smile, My father sent news that there are warships traveling in the southwest province. In the upper circles of Xia City, Jiang Daoyuan's name is already known to everyone. After saying that, he had an unclear look on his face. He originally wanted to have a good relationship with this future strongman. It's a pity that he couldn't even see anyone for 3 months, so he could only win over Liang Chuanlong, who was from a mediocre background. For this reason, he even gave Liang Chuanlong a big gift today. Haha, Brother Shogun, with the flying bear armor you provided and my gravity power, even if Jiang Daoyuan really comes, I still have a chance to win. Liang Chuanlong laughed, very confident. Don't be careless. Ming Shogun shook his head. Don't do it too much in front of Jiang Daoyuan. He thought for a moment before saying, it's too presumptuous. SSS-Level must be the treasure of Zhuxia University. Ming Xiuqian didn't know about the killing of ghosts and gods, but he was still afraid that Liang Chuanlong, a stupid young man, would offend Jiang Daoyuan. There seems to be only one level difference between SS-Level and SSS-Level. The status is completely different. Unless you have surpassed the SSS level in the first few years of college, you may be able to replace it. Otherwise, with a flying bear armor, Zhuxia University wouldn't even care about winning. Even the entire Sun Moon group is like an ant in front of Zhuxia University and is not worth mentioning. In other words, it's okay to win, but not too much. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Liang Chuanlong didn't care. Now, he just wanted to defeat Jiang Daoyuan and prove his status as the top freshman at Zhuxia University. As for whether it relies on external objects, does that matter? Unimportant. Doesn't Jiang Daoyuan have a 5th level magic weapon? Then Zhao Yueguang also has a 6th level elemental magic weapon. What's wrong with relying on a 5th level battle armor? Everything is fine as long as we can win. Jiang Daoyuan relies on his speed. Although supersonic speed is terrifying, I have the gravity field, which is the best restraint for speed-type warriors. As long as I prevent him from slashing with that sword, victory will surely be mine. A competition in the training camp. Right in the heart of the training camp. The instructors of the training camp have already taken their positions. Freshmen from all over the country have already arrived. At a glance, there are about 300 or 400 people. But there are a lot of people. But the ones who can really go on stage to compete are probably only those less than 10 SS level ones. And those who can play are only the stronger S level talents. Today is the last day of training camp. This is also a day to test your limits. The first level instructor of Zhuxia University, Yu Qinxiu, read out the rules aloud. The rules are simple. From now on until sunset, the one who is still standing on the field wins. Although there is no reward, I also hope that you can show your best. After Yu Qinxiu finished his speech, he glanced at all the freshmen, focusing on those at SS level. Who among you goes first? I'll do it. The person who spoke was Liang Chuanlong. At this time, his training uniform was slightly swollen because he was wearing a Grizzly series armor inside. This 5th level armor can be large or small and can be hidden without affecting the body's movements. Then I declare the 2,524 level competition. Yu Qinxiu glanced at it indifferently, not caring at all, and was about to announce the start. There comes the wind. Hundreds of people looked up at the sky. There a black warship was approaching slowly, with roaring sound under the heavy snow and wind. The Martial Arts Association's warship. Is it Jiang Daoyuan who is here? Yu Qinxiu said to himself. A SSS level person can break the rules like this. It's really... He shook his head and stopped looking. Brother Yuan is indeed here, and the way he appears is really impressive. Jin Xingyun sighed. When we came here, we were just on an ordinary maglev plane. If you are SSS level, you can fly here directly. Su Qingqing said lightly. I wonder how much your strength has improved. Militants like Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang are full of fighting spirit. Sure enough, it's here. Liang Chuanlong raised his head and subconsciously touched the armor under his clothes, feeling certain in his heart. Under the gaze of so many people, the battleship slowly came to a standstill as it reached the sky. Ming Xiuqian frowned. What are you going to do? The others were also puzzled. Why did you just stop? At this time, the side door of the battleship opened. Then, thunder and lightning seemed to ring in everyone's ears. Then it was like thunder striking. A figure wrapped in lightning suddenly flew out of the warship and landed with a bang. The speed was so fast, just like real thunder and lightning, it suddenly landed on the ground before most people could react. Bang! The huge downward force creates an invisible airflow. The entire arena trembled slightly. In the wind and snow, the air waves rolled, under the attention of everyone. The figure that descended from the sky stood firmly in the center of the ring. Is this the SSS-level genius from Southwestern Province, Jiang Daoyuan? Just this one move is enough to crush most people. Horrible, really horrible. Most of the freshmen were shocked when they saw Jiang Daoyuan's figure, and when Jiang Daoyuan's gaze swept across the people in the audience. Even strong people like Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and others felt their hair stand on end, as if they felt an extremely sharp sword cutting across their necks. It's like thunder hanging high in the sky, ready to strike down at any time. His strength is becoming more and more terrifying. This kind of strength, various ideas emerged in everyone's mind. Zhang Duan's indifferent gaze swept across everyone and finally fell on Liang Chuanlong. Are you the Liang Chuanlong that Jin Xingyan mentioned? Are you going to admit defeat, or I'll beat you until you lose? Chapter 35. Upright and Powerful. 3 months of killing also made Jiang Daoyuan's words more direct. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and straight into Liang Chuanlong's heart, making him instantly furious. Hey, what do you mean by Liang Chuanlong? I just mentioned him. Below, Jin Xingyan kept yelling, fearing that others would think that he couldn't beat Liang Chuanlong, so he went to find Jiang Daoyuan. Fortunately, no one cared. They care more about Jiang Daoyuan's attitude and his confidence that ignores everything. So domineering, it seems to be exactly the same as his performance in the joint martial arts exam. Yeah, but I didn't expect that he would be like this in the training camp. All the freshmen standing by the ring had watched Jiang Daoyuan's martial arts exam video. The absolute strength of slaughtering the 4th-level crocodile dragon in an unparalleled manner shocked these people. Liang Chuanlong had naturally seen it as well, so he became even more annoyed. On the side, Yu Qinqiu had already used his means to set up an isolation shield. Jiang Daoyuan's behavior was consistent with setting a challenge for a fight, so he said nothing. Liang Chuanlong also saw this scene clearly. He clenched his fists, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly because of anger. Jiang Daoyuan, today I will let you know who is the #1 in the Zhuxia University training camp. As he spoke, Liang Chuanlong took a sudden step forward. His aura suddenly burst out, and traces of golden light shone through his body. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. White mist-like air waves gushed out from his body, surrounding him endlessly. It is an A-level martial art that combines both offense and defense. Tiangang fighting method. This is not over yet, facing the oppression of Jiang Daoyuan. He simply tore off his training uniform, revealing the 5th-level battle armor of the Flying Bear series underneath. The armor is gray all over with flowing lines on it, like a galloping and roaring flying bear, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. Life core of the armor. As soon as Pu appeared, the armor was activated immediately. The flying bear armor shook slightly, as if it was enlarged and transformed, instantly covering Liang Chuanlong's entire body. An extremely powerful force suddenly surged out from the armor. Sensing this terrifying power surge, Liang Chuanlong's confidence instantly soared. Then, he even used his gravity ability to change the gravity within a 20-meter radius around him. As long as Jiang Daoyuan stepped into this range, he would experience 20 times the gravity, although it will be offset by the superpowers, and even suppressed by Jiang Daoyuan's SSS-level superpowers. But as long as there are 2 or 3 times the gravity left, Jiang Daoyuan's speed will be slowed down slightly. Then the victory of this battle is mine. Oh my god, Liang Chuanlong has made further progress and has mastered the Tiangang fighting method to the 8th level limit? Yes, I also practiced the Tiangang fighting method. The white mist-like air waves are the Tiangang Qi at the 8th extreme state. It can automatically defend against attacks and has infinite uses. When it reaches the 9th extreme, the Tiangang Qi can be completely transformed into Tiangang battle armor, covering the whole body. The freshmen below were still marveling at martial arts. The flying bear armor suddenly appeared, which amazed the freshmen. Flying bear armor. This is the signature of the Sun-Moon group. Liang Chuanlong's strength is already very high. With the flying bear armor, won't he be invincible? That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see that Jiang Daoyuan hasn't changed at all? Liang Chuanlong can have this kind of thing, so how could Jiang Daoyuan not have it? 2. There was a lot of discussion. Jiang Daoyuan still stood there calmly. He did not move, did not wear any armor, and did not even take out the Thundercloud sword. He just looked at Liang Chuanlong calmly. Neither the Tiangang fighting method nor the flying bear armor could move him. When Liang Chuanlong completely stopped, Fong said calmly, "Are you ready?" Hearing this, Liang Chuanlong sneered. "Stop talking nonsense. I want to see why you are so arrogant." He has reached the 8th level of the Tiangang fighting method. Wearing the flying bear armor, standing in the gravity field, his health is as high as 1,500 points. Now he is fearless. Seeing this posture, Meng Shintong, Zhao Yueguang, and several other SS-level geniuses all stared and felt tremendous pressure. But what they really want to know is what Jiang Daoyuan will do under such pressure. After all, even Yu Qinxiu, a first-class instructor at Zhuxia University and the main person in charge of the training camp, could not obtain much information about Jiang Daoyuan after the joint martial arts exam from the southwestern province. Not to mention others. "I'm ready," Jiang Daoyuan said calmly. Then, it's not that Jiang Daoyuan didn't finish speaking, but Liang Chuanlong could no longer hear the rest of the voice. The face behind his visor changed drastically. All that could be heard was the whistling of the wind and the loud explosions of thunder striking the ground and the atmosphere. Before his eyes, there was only a continuous stream of thunder and lightning, and all the light was swallowed up. Boom! Any gravity field was useless under Jiang Daoyuan's lightning speed and was torn apart in an instant. A thunder body developed from SSS-Level supernatural powers, plus the life force field with a synchronization rate of 5%, and the terrifying bonus of the Supreme Sword Emperor, combined with the current high health of 2,000 points. If these combinations are added together, they can still be suppressed by the so-called SS-level gravity field. That's really a huge joke. Before countless people could react, Jiang Daoyuan's figure had already arrived with thunder all over the sky. A-level martial arts, wind, and thunder sword step. This close combat martial art, seemingly having nothing to do with swords, can still benefit from the bonus of the Supreme Sword Emperor. It is also Jiang Daoyuan's second A-level martial art. It was with the help of this sword step that he took a step forward upright and crushing with thunder. Clench your right fist and hit. Bang! A sound like a cannonball was heard, and the surging force rushed out like a wave. Jiang Daoyuan's fist broke through the defense of the flying bear armor inch by inch, and the Tiangangqi was destroyed in the first moment of collision. It hit Liang Chuanlong's stomach directly, with such extreme impact force that it even caused a bulge on his back. It was not until this time that the following words suddenly reached Liang Chuanlong's mind. At this moment, his body lost control under the huge force and flew backwards suddenly. At the core of life, the gravity field subconsciously covered the surroundings again. He tried to regain control of his body, but it was too late. It only takes a moment. Jiang Daoyuan's figure, under the terrifying blessing of Lei Ji's body and the powerful wind thunder steps with the bonus of the Supreme Sword Emperor. Just when Liang Chuanlong was knocked away by a punch and flew a little distance, he had already moved out of thin air and arrived first. The big hand opened and grabbed the visor directly. No matter how Liang Chuanlong's gravity field explodes, the life core of the flying bear armor cannot escape it. Jiang Daoyuan's hand was like a mountain pressing down on his head. Then, millions of thunders erupted in an instant. Chapter 36, 7th Order Elemental Armor, Treatment of a Genius. The thunder is like prison, and the air waves are like a dragon. Jiang Daoyuan's attack speed was simply too fast, and coupled with a huge power gap between the two, even the 5th-level flying bear armor could not make up for this gap, so that the freshmen below could react. All they could see were continuous streaks of thunder on the platform, followed by a series of loud explosions that then stopped. Jiang Daoyuan was standing alone on the stage, while Liang Chuanlong had already flown out and was lying on the ground unable to move. There were still strands of electric currents surging through the body, making crackling sounds. From this aspect, we can still see the power of the flying bear armor. With so many thunder and lightning exploding at close range, most of the kinetic energy was absorbed by the flying bear armor, and only a small part fell on Liang Chuanlong. Just this small part was enough to completely defeat Liang Chuanlong and prevent him from rising again. This is not luck, but Jiang Daoyuan's perfect control. They are all classmates, and they are just competitors. They just want to continue to clarify their status as geniuses. How could they really kill each other? I don't use the Thunder Cloud Sword, just because I'm afraid I can't estimate the strength, so I can kill him with one sword. The 5th-level armor is powerful, but like Zhao Yueguang's flying snow sword, it still depends on who uses it. One move, just one move. Jiang Daoyuan didn't even use his sword, so he was defeated? Liang Chuanlong could not move, but his mind was not affected much, but the shock in his heart was already overwhelming. How could he be so powerful? Why did my gravity field have no effect on him? This shouldn't be. The gravity field plus the life core, coupled with A-level martial arts, these are no match for Jiang Daoyuan. So in history, how did those people who defeated SSS-level geniuses do it? Liang Chuanlong couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Logically speaking, even if he loses, it is not in such a way. Under the stage, Ming Xiuqian subconsciously opened his mouth. The flying bear series of armor that they were most proud of was defeated so easily, without even a chance of resistance. Those SS-level geniuses were equally shocked. They had thought that Jiang Daoyuan might win, but they had never thought that he could win so easily. This is no longer a battle, but a sweep. Brother Yuan is awesome. Jin Xingyan laughed loudly, looking very proud, as if he had also defeated Liang Chuanlong. A shame. Su Qingqing looked at Jin Xingyan coldly, and almost held her forehead in silence. As for Jiang Daoyuan's performance, she was not surprised at all, as it was completely within her expectations. For the Tianyuan team, this kind of performance is the most normal thing. If Jiang Daoyuan cannot kill instantly, it would be really strange for them, not to mention the shock of these freshmen. Several instructors were also shocked, especially Yu Qianxiu. He stared at Jiang Daoyuan and asked directly, "You have comprehended the life force field and synchronized it directly to 5%? Just now, it was this life force field that crushed the life core of the flying bear armor, and then the gravity field directly broke it. This resulted in a blow that could be called an instant kill. Life force field." Among the freshmen of Zhuxia University, the second guy who realized the position of life appeared. With a bang, like oil boiling in a raging fire, many freshmen finally reacted and their eyes changed again when they looked at Jiang Daoyuan. This guy is simply not human. He has an incredible talent for supernatural powers and swordsmanship, and now he has even realized the position of life. And the synchronization rate reaches 5% in one go. What else can he do? No wonder, no wonder. Liang Chuanlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least this made him feel better. The synchronization rate is 5%. Meng Shintong felt a sense of frustration. He had comprehended the life field so long in advance, but now the synchronization rate was only 4%, and he had just made some progress. Yes, I got an epiphany by chance, and this is what I did by chance. Jiang Daoyuan's words were very humble, but his tone was extremely arrogant. He thrust his sword out of the thundercloud and glanced at all the freshmen below. Who else dares to come up and fight? The moment the thundercloud sword came out, a sharp force swept across the entire place. Infinite positive and negative forces were ready to go, and the terrifying feeling of oppression made the hearts of some freshmen who were close to them almost jump out of their chests. But no one dared to step forward. Yu Qianxiu frowned. Their fighting spirit was suppressed like this. These freshmen still needed to be polished. He suddenly took a step forward, and his 7th-level martial arts will instantly soothed Jiang Daoyuan's oppression. You are all the pride of martial arts in your respective provinces, the future hope of the Human Federation. Can you be crushed by a little setback and blow? Are you worthy of your status and the hope placed on you? He shouted loudly. This is just an internal competition in the training camp. There is no life and death crisis. If you all stop here, will you just watch the ferocious beasts and the foreign races in the north that are eyeing the entire Human Federation invade our beautiful land and mountains without moving? Show me your courage and your attitude, and let me see if you are worthy of being a student of Zhuxia. Yu Qianxiu's words were powerful and passionate. Combined with his martial arts will, he instantly rekindled the fighting spirit of those retreating SS-level and S-level geniuses. Yes, what does a temporary win or loss matter? I'm Jiang Feilong. I, Guozhuang, am coming too. Those SS-level geniuses volunteered to fight Jiang Daoyuan. Jiang Daoyuan was also helpless. He just wanted to quickly get some achievement points for setting up a duel. Now it still takes some effort. Then come up and fight, on a cliff several hundred meters high. Really young people have a lot of energy. The one who spoke was Yurenjia. With the vision of a 7th-level warrior, he could see every detail clearly at a distance of several hundred meters. Brother Wu, what do you think? Yurenjia asked casually. Next to him was the first-year academic director of Zhuxia University, Wu Changqing. This newly accomplished 8th-level strongman is the highest-ranking person in charge of this Zhuxia University training camp. Wu Changqing said calmly, "At such a young age, you have such strength. Your future growth will be limitless." Is it? Yu Renjin nodded and watched Jiang Daoyuan slap a genius from Mingsu province with his sword, and then said, "Then should we fight for a place in the Holy Land's secret realm for him? Do you need to say this?" Wu Changqing said, "If we don't give him the quota for the Holy Land's secret realm, who else can we give it to? Do you think that there are still people who dare to oppose the words of Counselor 2? As long as Jiang Daoyuan enters the 4th level, he can go to the Holy Land to practice." "Ha, that's true." Yu Renjia smiled. He was just afraid that Tu Guatian status was too high and he might not be able to pay attention to things at the lower level. Brother you. Wu Chongqing shook his head. If you put this effort into cultivation, you might have already broken through to the 8th level. It's not that easy to reach the 8th level. Yu Renjia said. Besides, an ordinary 8th level person is nothing. Only by cultivating more powerful people like Tu Guatian can we truly do what we should do. Don't worry about that. Counselor Tu has arranged everything. According to the manager of Tiangong Academy, a king-level beast has been sent from the southwest province. We need to customize a set of 7th level elemental armor for Jiang Daoyuan. Chapter 37. Team Tianyuan's Cooperation. The 7th level armor is elemental armor. This is what is commonly known as the upper level armor. Among the external objects in the world, the most important are magical weapons and armor. These two together make up the magic weapon set. The so-called elements can make armor and weapons elemental. The difference between elemental divine armor and ordinary divine armor is not only the difference in power and defense, but more importantly, the difference lies in the elementalization. A king-level ferocious beast, in cooperation with a master craftsman and many rare resources, can create a 7th level elemental armor. Yu Renjia was also present at that time, but he did not expect that the slaughter of ghosts and gods could be arranged so quickly. Of course, this seems simple and easy. It seems very easy, but only a powerful person like Tu Guatian can take action to be so efficient. It can be seen from here that this person really thinks highly of Jiang Daoyuan. Then I am indeed relieved. Yu Renjia smiled and said, I can't wait to see Jiang Daoyuan represent Juxia University. Wu Chongqing nodded in agreement. This is what I want to see too. Next one. The thunder moved and the sword flashed. An SS-level genius from Longmen Province has been defeated. Jiang Daoyuan, who defeated him easily, remained the same as always, without even breaking a sweat. It's terrible too terrible. 5 SS-level warriors came one after another, but no one could take Jiang Daoyuan's moves and swords. The gap is too big. As expected, it is a rare SSS level in the world. It really lives up to its reputation. Is this the difference between a genius and a mortal? Below, some are shocked, some are admiring, some are jealous, and it can be said that all living beings have this experience. But no matter what, no one is going up anymore. Because except for the Tianyuan team, except for the A-level talented Ming Xiuqian, all the other 3rd level warriors have already gone through the ring. And the result is naturally solved with one sword. Since there is no one to fight again, the final winner of this showdown is Jiang Daoyuan. Let us respectfully. Yu Qianqiu also shook his head, just when he was about to announce that this time the battle was over prematurely. Jiang Daoyuan's voice suddenly sounded, Wait a moment. Everyone was confused. What are they waiting for? It's not over yet. It's time to get ready to eat. How did they know that after the announcement, the expected system prompt did not come out? How can it end without achievement points? Jiang Daoyuan swiped his sword and stopped in front of the Tianyuan team. Come up here and let me see how you have progressed in 3 months. Defeating them all would probably be impossible, but compared to the past, 3rd level warriors would at least have to defeat them all. So Jiang Daoyuan could only operate on Tianyuan team. Hearing this, everyone in the Tianyuan team suddenly looked at each other with different expressions. The other instructors and freshmen are even more confused. Aren't the Tianyuan team all your people? Are you going to be so cruel that you even beat your own people? And you. It is even more impossible for Jiang Daoyuan to let go of the helpless Ming Xiuqian. He said calmly, You guys come up together. Boom. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge ripple. One against several and one against one are never the same concepts. Especially a team that can cooperate with each other. Just because one person cannot be controlled doesn't mean both cannot be controlled. In addition, the superpowers can be superimposed on each other, but they were relieved when they thought of Jiang Daoyuan's speed. With such a speed, the number of people seems to be meaningless as long as it cannot be restricted. Interesting. Yu Qianqiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, Brother Yuan, you really look down on us. We have worked together perfectly in the past 3 months and have fought against all kinds of opponents. When Jin Xingyun heard this, he quickly stood up to protest. Since the captain has this intention, we should accompany him to the end. Wang Daosheng, who is considered to be among the best among all the S-level people in the training camp. During the joint martial arts examination, he was easily defeated by Jiang Daoyuan and withdrew from the 3rd level. Then we're welcome too. Meng Shintong didn't waste any words. He moved and stood on the stage. Using the majority to defeat the minority would not have much value if Liang Chuanlong was in charge, but it would be completely different if Jiang Daoyuan was in charge. Zhao Yueguang said nothing, but the ferocious sword was already unsheathed. Moonlight frost. When the sword was unsheathed, the elemental power in the sword had already covered the entire field. Compared to the joint martial arts examination, his control over the ferocious sword has obviously improved by several levels. Even the life core has been successfully stimulated. Ning Xian, Qian Zhaoxin, Yin Changkong, and Lan Ningning also took the stage. Not only has their strength improved a lot compared to the joint martial arts examination, the cooperation between them has reached perfection. From the first moment, everyone has taken their positions to ensure that everyone can support each other. The members of the Tianyuan team are treating the Captain Jiang Daoyuan as a big boss. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. Seeing this scene, Ming Xiuqian had no choice but to step in. He was the second son of the Sun and Moon Group, so he could give the Flying Bear series armor to Liang Chuanlong. Then, of course, he has one himself, and it is better than Liang Chuanlong's. The same color, the same Flying Bear armor. It's just that what Ming Xiu did looks a lot more powerful, exuding a cold and dark atmosphere in the sunlight. That is the life core of the armor interfering with the material world. This is the next generation product of the Flying Bear series. Compared with the current Flying Bear armor, it is overall 20 to 30% better. Ew. It's a pity that no matter how strong he is, he can't bring much confidence to Ming Xiuqian. Seeing that everyone who should be on the stage was already on the stage, Jiang Daoyuan waved to everyone and said with a smile, "Come on, you take action first." The sound fell, and the battle suddenly began. Bang! Like the sacred mountain suppression, Meng Shintong immediately deployed the immortal barrier together with the life force field. The whole person stepped forward and stood at the front. Behind him, Zhao Yueguang stood solemnly holding a sword. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with endless frosty moon, and all kinds of visions were focused on one point, staring at Jiang Daoyuan. As soon as she makes a move, she will strike out with a thunderous sword. Yin Changkong and Su Qingqing, two similar melee warriors, were slightly behind. But they are also ready to attack. As soon as there is a flaw, it is time for them to take action. Xuanzi, Jin Xingyan spoke at the same time. His special ability is the Thousand Sword Heart. Although there is a sword in front, the most important thing is the word heart. If Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang are the main defenders and main attackers, then Jin Xingyan is the dispatcher. At this time, in the Thousand Swordsmanship state, he can sense the battlefield situation from the most basic atomic matter. Woo! Ning Xian moved, his eyes under his black hair suddenly widened. A black light appeared and suddenly flew out. The S-level supernatural power dark atom is activated. There was another person moving with him. Lock! S-level control ability, Dragon Locking Pillar. The one who made the move was the feminine and feminine Qian Zhaoxin. Dark atoms can block the enemy's vision and perception. Then the Dragon Locking Pillar was used to immobilize it directly. And after the control of these two people, it was Wang Daosheng and Lan Ningning, the two remote output players. Chapter 38, 4 times the speed of sound, real speed. Boom! The flames rose, and this simplest and most violent elemental attack turned into a fire dragon and rushed out. The raging fire seemed to burn everything. S-level superpower flame control. After the fire dragon, there was another wave of water column rolling in. Like a wave, like all phenomena, it contains infinite changes. All this happened in just an instant. Ming Xiuqian, who was independent on the side, did not participate. There was no cooperation between him and the Tianyuan team, and the superpowers might conflict with each other. So he chose to go behind Jiang Daoyuan, ready to make a sneak attack at any time. At this time, the black light first arrived in front of Jiang Daoyuan. The cooperation is good, but the hard power is still a little lacking. Jiang Daoyuan even had the mood to make a comment. His Thunder Master was in an invisible place, and he could directly shake all the sneaky things into nothingness. Blocking his perception and vision is of no use to him at all. Then a terrible scream filled the entire arena. That was the roar of sword energy tearing through the atmosphere. But none of the freshmen saw when Jiang Daoyuan made the move. They could only see a flash of sword light as agile as a dragon, and then the black light was shattered. The sword energy continued to move forward until it penetrated the two symbols of water and fire. and then it slowly dissipated. Boom! It was like several pillars of nothingness appeared out of thin air, suppressing all around Jiang Daoyuan, trying to imprison his actions. Do it! Jin Xingyun used his heart as his voice, and in a tenth of a second, his voice spread throughout the arena. The sword energy was all around him, pointing directly at Jiang Daoyuan. A-level martial arts, Tai Gang Wind Divine Sword. This time, almost everyone moved. Knives, swords, spears, and fists all attacked together, each displaying A-level martial arts. Their energy and blood were like waves, and their power was like a tide. They almost joined together and attacked Jiang Daoyuan from all directions. Ming Xiuqian also moved at this time. The power of the flying bear armor was maximized, as if he turned into a flying bear hunting prey. A trace of electric current was carried, and he killed Jiang Daoyuan like gray lightning. The second son of the Sun and Moon group, his superpowers are also related to thunder. With so many people attacking and so much energy and blood flowing, Jiang Daoyuan was almost completely locked down from all directions. Offensives were directed down upon him, leaving him no way to escape. The strongest among them are Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang. I saw the ferocious sword in Zhao Yueguang's hand shining brightly, and the killer move of martial arts, the sword that had once astonished thousands of people in the stage of beheading the god pillar, had been used. The sky was full of moon-killing frost. Pieces of icy moonlight surged out from the ferocious sword, filling the sky with white mist. Ice crystals condensed into shape like sharp blades, expanding forward in a cone shape. Compared to 3 months ago, the power of this sword has more than doubled. Meng Shintong seemed to be walking with his back to the mountain, his fists opening and closing. It was like throwing out endless fist shadows in one breath. The vast energy and blood were like an overwhelming tidal wave, and it could even change the enemy's mind and create a layer of illusion. A-level martial arts. Chaos Mountain Phantom Fist. The spear in Su Qingqing's hand seemed to have turned into a huge black python with a ferocious head. When it spit out its tongue, a scarlet air stream half a foot long was emitted. Yin Changkong held 2 swords in his hands, and behind him, 8 illusory arms were holding 8 different weapons, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. The distance between the two was not far from Meng Shintong and the other man. In this way, even if Jiang Daoyuan defeated Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang in an instant, he would still have to face Su Qingqing and Yin Changkong. And behind Su Qingqing and Yin Changkong, there are Jin Xingyun, Wang Daosheng, and Lan Ningning. 3 levels, 3 combinations. Even if Yu Qinqiu met with several instructors, he would say, "Good." This kind of cooperation is naturally nothing on the battlefield, but you have to know that this is just a new team that has just been established for 3 months, and time is on their side. Moreover, Yu Qinqiu saw clearly that this combination also had a 4th hidden move. But facing such an advancing siege, Jiang Daoyuan remained calm, as if he did not feel the danger or crisis at all. The so-called dragon-locking pillar was only meant to imprison him, but it did not really imprison him. Jiang Daoyuan just wanted to give his teammates some room to perform, so he didn't kill them instantly. With a polite smile on his face, Jiang Daoyuan felt like thunder was rising around him. Under the vibration of the airflow, Lei Ji started to move. He just took 1 step and flashed dozens of meters away and came in front of Meng Shintong. He faced the overwhelming force of fists head-on. Although Meng Shintong was shocked, he did not panic. He used his left hand to create a life force field and his right hand to create an immortal barrier. The 2 superpowers superimposed to form a huge protective shield. Yes, if you had a piece of armor or a magic weapon, you would be more powerful than Liang Chuanlong. But he did not expect that under such circumstances, Jiang Daoyuan's voice could still be accurately transmitted to his ears. Before Meng Shintong could react, thunderous swords slashed down without any fancy moves. Meng Shintong's life field was instantly destroyed. His defensive barrier was directly pierced, and he was forcibly chopped away by the sword, like a kite with a broken string. After Jiang Daoyuan slashed down with his sword, he didn't even look at the fate of Meng Shintong. Driven by the violent and extremely fast power of thunder, he rushed into Zhao Yueguang's Frost Moon ability like a god incarnate of thunder. Boom! Thunder versus Frost Moon. There was a bang, and the thundercloud storm completely covered the original frosty moonlight. A flash of thunder swallowed Zhao Yueguang completely, and then Jiang Daoyuan's sword swept and pushed, and her whole body was knocked away by a powerful force. Until then, Meng Shintong had flown less than 10 meters, and Zhao Yueguang had just flown a few meters. Jiang Daoyuan flashed again and was already in front of Ming Xiuqian. He was not so polite to this non-Tianyuan team member. Violent thunder fell like raindrops, hitting a freshman with thunder-related powers as if he had been struck by lightning. As his energy and blood surged, he also followed in the footsteps of Meng Shintong and the others. After defeating 3 third-level warriors, Jiang Daoyuan also shut down Lei Jishan. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 crashing sounds corresponded to Meng Shintong and the others. What happened next was pretty much the same. Yin Changkong, the 8-armed Shura, couldn't even hit the corner of Jiang Duan's clothes and was blown away. Su Qingqing was a pleasant surprise. When Jiang Daoyuan caught up with her, perhaps her ferocity and potential were aroused. It actually allowed her spearmanship to reach a breakthrough level, which was very mysterious. Unfortunately, her power was too low and she could not threaten Jiang Daoyuan at all, so she was still knocked away by the sword. A golden cloud surrounded by sword energy. Thousand-star god holding a bow and shooting arrows. Wang Daosheng, who is skilled in fiery sword technique. Lan Ningning, whose sword is as flowing as water and whose knife can transform into anything. They all lost in the same way and stepped down in the same way. The only difference is the time difference. Only, at this time, Ning Xian was the only one left on the field. Jiang Daoyuan was about to deal with this person quickly. A hint of surprise that had not been seen for a long time finally appeared on his brow. In an instant, the life force field responded with something that had stepped into his surroundings. The next moment, boom! Endless thunder erupted. Jiang Duan's figure suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, his speed reached a terrifying 4 times the speed of sound. When it reaches midair, where he was originally standing, Ning Xian, holding a dagger, appeared directly as if he had traveled through space. No, not like, but it is. This is the final resort of the Tianyuan team. Ning Xian's Dark Atom improved again a few days ago, and he comprehended a supernatural skill. Dark Leap. By using all his energy and supernatural powers, and using the Dark Atom as an anchor, he could directly jump out within 100 meters. This is a natural assassin's method. For this reason, the Tianyuan team specially exchanged him a 5th-order lower-level magic weapon, which is a dagger without a life core. This is the best item you can redeem in this training camp. Combined with the elusive Dark Leap, it is entirely possible to defeat the enemy with 1 strike. But now Ning Xian drew his sword and looked around, feeling confused. Until he was knocked out by Jiang Daoyuan, his mind was still full of disbelief. Captain, how could your speed possibly exceed the speed of my Dark Leap? He didn't know that this was not because Jiang Daoyuan's speed surpassed the Dark Leap. It was Jiang Daoyuan's reaction speed that exceeded his attack speed. As soon as he appeared, Jiang Daoyuan had already reacted and made corresponding countermeasures. This is, of course, also due to the newly acquired characteristics and dynamic reaction nerves. If Jiang Daoyuan wasn't afraid of accidentally injuring or killing his teammates, he could have predicted the attack. Congratulations to the host for defeating Zhuxia University Training Camp. Obtain achievement points *500. Chapter 39. Conquer everything and become the first freshman. The familiar achievement points arrived as expected. It's just this amount. 500 points. Jiang Daoyuan already had an estimate in mind. According to the current rules, these achievement points may be linked to the difficulty. Except for the first 1,000 points. The remaining 1,000 points are all related to warriors who are at a higher level than oneself. And 500 points are for warriors of the same level as oneself. Should I force myself not to break through and then go get achievement points? Shaking his head, Jiang Daoyuan gave up this unrealistic idea. After all, this is just a guess of his now. It is impossible for him to give up his own strength training just for a guess. Not to mention it was fake. Even if it was true, he wouldn't really do that. I can't even draw one of the 1,000 achievement points. There is no need to sacrifice your own cultivation progress for a 500-point gap. After all, the faster you cultivate, the more attention you will get from Zhuxia University and Guishan. While Jiang Daoyuan was thinking about things, the shock felt by hundreds of Zhuxia University freshmen has reached an unparalleled level. Defeating 10 people with 1 sword, if this is not invincibility, then what is invincibility? Especially when Jiang Daoyuan dodged Ning Xian's fatal attack at the last moment. Countless people were shaken and unable to control themselves. Most people's views on Jiang Daoyuan changed again. Is this his full strength? Among them, Liang Chuanlong was the most shocking. He thought that apart from that sword, Jiang Daoyuan had already used all his skills. But now he realized that the other party was just joking with him and was not using his full strength at all. Is this the SSS-level genius? Liang Chuanlong took a deep breath, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. He is an extremely proud person. Ever since he awakened his SS-level supernatural power, people look up to him wherever he goes. But now it is his turn to look up to others, which he is extremely unwilling to do. Even if he fails temporarily, he will fight again. But now, looking at Jiang Daoyuan standing there, looking down at everything like a god, he could no longer think of anything. The gap between them is big enough to make people despair. Not only Liang Chuanlong, but other SS-level geniuses also have almost the same idea. There is a saying that goes, a moderate gap can help people catch up, but a huge gap can easily make people despair. Just fight for second place. This is their common thinking now. Jiang Daoyuan didn't know that in this battle, he not only gained achievement points, but also completely overwhelmed the geniuses from all over the world and the entire Federation at Zhuxia University. This kind of suppression will probably continue until 10 years later, which is the time of graduation, unless someone breaks Jiang Daoyuan's training speed. The top freshman of this year has been decided so quickly. Yu Qianxiu has been a tutor at Zhuxia University for 20 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a situation. It is easy to win, but it is extremely difficult to defeat one person, especially a large group of geniuses. And now, relying on the ring battle, Jiang Daoyuan and his sword have completely defeated all the freshmen. Even for an SSS-level genius, this is too fast. Can we only say that he is worthy of being valued by the strongest? The 2524th grade training camp of Zhuxia University ended in such a scene. After this, what will greet these new students is a real martial arts university life. What they have to face is the most outstanding and powerful young generation in the entire Human Federation in the past 10 years. Bang! In the super large combat training room, there were bursts of thunder and loud noises. This combat training room is even bigger than the one in the Southwestern Province Martial Arts Association. This is the place where Zhao Yueguang found to practice. 2 days ago, the training camp was disbanded. Every freshman has free time. If they have nowhere to go, Zhuxia University can provide accommodation, but it is not in Zhuxia University. That place will not be open until January 1st, which is tomorrow. Except for Zhao Yueguang, all members of the Tianyuan team were natives of the Southwestern Province. Zhao Yueguang happened to have a place to offer, so they did not go to Zhuxia University to arrange a place for him. During these 2 days, Jiang Daoyuan has been conducting practical training with the Tianyuan team. It was called training, but in fact it was more like he was instructing everyone. Jiang Daoyuan didn't know how much the Tianyuan team had gained under this kind of guidance. However, his own progress in cultivating qi and blood and learning martial arts is slightly faster than normal. Okay, let's stop here for today. Jiang Daoyuan's blood and energy were as strong as a dragon. His punches and kicks were like the sound of wind and thunder, and he immediately repelled the besiegers. Brother Yuan, tell me the truth. How much effort did it take? Jin Xian jumped up and asked with a smile. 3 points. Jiang Daoyuan picked up the towel hanging beside him, wiped the non-existent sweat, and responded casually. Is this true or false? Wang Daoxing rushed over. Lan Ningning, who was standing by, looked at her nose with her eyes, and then her heart with her nose, and delivered a fatal blow. You should be the only one who believes it. You, what are you talking about? Come on, let's practice. For a moment, several people fought in a group. However, among these people, Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang were not there. Zhao Yueguang is a lady from a wealthy family and has many social engagements. As for Meng Shintong, he was a relative who came to visit him and was currently accompanying him to Xia City. In fact, Jiang Daoyuan has more social engagements. Since he left the training camp, the invitations he has received could have piled up into a small mountain. But he rejected them all. Xia City is the center of the Federation, with numerous aristocratic families and chaebol groups. Jiang Daoyuan didn't want to have anything to do with these people at this time. He walked out of the actual training room and gave up his position to Lan Ningning and the others. As soon as he closed his eyes and lay down, a pair of sunglasses appeared out of thin air, covering half of his face. The sun was beautiful and the breeze was gentle. This rare news also made Jiang Daoyuan's mind completely empty and relaxed. The way to practice martial arts is to relax one by one. Team leader. At this time, Zhao Yueguang came over. Ming Xiuqian is visiting. Do you want to meet him? Who? Zhang Daoyuan didn't move. His mind was empty, and it took him a second to remember who it was. Oh, let him come. Liang Chuanlong is here too. I didn't come until the third day. I thought they would come to the door on the first day. Let them come together. Zhang Daoyuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids. He looked like an ancient master, bossing around his maid. Good. Zhao Yueguang remained cold and cold. She turned on her communication bracelet and ordered, let them in. Soon, Liang Chuanlong and Ming Xiuqian set foot here together. This is also the follow-up to the previous battle. Ming Xiuqian also sent a big gift, but Zhang Daoyuan did not accept it. The 5th level armor is really nothing to him. However, he did not underestimate Ming Xiuqian because of this, and even asked him for a favor. That is to ask Ming Xiuqian, the wealthy young man, to collect some swordsmanship through the channels of the Sun and Moon Group. Of course, the kind that gives money. Zhang Daoyuan has no shortage of money nowadays. In the battle to wipe out the 3-headed divine cult, Lei Ji found ways to give him a bonus of nearly 10 million federal coins. Although I can't buy anything very good, but there is no problem in collecting some special sword techniques. Not just for practice, but for the Supreme Sword Emperor. After this feature came out, Zhang Daoyuan's martial arts skills have been changing and integrating. Until today, this integration and change has barely stopped. And at the very beginning of martial arts, a big word suddenly appeared. 1. Chapter 40. The sword path that is about to be nurtured in the terrifying training environment. As for the rest, they are all numbers. It took more than 40 sword techniques to deduce the first word of this thing that was not sure whether it was a technique or martial arts. Although it is impossible to see what is behind it, but it is certainly not an ordinary technique. Just think about it, and you can imagine how powerful this martial art, which requires countless swordsmanship to deduce and fuse, would be. Of course, this is just an access point. The real hope still lies in Zhuxia University. No problem, I'll take care of it. Naturally, it was impossible for Ming Xiuqian to refuse such a small request, so he accepted it without hesitation. After Ming Xiu and Liang Chuanlong, several SS-level freshmen from Zhuxia University also visited them one by one, as if they had agreed. An hour or two of socializing. It made Zhang Daoyuan feel that the world was like a huge dye vat. After sending the last person away, he seemed to have understood something, but he couldn't understand what he had understood. Is this the trouble of genius? Alone in the courtyard, Zhang Daoyuan looked at the setting sun. Buzz! There seemed to be the sound of a sword moving. Cut off all confusion. New year. A new day. It arrived suddenly after sunset. The Tianyuan team also set off after packing up and headed straight for Zhuxia University. Xiaqing goes east. There is a university town called Zhuxia. Outsiders all think that this is where Zhuxia University is located. Even Zhang Daoyuan once thought so. He didn't know until he got the student bracelet of Zhuxia University. The real gates of the big 4 universities, including Zhuxia University, are all located in a unique independent space, or in a separate void layer. There are many names for it, such as different dimensions, big and small secret realms, wonderland, and so on. Things like space rings can only be produced from this type of place. New Students Gathering Point. A huge square covering an area of over 1,000 square meters is located in the center of Zhuxia University town. Only those who hold the Zhuxia bracelet can swipe the card to enter. But there was no one inside at this time. Where are the people? Jin Xingyan looked left and right. Could it be that we are the first ones to arrive? They've already gone in. A laughing voice was heard, and Yu Renja's figure appeared beside them at some point. At the same time, he introduced, "Have you seen your bracelet?" The difficulty of making it is no less than that of ordinary elemental magic weapons. It not only contains your blood, superpowers, and other information, but also is the key to open Zhuxia University. You should know that the Real Gate of Zhuxia University is located in a large space. It was once the residence of a demigod. It was the predecessors of Zhuxia University who conquered the space and killed the demigod. This is how Zhuxia University was established. So as long as you hold the bracelet and visualize the picture of the predecessors, you can enter this space. As he spoke, he pointed to a huge portrait hanging in the north of the square. Come on, give it a try. Once you have experience, you can visualize the sage's diagram anytime and anywhere in Jusha University City and return to school without the need to use the real diagram. Zhang Daoyuan looked over when he heard the voice. In the pictures of ancient sages, several domineering and majestic figures are vivid. Several of them have the surname Xia, which is also the origin of the name Zhu Xia. Everyone in the Tianyuan team immediately followed Yu Renji's instructions and began to visualize the picture of sages, hoping to use it to enter Jusha University. The same is true for Zhang Daoyuan. He closed his eyes and visualized, and in an instant a force was born from nothingness. Zhang Daoyuan was suddenly wrapped up, and he emptied his mind and did not resist. When he was about to be taken away, he heard Yu Renji's voice slowly approaching. I forgot to tell you that the freshman entrance exam, which has been dormant for 20 years, has started again. Please. Zhang Daoyuan could no longer hear the voices behind him. At this moment, he was enveloped by the power and sent to another space. When the force dissipated, he had arrived at a new place. Looking around, it seemed to be a sealed room, several hundred square meters in size. The same energy field is present everywhere. This method is truly miraculous. Zhang Daoyuan didn't care about the freshman trial, but was more concerned about this method of transporting out of thin air. This is more like a variation of the life force field, but at an extremely high level. And the environment here seems to have a different flavor. He carefully felt the atomic matter flowing in the air around him, which seemed to be 10 times more active than in the outside world. Zhang Daoyuan had read the introduction on the bracelet and knew that this separate secret realm was a holy place for practicing martial arts. The progress of practicing martial arts and strengthening qi and blood here is faster than outside. This is also one of the fundamental reasons why the Big Four can cultivate so many masters. Try. Just do it if you want to. Zhang Daoyuan suddenly swung his sword. Although the Great Wind and Thunder Sword Step is a body movement technique that combines sword skills, it also has sword moves to practice. This exercise is incredible. Zhang Daoyuan only felt that the blood in his body was boiling and surging. Such efficiency. His eyes lit up. With this speed and efficiency, the effect of qi and blood training has at least increased several times. This shouldn't be a really good place. It is said that the world inside Jusha University is extremely vast. I saw on the school forum that a student can occupy a large area. The stronger the student, the better the environment he can occupy. After figuring this out, Zhang Daoyuan began to think about how to practice in the best place. But thinking is just thinking. The movements of his hands did not stop. Thunder dances and swords make thousands of sounds. In an instant, the room of several hundred square meters was filled with sword energy, and gusts of sharp wind, like a tornado, raged in all directions. In a practice room at Jusha University, a young man of delicate appearance withdrew from deep practice. 3 months. I've been in seclusion for 3 months and have finally developed my abilities to the next level. I will definitely reach a higher level in this year's assessment. Ding dong. At this time, a message came from his bracelet. It has been detected that student Zhao Jiaying has come out of seclusion. Please prepare yourself. We will go to the D-class battle arena to take the freshman entrance examination. Freshman trial? The young man, Zhao Jiaying, said to himself. I have finally become a senior, and the long overdue entrance exam for freshmen has actually started again. It's just right. Now that I have mastered my magical skills, I will go and give some pointers to my junior students. Chapter 41 Zhao Jiaying said, I'll hit you on the head. It's just right. Now that I have mastered my magical skills, I will go and give some pointers to my junior students. I hope it's a school girl. Zhao Jiaying stood up. He had no preparation. To him, it was too shameless to bully freshmen with weapons. For the sake of possible scores of younger classmates, it is safer to use fists. I'm ready. Zhao Jiaying replied that he couldn't wait. After the freshman fight, I will hone my martial arts skills in the virtual battle and then complete the annual assessment. This time, I will strive for top 10 and top 5. Yes, among the vast Jusha 25-23 level, Zhao Jiaying's strength has always been stable at around the 10th place, sometimes up and sometimes down. There are only a few people in class 25-23, which is now the sophomore students, who can surpass him. This is also the reason why Zhao Jiaying is extremely confident. In such a terrifying training environment, as long as one is not expelled, one can push one's qi and blood life force directly to the 4th level within 1 year. Some powerful figures have even begun to sprint towards the 5th level. Zhao Jiaying was a little worse off. having wasted some time on his supernatural powers, but his chi and blood had already stabilized at just over 60,000. Take himself as an example. Before entering school, he was the second in a province. At that time, he only had a few hundred chi and blood. After the preschool training camp, he was able to achieve the third level, which means 1,000 chi and blood. No matter how powerful the freshmen are, based on his experience, they are probably only a little over level 3. At the fourth level, with such a huge suppression on the third level, does it require any extra thoughts? Unnecessary. Zhao Jiaying put on what he thought was a perfect smile and had already prepared his next lines. Whoosh! Then, the divine force field that spread throughout Zhuxia University descended from the void, wrapped him up, and took him away. With his rich experience, Zhao Jiaying has already determined that the divine force field is about to dissipate. He first struck a cynical pose, and when the divine force field dissipated, he said, "This guy, F******K. Zhao Jiaying originally thought it would be a beautiful schoolmate, at least she could see the person. But what did he see now? Sword energy. Endless sword energy storm. It filled his eyes like a swimming dragon. Swish! In an instant, the Zhuxia ceremonial garment on his body was cut open by the sword energy. Zhao Jiaying's face changed. After all, he was a genius-level fourth-order warrior. His blood suddenly surged, as if he was wearing a dark green, illusory battlesuit. A-level martial arts. Azure Dragon guards the celestial robe. This martial art is top-notch among all the A-level martial arts in Zhuxia University and is extremely powerful. Then he took a step. Green dragon shadows emerged, roaring and screaming as they faced the sword energy storm. The whole person seemed to have turned into a green dragon with bared fangs and claws, and took a forceful step forward in the storm of sword energy. At the same time, his supernatural power is S-level 10 directions and myriad aspects. Explode with a bang. How dare you sneak attack you, Zhao Ji? Before he could utter that long word, Zhao Jiaying suddenly discovered that the power of the sword energy approaching from all directions seemed to have undergone a drastic change. As if angered by his behavior, its lethality skyrocketed. Puff puff! The dragon shadow that had just bared its fangs and claws was shredded into pieces by the sword energy storm. The azure dragon guarding heavenly robe was also cut by the sword energy and was broken by the continuous sword energy storm and the whistling sound. What? In this situation, Zhao Jiaying was no longer shocked, but rather shocked. The Qinglong Shudianyi was broken simply because the opponent was too powerful. However, his own supernatural powers were unable to radiate power outside his body. He was like a child facing endless darkness and was afraid to go out. Zhao Jiaying had no time to think. He punched and kicked hard, trying to block the dragon-like sword energy. But in an instant, Zhao Jiaying had already been hit by dozens of sword energies. Even though his chi and blood were at the fourth level and his body was as hard as steel, he was simply unable to withstand the baptism of the sword chi. He even had a strange feeling that each of these sword energies seemed to hit his weak points. The blow hit the connection point between chi and blood, making it impossible for Zhao Jiaying to form any effective resistance. Then, as a sophomore at Zhuxia University, he was judged as a failure by the intelligent computer without even seeing the face of this freshman. When the 15 sword energy cut Zhao Jiaying's arm, he was enveloped by the divine force field and returned the same way he came. It's still the same practice room. But when Zhao Jiaying came back, he just stood there in a daze, not even paying attention to the sword wound. What kind of monster is that? Is that guy really a freshman? Are you kidding me? There is also an extremely terrifying sword energy. Even Lu Xiaoyu has never given me such a feeling. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although it was unexpected and we were not fully prepared. But even if you are fully prepared, you will definitely win. Zhao Jiaying shook his head to sober himself up. There must be something wrong. He ordered the intelligent medical robot to begin treatment, while he turned on the bracelet projection and logged into the Zhuxia campus forum. This will definitely answer his questions. Zhang Daoyuan, SSS-Level Thunder Power? As soon as it comes out, it's on the front page. But can an SSS-Level person be that strong? Is this reasonable? 1 minute later, after Zhao Jiaying finished watching the video of the joint entrance examination of the southwestern provinces and the video of the first-grade preschool training camp, he was silent. 3 seconds later, Zhao Jiaying turned off the bracelet projection with a click. 4 times the speed of sound. Life force field. SSS-Level supernatural power. a peerless sword technique that is suspected to be self-created. A 5th-level perfect magic weapon. This hits you on the head. Congratulations to Jiang Daoyuan for completing the freshman entrance exam. You will be sent off to the D-level arena next. Please be prepared. Jiang Daoyuan, who was immersed in deep spiritual practice, did not come back to his senses until the reminder sounded. It's over? I haven't done anything yet. Could it be that the convenience brought by my identity allows me to skip this stage directly? Jiang Daoyuan didn't think much about it. He just felt his whole body was clear. As his strength improved, ordinary training venues could no longer meet his needs. And it is impossible to use much strength in the sparring with the Tianyuan team. But in this enclosed space, he can express himself freely and without reservation, without worrying about damaging anything. As a result, Jiang Daoyuan became more and more devoted to his practice, and even reached a stage where he was completely oblivious to his surroundings, and even his Lei Ji body was directly deployed. Of course, even at this stage, he still has a sense of the outside world. However, to have this kind of perception, the life state must at least reach the warning line set by Jiang Daoyuan. Whoosh! A suit appears. Zhuxia ceremonial attire. At first glance, Jiang Daoyuan recognized what this thing was. It is said that this kind of clothing is made of extremely rare materials, can shrink automatically, and has strong stretchability. It is generally used to make armor. However, Zhuxia University is used to provide school uniforms. The arrogance of the four greats can be seen from this. Chapter 42, Electromagnetic Yuanbao Sword, the inspiration to kill ghosts and gods. Once you put on the Zhuxia ceremonial costume, which is black in color with golden patterns, it automatically fits your body like it has memory and is extremely slim. Then, Jiang Daoyuan was sent to a spacious auditorium by a force. Looking around, I can see that some freshmen are already sitting upright, and they are all wearing the same Zhuxia ceremonial attire. When the freshmen saw Jiang Daoyuan's sudden appearance, they were all in awe, and no one dared to come up and talk to him. Jiang Daoyuan didn't care. He chose a seat, sat down, and waited quietly. Soon, when time passes slowly, more and more new students appeared in the auditorium, and some exchanges were also taking place. Then Ming Xiuqian, Liang Chuanlong, and others also appeared one by one. Next, there are the members of Tianyuan team. Call! Jin Xingyun sighed as soon as he walked out. That second-year senior is so shameless. He is a dignified 4th-level student, but he wants to bully me, a freshman, with all his strength. Yes, Wang Daoxing responded. Even if they don't use superpowers, it would be too easy to defeat us at level 4. I'm afraid only the captain can win easily. The entrance exam is just a trial and will not affect much of your salary. The real highlight is the monthly exam. Zhao Yueguang said, looking at Jiang Daoyuan and saying, Captain, how are you? What else? Jiang Daoyuan couldn't possibly say that he hadn't even seen the person, so he could only be vague. That's it. Of course, the captain will beat them like a piece of cake. Right, Sister Ning? Jin Xingyun winked. Lan Ningning replied seriously, You should call me sister, and I passed. L. Su Qingqing smiled and said, And me. Jin Xingyun was stunned. Then he turned around and found that except for Yin Changkong, he and Wang Daoxing, all the other team members had passed. After asking, I found out that everyone's entrance exam was slightly different. This isn't fair. Jin Xingyun was depressed. I'm not complaining. Why are you complaining? Yin Changkong had the worst luck. He met a great master and was defeated in one move. We chatted again for about 10 minutes. It seemed that all the freshmen had finally arrived, and the Dean of Studies, Wu Changqing, walked into the podium in the center of the auditorium. He slowly glanced at all the students present, and when he saw Jiang Daoyuan, he paused for a moment. Then he coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and asked all the students to look up to him, and said, Congratulations, from today on, you are the true warriors of Zhuxia. I hope you will carry the name of Zhuxia and work hard. The sound of applause. I won't say any more, but remember, Zhuxia University doesn't keep useless people. Passing the martial arts exam is just the starting point of the martial arts journey, not the end. Don't think that you can sit back and relax after entering the university and graduate without any hassles. There will be monthly exams every month. The monthly exams determine the resources you can enjoy and the credits you can earn. The first monthly exam will begin in 3 months. At the end of the year, there will be a year-end assessment. If you don't have enough credits and fail the year-end assessment, you will be fired. About teaching. It's a long and eloquent speech, but it can be summed up in 3 points. The teaching methods of Juche University can be roughly divided into 3 types. 1. Large classes, organized by the instructor or arranged by grade, with students paying a small portion of credits or attending classes for free. 2. Private instruction, spending a large amount of credits and hiring a skilled instructor to teach martial arts. In addition to the above 2 methods, there is also the apprenticeship system. That is to say, sign up to become a disciple of a tutor from Juche University. Of course, you can also choose nothing, exchange martial arts by yourself, and practice by yourself. This is also possible at Juche University. As long as you can pass the assessment and abide by the school rules, you are free to do anything. That's all the content of the course. In addition, every freshman can choose an S-level martial art from the 9 methods of Juche. This one is free and does not require any fees. Even the previous A-level martial arts are included as a gift. The 9 methods of Juche are 9 S-level martial arts. It's not that Juche University only has 9 S-level martial arts, but these 9 have corresponding prerequisite martial arts. After learning the prerequisite martial arts, practicing the 9 methods of Juche will achieve twice the result with half the effort. It can even directly transform the realm. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to directly practice S-level martial arts. If you succeed, it's fine, but if you fail, you would be misleading the students. Okay, I won't say much about the rest. You can read and understand from the bracelet. Please go out in an orderly manner. Someone will greet you outside. Jiang Daoyuan was about to go out, but was stopped by Wu Changqing. I thought it was just a conversation with the dean. But when Wu Changqing took him to an office, he knew it was not the case. Because in this office sat the most powerful man, Tu Guishan. I just don't know whether this person is here in real life or in disguise. Principal 2, the person has been brought here. Facing a powerful person, Wu Changqing, a warrior who had just reached the 8th level, was very respectful. Tu Guishan said calmly. Go and get busy. Yes. Wu Changqing immediately walked out of the room and closed the door. Sit. After Wu Changqing left, Tu Guishan pointed to the chair in front of the table. Jiang Daoyuan did not dare to delay and sat down quickly. After comprehending the life force field, how long do you think it will take to reach the 5th level? Tu Guishan asked calmly. Half a year. This is Jiang Daoyuan's conservative estimate. It was just a simple multiplication of the original qi and blood progress, and did not take into account the resources of Juche University. You are very modest. Tu Guishan smiled and said, I have already prepared a piece of armor for your 7th level superior divine weapon set. As I said before, you can take it away directly when you reach the 5th level. Students will certainly try their best. Jiang Daoyuan's eyes lit up. He is no longer the same person he was 3 months ago. The 7th level superior divine weapon set is a treatment that most 7th level warriors cannot enjoy. At least there is not a single level 7 person in the southwestern province. As for the 7th level elemental weapon, Tu Guishan smiled and said, I just happened to get an electromagnetic Yuanbao sword. With a wave of his hand, an illusory sword, like a sword transformed from thunder, appeared out of thin air. This was once the sword of a king, but with the passing of its master, it fell into a lower rank. Listening to the introduction, Jiang Daoyuan's pupils shrank. Armor of the same level and position must be superior to magic weapons. But if Tu Guishan said so, then the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword would be the opposite. This sword doesn't need to wait until you reach level 5. Just consider it as an incentive. In the Huanqing High School freshman competition 3 months later, as long as you win first place on behalf of Juche University, this sword will be yours. Chapter 43, God's Essence, Choosing a Residence. Oh, Jiang Daoyuan's eyes lit up. There are endless martial arts competitions in this world, ranging from youth competitions at all levels in the southwestern provinces to large-scale competitions at high schools around the star. But if we really talk about the most famous competition in the Federation, it still has to be the Huanqing High School freshman competition. The level of competition in those places is too low, so there are relatively few people watching, and they only circulate within their own provinces. The level of the Huanqing College competition is so high that the 6th level is the most basic realm for those who can participate in this competition and enter the finals. Those who can make it to the finals not only have extremely high realms, but also have terrifying talents and abilities. They're basically all SS-level beings, which is enough to imagine how powerful they are. If you don't have a certain level of strength, you won't be able to understand or even see their fight clearly. This also resulted in the fact that the competition was of extremely high quality, but its viewing value was really average. The Huanqing College Freshman Competition is different. This competition is extremely famous even in the southwestern provinces. Some people even call this thing the Federal Freshman Competition or the Annual Rookie King Competition. Not only the Global Star College Alliance will participate, but all first- and second-rate martial arts universities must participate, and it is mandatory. The time is the third month of the new semester. You seem confident? Tu Guishin waved his hand and put away the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword again. Let me make it clear in advance. If you can't successfully take first place, then this sword will have to wait until you reach level 5. Could it be that Principal Tu thinks that the students will not lose? Jiang Daoyuan had not originally planned to attend any Federation freshman competition. Don't be fooled by the speed of cultivation he mentioned. It only took half a year to reach the 5th level. But as long as you practice those S-level sword techniques and find a better training place, it will not be difficult to reach the 5th level in 3 months. This kind of realm would definitely crush all the freshmen. The result of the crush is the scarcity of achievement points. Therefore, it is better to let the Tianyuan team go. As long as the system recognizes it, their realm will not be a crushing one. Tu Guishin did not give a direct answer, but said, for this freshman competition, Kunlun took the initiative to propose an upgrade in rewards. Not only Kunlun, but Shinkong and Shunwu also expressed similar opinions. Naturally, Zhuxia could not refuse, and also proposed corresponding rewards. The prizes for the freshman competition are a portion from each of the big 4. They are so confident. Do they think someone can beat me? This is not Jiang Daoyuan's confidence, but a fact. 2+1+1 SSS combination. Are those SS level ones allowed to commit fraud? The freshman competition is no different from the others. Among the big 4, each has its own winners and losers. Tu Guishin smiled faintly and was about to say something, but suddenly his expression changed, and he changed the subject. You can learn about the freshman competitions of previous years, and then you will know where their confidence comes from. I have something else to do. You go by yourself. After saying this, the whole room was bright, as if filled with ghosts and gods. The figure of the ghost killer suddenly became blurred and disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. The body of a demigod, the strongest one, Jiang Daoyuan, had a gloomy look in his eyes. He did not go to watch any previous competitions. Since his investors need it, then the first thing is, he's got it. Get up and go out. Only then did he realize that Wu Changqing was still waiting outside, sitting on a bench far away. He didn't come over to greet Jiang Daoyuan until he came out, smiling. He didn't ask anything else, just said, come, choose your residence. Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, can I choose it myself? Others certainly can't, but you certainly can. As he spoke, Wu Changqing brought Jiang Daoyuan to a larger office. Here, there is a huge virtual projection. A giant map appeared with many areas marked on it. This is Zhuxia's teaching center. Wu Changqing first pointed to where they were. All the instructors in the school will teach here. Around the center are circular mountains, one circle after another. The north is where the instructors live, and the east, west, and north are where the students live. The brighter the place, the more divine essence is contained in the earth veins, and the more help it will provide to cultivation. The essence of God is said to be the legacy of the dead demigod. It was intercepted by the ancient sages of the Xia dynasty with great generosity and changed the environment for practice. As for the freshmen at this level, Wu Changqing pointed to another place and said, that's where they live and practice temporarily. If you want to change it, you can rely on your own grades. However, the better the residence, the farther away it is from here. Although you can rely on the power field of God to teleport here, it requires credits, and the residence itself also requires credits. Wu Changqing kept on talking. Jiang Daoyuan had already looked at the map. Green dots of all sizes covered the entire map. Here it is. Jiang Daoyuan didn't think much about it and directly clicked on the largest green dot. It's not the biggest, just the bigger ones that already have owners that can't be chosen. Are you sure? Although the 7th level spiritual land is good, the life force field is less than 50%, and it needs to bear the pressure of the essence of God. Sure. Okay, let me operate it for you. This way, you can use the bracelet to teleport directly from anywhere to this area, and no one else can teleport in without your permission. After saying that, Wu Changqing reached out and tapped the virtual projection a few times. Okay, you can go and have a look. If you have any questions, you can ask me or ask Zhuxiao Intelligent Brain. In addition, for cultivation, whether it is a technique or martial arts, you can make an appointment directly through the appointment function. Your authority is the highest among students. Even if the open class is full, you can still make an appointment for class. As for individual teaching, it depends on the specific time of each instructor. Zhang Daoyuan nodded and listened very carefully. He didn't click to send until Wu Chongqing finished explaining. In a flash, he arrived at the residence he had chosen. Such a rich essence of God. As he stepped on the ground made of unknown stone, Zhang Daoyuan immediately felt a huge pressure sweeping over him from all directions. That is divine essence that is several times more concentrated than that in the D-level arena. In just one breath, the divine essence was absorbed by the cells and transformed into qi and blood through the thunder pool. Zhang Daoyuan immediately found that his qi and blood seemed to be rising. The only drawback is that the body is shaking under this pressure. 3 months of training here, plus the help of martial arts. 3 months? No. Zhang Daoyuan's eyes were bright. It may not even take 3 months for him to try to break through the 5th level. His current health is over 2,200 points. Outside, his progress was more than 60 points a day. But here I can probably easily earn 800 a day, and with martial arts, 900 or 1,000 may not be a problem. This is only the 3rd level. After the 4th stage, the speed will only get faster, not slower. Chapter 44, Virtual Reality, Freshman Competition Auditions. It's a great place. Let's call it Zengyi Wanju from now on. Zhang Daoyuan walked and observed, and gave this place a narcissistic name. On the mountain range he chose, there is an ultra-luxurious Dushan garden-style residence with a living room, tea room, reception room, and hundreds of rooms of various types. In the center of the residence, there is a huge martial arts training room covering tens of thousands of square meters, which also has some built-in martial arts training equipment. Seen from the outside, this huge Dushan garden-style residence seems to be embedded in the mountain, occupying an entire mountain range. There is also a special observation deck at a high point, looking down from above. The green water is rippling, and the breeze is blowing in the mountains and forests. The feeling of climbing to a high place and looking far ahead at the small mountains is refreshing. And when Zhang Daoyuan had a thought, the breeze suddenly became faster, like the howling of ghosts and gods, and thunder was raging between the clouds. The weather, landscape, and scenery here can actually change according to Zhang Daoyuan's operation. This level of technology is much higher than that of the southwestern province. Zhang Daoyuan went back into the room and couldn't help but sigh at the cleaning robot's extremely flexible and busy figure. Inside the residence, there are not only cleaning robots, but also combat robots that can be used for actual combat training. If it is broken or damaged, you will need to use credits to replace or repair it. You can also use credits to purchase a new higher-level robot for combat practice. However, no matter how powerful a robot is, it cannot compare to a warrior and can only be used for training. After all, robots have no special powers, nor do they have mental will, and cannot mobilize and operate martial arts above level A. Zhang Daoyuan spent 5,000 credits to place an order for a sandbag robot that can self-repair and has extremely strong resistance to impact. I spent another 5,000 credits and made an appointment with a special instructor to come to my home to teach S-level martial arts. In Juxia University, tutors are divided into 4 levels. Levels 1 to 3, plus extremely rare special-level mentors. As for the price of a class, the special class is naturally the highest. As for the cost of home tutoring, compared with open classes, one-on-one and one-on-one tutoring cost dozens or even hundreds of dollars, so there is no need to say more about the price. Even the prices among special tutors vary greatly. As a wealthy man, Zhang Daoyuan, who did not need to spend credits on martial arts, naturally chose the most expensive swordsmanship instructor. Expensive is good to some extent. After continuing to deal with interpersonal relationships, Zhang Daoyuan threw himself directly into his practice. He couldn't wait to experience the speed of cultivation in this environment. And at the same time, the news of the admission of the new king of talent, the SSS-Level genius with supernatural powers, also spread among the students of Juxia University. The campus forum, which was already full of posts related to Zhang Daoyuan, now has more and more discussions about Zhang Daoyuan. There is a discussion about strength. As for his appearance and personality, they want to turn Zhang Daoyuan upside down. And when information related to Zengyi Wanju was circulated on the forum, Many sophomores and juniors expressed sourly that giving the 7th level spiritual land to a freshman who was not even at the 4th level was a waste, and wasting it was shameful. But these people are a minority after all. Most people are still curious about Jiang Daoyuan and want to see with their own eyes what kind of genius this SSS-level genius is. After all, in the past 10 years or so, there has only been one SSS-level student admitted to Zhuxia University, Zheng Yuanju, in a huge practice room. Jiang Daoyuan moved as fast as the wind. He did not hold a sword, but only punched and kicked. His blood and energy were like a dragon, as if he was wearing an illusory armor woven with thunder. Boom! With one punch, the kinetic energy of thunder struck the rolling airwaves, suddenly knocking a metal robot back repeatedly. The one fighting against him was the sandbag robot that he bought for 5,000 credits. On the side, there are several old robots that have been broken into pieces. That was the combat robot originally provided in the training room, and it was almost completely damaged. After a night of practice, my chi and blood have reached 3,079. While fighting, Jiang Daoyuan was still thinking in his mind. But in fact, if we move to a lower-grade residence, the efficiency will be even higher. The divine essence here is really too rich. It is like being in a super high-pressure field. Every move is under tremendous pressure, not to mention the transformation and absorption of chi and blood. However, it will only take a few days. Once you reach the 4th level and further improve your strength, the impact won't be that great. Bang! The robot that was knocked away attacked again. Its mechanical arms, which imitated the mobilization of blood circuits, actually knocked out a B-level martial arts student. Jiang Daoyuan was multitasking. While he was still thinking, his hands had already taken action. Every step he took was like a dragon or snake rising from the land, with the power to shake the earth and mountains. B-level martial arts, a ghostly attack. This is a style of boxing that Jiang Daoyuan practiced yesterday. As the name suggests, Wu was created by the powerful man Tu Guixin. There is also A-level martial arts above, 99 strikes of ghosts and gods. S-level martial arts, 3,000 attacks of ghosts and gods. Although he had just started learning this B-level martial art, it was incredibly powerful in Jiang Daoyuan's hands. It was like a ghost appearing, delivering a fatal blow, concentrating all the strength of the body into one point and suddenly exploding. The metal machine faced the flesh and blood hand covered with thunder. Jiang Daoyuan didn't move at all, but the metal mechanical arm opposite him was as thin as paper and shattered in an instant. Too weak. We should find someone else to fight. Jiang Daoyuan shook his head because of the suppression of the essence of God. If he wants to exert his due strength and achieve the desired effect here, he must activate his thunder body all the time. Although the duration of Lei Ji's body has been evolving, it is only 5 minutes. Clang! The thundercloud sword came out. Jiang Duan's body shook, and many figures seemed to appear around him. It was another A-level martial art that he was learning. 10,000 swords sweeping the sky. It was as if hundreds and thousands of Jiang Daoyuan were slashing out at the same time, and the sword energy in the sky stirred up the airwaves. Looking from afar, it seems as if the surrounding atmosphere has been cut into thin cracks, like a spider web densely covering the air. And in a moment, when 10,000 swords combine into one, it is called the Sky Slash. Killer move. 10,000 swords combined into one slash. Snap. The sword falls. A crack suddenly appeared on the entire metal robot. The sword rises. Jiang Daoyuan stood still. The bracelet lit up, indicating a communication request from Jin Xingyun. Hello! When Jiang Daoyuan's voice came out, the sandbag robot exploded with a loud bang and was destroyed by a sword. However, the core was intact, and it collected the broken metals and began to repair itself. What's that sound? The huge noise immediately scared Jin Xingyun. Jiang Daoyuan said calmly, Nothing. What's the matter? Virtual reality, Brother Yuan. Jin Xingyun said, This time, the freshman competition has lowered the realm to the 2nd level. All freshmen of the 2nd level can participate. Because there are too many people, there is an additional audition this time, which will be held in virtual reality, starting today. At first, I thought it was an ordinary virtual space like UNA number 1 middle school. But after I got there, I realized it was a perfect place for actual combat training. I wouldn't get hurt. The only drawback is that I can't bring my special abilities in. And if it wasn't for the auditions, I would need credits to enter once. As he said that, he said in a frivolous way, Brother Yuan, now that we don't have superpowers, how about we practice? I'm in Jusha University in the virtual reality right now. Shameless, faintly, I could still hear the voices of Su Qingqing and the others. Good. Jiang Daoyuan was a little curious. There were so many surprises at Jusha University. So an hour later, in a private fighting room in virtual reality, Jin Xingyun was killed instantly by a sword with a look of disbelief on his face. Chapter 45 Rank Battle. Let's begin. Su Qingqing teased. You asked for trouble. Now you feel better. Have you faced the reality? I recognize it. Jin Xingyun was full of admiration. Even without superpowers, he can still kill himself with one sword relying only on martial arts. You don't have a life force field. That's normal. Jiang Daoyuan was very calm and not surprised. Virtual reality. Virtual comes first, reality comes second. Apart from the lack of superpowers, there seems to be little difference between this place and the real world. Life force field. There is also the bonus from his Supreme Sword Emperor, which can also be effective. According to some people, this virtual reality seems to have been constructed by a powerful person using his own supernatural powers. It can be called an artificial different dimension, which suppresses the use of superpowers. However, even without the Supreme Sword Emperor, an opponent like Jin Xingyun could still be dealt with one sword. Because of the different levels of supernatural powers, the qi and blood that are cultivated are also very different. The same goes for his physical body. Nourished by thunder, Jiang Daoyuan's physical strength is far stronger than that of an average third-level warrior. What is a genius? Only when you completely crush others can you be called a genius. I'll go and try to match it. After signing up for the Huanqing High School freshman competition, Jiang Daoyuan prepared to finish the auditions directly. This freshman competition is divided into individual and team competitions. Personal battle is just as the name suggests. The group battle is organized by the school, while the auditions are actually for individuals. 5 games are held across the Federation, and 5 are held on campus. As long as you win, you can advance successfully. This is not a difficult task for Jin Xingyun and the others, let alone Jiang Daoyuan. 10 games were played in 15 minutes, most of which was wasted on the preparation stage, and a qualifying spot was easily won. However, Jiang Daoyuan did not exit the virtual reality, because he seemed to have found a good opportunity to gain achievement points. There is no official ranking list in Jusha University. For example, if someone has the greatest potential or someone has the greatest combat power, they will be given a certain amount of reward. But young people either love fame or love to win. This virtual reality gives them this opportunity, as there is a real-life matching system here. This system has ranks, points, and a complete combat power list. Points are divided into ranks according to the overall level. The first rank is bronze, followed by silver, and then gold. There are only these 3 major ranks in total. The number 1 on the battle power list is a guy with over 50,000 gold points, and his university is Kunlun University. At first glance, Kunlun University occupies 6 of the top 10 spots. Although this combat power list cannot really determine the true strength, it does reflect some things. All I can say is that the reputation of Kunlun being unrivaled for 300 years is well-deserved. In addition, there are several sublists, such as the swordsmanship list and the knife skills list, which are specific to weapons. There is also a special internal ranking list for students from the Big Four. This is because universities below the Big Four can only be matched randomly. Students from the Big Four can choose to match with students from their own schools. Jiang Daoyuan didn't expect that as a third-level warrior, he could be on the 5th or 6th level strongman list. He thought that the better he performed, the more achievement points he would get in every battle. Although not as good as the record-breaking achievement points. But how many third-level students are there among the from majors combined? Rare, because the old students are already at level 4 and above. The freshmen are just starting out and are not even at the 3rd level yet. So Jiang Daoyuan starts matching now. As long as he does not lock the realm, he will definitely be matched with students from the from majors. Of course, even if that doesn't work, you have to match up with a 10-star 3rd-level student. That doesn't matter either. As long as we keep winning, won't we still get a lot of achievement points? Not having superpowers is even a good thing, because this will cause a bigger stir, which means Jiang Daoyuan's results will be better. The only question now is whether I can keep winning. Even if he has the Supreme Sword Emperor and a life force field, his martial arts are still too low, and he probably won't be able to advance much higher. Then let's see if we can display the infinite positive and negative extremes in this virtual reality. When Zhang Daoyuan opened a room to try it out, he realized that the infinite positive and negative poles could be used in the same way. Is it really necessary to add the word virtual to this reality? With this question in mind, Zhang Daoyuan started his first ranked game. Zhuxia University, first year, Zhang Daoyuan. Level 3. Matching mode all. Matching started. Estimated time 5 for 3 to 1. Matching successful. The world changes before our eyes. The first lucky person appeared in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Short hair, short sleeves, long pants. And his information appeared together. What a coincidence. He's a freshman at Starry Sky University. Zhang Daoyuan was calm, and a standard long sword appeared in his hand. The weapons that can be used here are all the most basic first-level weapons, which is good news for him. Zhang Daoyuan? That SS-level genius from Zhuxia University. Good opportunity. There are no superpowers here. The lucky guy hadn't finished his thoughts yet. As soon as the preparation stage was over, he saw gusts of sword energy whistling towards him like a gale, accompanied by the roar of endless sword sounds. In an instant, his body in the virtual reality was torn into pieces. He exited the virtual reality. How is this possible? One move. He couldn't even take a single one? They are both at level 3, so why can Zhang Daoyuan kill me instantly? In a dormitory of Star University, a young man with a crew cut widened his eyes in disbelief. In this battle, the speed at which the achievement points jumped did not change. Zhang Daoyuan didn't care much. As for achievements, they can only be called achievements if they're seen by others. If no one sees it, it's just air. Anyway, he has already started the public viewing mode. As long as he keeps winning, there will be no shortage of audiences. Moreover, his name can even attract others to actively snipe at him. Win the battle and get points *10. Ranking up, whether to proceed to the next match. Continue. The second opponent was matched. It's still level 3. As for the school, Zhang Daoyuan is too lazy to go and see it. It's still the same 10,000 swords Dankongju. Wait until the preparation stage is over. Another sword strike killed the man instantly. Win the battle and get points *10. Continue. Win the battle and get points *10. Continue. Win the battle. Get the winning streak reward, points *11. Continue. Just like this battle after battle. Less than half an hour. We have played more than 20 games. The result was always the same. No one could take Zhang Daoyuan's sword. No matter whether it is the new students of the Big Four. Still a 10-star veteran. They all ended up with the same outcome. No one could force out Zhang Daoyuan's infinite positive and negative extremes. Another sword struck directly at the weak spot of a 10-star opponent with perfect third-level chi and blood, killing him instantly again. Here we are. Zhang Daoyuan has already gained nearly dozens of achievement points. It may seem like a small amount, but since he entered school, his daily gain has only been around a dozen or so, which is not low. So powerful. Zhang Dun's supernatural powers are not only terrifying, his swordsmanship is also terrifying. He is simply not human. The same perfect A-level martial arts, in his hands, are completely different from others. Or is the life force field really that terrifying? That's 20 consecutive wins, right? This means we need to improve our realm and match up to the 4th level, right? Yes, it should be. There are already some people sitting in the virtual spectator seats. Some of them were defeated by Zhang Daoyuan, and some were spectators who came after hearing the news. And such people are increasingly visible to the naked eye. There is no doubt that someone must have posted the situation here on the forum of their respective schools. Combined with Zhang Daoyuan's own fame, it was undoubtedly a hit. It has been detected that your level is too high, and the opponent's level will be automatically raised. Do you confirm? Confirm. This is what Zhang Daoyuan was waiting for. How could he not confirm it? Chapter 46. Your swordsmanship? No, my swordsmanship. At the same time, Zhao Jiaying, a sophomore at Zhuxia University, also started ranking. It was not for anything else, he just wanted to block Zhang Daoyuan. When he saw the post, he was already prepared, just waiting for now. God bless me. Please let me be matched with Zhang Daoyuan. This may be my only chance to defeat him in this life. If I miss this opportunity, and he simply doesn't fight me, then I won't have another chance for revenge. But in the end, Zhao Jiaying's wish was still unfulfilled. He is at the high level of the 4th stage, although I haven't played much in virtual reality. But it was also in the silver division, and Zhang Daoyuan had won all the games but only had more than 200 points in the bronze division. Neither of the two conditions match. Of course, it is impossible to match it now. The person matched with Zhang Daoyuan was a beautiful senior schoolmate. He is from Nebula University, and his HP value is exactly 10,000. He is actually a newly promoted 4th level cultivator who just broke through and came here to practice. This by Erin obviously didn't know what was going on. Looking at so many spectators watching the game, her face was full of confusion. He is indeed a 4th level person, and he just broke through to the 4th level. He is from Nebula University? Does anyone know him? What is his level? Preparation stage. Many people were discussing the issue on the viewing platform. I want to know how strong this person is and whether he can defeat Jiang Daoyuan and end his winning streak. I don't know, but this by Erin is really pretty. Tisk, she's pretty. Before the man had finished speaking, his mouth opened so wide that he looked as shocked as if he could swallow an egg. It wasn't just him. Most of the other audience members had the same expression. As soon as the preparation stage is over, Jiang Daoyuan moved casually, still the same swordsmanship, still the same instant kill. It's just that the opponent has changed from level 3 to level 4. No. How did it kill instantly? Is it so easy to overcome the suppression of a great realm without a supernatural weapon? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Is it possible that Nebula University is not good enough? Bullshit. Your Chunyang University is not good enough. In fact, even Jiang Daoyuan himself felt a little strange. This guy called by Erin is a little too weak. Win the battle, get a winning streak reward, points asterisk 120. The reward points jumped from 12 to over 100. But that's not the point. The key point is Jiang Daoyuan's achievement points. The increase after this battle exceeded that of the previous 20 battles. 1 battle equals dozens of achievement points. 10 battles equals hundreds of achievement points, right? Jiang Daoyuan was startled, looking at the full auditorium and listening to the instructions in his ears. With a wave of his hand, he paid 500 credits and upgraded the venue to its maximum size. This time, countless people were shocked. It was the first time they saw a single person spend credits to increase the number of spectators. This is really luxurious. The battle continues. The second person matched was at level 4, also from Nebula University. Li Haoran, 4th level, 18,000 health. He knew the situation and even watched the previous game. As soon as he appeared, he said in a deep voice, "My Xingyun University is truly the top of the 10 stars. This cannot be determined by a failure. Good job." He actually went on stage to reply to the post. There was a sudden burst of boos from the spectator stands. Li Haoran ignored the boos and politely performed a sword salute. "Please." Then, after the countdown to 321, he suddenly attacked. In an instant, a brilliant blue sword light burst out. The sword lights were everywhere, as if forming a blue nebula. A-level martial arts. Nebula sword formation. Using sword energy to form a formation, it is known as one of the best sword techniques among A-level martial arts. It can also be upgraded to an S-level Great Nebula 4 symbol sword formation. The Nebula sword formation is at the perfect level. This Li Haoran is arrogant, but his strength is indeed not bad. Jiang Daoyuan is in trouble. Yes, but without supernatural powers, there is no such performance. Jiang Daoyuan is already extremely extraordinary. He is worthy of being the first genius of the 2524th class. If there is a superpower, let alone Li Haoran, most of the 4th level ones will be defeated if they can't limit the lightning-like speed. It's over. The audience was sighing, but Zhao Jiaying was getting anxious. "You must win until I defeat you." The sword lights crossed, and the air waves vibrated. Finally, Jiang Daoyuan's instant kill sword was ineffective on Li Haoran. In just 1 minute, the two had exchanged more than 10 sword moves, and they seemed evenly matched. Jiang Daoyuan, even if you are a genius, you can't be better than me in this state. Another sword collision occurred, and Li Haoran suddenly pulled back. I saw a sword energy rolling up behind me like a galaxy of clouds. "The killing move has already been launched." "Is that so?" Jiang Daoyuan said calmly. This was the first time he spoke. "You shouldn't use swordsmanship in front of me." Behind him, a nebula sword light also rose. It's the nebula sword formation. This is not over yet. The sword energy in the sky stirs up the airwaves. It was as if the surrounding atmosphere was cut into thin cracks, densely covering the air like a spider web. Killer move. 10,000 swords combined into one slash. The sound of wind and thunder is roaring, and the wind and thunder sword steps. 3 A-level martial arts were used at the same time at this moment. The chi and blood vibrated, as if countless bombs had exploded at once. How is this possible? How do you know the nebulous sword formation? Li Haoran couldn't believe it. So this sword technique is called nebulous sword formation. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, "Of course I learned it from you. The Supreme Sword Emperor, working with the Sword Master." The two major SSS Kendo characteristics actually allowed Zhang Daoyuan to learn the swordsmanship of others. It is hard for anyone to believe this kind of behavior at the third or fourth level. But countless people looked at the nebulous sword formation that Zhang Daoyuan displayed. Looking at the defeated Li Haoran, one has to believe this fact. In such a short time, without any skills, just by watching, you can learn an A-level sword technique. I have a mentor to guide me and a tutorial to learn. It takes months to learn an A-level martial art, but Zhang Daoyuan just learned it by fighting with others. At this moment, the number of people watching the battle through various means exceeded several thousand. But they were all horrified. He looked at Zhang Daoyuan standing there as if he were a monster. Chapter 47. Terrifying crushing. What is invincible? No, this is Brother Yuan's true strength and talent. The members of Team Tianyuan, or the Big Four, including the 10-star freshmen, were all watching Zhang Daoyuan's live performance. But their reactions were surprisingly consistent, especially those SS-level geniuses. Not only were their supernatural powers suppressed, but now even their martial arts talent was nowhere near as good as Zhang Daoyuan's. Learning while fighting, this kind of thing is really too terrifying. Gurgle. This is the sound of Zhao Jiaying swallowing his saliva. It must be fake. Is there such a person in this world? Luckily, I'm not a swordsman. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to pieces. Ew. He suddenly hesitated, wondering whether to continue ranking. Points are a small matter. He has already admitted defeat twice. What he was afraid of was that he would lose again. With such a talent like Zhang Daoyuan, who knows what else he can do? No, I must go. My current performance is still under my control. The burst is probably only 20,000 to 30,000, which is still a big gap for me. This is my last chance. The worst that can happen is that I lose. Anyway, I've already lost once. Zhao Jiaying decided to go for broke and continue with the ranking match. I have to practice those sword skills first, and then I can see if I can use them. I have to get the maximum bonus from the Supreme Sword Emperor. After all, there is no Thunder Lord in this virtual reality, and there is no Thunder Body either. There are only 3 A-level sword techniques now, and if you fully practice them, you can get a total bonus of 40%. Add to that the previous 60%, that's 100%. Zhang Daoyuan didn't know about virtual reality, so he was not in a hurry. After all, the final round of the freshman competition would take another 3 months. But it's different now. Just as Zhang Daoyuan continued to prepare. Ding dong. A message was displayed directly in front of him in a way that only he could see. You have a new notification. He is the special tutor appointed by Zhang Daoyuan. So fast. When making an appointment with a special tutor, an approximate time is given and the tutor then makes the choice. I thought it would take at least a day or two, but I didn't expect it to be so efficient. Then finish this one, and then you can go see Instructor Zhang. While you're at it, you can also practice A-level swordsmanship and swordplay at the same time. Zhang Daoyuan made up his mind. So he was prepared to fight a quick battle and use the infinite positive and negative extremes to deal with the next opponent. After you finish practicing swordsmanship, you can also improve your energy and blood, and then you can truly win the game. As for the viewing platform that requires 500 credits to upgrade, don't ask. The question is, are you short of money? When the match countdown ends. I don't know if it's God's blessing or if there are too few 4th-level warriors who know about it. In the end, Zhao Jiaying really matched with Zhang Daoyuan. It's me. When he successfully appeared in front of Zhang Daoyuan, Zhao Jiaying almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Fortunately, he knew there were spectators here, so he forced himself to hold back. He has figured it out. Although he does not have S-level martial arts, he has 2 A-level martial arts that can complement each other. With the help of Qi and blood, it is no problem to crush a 3rd-level Qi and blood. Before, it was definitely not because of psychological trauma. A 4th-level master with over 70,000 HP and a student of Zhuxia University. His name is Zhao Jiaying. Do any of you know him? Yes, of course I know him. He is well known among the sophomores at Zhuxia University, and his strength ranks among the top 10. So this time, Zhang Daoyuan will lose, right? Jumping directly from 18,000 Qi in health to 60,000 Qi in health, this gap is too big. Moreover, if a student from Zhuxia University could rank in the top 10 in a department, he or she must be a genius among geniuses. Perhaps they had mastered S-level martial arts. Or perhaps they had mastered multiple A-level martial arts. No matter how amazing Jiang Daoyuan's performance is, it's impossible to win against this person, right? Jiang Daoyuan? Do you still remember me? As soon as he came on stage, Zhao Jiaying went straight to the point. Jiang Daoyuan said calmly, "Should I remember you?" That expression of "who are you? Why don't I know you?" almost made Zhao Jiaying suffocate. "Are you?" Fortunately, Zhao Jiaying still had some brains and knew not to speak of the shameful thing in public. Calm. Stay calm. He has seen all kinds of storms, so how could he lose his composure here with just one wave? Zhao Jiaying calmed down and said in a powerful manner, "Since you don't know, forget it. It was an accidental mistake. Now let me teach you how to respect seniors. Are you done?" Jiang Daoyuan really had no impression of him, but since he was from his own school, he did not take direct action. Come on." Zhao Jiaying showed his weapon, which turned out to be a bow, an arrow. That's all. The moment Jiang Duan's voice fell, the invisible sharp energy within 5 meters of him became stronger and stronger. There is no Thundermaster. If he wants to slash out infinite positive and negative forces, he needs extremely precise control. At least you shouldn't be unable to deliver the strike because of its weight. Martial arts. Infinite positive and negative, extreme. Level 239985/50,000. To upgrade from the second level to the third level, the experience required has reached a full 50,000. But it also means that the power of the current infinite positive and negative extremes is still increasing. Moreover, the bonus from the Supreme Sword Emperor not only increased the power, but also greatly reduced the pressure of swordsmanship. Then use the life force field to replace the Thunder Lord to continue to offset some of the oppression. Although it is still not as good as the infinite positive and negative extremes that are given with all their efforts. But it is more than enough to defeat a man with 60,000 HP. The infinite positive and negative extremes that are unlike those of human swordsmanship appear for the first time in this virtual reality. Booz, booz, booz. The matching battlefield is random. This time, it was a place similar to the top of a mountain. When the power of matter is absorbed and mobilized, the mountains beneath my feet were shaking, as if the mountain god was angry and wanted to punish the world. This is the sword technique that killed the crocodile dragon. Why is it even more terrifying without the supernatural power? On the top of this high mountain, Zhao Jiaying's eyes were filled with shock, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. It seems as if everything is locked, and I can only wait for death. We can't just ignore it. The Azure Dragon Guardian heavenly robe condenses to protect you. Then he bent the bow, and an arrow condensed from his blood, and energy was ready to be shot. He can draw a bow like a full moon, look northwest, and shoot the wolf in the sky. A-level martial arts, shooting the wolf. The next moment, the bowstring trembled violently, and the arrows broke through the air. 9 arrows in a row shot towards Jiang Daoyuan with a sharp whistling sound. The speed of these 9 arrows broke the sound barrier and exceeded the speed of sound. Some students who were also learning archery on the viewing platform had their pupils shrink. But what is even more terrifying is Jiang Daoyuan. When the bow and arrow are shot, the infinite positive and negative forces have also accumulated to the extreme. The power of hundreds of thousands of tons gathered into one point and exploded. Driven by the life force field and the powerful wind and thunder sword steps, Jiang Duan's figure surged, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, flying toward Zhao Jiaying opposite him. The air waves roared like thousands of wind dragons. The terrifying force hit everything, and the 9 arrows that Zhao Jiaying had shot with all his strength were drowned in an instant. Another moment. The sword has not arrived yet. The violent force drove the air waves through the void, completely shattering the Qinglong Shidianyi. Then, Zhao Jiaying was completely evaporated under the impact of this force. The power below remained undiminished, as if it could destroy everything, piercing through and flattening the mountains. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Jiang Daoyuan exited the virtual reality. But the horrifying scene just now had already been recorded in full by some viewers. Chapter 48, Heaven and Earth Domination Sword Style, What is Genius? Win the battle, get the winning streak reward. Points asterisk 220. Ignore the reminders still ringing in your ears. Jiang Daoyuan returned to reality and found that his body was indeed not affected at all. Achievement points, I got almost 300 points. This is indeed a good way to get points. Jiang Daoyuan looked at the panel and replied to messages from all parties. At the same time, The special mentor was also given temporary rights to be teleported over. Soon, a middle-aged man who looked unkempt but had sharp eyes and a scar on his face appeared in front of him. Special tutor of Zhuxia University, Jiang Qingfeng. As he walked, Jiang Daoyuan felt as if his sword was about to be unsheathed and his edge was revealed. As soon as he came in, teacher Jiang Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Daoyuan casually, said, "At the 3rd level, you actually want to practice the Heaven and Earth Domination sword style. Whose child are you? You have so many credits when you enter school, and you can live on a 7th level spiritual vein. The ultimate sword style of Heaven and Earth. This is the S-level swordsmanship chosen by Jiang Daoyuan. This is not among the 9 methods of Zhuxia, so it does not have the prerequisite A-level martial arts. Gathering the vastness of heaven and earth and coordinating the interaction of matter. That is, the life force field, the essence of this swordsmanship is somewhat like the infinite positive and negative poles. With the mentality of sharing what he has and knowing that this might be the simplest S-level swordsmanship, Jiang Daoyuan chose this as his first choice. However, he has already selected the next few S-level sword techniques. Because the Supreme Sword Emperor requires 10 S-level swords, but Zhuxia University only has 8 S-level swordsmanship. Jiang Daoyuan is destined to complete all of them. What surprised Jiang Daoyuan was that this mentor Jiang Qingfeng did not recognize him. But if you think about it, this isn't surprising. In this world, there are many martial arts fanatics who are obsessed with practicing martial arts, ignoring most of the things in the outside world and focusing on their own work. The 8th level strongmen all have blood and chi exceeding 100 million. Just practicing martial arts, exercising chi and blood, and studying the will of martial arts every day would probably not take 24 hours for them. Especially the martial arts college entrance examination, which is a big deal in the eyes of admissions directors and principals. But in the minds of some mentors, it may be different. For them, only their own realm is the key. The reason why he became a mentor at Zhuxia University was just for the resources to practice martial arts. Even those SSS-level geniuses in history were only at level 7 when they graduated. Why are they so concerned? If you don't socialize much and don't go online, it's normal that you don't know Jiang Daoyuan. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Daoyuan smiled and did not respond directly, but went straight to the point. Jiang Qingfeng glanced at Jiang Daoyuan again and said directly, "I don't have much time. One class is 2 hours. I will do my best to teach you, but whether you can get started and understand it depends on you. It's saved by students." "Very good, let's get started." After saying that, Jiang Qingfeng made a move with his hand, as if condensing the air, to shape a majestic sword. Since you have already reached the stage of seeking a tutor, I will not explain the basic theories to you. Any S-level martial arts requires a specific environment or specific resources. For example, the Galaxy Sky Waterfall Sword can only be cultivated by collecting the energy of the galaxy in a specially simulated galaxy environment. But the Heaven and Earth Overlord Sword style is different. What it requires is the experience of our predecessors. Jiang Qingfeng said calmly. "Come, I'll let you feel it carefully. The 7th level realm condenses the true meaning of martial arts. As for the 8th level strong men, they have already begun to synchronize their life force fields and the true meaning of martial arts. Cast your own interference into the void and matter, so that there is no longer any barrier between them." Boom! Jiang Qingfeng slashed down with his sword, and it seemed to be mighty and powerful, with the power of the entire heaven and earth blessing it. A terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from him, as if the sky and earth were collapsing and the mountains and rivers were destroyed. In Jiang Daoyuan's eyes, he seemed to see the entire process of the birth and condensation of this sword. Jiang Daoyuan felt as if he had turned into a tiny speck of dust, insignificant and insignificant, as if he were being squeezed by the heavens and the earth. As expected of an 8th level rank, instill will and change reality. This is actually a martial art that uses the life force field to communicate with the material world. In other words, most S-level martial arts are like this. They all rely on the life force field and the true meaning of martial arts. 1 hour, a full hour. Jiang Qingfeng maintained this state, allowing Jiang Daoyuan to continue to comprehend the profound meaning of the Tiandi Baji sword style. Not only that, but within this hour, he also practiced all the sword moves and sword techniques of the Tiandi Baji sword style together with the life force field. Flawless, without a single flaw. Well, did you remember it? If you can't remember it, you can record it and play it back. However, The mystery of the Tiandibaji sword style requires you to comprehend it yourself, or spend more credits. Zhang Qingfeng's breath was a little weak at this time, and it was obvious that these 5,000 credits were not wasted. There is still 1 hour left. You can practice sword moves and sword techniques first. Only when you are proficient in these, you will be qualified to truly comprehend the essence of this martial art. I can also give you some pointers and correct your. Before he could finish, he found that Jiang Daoyuan had already started practicing sword moves. The first few times, he was a little awkward, and it was obvious that he was a beginner. The interaction between the life field and the sword moves was always bumpy and unsuccessful. You have a good memory, but the life force field is not used in that way. You need to actively interact with material energy and... Before he could finish his words, this 8th rank warrior, Zhuxia University's special instructor, suddenly seemed to be shocked. Because in just one sentence, Jiang Duan's sword movements and sword moves no longer looked awkward. Every time the sword moved, even with Zhang Qingfeng's eyes, he could not find any fault with it. If that were the case, it would be fine. At most, I could be considered to have a particularly good memory. What really made Zhang Qingfeng stunned was the interaction between the sword moves and the life force field, which was no longer stumbling, but skillful. Just like a swordsman who has practiced for several years, there is not a single mistake. This speed, this also surprised the knowledgeable Zhang Qingfeng. But this is not the most surprising thing. Jiang Daoyuan's body shook, and he made a move with his hands. He actually followed Jiang Qingfeng's example and transformed his qi into a sword, condensing a mighty sword. Then, all the material forces within a 6-meter radius around him were mobilized by the sword of atmosphere, and then, under the circulation of qi and blood, they were cut down suddenly. S-level martial arts, heaven and earth domination sword style. Already trained. This time, Zhang Qingfeng was no longer surprised, but horrified. Unparalleled talent, sudden enlightenment of swordsmanship, shocking the instructor. Obtained achievement points *500. Chapter 49? Genius? No, it's a monster. Is it possible to master an S-level sword technique in an hour? Of course it is possible, but most of them are masters in swordsmanship who have accumulated countless years of experience. Just like Zhang Qingfeng himself, as an 8th rank swordsman, he would naturally be able to practice a new S-rank swordsmanship faster than when he was young. This is the accumulation of experience and the accumulation of kendo. But what about Jiang Daoyuan, a young man in his 20s? A 3rd-level warrior with thousands of HP. What is his basis? This made Zhang Qingfeng ask subconsciously, how is it possible? Have you practiced the Heaven and Earth Overlord sword before? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but stare intently. A hint of sharp sword intent suddenly emerged. The sword intent penetrates the air, running through the void and the world. This was Zhang Qingfeng's subconscious behavior, but he knew it was not good in an instant. He actually lost his mind in front of a junior and revealed his martial arts will. It's also my fault that I haven't seen many people recently and lost my sense of proportion. Zhang Qingfeng felt ashamed, knowing that it was because he had neglected his qi and blood cultivation in recent years that the true meaning of martial arts became increasingly powerful. Every move you make may cause the sword intent to befall you. This may seem powerful, but it is a behavior that cannot be controlled by the realm. With his stronger will, he suppressed the leaked sword intent. Just when he was about to say some polite words, Zhang Qingfeng looked incredulous, as if he had seen something unbelievable. But Jiang Duan's powerful sword suddenly grew in size, as if it had increased several times in size. Between movement and stillness, it seemed as if heaven and earth were responding, and all the material forces within a 6-meter radius were mobilized. When he chopped down again, the power was even more condensed than the last time. This is the 2nd level of the Heaven and Earth Domination Sword. Zhang Qingfeng could break through 1 level at a time, but even he couldn't break through 2 levels at a time. The idea of repetition is about to be born. But when I think of Jiang Daoyuan's clumsy sword moves and sword paths at the beginning, the process of going from not knowing to knowing, it doesn't seem fake at all. Could it be that this year, Zhuxia University actually accepted a sword genius? Zhang Qingfeng couldn't help but think. Jiang Daoyuan naturally had no idea what Zhang Qingfeng was thinking. He waved his hand, and the powerful sword dissipated. Learning swordsmanship, shocking my instructor, actually has achievement points. Why didn't I get any when I was in the Southwest province? when Fang Yang saw me master the 10,000 swords Dankong Ju in just over 10 minutes, he was far more shocked than Jiang Qingfeng. Is it that the A-level swordsmanship is not worthy? Or is it that Fang Yang, a 6th-level warrior, is not worthy? Jiang Daoyuan thought about it and scanned the panel with his mind. The Heaven and Earth Overlord Sword has reached the 2nd level. I have to say, Jiang Qingfeng has something. If it weren't for his teachings, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 2nd level so quickly. Student Jiang Daoyuan, do you have a mentor? Such a genius, such a talent for swordsmanship, made Jiang Qingfeng admire him very much and wanted to accept him as a student. He has figured it out. This is probably Jiang Daoyuan's own talent. I don't have a mentor. Jiang Daoyuan shook his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingfeng immediately recruited him. Then are you willing to be my student? Not only can students at Jusha University apply for tutors, but some tutors will also take the initiative to take in students because of their talents. He thought Jiang Daoyuan would not bow down immediately, but he would at least consider it. After all, he is the best kendo instructor among all the instructors at Jusha University. There were countless students who wanted to become his disciples, and even some sword instructors would ask him for advice on swordsmanship. Jiang Qingfeng was really shocked by Jiang Daoyuan's talent. When he heard that there was no mentor, he didn't want his kendo talent to be buried. Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, "Teacher, my name is Jiang Daoyuan." Jiang Daoyuan? No. How could I not know your name? This thought immediately popped up in Jiang Qingfeng's mind. But fortunately, he was not really a fool. The will communicated with Zhu Xiao's intelligent brain and began to search for the name Jiang Daoyuan. Then, he fell silent. Jiang Daoyuan, the martial arts champion of Southwest University, has SSS-level talent. And he has the talent to create his own sword technique. Wait, what kind of sword technique is this? The observation of the will is extremely rapid. In less than a second, he had already understood the contents of several videos. Jiang Qingfeng's eyes lit up. What kind of swordsmanship is that? It seems to be able to control the material forces around you. This is the ability of S-level martial arts. Did you combine your own supernatural powers to create this? Teacher, now I need to ask you for advice. Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, I wonder if the instructor has any free time. I want to add a class. Additional classes? Jiang Qingfeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, as long as you want to add more, you can add as much as you want credits. He wanted to say that credits were not necessary. But when he thought that this was the rule of Jusha University, he really couldn't break it. Hesitate. It was Jiang Daoyuan who took the initiative and said, the credits that should be given must still be given. He paid for 3 class hours at one time, which is 15,000 credits. Even Jiang Qingfeng was shocked by this action. But when I thought about Jiang Daoyuan's identity, I felt relieved. Your Heaven and Earth Domination Sword. Although he was very interested in Jiang Daoyuan's swordsmanship, Jiang Qingfeng still had professional ethics and wanted to continue to guide Jiang Daoyuan in his subsequent training. It's not the Heaven and Earth Overlord Sword. Jiang Daoyuan shook his head. The students want to learn the Star River Waterfall Sword, Zhou Tian Xing Sword Style, and Aurora Soul Chasing Sword. These 3 techniques plus the Heaven and Earth Overlord Sword are exactly all the S-level sword techniques that can be taught in the teaching information of instructor Jiang Qingfeng. The 4 sword techniques can cooperate with each other and are both offensive and defensive. The 4 can work together to add a killing move to maximize the power. Are you sure? Even though Jiang Qingfeng had been shocked several times, he was still shocked. S-level martial arts are no different from the martial arts below them, and if one wishes to cultivate them to perfection, each one will occupy a place in the mind. Otherwise, how could Jiang Qingfeng only have 4 S-level sword techniques that he could teach? Sure. Jiang Daoyuan nodded. These sword skills are only used to take advantage of the bonus from the Supreme Sword Emperor. I won't put in too much effort. Since you are sure, then release your authority. I will take you to the galaxy environment to collect galaxy energy first. Jiang Qingfeng also wanted to see if Jiang Daoyuan's talent could be reproduced. Then, Jiang Qingfeng thought that he had gotten over the shock of the past few years. But he was wrong, very wrong. The first hour. In the simulated galaxy, Jiang Daoyuan slashed out with a sword using the energy of the galaxy. The sword energy was like a waterfall across the sky, shattering the galaxy. The Galaxy Sky Waterfall Sword. One sword goes straight into the 2 heavens. Second hour. In a sword tomb, thousands of swords were humming softly. Jiang Daoyuan used the Zhoutian formation as a battle formation and moved his swords. Transform into sword shadows like rain. guarding the 4 poles. The Zhou Tian sword style also reaches the 2nd level. The 3rd hour. Looking at Zhang Daoyuan, who was chasing souls with one sword in the simulated Aurora environment, as if he was the incarnation of the Aurora. Zhang Qingfeng murmured to himself, "This isn't some genius. This is a monster. He is a natural-born sword saint, sword god, and sword immortal." Chapter 50 Monsters on the Sword. The Future of the Human Federation. 4 hours. 4 S-level swordsmanships, all at double level. Such a speed of cultivation, such a terrifying talent. Zhang Qingfeng was finally convinced that the guy in front of him was a monster. Monster on the sword. He was also a talented swordsman who had shown his natural talent since childhood, but in front of Zhang Daoyuan, there was absolutely no comparison at all. When Zhang Qingfeng was sure, there were 2 extremely powerful men who were also watching Zhang Daoyuan in the Aurora state. One is to kill ghosts and gods. The other one had white hair and a youthful face, and looked like just an ordinary old man. But the place where the 2 were sitting cross-legged looked like a sea of stars and endless void. In front of them, there was a chessboard. Looking closely, these are not chess pieces at all, but clearly creatures that are the manifestation of will, fighting in the real little world. Every time a piece falls, circles of ripples are formed, like the rising and falling waves of the sea, like the surging and raging rivers bursting their banks. How? Tu Guatian said calmly. With such talent, how many people in the Federation can compare to him? Extraordinary, not bad, not bad. The old man with white hair and youthful face nodded. It must be Kunlun's bad luck, otherwise such a treasure would not fall into your hands. We have not fought or competed for more than 10 years. This is our destiny. Tu Guatian smiled faintly and said, Old Yin has been in seclusion for many years. What are your plans now? Mr. Yin, there are many people with the surname Yin in the world, but there is only one person who can be called Old Yin by the god and ghost killer. Former federal congressman, former sword master, one of the founders of Star University, the most powerful person, Yin Tianjun. I'm an old man with declining energy and blood. What plans can I have? Yin Tianjun said, You invited an old man like me here. It's impossible that you are here to play chess, right? If you have anything to say, just speak up. As he spoke, he placed his pieces one after another, as if a peerless swordsman had descended upon the earth. The sword light swept across 1,000 miles, killing all the black pieces into pieces. Old Yin has also seen this kid's talent, but his supernatural talent is even more powerful. It's a pity that there is no sword technique related to thunder in my country. Tu Guatian also made a move. So, you want me to teach him swordplay? Yin Tianjun raised his eyes, as if he had already seen through his thoughts. Good. Tu Guatian nodded. It would be great if we could send him to the Starry Sky Thunder Pool for baptism. You've never been that attentive to your juniors. Yin Tianjun said calmly. But I really want to know, what are you going to use to get me to agree? Peaceful and tranquil. A sudden, biting frost. Future. Tu Guatian's body stood tall and straight. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the universe and the galaxy, and a huge furnace was faintly visible. The future of the Human Federation. And our future. Zhang Daoyuan's swordsmanship training continues. After finishing the course with tutor Zhang Qingfeng, he spent more credits and a few days on appointments to learn the remaining 5 S-level sword techniques. However, the instructors invited for these S-level swordsmanship classes are only first-level instructors, and their realms are all 7th level. Not as powerful as Zhang Qingfeng. The 5 sword techniques are all only at the 1st level, and none of them go directly to the 2nd level. But this also made these first-level mentors dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Daoyuan as if he were a monster. Fortunately, they're not mentors like Zhang Qingfeng who are out of touch with the world, and they all know Zhang Daoyuan. This is why there was no drama of recruiting disciples. And during these days when Zhang Daoyuan was practicing swordsmanship, the news about him in virtual reality spread more and more widely. If Zhang Daoyuan was just a small fire before, he is a big fire now. If among the 4 greats and 10 stars there is still someone who doesn't know who Zhang Daoyuan is, then he is extremely ignorant. After all, a 3rd-level person could kill a 4th-level person in seconds, and the one he killed was a genius from the same school. Such feats have occurred in history, but they all need to cooperate with their own special abilities. There are very few people like Zhang Daoyuan who can leapfrog a major stage right after entering school without relying on supernatural powers. And such incidents are a big fire. What we are most concerned about are the ferocious and the fourth level limits among the 10 stars. Some of them wanted to see the miraculous sword, while others wanted to step on Jiang Daoyuan to gain the upper hand. The fundamental reason is that Jiang Daoyuan can only match them. But unfortunately, since that day when it went offline, Jiang Daoyuan seemed to remain silent from then on and never started a virtual battle again. Zhuxia University. In a fourth-level spiritual villa, Zhao Jiaying is practicing with someone. It was a man wearing the traditional Chinese ceremonial attire, which made him look particularly elegant and handsome. Too slow. The man's voice was soft, as gentle as the breeze. In fact, his special power is wind. During the fight, a wisp of light wind lifted him up like a wind god. Incredibly fast. Bang! The punch roared like a strong wind, and the stirred air flow seemed to form a hurricane. Directly knocked Zhao Jiaying out. Jiang Daoyuan is online. Following the man's voice, Zhao Jiaying stood up with a grin. Boss, are you going to fight him? Why? Are you afraid that I will lose? How could it be? Zhao Jiaying hesitated. The man in front of him was the uncrowned king of their session. After only 3 months of school, he had already completely won over his grade. He was also the first to push his own realm to the 4th level limit. He is also the first genius to understand the life force field and the first to practice S-level martial arts. Possessed with SSS-level powers, the god of wind. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the speed of sound half a year ago. Now even Zhao Jiaying doesn't know how fast his boss, Sun Qishang, has reached. But that's a virtual reality, so you can't use your powers. Just relying on martial arts. Sun Qishang smiled lightly and said, losing doesn't mean anything. In martial arts, one always cultivates oneself. But I would like to have a real competition with this king of speed. Star University. A place similar to the 4th level spiritual land of Zhuxia University. Several young men and women were chatting. Suddenly, a young man said, Brother Qixin, Jiang Daoyuan is online. Oh, it's indeed online. The other one cast his gaze on the man sitting on the main seat, who was dressed in fiery red clothes and had a rather sharp temperament. Red heart, red clothes. The man turned out to be the sophomore leader of Star University and the owner of the SS-level supernatural red dragon, Li Qixin. Oh, after so many days, he finally shows up? Li Qixin's words were as sharp as knives. I can't wait to play with him. The same scene is happening not only in the starry sky, but also in all the countries in China. In Xingwu, in the 10 stars, even the students of Kunlun were alarmed. Chapter 51. 10 sweeps and 10 decisions, shocking everyone. Among the 4 great 10 stars, those who push their own chi and blood to the 4th level limit. Only 10% of the vitality field is needed to break through to the 5th level of masters. They have all arrived in the virtual reality viewing room through previous attention. At first glance, the 4 10-star students are clearly divided. What's going on? Where are the people? In Xingwu University, a man with an imposing appearance, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a strong leadership temperament asked in a deep voice. His eyes briefly scanned the surroundings. But the person who was supposed to be there was not found. Not only was the main character not there, the battle was not going on either, but the viewing platform was already open. I don't know. The viewing platform was open just now, and Jiang Daoyuan only fought 1 match. Then he left for some reason, but the viewing platform was not closed. A sophomore from Xingwu University replied nearby. The imposing man nodded and looked around again. This time he found many familiar faces. Li Qixin and Sun Qishang are also here. Will that one come? The person who can stand on an equal footing with these two is naturally the leader of the same class at Xingwu University and the owner of the SS-level God Demonic Power Li Xian. Naturally, they had fought against each other in the last Rookie King competition and knew each other. When Li Xian saw them, Sun Qishang and Li Qixin also saw their old rival. Another familiar person. Sun Qishang chuckled and nodded slightly in greeting. Beat Jiang Daoyuan first, and then beat them both together. Li Qi was full of fighting spirit, showing his extremely strong self-confidence. In the last freshman meeting, due to the overall strength of Xingwu University, Li Qixin could only be ranked at the bottom of the 4 major universities. This made him, who was very competitive, unable to endure it and wanted to regain his place. Coming! Suddenly, a scream was heard. Jiang Daoyuan is here. Swish! There was a flash of light, and in an instant, Jiang Daoyuan's figure appeared in the center of the venue. After not seeing him for a few days, his temperament became more and more extraordinary, like a divine sword lingering in the world, so natural and charming that it was captivating. Um, how come his chi and blood are already over 8,000? At this time, the audience who arrived late discovered that Jiang Duan's energy and blood had increased by more than 6,000 compared to 4 days ago. At this rate, it's about 1,500 per day. Such speed is enough to shock a group of 4th-level warriors. At least among the sophomores in the Big Four, no one can reach such a speed of practice. Not even Kunlun can do it. Lu Xingji, who won first place in the previous freshman competition and is the top sophomore at Kunlun University, has not made such a terrifying progress. Not to mention 1,500. Even if it's 500 HP a day, not many people can do it. No wonder he dared to come today. Someone murmured, if I practice for a few more days, wouldn't it be level 4? If I practice for 2 more months, wouldn't it be level 5? Is this SSS? Some people were furious. It's totally unreasonable. Obviously everyone is a genius. Why is your genius so special? Some geniuses who wanted to match Jiang Daoyuan and become famous have begun to back off. His energy and blood increased so much, who knows how much his strength has improved. If it's the same as Zhao Jiaying, it would be like losing the watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. It's so embarrassing. There are hundreds of different forms of sentient beings. Jiang Daoyuan didn't care. He just started matching calmly. In 4 days, he finally mastered all the sword skills. S, A, B, C, D, 5 levels of swordsmanship, all of which have been mastered to 10 levels. A terrifying 150% bonus was received. Yes, in 4 days, he not only mastered 10 S-level sword techniques, but also multitasked and mastered all A-level sword techniques at the same time. It didn't even delay Wuliang Zheng Neig's progress in cultivation. As for the extra door, that was the reason why he quit just now. In 10 minutes, he mastered the last S-level sword technique. It comes from the Sky Flash Fuyao sword of Starry Sky University. It is precisely because of the feedback from so many S-level swordsmanship that Jiang Daoyuan's blood and energy progress can be so terrifying. Plus the vitality field that improves again. His strength has increased significantly again. A supreme being? No wonder I can get achievement points. Since the first S-level swordsmanship, no achievement points have exceeded 500. I thought I would have to reach SS level to get them, but I didn't expect to get 1,000 points from Yin Tianjun. But 100 wins in virtual reality. That powerful man not only handed over Jiang Daoyuan's Tianshan Fuyao sword, but also said, if Jiang Daoyuan achieved 100 consecutive victories in virtual reality, then he will take Jiang Daoyuan with him to the peerless thunder pool of Star University to practice once. Jiang Daoyuan naturally would not miss such an opportunity. He was just curious, and this was just a virtual battle for colleges. The 4 10 stars combined only have a few 4th-level ones. Plus, he is so famous that as long as the fight continues, those who are not strong enough probably won't dare to match him. Putting aside those who don't dare, how many people are there? When Jiang Daoyuan wins the leader-level victory, how many people will dare to fight? A matching opponent finally arrived a minute later. He was a 4th-level guy with 30,000 HP. As soon as he saw Jiang Daoyuan, he felt hopeless. It was obvious that he did not come for Jiang Daoyuan. Under the sharp edge, the thunder was like a startled dragon, communicating with the power of matter, and with the blessing of the life field. It cut off his head with 1 sword. Simple, defeat the enemy with 1 sword. Then the matching started again. But the audience was already in an uproar. Heavenly Flash Fuyao sword. Isn't this my unique Shinkong martial art? How could it be used by Jiang Daoyuan? A student from Star University next to Li Qixin exclaimed. This sword technique is similar to the 9 swords of Xia in the Starry Sky. It could be obtained for free, but he put a lot of effort into it, completing 5 monthly exams and more than a dozen tasks. Only then did he accumulate enough points and hire a mentor to teach him how to use the Tianshan Fuyao sword. But until now, no one has succeeded in getting started. So seeing Jiang Daoyuan like this, he was shocked and frightened. The others were also very shocked. What's going on? Jiang Daoyuan has learned an S-level sword technique in just a few days. This is already extremely terrifying. How can it be the Starry Sky University's Sky Flash Fuyao sword? Many people were stunned. This is more than just a reflection of talent. It is also a reflection of status. Since when a student of Zhuxia University can practice Starry Sky magic? But what shocked them even more was yet to come. As the battle continued, Jiang Daoyuan used one S-level sword technique after another. Just a dozen minutes, 10 shakes, and 10 decisions. No matter who the opponent is, he will be killed instantly with one sword. And every time, Jiang Daoyuan used S-level swordsmanship. All 10 sword moves were used. At this moment, everyone looked at him with shock and awe in their eyes. 10 S-level sword techniques. This is simply not a human being. Chapter 52. That's it? Possessing an S-level sword technique among the current sophomores, he can be called a genius. This is their entire year of practice. And now, from that day to now, only 4 days have passed. How many gates has Jiang Daoyuan mastered? 10 doors. Countless students were shocked, but that was all they could do. As time passed, 10 consecutive victories turned into 20 wins and 20 losses. If the previous ones are included, it's almost 50 consecutive wins. Boom! With a movement of thunder, he cut off the head of a 10-star senior. If we fight like this for a whole day, this Tianshan Fuyao sword will be able to directly enter the 3rd level, no matter what else it is. Looking at the panel inside, Jiang Daoyuan seemed to be thinking about something. 3 seconds later, a handsome man in starry sky suit appeared in front of him. That vast energy and blood made him the most powerful opponent in these dozens of battles. Qi and blood 90,000. It's Yueji. Zhao Jiaying whispered. If he remembered correctly, this person was also cultivating the Sky Flash Fuyao sword. He was the 3rd person at their level who also understood the life force field. Yueji's Sky Flash Fuyao sword has been cultivated to the 3rd level. Based purely on martial arts, I'm at least 5 or 5 times better than him. Shin Qishang pondered softly. He is a first-class leader, and he knows exactly how strong the students at the same level are. But his life force field is only just condensed, only 2%. Yueji, Li Xian, and Li Qixin were also looking at it. This guy had reached the top 20 in the freshman competition. Although he fell out quickly, it was enough to prove his strength. 90,000 Qi and blood, life force field, S-level swordsmanship. Even the sword before, there is no chance. Buzz! Just as they were talking and looking at each other on the viewing stand, the preparation stage passed quickly. Yuji took action without saying a word. A trace of electric current, as if distorting matter, began to flicker around the sword in Yuji's hand. That is the life force field, which is constantly communicating with material power and is transformed by the Tianshan Fuyao sword, blessing the sword and his body. Tianshan Fuyao is an adjective that describes speed. In an instant, an acceleration force field was formed, and then, boom! Like an arrow shot from a bow, the ground of the arena beneath his feet was instantly torn apart. The terrifying force turned into pure kinetic energy, and Yuji's figure seemed to disappear suddenly. With such an extreme speed, he had already rushed ahead of Jiang Daoyuan before most of the audience could react. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be pierced. More and more shattering sounds were heard, and a straight mark was left on the ring. So fast, Zhao Jiaying's pupils shrank slightly. Not only him, some other people were also making the comparison. Without any supernatural power, such speed was already extremely extraordinary. At least now, they can only achieve a similar situation. So how should Jiang Daoyuan deal with it? The 10 S-level sword techniques looked terrifying, but none of them had been refined to a deep level. Could he react to the terrifying sword that defeated Zhao Jiaying previously at this speed? They are paying attention. Jiang Daoyuan, however, remained calm. The sky is shining. It's not the way you use it. Thunder suddenly rose. Compared to Yuji, this thunder is incredibly thick. It was even so surprising that one would think that this was Jiang Daoyuan's special ability in use. But this is not the case. S-level swordsmanship uses the life force field to communicate with matter. Jiang Daoyuan's life force field is 6%, far exceeding Yuji. With the bonus from the Supreme Sword Emperor, it is destined to be so terrifying. The same sword, the same sky flashed and rose. When Yuji was about to kill him, Jiang Daoyuan swung his sword and killed him. Boom! The ground shook as if there was an earthquake, and the atmosphere rippled like water waves. Not only that, the moment the sword was swung, the hand that had never moved was actually beating faintly. Then the second big word appeared, sword. One sword. Bang! 2 completely different thunders collided, and the swords entangled with each other, making crackling sounds. A violent ripple visible to the naked eye, centered on the collision between the two, swept in all directions, raising clouds of smoke and dust. Yuji seemed to be acting by inertia, and in the next moment, He had passed by Jiang Daoyuan accompanied by the thunder and energy waves. Yuji opened his eyes as if he wanted to say something. The next moment, the lightning sword energy that remained in his body exploded. Yueji, exit virtual reality. One sword, Jiang Daoyuan pondered in his heart. Isn't this saying that he can defeat the enemy with one sword? But it was a sword on the panel. It was the appearance of the word sword that increased his power again, thus achieving an instant kill. He was pondering. The people watching the game were already going wild. How could this be a one-shot kill? The same swordsmanship, but the chi and blood are 10 times ahead, plus a higher realm. How can he be killed instantly just because of that tiny difference in life force field? Countless people were stunned. If Jiang Daoyuan had used that skill to kill Zhao Jing in 1 second and then killed Yu Ji in 1 second, they might have been able to accept it. But now this scene, how can they accept it? Especially some of the older students, their faces looked extremely ugly. They were originally planning to challenge and match Jiang Daoyuan, but what are they matching now? The original matching plan was immediately canceled. The scene suddenly became cold. There is not only a viewing platform, but also virtual battles. This time for 3 full minutes, no one was matched. This is normal. Again, the 4 10-star schools only have these 4-level students. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. It will soon spread to almost everyone. In fact, when Jiang Daoyuan started, only a few of them were stubborn and matched. And after Yuji, there was no one left. There's no one here? Jiang Daoyuan frowned. His achievement points have reached more than 3,000 points. Half of it depends on this virtual reality. Do I have to quit first, break through the 4th level, and then match the 5th level? However, the 5th level is not as easy to bully as the 4th level. Without superpowers, the difference in chi and blood is still crucial. It seems that it's finally my turn, but some people are afraid, and some people are fearless. Shen Qishang, Li Qixin, and Li Xin are all such fearless people. It's just that they just clicked on the match. In the ring, the scene had changed again. A man with black hair and black eyes, as tall as a mountain, suddenly appeared. The muscles all over his body were bulging, and the veins on his arms were exposed, like a horned dragon entrenched. Just standing there was almost breathless. The second-year president of Kunlun University, Lu Xingji, Li Qixin, Shen Qishang, and Li Xian, in sudden astonishment, also matched their opponents. I can only wonder where the extra person will go. Are you Jiang Daoyuan, that SSS-level genius? Lu Xingji folded his arms and grinned. 3 moves. I can take care of you in 3 moves. Jiang Daoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time someone acted like this in front of him. Chief Kunlun must have some reason to do so we cannot hold back. At the beginning, it was the infinite positive and negative poles, the supreme swordsmanship of controlling and absorbing matter. Then, the chief of Kunlun University is Lu Xingji, defeated by 1 sword. That's it. Chapter 53. The chief leader defeated consecutively, the strongest person in the past. Who is Lu Xingji? The head of Kunlun University, the eldest son of the Xiaoqing Lu family, and the first in the 25-23 Xiaoqing martial arts examination. He even won first place in the individual competition and first place in the team competition of the Huanxing College freshman competition. Although in the eyes of some people, this victory was unfair due to the overall level of Kunlun University. But in the eyes of some other people, Lu Xingji is undoubtedly the number 1 in the same class. Especially those from Kunlun University think so. Instead, they believe that Shinkong Shenwu was first-rate and relied on the school, which was why he was qualified to be on equal footing with Lu Xingji. What a pity, no matter what you think. In the present, in this time period, in this virtual reality, Lu Xingji was defeated. Even his performance was far inferior to Yu Ji from Star University. Putting this aside, even if it's just because it's virtual reality, there is really no explanation. Everyone knows that Jiang Daoyuan's natural talents and abilities are so abnormal that they are outrageous. If it can't even compare to this place, who can compare to it in real life? So, Jiang Daoyuan, a freshman who had just enrolled for a few days, defeated the top sophomore of Kunlun University, and he did it instantly. Then may I ask, is it necessary for this guy to participate in the upcoming freshman competition? Even Lu Xingji was killed in an instant. Who can beat this monster, Chu Wuchen, Dong Xing, and the like? Even if they were combined, they would not be able to defeat him, right? Countless students watching the game made similar exclamations at this moment. Chu Wuchen, Dong Xing. These are the mainstays among the 4 major universities this year, except for Juche University, especially Chu Wuchen, who is exactly the same as Lu Xingji. He is from the Chu family in Xiaoqing, is also a young master, and also has SS-level talents and abilities. This is the root of Kunlun University's strength. Most of the elite students in Xiaoqing, the federal center, especially those geniuses from the strongest families, will only be admitted to Kunlun University. The other 3 can only eat outside Xiaoqing, although they are all SS-level talents and abilities. But there is no need to say more about the gap between the strongest and the non-strongest. But now it is different. Jiang Daoyuan from Juche University has broken this gap. It seemed as if the suspense of this freshman competition had been lost before it even started. The audience was shocked. The 4 10-star forums were also shocked. If it is not news from virtual reality, it cannot be spread. I'm afraid that all the newspapers in Xiaoqing, big and small, have already started getting ready. Win the battle, get the winning streak reward, points asterisk 660. Jiang Daoyuan simply skipped the virtual reality prompt. Look directly at the achievement point. Although there is no prompt, this Kunlun University is indeed different. It directly adds more than 300 points. Jiang Daoyuan's mind moved. If there are more of these, there will be another 10-game series. Continue to start matching. Although I don't know what kind of opponents I will be matched with after defeating Lu Sheng. But since the words of 100 victories came from the mouth of Lord Yin Tianjun, I guess it is not a useless achievement. Time passes again. This time, there was no opponent for a full 10 minutes. Jiang Daoyuan did not give up. The spectators in the viewing stands naturally would not give up the seats they had managed to secure with great difficulty. As the information spread, even the 5th-level students from the 4 major schools were attracted and wanted to see what kind of style this junior who seemed to be about to break the winning streak record was like. Tennis-level sword techniques, what a talent. In fact, they are 2 extremely powerful men. Tu Guixin and Yin Tianjun were both amazed. The 10S-level sword techniques were still beyond their comprehension. But how come the power of that self-created sword technique doubles every time it is used? This is really a treasure. At the beginning, Tu Guixin just took this person in along the way. However, no one expected that Jiang Daoyuan's performance would get better and better. Looking back over the past 300 years, this kind of performance at this stage is already considered one of the top 4. Tu Guixin was filled with emotion. As for 100 wins, those students don't know. He, the most powerful man, certainly knew what Yin Tianjun meant. When you can't match your opponent or the next big stage, virtual reality will automatically generate warriors who existed in the past. Use the records they left in the virtual reality to compete against their opponents. Of course, not everyone has such treatment. Even if you have strength, you still can't trigger it without the endorsement of the most powerful person. Because these warriors include those who were the most powerful in history when they were young. When a few more minutes passed, Jiang Daoyuan's opponent finally appeared. But as soon as it appeared, the suspense seemed to be lost. The person who came was none other than Shen Qishang, the second-year leader of Juche University and the 4th-level ultimate leader. This disappointed some viewers. What they want to see is the fight between the dragon and the tiger. What they want to see is whether Jiang Daoyuan can match up to the 5th level with a 3rd-level body. However, Shen Qishang's famous name also prevented them from talking nonsense. I've met fellow student Jiang Daoyuan. When Shen Qishang came up, he was not tense, but greeted with a smile. Even Lu Xingji's failure did not stop his fighting spirit. Senior Shen, I'm afraid you are no match for me. Jiang Daoyuan also nodded, chanting his sword softly, and said it very directly. Lu Sheng is no match for my junior, and I am no match for it either, but... Shen Qishang smiled casually. It's an honor for me to fight against someone like my junior. I hope you won't be merciful. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Qishang's momentum immediately reached its peak. Please. Jiang Daoyuan looked calm. Please. Shen Qishang's emotions suddenly changed, and with one move, it was as if 1 turned into 2, and 2 turned into 4, directly turning into more than a dozen phantoms, attacking Jiang Daoyuan from all directions. S-level martial arts, 1,000 phantoms. It's a pity that it's still a sword. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and the phantom shattered. Shen Qishang is defeated. Such a scene can only be said to be true. When the match continues, the next opponent will be successfully matched within 3 seconds. The fiery red clothes were beating like a burning flame, and the eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they could cut through everything. It was Li Qixin. TSK, sir, I've been waiting for so long, and finally I'm here. It can be said that the freshman leaders of the previous generation each have their own merits. Lu Xingji is as domineering as a mountain. Shen Qishang is as gentle as the wind. And this Li Qixin is as confident as fire. This confidence even goes beyond thinking. In fact, Li Qixin is also known as the immortal red dragon. His special power is that the more confident he is, the more powerful he becomes. Unfortunately, this is virtual reality, and his opponent is Jiang Daoyuan. One sword, one mistake. The sword light, which moved like fire from the sky, was smashed to pieces. Let this person also enjoy the treatment of Lu Xingji. I didn't want to come, but the next one is naturally Li Xian from Tsinghua University. I hope to have the opportunity to compete against opponents like Junior Jiang Daoyuan in real life. He was very polite, but this politeness was different from Shen Qishang's. It was full of ritual. This is because the Li in Li Xian is not from a top aristocratic family. However, there have been several generations of kings who were neither in heaven nor on earth, and were naturally elegant and graceful. There will be a chance. Jiang Daoyuan was also polite. Then, with just one sword, the last of the four leaders was sent away. At this point, it can be said that Jiang Daoyuan is invincible in the fourth level of virtual reality. There are third grade of the four major ones, and perhaps there is also a fourth grade. But those at the fourth level are definitely not as good as the four leading leaders of the second grade. So who will be Jiang Daoyuan's next opponent? The audience didn't have to wait long. Just 1 minute later, Li Xian was defeated. A ray of light appeared in the virtual battle. This is Chapter 54. The one who defeats the king with one sword will conquer all eternity. I saw the light dissipate. What was revealed to everyone's eyes was first a black and gold dress, and then a fiery red cloak that looked like a blazing fire. Virtual reality will perfectly replicate real clothes, but it will not come with other effects of clothing. But as soon as the clothes and cloak came out, the expressions of everyone in the audience changed from surprise to shock. Starry Sky University's official attire? Shen Qishang, who was defeated and returned to the viewing platform, stared. The so-called superior attire. Zhuxia University also has it, which is the current upgraded version of the gift, with its own life core, which is generally only available to 5th level students. But how is this possible? Even they, the 4th level students, find it difficult to match the 5th level students wearing high-ranking ceremonial attire. The gap between the 4th and 5th levels is much greater than that between the 3rd and 4th levels. Not to mention the 3rd and 5th levels. Could it be that the virtual reality system has already thought that Jiang Daoyuan has the ability to fight against a 5th level opponent? Otherwise, why would you want to match a student who can wear the ceremonial attire of a superior position? This is what most people think. But soon they stop thinking so. Because of this guy from Star University, no expression, no movement. He just stood there, as firm as a mountain or a pine tree, motionless as a god. Moreover, as long as a 5th level student wants to check, he will definitely be able to find the name. Because everyone must have participated in the freshman competition. It's just that no records exist. This guy, Li Qixin, widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe it. A fellow student from Star University nearby revealed his real name. Lu Qiufeng when she was young. And if one person knows, it means everyone knows. This made many people's faces change. They only found one person with the name Lu Qiufeng, known as the King of Phoenix Flame. He is now a powerful king and the general who commands the Eastern Army to suppress demons, the 8th level warrior Lu Qiufeng. It is rumored that this person is extremely fierce and domineering, with a strong and cold personality, and acts decisively. But is this really Lu Qiufeng and not his offspring? But the clear information confirmed the guess without any doubt. Starry Sky University, 2nd year. Lu Qiufeng. Qi and Blood Realm. 99,999. Even Li Qixin himself is only at the 4th level limit. Not yet at 99,999. 90,000 is the limit. Then you can try 1% of the vitality field to break through to the 5th level. Is this a virtual reality that simulates the past King Fengyan? It's terrible. They even simulated the Phoenix Flame King. Many people couldn't help but gasp, finding it unbelievable. How strong must such a famous supermaster be when he was young? Besides, this is not a question of strength or not. King Fengyan still exists. Is it really right to simulate him like this? Li Qixin knew that one of the descendants of King Fengyan was currently a sixth-year student at Star University. If he knew about his elders, what would he think? Just don't care what these people think. The following battles are about to begin. One is the young king who has proven himself and is now crowned king. One is Jiang Daoyuan, who is invincible and steps on the heads of all the four student leaders. Who will win in this fight between these two? From then on, Jiang Daoyuan's troubles were no longer limited to his freshman and sophomore years, but even his junior and senior years. But those students who are in their fifth and sixth years, or even those who are about to graduate, are a little curious. Among them was the grandson of King Fengyan. The spectators were expecting, but Jiang Daoyuan was calm as water. High authority modification detected. The eternal matching mode has been enabled for you. You will be matched with opponents of the same level as in history. The scoring rules have been changed. From the very beginning, he already knew who his opponent would be. During the entire 300 years of the Four Great Kingdoms, there were those truly brilliant and talented people with true genius. After the countdown ends, the battle begins. Raging, the simulated Lu Qiufeng suddenly opened her mouth and let out a loud roar, followed by a burst of terrifying fire elements erupting from her body. That is the life force field transformed into qi and blood. Eyes, pores, limbs. There were flames all over his body, flowing like magma. And all around him, flames were moving like dragons and snakes, forming fire dragons that were dancing wildly around him, like a fire god coming to the world to burn all the sins in the world. S-level martial arts killer move, Flame Tyrant. Li Qixin's pupils contracted and he stared at the stage. This move can be used for both offense and defense and is absolutely all-powerful. He is definitely no match for it. So, what about Jiang Daoyuan? Can the sword that killed me instantly kill Lu Qiufeng in the Fire Tyrant state instantly? Boom! The ring exploded and endless flames spread out. Lu Qiufeng rushed forward, punching with all his might, like a giant flaming beast, ready to destroy everything. That is when he moves. Jiang Daoyuan drew his sword. There are still infinite positive and negative extremes. But compared to when he killed Lu Xingji, the power is even more terrifying, and the material power is even greater. The life force field is wailing. Jiang Daoyuan's blood was boiling. Sure enough, only the strong can make me stronger. Raise your hand. Sword slash. Bang! Thousands of tons of force instantly crushed half of Jiang Daoyuan's body. Click! Bones shattered and flesh crumbled. But the sword has already been swung out. Infinite positive and negative extremes 3. With this sword, Wu Yang's positive and negative experience skyrocketed by thousands of points. He directly reached the third level, and his strength suddenly increased. Boom! It was like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. In the face of absolute power, flames and rolling magma were nothing but chickens and dogs that shattered at the slightest touch. The endless sea of fire was extinguished alive. The Fire King like Lu Qiufeng was torn to pieces. Victory has been revealed. Win the battle. Get the winning streak reward. Points * 510. Sword is invincible. You defeated the young king. Get achievement points * 1000. A strong opponent naturally requires strong rewards. Jiang Daoyuan wanted to laugh, but he couldn't laugh at this moment. Fortunately, after Lu Qiufeng was defeated, the environment was reshaped and Jiang Daoyuan recovered as well. At this moment, countless students were stunned. The young king used an S-level killing move to meet the enemy, but was still defeated with one sword? Oh my god, the young King Fengyan really lost? How is this possible? This is a powerful person who has been crowned as a king. Unbelievable. It's incredible. Everyone was talking about it, shocked. The only thing that made them feel somewhat relieved was that Jiang Daoyuan, who defeated the young Fengyan king, was not unscathed, but was also badly injured. In reality, it can be said that both sides suffer losses, right? This guy. Meanwhile, at Star University, a sixth-grade boy looked at the broadcasted footage with a hint of displeasure on his face. But he didn't know that this unhappiness would soon disappear. It was at this time that Jiang Daoyuan's next opponent appeared again. The same supreme attire, the same young king. This time it came from Shungu University. The chartered free state, the powerful king of Carlicia, the Hell King Norsa. Chapter 55, Who Can Stop the Young Man from Becoming King? Unlike the previous Phoenix Flame, King Lu Qiufeng, Norsa was dressed in black leather armor, with a heavy cloak on his back, 2 swords on his waist, and deep eyes. As soon as he came on stage, he caused physical phenomena. It seemed as if black and red wings appeared behind him. Rich hell elements lingered on each feather, like burning obsidian. Boom! In an instant, Norsa rushed out, wielding 2 swords. A terrifying hurricane rose from under his feet, blowing up the dust. And with a slash of the knife, his figure suddenly disappeared. A speed-type warrior? Just right. Swish. Moving with thunder, the sword appeared in the sky. Isn't it a good opportunity to hone your swordsmanship by fighting against such a strong man? After all, without the Master of Thunder, there will be countless injuries to others and yourself. If I can't kill him instantly with 1 strike, then my victory will be over. Bang! Norsa's body, with its life force field boosting its speed, flew towards them like a black meteor. He had no special abilities, only martial arts energy and blood. The speed at which he burst out had actually reached the speed of sound. Boom! Zhang Daoyuan only had time to slash out with a flash of lightning. The swords collided, but Norsa still had 1 knife. With a bang, Zhang Daoyuan was sent flying under the huge impact force. The darkness rolled wildly. Norsa's 2 swords were like dragons, and he flapped his magical wings and followed again. Call out! The tip of the knife pierced the air, as if tearing the sky apart. Another fierce attack. Zhang Daoyuan is actually at a disadvantage. Speed-type warriors can still restrain him. I saw that Norsa's attack was becoming more and more fierce, like a storm. Still in the virtual combat in the valley, 2 figures, 1 black and 1 gold, were like 2 electric lights of different colors, colliding and intertwining with each other. But among them, the brilliance representing Zhang Daoyuan has clearly fallen into a disadvantage. No, this Hell King is too cruel. He keeps suppressing Zhang Daoyuan and doesn't give him a chance to breathe. There was a burst of discussion in the audience seats, and many people were sweating for Zhang Daoyuan. But this feeling didn't last long. They suddenly realized that the situation on the field had changed. The thundering sword light, representing Zhang Daoyuan, gradually gained a foothold under the oppression of the King of Hell. The thunder rose up and moved, not even retreating at all, following the movements of the King of Hell. Yuji was shocked. This was clearly the improvement of the realm of the Tianshan Fuyao sword, which increased the power obtained from the material world. But this is just how much. How can it be used to break through the swordsmanship? He was in a trance and couldn't control himself. Think about how much effort you have put into the Tianshan Fuyao sword. However, Zhang Daoyuan learned it in just a few days and made a breakthrough in 1 battle. Is this still a human being? Isn't this too outrageous? It's not just him. At this moment, all the audience were shocked by Zhang Daoyuan's performance. Bang! There was a sudden collision. The 2 streaks of lightning, 1 black and 1 gold, paused slightly before finally stopping their attack. The black light of Norsa remained as it was, without any effect at all. However, there were several knife wounds on Zhang Daoyuan's body, and blood was flowing out. However, his expression was very calm. He swung his sword and rushed out. This time, it was Zhang Daoyuan who took the first step. Strands of electric lightning, as if distorting matter, began to flash around the sword in his hand. Boom! His figure suddenly rose higher, as if he was walking on the void, causing rolling arcs of electricity. Swish, swish, swish. Dense thunder sword light enveloped Norsa, like a golden ocean pouring down. Is this Tianshan Fuyao's killer move? Tian Lei Shan? Yuji was so shocked that he was stunned. Just now, Zhang Daoyuan's swordsmanship level was even worse than his. Now he has even mastered the killing move. Boom! A black air current swept through. Norsa was as still as a mountain. He was just simulating data without any emotion or fluctuation. It's just because of the original owner's style in virtual reality that a different way of fighting came into being. As the thunder struck his body, the huge black wings behind him suddenly spread out and retracted inward, actually blocking all the incoming thunder. Phew! He swung out both blades, cutting through the air, and faced off against Zhang Daoyuan again. Killer move, endless hell. Only this time, he couldn't even gain the upper hand. As soon as they started fighting, Zhang Daoyuan pinned him down and beat him. 1 move. 10 moves. After 100 moves, a light seemed to flash in Zhang Daoyuan's eyes. In his eyes, Norsa at this moment was full of flaws, loopholes, and defects. Flaws and vulnerabilities vary from person to person. Zhang Daoyuan chuckled, and cut off the double sword attack with one sword. The next moment, it was as if thousands of thunders roared. An even more powerful flash of lightning came out as he swung his sword. Buzz! Lightning flashes. It was like endless thunder lashing the earth, and the valleys were cracking and collapsing. The earth was plowed open by the sword energy of thunder, leaving deep gullies. Norsa tried his best and used the same killing move. It was like hell had come to earth, with endless darkness and murderous aura. However, under the light of thundering sword today, it is no longer worth mentioning. Phew! With the roar of thousands of thunders, hell was broken open. Then, a series of sword lights suddenly slashed at Norsa's body. In an instant, countless tiny wounds splashed in blood and flesh flew everywhere. Then, Norsa's body trembled violently. Smoke came out of his body, and lines of blood spurted out in an instant. Finally, it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Exit with death. Is this a win? The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Who could have expected that at the beginning it was the Hell King Norsa who was suppressing Jiang Daoyuan? Turning around, it turned out that the Hell King Norsa was defeated by Jiang Daoyuan. They no longer know how to use words to express their feelings, because today's scene really gave them too much shock. Even the young king will be defeated by Jiang Daoyuan. Who else can stop him? The strongest person in his youth? The battle continues. Young kings appeared one after another, spanning a period of 300 years. Some are still there, still standing at the top of the Federation, fighting against ferocious beasts and alien races. Some have already passed away and exist only in the many records of the past. But in this virtual reality, these young kings all put on amazing performances. S-level killing moves and perfect S-level martial arts are everywhere. Horrible combat experience, suffocating suppression. However, in front of Jiang Daoyuan, all of them are useless. He becomes stronger and stronger with each battle, and every battle is a sublimation and a transformation. One young king after another. It became the step for Jiang Daoyuan to become king. The boy becomes king. Nothing more than that. Chapter 56, The Strongest Man's Apology, Going to Star University. Win! Jiang Daoyuan won again. Another young king was slain by him. On the viewing stand, each and every student was so shocked that they were numb. Each of these young kings has various information circulating. Each of them is superior to others in some way, not just because of their natural talents and abilities. Especially the one just now, the Violent Gun King. He possesses 2 S-level perfect spear techniques and 1 S-level bodybuilding martial art. Although they are not perfect, they are also extremely terrifying. In the end, Jiang Daoyuan still chopped off his head with a thundering sword. Yes, since Queen Fengyan, no one has been able to make Jiang Daoyuan use his terrifying self-created swordsmanship. He fought against the enemy using Tianshan Fuyao and Zhuxia University's S-level swordsmanship. In just a few hours, you can see with the naked eye that Jiang Daoyuan's swordsmanship has been completely transformed. If they could see Jiang Daoyuan's faceplate, they would know that this was not just a rebirth. It was simply a cheat. Ordinary people cannot get started in their lifetime. Geniuses take several years. Even those who are talented among them need several months or half a year to progress. Jiang Daoyuan was less than 1 day, but he only played for a few hours, and he was far more than that. Isn't it true that these young kings are too weak? Some ignorant people subconsciously sighed. Why do you feel so similar to the 4 chief leaders? If Shen Qishang and Li Qixin heard this, they would definitely sneer at it. The gap between them and most young kings is actually not that big. If we give them some time, we can achieve similar results. However, whether he can become a king in the future is another matter. So they are full of respect for these as well. The performance is similar, but that's just because Jiang Daoyuan, this pervert, is too strong. Star University. Bai Xinghe realized it belatedly and looked at Jiang Daoyuan's heroic figure on the screen. His expression was dull and full of disbelief. He knew that Jiang Daoyuan was very strong, #1 in the Southwest, and the top scorer in the joint entrance examination. In this session of the entire Federation, he was also the top in terms of talent and ability. Therefore, he closed himself off and did not take the initiative to understand Jiang Daoyuan's intentions at all. It was not until just now, when the entire first-year class of Star University was talking about Jiang Daoyuan, that he realized it and watched the scene of Jiang Daoyuan fighting against a group of kings alone. That's the young king. In the future, they have all proven themselves to be the most powerful group of people under the strongest person in the Federation. So, it's not unfair that I lost. No matter what I say, it's still a good idea, right? Thinking of Jiang En's demeanor on that day, and then seeing him now, he is invincible and looks down on everything. Bai Xinghe had nothing to say. Oh my god! Brother Yuan is truly invincible. Jin Xingyun and other members of the Tianyuan team also watched the entire process. They knew how powerful Jiang Daoyuan was and acknowledged his strength, but now, they were still shocked by Jiang Daoyuan. Yes, Meng Tongshin let out a long breath, his heart pounding. He almost couldn't control himself. Everyone here can easily defeat him. But now, in front of Jiang Daoyuan, there is only one outcome. This is no longer an ordinary SSS level. Zhao Yueguang knew it very well. Even at SSS level, in the entire history of the four major federations, there has never been anyone like Jiang Daoyuan, showing such grace at the third level. This is not human, but God, the god of martial arts practice. Just as countless people were looking forward to whether Jiang Daoyuan could continue to win, the audience, who were wondering whether they could match the strongest player in his youth and see the strongest player now, were stunned to find that the viewing platform had been disbanded. What's going on? Could it be that Jiang Daoyuan gave up the match? Countless people were talking about it. Some excitement, some disappointment. In fact, just now when Jiang Daoyuan was about to start the next match, a prompt came. High authority modification detected. Eternal matchmaking has been closed. 3, 2, 1. Relationship successful. You have been kicked out of the virtual reality. Congratulations to the host for achieving a virtual reality record. Achievement points *2000. Kick out? Virtual reality? What is going on? Why is this virtual reality kicking people out? Besides, how can being kicked out be considered a record-breaking thing? Any achievement points? In a blink of an eye, the scene changed and Jiang Daoyuan had returned to the villa. In front of him, two powerful men, Tu Guishan and Yin Tianjun, were looking at him with a smile. It's Dongfang Lin, Tu Guishan explained. If you continue to match, the first one you will match will be the projection of Dongfang Lin when he was young. So, Jiang Daoyuan asked. This person kicked me off the line? Eastern Lin, like Tu Guishan, he is one of the 6 ruling members of the federal parliament today. He is also a 9th-level powerful being. Good. Yin Tianjun showed approval. In fact, when Dongfang Lin was at the 4th level, he was known as the strongest in the past 100 years. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by the eternal will as your next opponent. In fact, Tu Guishan and I are still inferior to Dongfang Lin. What about this student's victory? What else is yum? Yin Tianjun waved his hand and said, if I knew you were so powerful, I would never have said this. I thought you would move up step by step and eventually meet me or Tu Guishan. I never thought you would ascend to heaven in one step and directly surpass us. Dongfang Lin is a ruling counselor after all, and I have a good relationship with him, so I did not refuse his request. Tu Guishan stretched out his hand at this time, and 2 things suddenly appeared. There was a flash of lightning, and a long sword that looked like illusory lightning emerged. It's the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword. The other one is a space ring. This is his apology to you. The apology naturally refers to the space ring. However, Jiang Daoyuan also knew that this apology was made in consideration of Tu Guishan's kindness. So he thanked him and took it. After a quick look, he found that it was dozens of times larger than the one Lei Ji gave him. It is worthy of the strongest person to take action. As for the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword, there is no need for any freshman competition. Tu Guishan laughed and said, after all, even if they were combined, I'm afraid they would not be a match for you alone. The 7th level superior divine weapon was obtained so easily. It just so happens that when you go to the Thunder Pond, you can use the life force field to practice. But be careful. You don't have the will of martial arts. Don't try to completely control the magic weapon. Although the will inside has been suppressed, if you are not careful, it will still hurt you. After explaining everything, Tu Guishan nodded to Yin Tianjun and said, I'll trouble you, Elder Yin, from now on. It should be. Yin Tianjun reached out and grabbed Jiang Daoyuan. Don't resist. The sword flashed, as if cutting through the space. Then, Jiang Daoyuan found that he had come to another place from the villa. Ahead, endless thunder interweaves, covering the sky and the earth. Chapter 57, Thunderpond Training, Eye of Divine Vision. There is endless thunder before my eyes. Under your feet is the thick earth. The stars move and the universe changes. Everything transforms out of thin air. A powerful person actually took Jiang Daoyuan and tore open the void directly, and came to the Thunder Pool of Star University. Looking up, this so-called Thunder Pool is composed of countless thunder and lightning. These lightning bolts are purple, blue, and black. Each one represents an extremely violent and destructive aura, and there seems to be something different inside, making it impossible for people to get close at all. Thunder Pond. As soon as Jiangdin's mind moved, the Lord of Thunder roared out. The god who dominates thunder seemed to have returned to the land he promised. Roar! Then, a silent roar was heard. It was as if the entire thunder pool suddenly began to boil. Even if he was just standing outside, Jiang Daoyuan felt that his own thunder pool seemed to be transformed towards the thunder pool in front. In just a short while, his energy and blood actually increased. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Jiang Daoyuan was shocked. Is this the Thunder Pond? Good. This is the holy land of the starry sky, where the Thunder Pond is located. Yin Tianjun nodded and looked at the Thunder Lord manifested by Jiang Daoyuan. His heart moved. In history, Star University also had several people with SSS-level talents and abilities. One of them is exactly like Jiang Daoyuan, also related to thunder. It's just that when that person first came to Lei Qi, his realm was higher than Jiang Daoyuan's, but his performance is far inferior. But this is normal. Jiang Daoyuan's performance is definitely outstanding among all SSS students. It's a pity that he is not from my Starry Sky University. Thinking in his heart, he kept a calm face and continued to introduce. Like the holy land of your Zhuxia University, the 8 evil lands. They are all holy places for cultivation with concentrations far exceeding those of ordinary secret realms. Not only that, places like the 8 evils can sharpen all kinds of evil spirits and murderous auras, and the Thunder Pool can also sharpen supernatural powers, so wind, thunder, and fire were formed. My Starry Sky University dress was derived from this. Jiang Daoyuan nodded in agreement. No wonder most of the students from Star University matched in virtual reality were good at martial arts, either fire or thunder. So this is what it means. Yin Tianjun introduced while leading Jiang Daoyuan inside. Deep in the Thunder Pond, there is some Star University, or the true meaning of martial arts left by powerful kings from the outside world who practiced here. Because the Thunder Pond is special, it lasts for a long time and merges with the Thunder Pond. It can also help people understand the will of martial arts. But now your realm is still low, so you don't need to go that deep. There are several major areas in the Thunder Pond, and the concentration of elements and the strength of will in each area are different. Yin Tianjun continued to explain, and the situation suddenly became clear. When a man-made road appeared, they stopped. Go in by yourself. You have the mark I left on you, so those wandering wills won't attack you. Remember, stay as long as you can. The next time you want to go in, it will take at least a year. Jiang Daoyuan nodded in thanks, then stepped into the forbidden area. Look, there's nothing strange about it. This was the first thought that came to Jiang Daoyuan's mind. But soon, when boundless thunder came under the traction of the Lord of Thunder, he no longer thought so. What a horrible place for cultivation this is. If Southwest Province is 1, and secret places like Zhuxia University are 10, then this place starts at 100. My goodness, if I practice here for a period of time, 1 day is equivalent to 100 days outside. 1 year is equivalent to waiting outside for 100 years? Jiang Daoyuan was shocked. Get rid of unnecessary thoughts, relax your mind, and let the Lord of Thunder do his thing. Following the road forward, we arrived at the first area. As soon as he stepped into this area, he felt a strong difference, as if he could hear the voices and thoughts of countless people. But it did not affect Jiang Daoyuan at all. Is it the will of martial arts? Jiang Daoyuan ignored it. He was too far away from this state now. Keep going deeper, keep going down. Soon, the 3rd area, the 4th area, and finally, he arrived at a sea of purple thunder. Here, endless purple thunder rages. Here, at this point, Jiang Daoyuan couldn't even make his voice heard. With every breath, endless energy elements poured in madly. Brush! The electromagnetic Yuanbao sword emerged. As soon as this 7th-rank superior divine weapon appeared, it began to absorb the thunder aura here, just like the Thunder Lord. Jiang Daoyuan ignored it. Instead, he found a place, sat cross-legged, and began to practice qi and blood cultivation. At the same time, the 2nd Tindra streak also began. Consume 10,000 points to unlock the talent Tindra combo. Boom! The whole world before my eyes seemed to shake. The thunder dissipated, and nothingness suddenly appeared. There were also 10 balls of light, which seemed to be streams of light full of magical artistic conception, jumping out one by one and slowly rotating around Jiang Daoyuan. 10 talents? I wonder if I can draw SSS. Jiang Daoyuan chuckled, but didn't care too much. Even if there is no new one, it is no problem for him to reach the limit of the Federation now. So without thinking too much, Jiang Daoyuan clicked on all 10 balls of light in one breath. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level talent ability, low-level fire breathing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-level talent ability, black streamer. After 9 consecutive C-level superpowers, Jiang Daoyuan remained calm and neither sad nor happy. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-Level talent ability, Eye of Divine Vision. Eye of Divine Vision. This is the Eye of God. Wherever the eyes go, that is where the gods are paying attention. It can see through the trajectory of the origin of matter. SS-Level Supernatural Power. Jiang Daoyuan remained calm. What caught his attention even more was a new notification sound. It is detected that the host already has a similar ability. Do you want to install it? If not, the original ability will devour all the abilities that have not been installed. Devouring. Evolving? Sure enough, SSS-Level is not the limit of the system. Jiang Daoyuan was not surprised at all. With a thought, he saw that there seemed to be an extra experience bar under the Thunder Lord. He swallowed the Eye of Divine Vision as well. It's less than 1/3. After thinking about it, Jiang Daoyuan decided to install the Eye of Divine Vision and devoured the other 9 C-level ones. This Eye of Divine Vision does not conflict with anything else, and it also greatly improves one's strength. Moreover, the Lord of Thunder allowed Jiang Daoyuan to develop the Thunder Body. Can the Eye of Divine Vision have similar means? Time began to pass. To practice in the holy land of Lei Qi, most students can only stay for a few days. Those who are more capable can only stay for a week or 2. Even for an 8th-level expert who came from the outside world and practiced with the help of the Thunder Pool, it would generally take only a month. But something happened that Yin Tianjun never expected. Jiang Daoyuan stayed in the Thunder Pool. That's 3 whole months. Chapter 58. 700,000 blood and energy, one sword arrives. During this period, I even received countless calls from Tu Guishan. Yin Tianjun even personally stepped into the Thunder Pool to look for Jiang Daoyuan, fearing that he might have encountered some unexpected event. But all they could see was Jiang Daoyuan, who was wrapped in thunder and whose vital energy and blood were steadily rising. More than 700,000 qi and blood, TSK, 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 TSK. Even Yin Tianjun, who also has SSS-level talent, was amazed when he sensed Jiang Daoyuan's specific energy and blood. 90 days, 700,000 qi and blood, spanning 2 major realms, plus a heavenly barrier. This is the first 3 months. Even the freshman competition is still going on. Even the owner of the Devouring Heart cannot reach this speed, because they simply cannot stay in the Holy Land for so long at this stage, in such a high concentration environment. This kid, won't he win the first place in Juxia University directly after 2 consecutive games? This first place, of course, is not from the freshman competition. It's the Star Ring College Alliance competition. The Star Ring College Alliance competition is held every 5 years, and this year happens to be the day for it. According to the process, after the freshman competition, it will be the Star Ring University Alliance competition. Look at Jiang Daoyuan's training speed, coupled with his terrifying combat ability. Yin Tianjun suddenly felt that this might not be a fantasy, but something that could actually happen. This kid Tu Guishan is really lucky. Lord Yin sent the situation here to Tu Guishan. As for the freshman competition, that is Jiang Daoyuan's own business. If he wants to go, then go. If he doesn't go, even Tu Guishan probably won't care. Mr. Yin Tianjun was about to leave the Thunder Pool. He was too powerful. His demigod body was a natural magnetic field. If he stayed there for too long, he would wrestle with the power of the Thunder Pool. But before he could move, he heard Jiang Daoyuan's voice. When he heard the voice and looked, he saw a mysterious light flashing in Jiang Daoyuan's eyes, and he was looking in his direction. This immediately aroused Yin Tianjuan's interest. Although he did not deliberately hide it, he did not deliberately reveal it either. How did Jiang Daoyuan know that he was coming and also know his exact location? This guy never stops surprising us every time we meet. Yin Tianjun showed up and asked curiously, "How did you find me?" Jiang Daoyuan was in high spirits. 3 months of hard training had not made him sink. Instead, he became more dazzling and brilliant like a polished stone. He pointed to his own eyes. I saw it. The first thing I noticed when I saw Yin Tianjun was the environment. Secondly, it is this newly acquired eye of divine vision. During the 3 months, Zhang Daoyuan was not only refining his qi and blood, but also developing his divine vision. I don't know whether he has bad luck or good luck. Just a month ago, he successfully developed the eye of divine vision. Name it the realm of divine vision. Compared to Lei Jishin, this is more of an auxiliary function. Not only can it see through weaknesses in battle, it can also see through illusions, penetrate obstacles, and even space. It was thanks to this that he was able to discover the whereabouts of Yin Tianjun, the most powerful man. From this point of view, this thing is countless more powerful than Lei Ji's body. It's the freshman competition now, right? Zhang Daoyuan changed the subject. There is no time in the mountains. The bracelet is still worth seeing. Good. Yin Tianjun smiled and said, Why? Are you going to bully the kids? Or are you willing to leave here? That's not the case. Now Zhang Daoyuan also knew why he left the Thunder Pool and could not come back for at least a year. This is not a rule. It's a forbidden zone. However, the student has promised Principal 2 that he will take the first place in the freshman competition for him. Don't leave the forbidden area. Going to win first place in the freshman competition again? Yin Tianjuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Have you gathered your martial arts, Will? Lucky. Zhang Daoyuan chuckled, without being arrogant. There is the Supreme Sword Emperor and the Grand Master of Swordsmanship. It would be strange if he couldn't comprehend the sword intent at the 5th level. So, please do me a favor, Mr. Yin, and send this sword to a man named Jin Xingyun at Zhuxia University. The sword creates thunder. It is the Thundercloud Sword, the New Star Ring High School Freshman Competition. It has been 3 months since the start, and now we have reached the offline finals. At this stage, the only ones left are basically the freshmen from the 4 major schools. Some people use this opportunity to rise rapidly and become famous throughout the Federation. Zhao Wuliang from Kunlun University, Shui Xingling from Starry Sky University, Wei Zicheng from Xingu University, and Ming Xintong from Zhuxia University. These 4 are the 4 best performers at the moment. However, Zhang Daoyuan, who possessed SSS-level talents and abilities, did not appear in the freshman competition. The outside world is unaware of virtual reality. I don't know the specific situation, but among the big 4, there was already an uproar. Some said that he was too disdainful to fight with the freshmen. Some said that this person did not participate because he received a hint from Kunlun University. In short, there are various opinions, but no one would say that Zhang Daoyuan did not participate because he was not strong enough. The individual finals have come to the 5th day. On the huge scoreboard, Kunlun University takes the lead, occupying 5 places in the top 10. The remaining 3 are 2 from Zhuxia, 2 from Shinkong, and only 1 from Xingwu. But the difference is not big. If Brother Yuan were here, there would be no room for their arrogance. A freshman from Kunlun University defeated a freshman from Zhuxia University with 1 punch. Jin Xingyun's face suddenly darkened. This is the competition format for the freshman individual competition. It's actually a round-robin system. Everyone could take part in the challenge. Failure or success will be counted, and the total score for the day will be calculated. This also leads to Kunlun University, which has the strongest average level, having an absolute advantage. Fortunately, the big 3 are not fools, and they know how to target Kunlun together. This also prevented the situation from completely getting out of control. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kunlun University still has huge advantages. There is no other way. Su Qingqing's beautiful hair was spread out, and there was a wound on her cheek from the battle. The wound was recovering quickly with the help of recovery potion. Kunlun University has more 4th-level people than the 3 major ones combined. Even if most of them are much weaker than Meng Xintong, Zhao Yueguang, and Liang Chuanlong, they can still consume their physical strength and blood. That Jin Xingyun was about to say something. A man dressed as a courier appeared in front of them. Mr. Jin Xingyun, this is what Mr. Zhang Daoyuan asked us to pass on to you. Zhang Daoyuan, Jin Xingyun, who was wondering why there was a courier in the arena, was no longer surprised. This is the Thundercloud Sword. What does Brother Yuan mean by this? As a result, when they opened the express box, they found that it contained Zhang Daoyuan's weapon, the Thundercloud Sword. Ding dong. At this time, the bracelet vibrated with a message. Jin Xingyun opened it and saw that it was sent by Jiang Daoyuan. Take up the sword. Go fight. Chapter 59. Let me fight? What? Let me? Jin Xingyun looked incredulous, pointed at himself, and said, Go fight Kunlun University? What a joke. Brother Yuan, if you didn't come, you wouldn't have to play with me like this. Even if I hold the sword, there is no way I can cosplay as Jiang Daoyuan. Wouldn't it be just a matter of getting beaten if you go up there? What's wrong? Su Qingqing came over curiously to take a look and immediately burst into laughter, not even caring about the bleeding wound. Haha, Jin Daoyuan, come on stage quickly. The members of the Tianyuan team, who had just finished fighting nearby, also expressed similar feelings after watching the battle. In fact, they have already been there in the past few days. But they are all protected by Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang. There were very few serious battles between people of the same level, and they were all beaten badly. Although the 5th level magic weapon is powerful, it also depends on who uses it. 6th order elemental weapons and even 6th order armor appeared more than once in the finals. Kunlun University doesn't have much else, but it has too many 2nd, 3rd, and 4th generation martial artists. When it comes to equipment, it's overwhelming. After all, the school has to follow rules, and to obtain magic weapons and armor, you need credits to exchange them. There is no need for elders to give gifts to younger generations. But there is no way. Jiang Daoyuan is the captain, and he is an invincible SSS-level player. Jin Xingyun had no choice but to adopt the mentality that once he left, he would never return. So he picked up the thunderous cloud sword and walked straight to the center of the arena. Come on! The encouragement from the team members seemed so harsh at this moment. Amid the surprised gazes of some people, Jin Xingyun came to the ring where Zhao Wuliang, the strongest man in Kunlun University, was standing and made a request to the referee that he would go on stage for the next fight. After some input, Jin Xingyun ranked 3rd. But soon, this became the first pick. Because the 4th level students from Star University and Xinwu University went up to consume Zhao Wuliang. After seeing Jin Xingyun, they thought that Jiang Daoyuan was coming, so they chose to give up directly. Only Jin Xingyun felt like crying, but had no tears when he looked at his own position. Isn't that someone from Jiang Daoyuan's team? What's his name? Jin Xingyun. Right, Jin Xingyun. Why is he here? For the competition battles. Those outstanding students will have special combat instructors and auxiliary teams. The responsibility is to know when to fight and when not to fight, and analyze the opponent's strength and provide reasonable strategies to deal with the enemy. Generally, sophomores from various universities serve as team members, and those who are older serve as team leaders. This will make them stronger and stronger. Is it Jiang Daoyuan? One team member had a similar idea to the others. No, Jiang Daoyuan did not appear in this final. Another team member said solemnly, although we don't know the name of the person who signed up, the entire venue is under our surveillance. As long as Jiang Daoyuan arrives, it will be impossible for him to hide it from us. So, this could just be Jin Xingyun? No. Is the sword in his hand Jiang Daoyuan's thunderous cloud sword? Collecting information is also a basic operation of the auxiliary team. Yet the huge group of arenas, especially the one in the center, is designed to create the best fighting environment for the contestants. This can be said to be a high-tech arena created by gathering the technology of the entire federation. Not only is it large, but it can also freely change weather and infrastructure. At this time, Zhao Wuliang was flying on the stage. Yes, Zhao Wuliang's ability was a special ability that allowed him to fly in the sky at the SS level before comprehending the life field. And he is not only outstanding in flying, but also in combat and cultivation. It was precisely because of this that he was able to surpass the 2nd and 3rd generations of a group of big families and become the #1 student of this year's Kunlun University despite not being the offspring of a big family. Of course, not yet a leader. Unfortunately, Jiang Daoyuan still hasn't shown up. Zhao Wuliang was fighting carelessly. In his heart, only Jiang Daoyuan was worthy of his challenge. Although, it's just a challenge. Everything about him seemed so powerless in front of Jiang Daoyuan. I can't match you in speed, strength, or martial arts, but this did not hinder his thinking. I have the rotten heart specially prepared by the director. As long as Jiang Daoyuan doesn't come up, I will overturn the table. I have a chance to win. As for the sword that could kill the sky, the earth, and the air in 1 second, what else could Zhao Wuliang say but to admit defeat? Next, finally catching the escape mouse, Zhao Wuliang felt refreshed and scored another point. Then, it was Jin Xingyun's turn to come on stage. Another exchange of coins, boring. The fame of the Tianyuan team naturally became famous along with Jiang Daoyuan. But apart from Meng Shintong and Zhao Yueguang, the rest were just ordinary S-level ones. Of course, they were not in Zhao Wuliang's eyes and were regarded as pawns to consume his energy, blood, and physical strength. Don't be careless. He has Jiang Daoyuan's sword in his hand. He may have other tricks up his sleeve. During the time before the fight, the support team is allowed to communicate with the help of special equipment. Oh! Zhao Wuliang's eyes fell on the sword in Jin Xingyun's hand. Is that Jiang Daoyuan's sword? Humph! Instead of a person coming, let a sword come? Who does he think he is, a 7th level expert? What can be preserved like the rotten heart, which is actually a special item created by a 7th level strongman. One step further is the 7th level divine weapon armor. Zhao Wuliang couldn't believe that Jiang Daoyuan could be so talented. In fact, many people can think of similar ideas. But even if those 6th level students have comprehended the will of martial arts in advance, they can only use it to improve their combat effectiveness in direct combat. But they are not the strongest and do not understand what a true genius is. The venue started to become random. The battle begins. As the referee announced, this battle, which has attracted countless attention, has officially begun. One is Kunlun University's temporary first place. One is the sword holder who is undoubtedly the best in his class or even in other classes. This battle, which seemed to have an extremely uneven outcome, became intense from the very beginning. Zhao Wuliang swept away all the clouds like a hawk in the sky, stirring up endless waves and strong winds. With one punch, there was a roar like waves hitting the shore. Even from a distance, Jin Xingyun could feel his blood trembling and shaking. This is an all-round gap. Next time we meet, I must let Brother Yuan treat us. Close your eyes and make up your mind. Jin Xingyun gritted his teeth and suddenly activated the Thundercloud sword. And this one move turned everything upside down. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost control of his body. A terrifying force emerged from his body. No, it suddenly burst out from the Thundercloud sword. It's like God's beating drums. Suddenly there was a loud thunder, carrying the will of Jiang Daoyuan on it. It was as if he was standing here and slashing down a shocking sword. Chapter 60. The Realm of Self-Image, the Ultimate Thunderpool. The sky flashes and rises. One horizontal stroke, one slash. It means being invincible. What Zhao Wuliang, what Kunlun University is number one. With this blow, his chi and blood were destroyed, and his supernatural powers rose and fell. There is a tendency of weakness and defeat. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed. Only the referees could see clearly that such power even involved real changes in the will of martial arts. This, Yu Renjie from Zhuxia University, is also here. As a 7th level strong man, he was more surprised than others, because he could be said to have watched Jiang Daoyuan come here step by step, from joint martial arts examinations to virtual reality. And now, Jiang Daoyuan even created a life force field that was operated by his will, and with the help of material power, he slashed out a sword out of thin air. This is the power of my image. If you are still amazed, read below. Then, Zhao Wuliang in the scene was in disbelief. How is that possible? How can you beat me when you're not here? Zhao Wuliang let out a long roar. If he lost because he couldn't even see people, then what kind of person was he? Like the boundless ocean, Kunping soars into the sky. A huge phantom of Kunping appeared behind him. SS-Level superpower, Kunping transformation. There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kun. When he was Kun, his abilities were limitless. It transformed into a bird and was named Prung. Therefore, he can fly into the air. Such a terrifying ability, only at the combat level, is not even weaker than SSS in the eyes of some people. But at this moment, it was completely suppressed. No matter how Zhao Wuliang resisted or how hard he tried, he could only watch as the sword flashed across the sky, cutting through all obstacles. Even the heart of rot is of no use. The so-called rotten heart, once activated, in the activated state, no matter what form of attack it is, as long as it touches Zhao Wuliang, then it will become rotten and suffer various debuffs. However, such protection was completely unable to block the dazzling sword light that spanned the void. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Zhao Wuliang flew backwards. It was announced that the arena that had been guarded for several days had completely changed hands. Gurgle. Jin Xingyun looked at Zhao Wuliang, who was defeated by him, then looked at the shining thundercloud sword in his hand, and seemed to murmur, I won. No, it was Brother Yuan. Brother Yuan, let me win. Several referees in charge of the central arena urgently communicated with the chief referee, because this is the first time such a situation has happened in history. The martial arts will on the Thunder Cloud Sword is not solidified on it. It was just a warrior at the level of I phase who concentrated on it with superb means. It only broke out when the battle began. If this is considered a win, then the freshman competition would just be a competition of who has more level 7 warriors, right? However, that was Jiang Daoyuan's sword. If it was Jiang Daoyuan who condensed on it, the meaning would be completely different. In the end, it was just a few breaths of communication and discussion. The organizing committee unanimously agreed that Jiang Daoyuan is also a freshman, and such behavior is reasonable and logical. As for the fact that he didn't come for a few days, no one would say anything about it. I declare the winner to be Jin Xingyun from Juxia University. When the conclusion comes out, it is also the time for the referee to announce the result. Do you want to continue defending the ring? Continue. Jin Xingyun is full of confidence. At this time, there were countless audiences in front of the broadcast cameras in the huge venue. It was as if they had just reacted, and there was an uproar and an uproar, as if a pot had exploded. Jin Xingyun won. They don't understand the will of martial arts, and are too far away to feel it. But the result was that Jin Xingyun won. And Zhao Wuliang, who had been undefeated in the past few days at Kunlun University, actually lost? This completely shattered some people's ideas. My strength, this Jiang Daoyuan, is truly a child of destiny. He is invincible everywhere. Southwestern Province. Shuexiu Ji is also paying attention to the drama freshman competition. As he is at the 7th level, only one step away from the 8th level, he can come to a similar conclusion even through the broadcast camera. But how did he cultivate the self-image? The self-image, the image of others, and the image of all living beings. These are the 3 realms of martial arts will. Although the self-image is the first realm, but it is not the first level of will. Before this, there were 4 levels of sword intent. The embryonic form of sword intent, minor sword intent, major sword intent, and perfect sword intent. Generally, a genius who comprehends the will of martial arts in advance. That's all I have to say. Putting aside other things, Lei Ji himself is just at the level of ego. This guy is really my Southwest luck. Lei Ji sighed. This was already the nth time he had marveled at Jiang Daoyuan's talent. At the same time, Kunlun University. The principal and vice principal were both furious. He denounced the admissions office for its poor performance and dereliction of duty. Such a genius who only wanted to enter Kunlun was rejected and instead entered Juxia University. Even though he was an 8th rank expert, the admissions director Lu Xinshan was called and scolded. He also directly stated that no matter whether the quota is full or not, every province and every free state must take a trip in the next session. This attitude is because Jiang Daoyuan is too incredible. Jiang Daoyuan's invincibility in virtual reality did not frighten them. But as my realm was revealed, these guys couldn't sit still anymore. There is no other reason. It's just because it is difficult to achieve the self-image. Anyone who has tried will naturally know. Naturally, the disturbances in the outside world cannot disturb Jiang Daoyuan now. For him, entering my image in one step was just a piece of cake, and even still below standard. Jiang Daoyuan has already understood. Characteristics are actually acquired. Just like Yin Tianjun, if he had panel data, he would definitely have characteristics similar to those of a swordsmanship master. Then the Grand Master of Swordsmanship and the Supreme Sword Emperor can be considered as strongest swordsman in any case. And it made a great swordsman give up everything and start over again. How relaxing would it be? Isn't it just that you can learn all kinds of sword techniques at a glance and become proficient in a short time? The will of martial arts is derived from martial arts. Once you enter into my state of mind, it will naturally become a common thing. The freshman competition continues, and Jiang Daoyuan's practice continues. 15 days later, the place where the Forbidden Zone is, countless thundering sword lights shot up into the sky, sweeping across the sky, roaring like a tide. Opposite Jiang Daoyuan was Yin Tianjun. This powerful swordsman stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Even if he didn't move, sword energy would be generated in the void, cutting through the thunder, colliding with and annihilating Jiang Daoyuan's sword energy. This is practicing moves with Jiang Daoyuan. Every bit of strength was controlled just right, just slightly higher than Jiang Daoyuan. That is why Yin Tianjun has to adjust his strength every once in a while. Because in such a short period of time, Jiang Dayuan's strength and sword energy will improve again. Are you reaching your limit? When the last sword energy dissipated, Yin Tianjun smiled. Good. Jiang Daoyuan nodded. At this moment, he was under the impact of so many thunders that he was about to burst from the thunder pool. Chapter 61, Subduing the Divine Soldiers. This does not mean literal meaning. It is a metaphor. In short, Jiang Daoyuan himself can stay in the thunder pool for a long time because of the Master of Thunder. But it was also because it absorbed too much thunder elements from the thunder pool. This deepens the interaction between his own existence in the material world and the thunder pool. If he continues to stay there, perhaps he will become part of the Forbidden Zone. It wasn't so easy to leave at that time. I would also like to thank Mr. Yin for his help these days. Jiang Dayuan's thanks came from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Yin Tianjun, the strongest sparring partner, the current progress would have been much slower. This is your own ability. Yin Tianjun waved his hand and said, but do you want to subdue this electromagnetic yuan violent sword before you go out? This surrender is not the kind of use that Tu Guixin mentioned. Instead, he completely suppressed the martial arts will within and imprinted his own will on it. Old Master Yin has a keen eye. This is the Thunder Pool. The power of the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword will be stimulated to the maximum here. If we can subdue it here, it will be great. Jiang Daoyuan smiled, as if he had completely subdued and controlled a 7th level superior divine weapon, and it was just a piece of cake. Well, then you start now. When you're done, I'll take you back to Zhuxia. As for Yin Tianjun, in his understanding, it was really easy for Jiang Daoyuan to subdue and control the 7th level superior divine weapon. If this wasn't a minefield, and the will of the former owner of the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword remained here, he wouldn't have to ask any more questions. As Yin Tianjun, who had been practicing with Jiang Daoyuan for the past 15 days, he knew too well Jiang Daoyuan's current strength. That is beyond words. In these 300 years, he has seen too many geniuses. But no matter how stunning, how enchanting, or how heaven-defying he was, in his opinion, he was far inferior to Jiang Daoyuan in front of him, even eclipsed. Perhaps only the group of people who established the Federation in that chaotic era and earned a living space for mankind can be compared in terms of cultivation speed. Good. Jiang Daoyuan naturally would not refuse and nodded slightly. The next moment, he moved his mind and moved toward the electromagnetic violent sword. Buzz! In an instant, a loud roar arose, and the surrounding thunder pool space shook continuously. Countless tiny sparks of lightning filled the surroundings in an instant. Even the thunder itself was ignited. Crack! The electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword was like a frightened little animal after the noise, and it slipped away from Jiang Daoyuan's hand in a flash. Stay quietly in midair. And in Jiang Daoyuan's perception, the flowing sword energy of the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword suddenly changed into thousands of threads. Every strand, every ray, the rotation and communication are actually combined together. A vague image condensed from thunder and sword energy appeared. It was the general appearance of the king who once was. This is only because this sword has been baptized by the will of its former master for too long, and the original core of the will has been completely covered, transformed into the appearance of the king. If Jiang Daoyuan continues to use it, the next time the electromagnetic Yuan Bao sword appears, it will be in his appearance. As soon as the phantom of the king appeared, he relied on this will perception and roared to kill Jiang Daoyuan. Although it is just an illusory projection, it seems to give people the illusion that it has real intelligence. This is the inevitable result of the martial arts while communicating with the material world. And under this inevitable result, the boundless thunder was also affected and added to the phantom of the king, and its power increased sharply. Boom! In an instant, endless thunder poured down, covering the entire space, making the projection of the king even more so. Waves of lightning intertwined, almost drowning Jiang Daoyuan. But the first thing to get started is at the level of will. However, Jiang Daoyuan's will was as strong as a sword. In a few seconds, he killed all the electromagnetic energy storms that had penetrated into his mind. Then he flicked his fingers like a sword and slashed lightly. As it was chopped down, an indescribable mighty will instantly descended. It was as if thunder struck the earth and lightning shattered the mountains. Boom! Then, with just one sword strike, the thunder phantom exploded immediately. Down! Jiang Daoyuan said in a low voice. The will took off into the air, and in an instant the permissions on the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword were modified and overwritten. Of course, his will did not replace the core of will inside. Don't think that it is easy for him to suppress and control it. That is only because the will of the powerful king is completely entrenched in it, and this is the will of mankind itself. Compared to ferocious beasts and alien races, this can only be considered a test. Many senior students in the Big Four have these things. Their level of willpower is far inferior to Jiang Daoyuan's. Brush. The electromagnetic Yuanbao sword immediately fell into Jiang Daoyuan's hands. Endless thunder electromagnetics were regulated by the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword and were continuously and violently extracted from the void. It was injected into Jiang Daoyuan's body bit by bit and converted into a power boost for his next attack. Nice one. Feeling the enormous power contained in the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword, Jiang Daoyuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the 7th level superior armor. A 7th tier superior divine weapon is 1 to 30% of the power of its former owner or the core of his will. In other words, just need to subdue the 7th level superior divine weapon. Then this person, in terms of destructive power, is already equivalent to the most basic 7th order strongman. The 7th level superior armor is equivalent to the 4th to 6th levels. A 7th level superior divine weapon plus a 7th level superior battle armor. What does this mean? It can allow a level 6 to fight against higher levels and can make a level 7 invincible against the same level. The only thing we need to consider is the consumption problem. But this is not a problem for me. Jiang Daoyuan put away the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword. The will of martial arts is the realm of self. As for the supernatural power of qi and blood, he possesses the Jiang Daoyuan Thunder Pool, which is comparable to the Starry Sky Thunder Pool. No fear of consumption at all. Jiang Daoyuan asked casually, Mr. Yin, do you think I can win a place if I participate in the Huanqing High School competition now? Chapter 62. The Cosmic Furnace, 9 Mysterious Changes. Now, Yin Tianjun smiled and said, I'm afraid it won't work now, but after a while, that may not be the case. However, if you want to break Kunlun University's monopoly in the college competition 3 months later, you still need to work hard. You may be a genius, but so are they. Although their training speed is not as fast as yours, it takes much longer. Although Kunlun University missed you in the past 10 years, it still has 3 SSS-level people. Their specific information is kept extremely confidential. Apart from Kunlun University itself, no one outside knows what methods they are hiding. This kind of SSS level is taught by specialized strong people. As long as these strong men don't say anything like Jiang Daoyuan, if he wasn't a killer of ghosts and gods, Lord Yin would definitely not know about it. Pause. Yin Tianjun continued. Even in my Starry Sky University, there is also an SSS level person who is just right. He has been practicing for 10 years before graduation. Although I quit my job, I have also seen that kid's cultivation. Although his cultivation speed is 1,000,000 miles behind yours, in terms of strength, you are still far from being his opponent. After all, he broke through to the 7th level a few days ago, and his Qi and HP exceeded 10 million. Yin Tianjun felt a little regretful. He originally thought that Jiang Daoyuan could pull off a miracle. But after 10 years, it still seems like an insurmountable chasm. Pressure is also motivation, which is a good thing. Jiang Daoyuan chuckled, showing no fear at all. His eyes fell on the panel, which recorded all the changes in the past 3.5 months. Name, Jiang Daoyuan. Race, human. Identity, Zhuxia University student. Qi, blood and life, more than 900,000. Realm of will, self-image, 12%. Material synchronization rate, 66%. Talent, Thunder Master, SSS level. Eye of Divine Vision, SSS level. Features, Sword Master, SSS level. Supreme Sword Emperor, SSS level. Martial arts skills, Infinite Positive and Negative, Extreme, 4th level. S level 10 doors, A level 10 doors. Achievement points, more than 9,000 points. The Qi, blood and life force among them have changed again due to the speed of cultivation in the past 15 days. With the improvement of the life field, the improvement of the realm of my will, and the sparring with the strongest. This also caused the progress of Qi and blood to explode in the next 15 days, reaching an average of more than 1,300 per day. The new realm of will is also easy to understand. 100%, it is the next realm. The improvement of material synchronization rate is a bit slow. There is no significant difference in realm, as it is all improved by the chi and blood. Of course, what really matters are the more than 9,000 achievement points. Zhang Daoyuan has not been practicing, but he still has a steady stream of achievement points. Naturally, this is because of Yin Tianjun, the top teacher and audience. In addition, there is also a freshman competition. Break through the 5th level, you broke the 4 fastest cultivation speeds. Get achievement points asterisk 1,000. Leap to the sky, your will enters my form, you break. Get achievement points asterisk 2,000. 3 months of extreme time. Obtain achievement points asterisk 1,000. Subdue the electromagnetic elemental violence sword. Obtain achievement points asterisk 500. These are all related to practice. Putting aside these specific tips, the daily increase in achievement points is significant. You led Jusha University to win first place in the individual competition of the freshman competition. Earn achievement points asterisk 1,000. You led Jusha University to win first place in the freshman competition. Earn achievement points asterisk 1,000. This is the freshman competition. He didn't go, but just let Jin Xingyun take his place. He never expected that he could get a lot of achievement points. These are added together, plus the achievement points provided daily. It's almost another 10-draw streak. The space changes, the stars move. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyuan left the holy land of Lei Qi, where he had practiced for 3 months. Returned to Jusha University. As soon as I came back, the first thing I saw was Tu Guation. Principalto. Zhang Daoyuan sends his greetings. Okay. Tu Guation was so happy to see Zhang Daoyuan. You really gave me too many surprises. How about it? Are you going to go to my Zhuxia holy land to continue your cultivation, or try the cosmic furnace first? Try the cosmic oven first. Zhang Daoyuan had thought about this when he came back. Practicing in seclusion in a holy land may seem fast, but it is actually just SOSO. If you want to overtake others, you have to take an unconventional path. But I have a request. But it's okay. The demon killer waved his hand with great heroism. But that will have to wait until the cosmic furnace is completed. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, however, my request will never embarrass Principal Tuesday. Okay, I accept. Although Tu Guation didn't know what the request was, he agreed immediately. After all, Zhang Daoyuan is not a person who doesn't know how to advance and retreat, so how difficult can the request he made be? The most important thing isn't the prerequisite that you must first cultivate the cosmic furnace? The student would like to thank you in advance. After a conversation, Tu Guation was about to take Zhang Daoyuan to the location of the cosmic furnace. Seeing this, Yin Tianjun also took the initiative to say goodbye. After all, he is an outsider from Star University. Tu Guation may not care, but Jusha University still has a founder like Yin Tianjun who is still alive. It would be good for everyone if we follow some rules. That's right. Before leaving, Yin Tianjun gave a big gift. If you want, Zhang Daoyuan, you can come to my Starry Sky University anytime. You can comprehend the 9 mysterious changes without any conditions. 9 mysterious changes. Another SSS-level martial arts technique was placed in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Chapter 63. Small Universe, 3-Star Gate. The most important thing is that you don't have to pay any price. You should know that apart from Kunlun, the 3 major ones, Shinkong, Shengwu, and Juxia, each have only one common type of SSS-level martial arts. The 9 mysterious changes of the Starry Sky refer to the changes of Qi and blood. 9 is the extreme number, but it does not mean that it can only change 9 times. But everything in the world is changeable. For example, if one cultivates the power of thunder, he can use it to create earth fire and strong wind. Fire takes advantage of the wind, and thunder takes advantage of the power of fire. This combines into the simplest element reaction. And in Shengwu University, there is the ultimate dharma of the mind image, which is said to be pure and innocent. Replace the mind of heaven with your own heart and condense a mental image that can be used for attack or defense with endless uses. As for the cosmic furnace of Jusha University, it is to use the universe as a model and refine oneself into a furnace. The energy and blood are endless. The universe is vast. It can also be seen from here that the ultimate routes of the 3 major are different and each has its own advantages. As an SSS-level martial art, it naturally cannot be stored in an information storage space like those S-level martial arts. In other words, SSS-level martial arts itself cannot be defined by words, or even data. When Tu Guotian brought Jiang Daoyuan to an independent space, he knew what SSS-level martial arts were. Is this the starry sky? What appeared before Jiang Daoyuan was the magnificent sea of stars. All the celestial bodies rotated in front of him, stars, planets, satellites, and he is floating in the universe. That tangible feeling of weightlessness arises spontaneously. From this perspective, Zhuxia should be called Starry Sky University. Jiang Daoyuan complained in his heart for the first time and asked, "Is this a simulation? Just like the galaxy environment of the Tianpu sword?" No. But what Tu Guotian said next was shocking. "This is not simulated." Tu Guotian looked at him dimly. "This is a powerful person who has cultivated the furnace of the universe to the final stage. After his death, his chi and blood dissipated and his supernatural powers disappeared, but the ultimate cosmic furnace remained and transformed into the microcosm of today. Just like the secret kingdom of God, microcosmos," Jiang Daoyuan said. "As for the former demigod of the Zhuxia secret realm, his kingdom is a natural treasure land for cultivation, and the demigod core has evolved into a holy land under the blessing of many powers. This small universe can also be regarded as a holy land for cultivating the universe furnace." Tu Guotian said, "You should know that the first few SSS-level martial arts were not actually from the Federation. It was not until more than 100 years ago that the 9th-level strongest martial arts were created and belonged to the Federation's SSS-level martial arts. The Cosmic Furnace was one of the first ones. With Jiang Daoyuan's current authority, he naturally knew this. So, the birth of this small universe actually helped the cultivation of the Cosmic Furnace. It has always followed the cultivation path of the most powerful ones who have passed away, and later practitioners can also follow this path to cultivate the universe furnace. The 3 levels of satellites, planets, and stars all require special tests to determine whether your progress has reached the standard, whether you can move on to the next level, and whether you can practice the Cosmic Furnace. Simply put, there is one more testing step. However, this environment is not only for testing, it can also help build some things." Tu Guotian suddenly laughed and said, "But you don't have to. You can go directly to the final core to observe and comprehend the original meaning of the universe furnace and practice." This was the condition that Tu Guotian offered when he recruited Jiang Daoyuan. If one wants to directly observe the original meaning of the cosmic furnace and practice, even if one wants to slay ghosts and gods, one will be eligible only in the 9th year. Without permission, even if you pass the 3 levels, you will not be able to observe the original meaning. However, Jiang Daoyuan rejected this method. Students think that we should just go through the normal process. This is not because Jiang Daoyuan doesn't want to take shortcuts and waste time. But isn't this so-called level test just a bunch of achievement points? It would be inhumane not to accept the achievement points that are delivered to your doorstep. That's fine. Although Tu Guotian didn't know what Jiang Daoyuan was thinking, he wouldn't refuse. Just think of it as 3 months of not moving and wanting to move around. "I'll wait for you in the core area." The Ghost Slayer god with star projections, with 3 clones guarding various places, can be said to be the most relaxed member of the Federation. On weekdays, he practices at this core of original meaning. After Tu Guotian left, Jiang Daoyuan followed the instructions of the bracelet and headed towards the first satellite level. This seems like a universe. In fact, the size is not much larger than the teaching circle in the center of the secret realm. Because it is not a secret realm, there is no God's force field, so you can only go on your own within the scope of the small universe. Unless you go to the core area, it is not included in the small universe. Jiang Daoyuan seemed to be strolling around, but in fact he reached the first level with an efficiency several times the speed of sound. A tall building on a small celestial body. It is said to be a high-rise building, but it should be said that it has only 1 floor. It's just that this floor is very, very high. "Hey, Junior Jiang Daoyuan." When Jiang Daoyuan stepped onto the celestial ground, he heard a gentle greeting. When I turned around, I saw that it was the defeated general who had been defeated in the virtual reality. Sophomore leader, Shin Qishang. There seemed to be a permanent smile on his face, and he asked, "Junior, are you also here to try to practice the cosmic oven?" "That's right," Jiang Daoyuan said casually. 3 months later, Shin Qishang also broke through the 5th level door. After being polite, Jiang Daoyuan went straight to the tall building. Shin Qishang was not upset, and he followed suit as soon as the wind changed. In the past 3 months, this divine dragon has never seen its head or tail, but the only claws and scales that were exposed still shocked the world. In the Huanqing College freshman competition, even if no one is there, just one sword shot. On behalf of Juxia University, it has swept through the three major universities, including Kunlun University, with an invincible attitude. The last three of them even united together to attack Jin Xingyun crazily, hoping to consume Jiang Duan's true meaning of martial arts. In the end, it was all in vain. I could only watch helplessly as Juxia University took the crown in this freshman competition. The initiator naturally attracts the attention of countless people. I want to know what state this terrifying genius is in now, and what kind of strength he has. Is it possible to jump directly to participate in the Huanxing College competition and perform a miracle? Qi and blood are like the sea. I can't see the specific value clearly, but at least it is higher than me, and it is much higher. Shin Qishang shook his head and sighed that this boy was inhuman. The last time they met, he was at his 4th level, crushing Jiang Daoyuan's 3rd level. But now when we meet again 3 months later, it's the other way around. He broke through the 5th level, but it seemed that Jiang Daoyuan was much more than just breaking through the 5th level. This gap will only grow wider. It also made Shin Qishang give up the idea of fighting in this world. It's better to leave such monsters to other monsters. Chapter 64 easily passed 2 levels. At the same time, Shin Qishang is not the only one here. For those who want to practice the cosmic oven, and the entrance fee is not too much, it is not too little either. At this point in time, apart from Shin Qishang, there were still 1 or 2 people walking towards the tall building. Even though history has proven that even if there is a small universe in this cosmic oven, only the top geniuses can succeed in cultivation. But until you try, who knows? Furthermore, this is also considered practice. It can be regarded as a small holy land. Even if it fails, it is unlikely to waste much. And it is precisely because of the existence of these people. The news of Jiang Daoyuan's appearance at the Small Universe Satellite Pass immediately spread among the senior students of Juxia University. I don't know how many people were moved by the news and were willing to pay their hard-earned credits just to see how this genius performs in the 3 levels of the universe. After all, the new semester has already started for more than 3 months. Jiang Daoyuan has never appeared in public. No classes, no practices, no tasks, anything was to be seen. It's as if it doesn't exist in Juxia University at all. In this case, paying a few credits really doesn't mean much. Even the instructors at Juxia University were alarmed. Among them, those instructors who had taught Jiang Daoyuan swordsmanship dropped everything they were doing and rushed over. At this time, Jiang Daoyuan has already stepped into the tall building. As soon as you enter, you will see the asteroid floating in the center. There is a terrifying force brewing inside, and it seems that it may erupt at any time. Near this asteroid, 7 or 8 senior students from Juxia were standing or sitting and were gaining insights. From time to time, the air of the stars was baptizing the surroundings. Each of them was wearing the ceremonial attire of the highest rank among the Xia people, and each of them had strong qi and blood, with the qi and blood starting at 300,000 or 400,000. However, when Jiang Daoyuan took a quick look, he did not see a 6th level student. Without the 6th level, there might not be 1,000 points. New here, at this time, the only man who had not practiced cultivation under the asteroid seemed to have noticed someone coming, and raised his head and said, "For this level, you just need to use the life force field to sense the celestial body." Jiang Daoyuan. He immediately recognized Jiang Daoyuan's name. At this moment, the students who were meditating couldn't help but have some thoughts and looked over. This is the legendary Jiang Daoyuan. Doesn't he look that good? That means you are a living blind man. Can you not see that huge amount of qi and blood? 70. 80. There must be more than 800,000 qi and blood. 800,000? Is this guy a god or a devil? Whether it is a god or a ghost, it is definitely not a human. They are all geniuses who have been in Juxia University for a few years, and they only have a few 100,000 qi and blood. If Jiang Daoyuan's qi and blood were similar to theirs, then it would be understandable. But the appearance of being at the 5th level limit made them dumbfounded. Jiang Daoyuan ignored him and walked to an empty seat. The life force field rotates, and I begin to comprehend the methods of the stars. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered a method. It is not systematic. It can only be considered a preliminary application of cosmic energy. The condition for passing the level is to use this method to leverage 70% of the asteroid's power. The first level is indeed a bit simple. Jiang Daoyuan understood most of the method at just the first glance. After meditating for a moment, It seemed as if there were endless pictures and changes in my mind, and the above method had become completely clear in my mind. Although it is not swordsmanship, the double SSS talents and abilities are also here. He is also gifted in the application of energy elements. When Shin Qishang had just settled down and began to comprehend, Zhang Daoyuan moved, and with his energy and blood surging, he mobilized his life force field through the route of the method to communicate with the external force. But this time the object is not the material world, but it is just a simple celestial body, an asteroid. So fast. The first person to ask Zhang Daoyuan was a senior student who served as a guide here. This can also be considered a task, and you can earn corresponding credits. The only requirement is that you must master the method of this level. So as soon as he saw Zhang Daoyuan's actions, he knew that he was going to start trying to communicate and gain leverage. Considering the talent Zhang Daoyuan has shown, this is normal. I just don't know how much power he can leverage in his first attempt. As for passing directly with 70%, that's impossible. At least 2 or 3 times, right? But this thought just flashed through his mind for a moment. Boom! Instantly, the entire asteroid seemed to tremble slightly. Infinite light was exposed from above, and the life field, under the guidance of chi and blood, was frantically prying the vast power of this asteroid. Someone is starting to break through. The 2 senior students, who had remained calm even when Zhang Daoyuan arrived, were alarmed. Buzz! Buzz! As everyone watched, the power of interaction surged wildly. Although it couldn't hurt them, the rapidly changing power made them frightened. 10%. 20%. No, it's already 30%. Under the shocked gaze of these people, the prying force reached 70% in just a few breaths, and it was declared a pass. The guide has lost his voice. He thought about how long it took him to get to this point. What about Zhang Daoyuan? As easy as eating and drinking. No wonder, but this is far from the limit. Under the mixed gazes of these people, the interactive leveraging of the life force field continues. 80%, 90%, until 100%. Congratulations to the host. Achievement points * 500. Following the system's prompt, Zhang Dun's figure twisted and deformed until, under the force of prying, he was directly sent to the second level. It's hard to understand, though. But why do you think this is the most normal thing? Shin Qishang shook his head, calmed down, and continued his meditation. Where's Zhang Daoyuan? While the others were still immersed in shock, suddenly, a large number of people burst into the arena. These people were all students and even mentors who came after hearing the news. And more, passed. The guide pointed to Zhang Daoyuan's position just now and said, it took him less than a minute to pass this level with 100% effort. This time, it's not just 2 or 3 people who were surprised. Those who couldn't make it to the second level immediately regretted it and quickly found a place to sit down and return to their original duties. Those who can go to the second level, hurry up and pry the asteroid. Those who can go directly, such as those instructors, just rush there. But when they came to the second level, they got the same answer. Student Zhang Daoyuan, it only took a little over a minute to pass the test. Chapter 65, Wish-Fulfilling Talisman, Master Key. At this moment, most of the students felt heartbroken. I was in a hurry and dropped everything to come over, but I was still a step late. There are very few students who can reach the third level. There was no other way. They could only follow the example of the students in the first stage, quickly find a location on this big planet, and start to comprehend and practice. Anyway, it's worth the ticket price. Those instructors were easy, just as usual, and headed straight to the third level. That is the last level, the star level. This space is several times larger than the previous 2 levels. A scene like a stellar explosion evolved in it. However, in such a large place, there are only 3 or 5 people practicing and gaining enlightenment. Compared to the first level, there is very little left, not to mention the second level. As soon as the mentor group headed by Jiang Qingfeng arrived, they couldn't wait to look around, hoping to see Zhang Daoyuan. But, still no? Is it possible? A terrible thought flashed through the minds of these mentors. Could it be that in such a short period of time, Zhang Daoyuan passed the test again? That shouldn't be the case. The third level is different from the previous ones. It's a level that requires fighting. What is being compared is not the real strength, but the way of fighting with the stellar method. Therefore, there are usually instructors in charge of the command here. However, it would be too bullying to let the instructors fight with the students, even if it is the lowest level third level instructor. It is almost impossible to pass, so the real opponent is still the students. Only by defeating those students who have perfected the star method will you be qualified to comprehend the cosmic furnace here in the microcosm. At this point, it is either the limit of the 5th level or the beginning of the 6th level. Most of them are students who are about to graduate. After all, those who can break through to the 6th level by the time of graduation are basically the top among the S level. The rest are all SS level. From this, we can also see how abnormal Jiang Daiyuan's 900,000 qi and blood are. This is why it attracts so much attention. Teacher Jiang, why are you here? The instructor at the Hengxing Pass is a 3rd level instructor named Shitel. He also studied swordsmanship. 10 years ago, he was a student at Zhuxia University. After graduation, he practiced hard for many years and became a 3rd level instructor at Zhuxia University. At this time, the 3rd level instructor Shetel was confused. He looked at the dozen or so instructors in front of him, especially the 3 leading special instructors, and didn't know what was going on. Jiang Daoyuan, did he pass the test just now? Su Zipping, the special instructor who had also taught Jiang Daoyuan S-level swordsmanship and was also keen on Jiang Daoyuan's original swordsmanship, asked, Jiang Daoyuan? Shetel certainly knew about this rising talent. No, since I took over this month, there has not been a new person. Only now did he understand that these mentors were actually for Jiang Daoyuan. Not here. Jiang Qingfeng and others frowned. With Jiang Daoyuan's authority, could he go directly to the core area? But that place is not a place they are qualified to go to. If I can't see him this time, won't I have to wait another 3 months? Fortunately, things did not get to this point. A mentor went back to inquire and found out that Jiang Daoyuan did not choose to teleport directly, but went directly to the 3rd level from the passage of the 2nd level. As a result, I didn't meet Jiang Daoyuan in the 3rd level. Since it was a false alarm, Jiang Qingfeng and others just waited quietly for Jiang Daoyuan's arrival. They are either special grade or 1st grade. They can be very busy or very relaxed. They don't mind a little bit of time. At this time, Jiang Daoyuan didn't know that his achievement point had gained a group of reliable audiences. Of course, he didn't take the 2nd step to wait for these audiences. Instead, after the 2nd level, you will get another 500 achievement points. In this way, the 3rd 10 draw and the 1st 10 draw can also begin. The 10 consecutive draws can't possibly be a sword technique, right? Jiang Daoyuan thought to himself that as he followed the planet, he would just start drawing. Consume 10,000 points to start the 10 consecutive draw. Drawing in progress. Boom! The whole world before my eyes seemed to shake. The universe dissipated, and nothingness suddenly emerged. It's still those 10 balls of light. Jiang Daoyuan was familiar with the process and opened these light balls one by one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level item, the 3rd level Qi and Blood Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill, the Unearthly Heart Sutra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a C-level weapon. 8 in a row, either A, B, or C grade. This is normal, and Jiang Daoyuan is not annoyed. But the 9th one surprised him a little. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level item, the Wish Come True Talisman Fake. Wish Come True Talisman, SS level. Fake a magical item made of flesh and blood from the legendary Supreme Being. It can make your wish come true and has incredible power. Note, it is limited by the rules of the material world. One looks very powerful, but I don't know if something useful has appeared. Wait, you can try it directly. Jiang Daoyuan felt a little regretful. He thought that there might not be an SSS level this time. As expected, when the last ball of light is clicked, still an SS level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level item, the Master Key. Master Key. SS level can open any door in the world that is not higher than the key level. Another unclear thing. It's just that obviously the definition of this gate seems to be extremely broad. So, these two things are actually the same type. They are all rules, and they are all unreasonable. And the former seems to cover the latter. The only drawback is that it is not SSS level. The key is fine. The secret realm and the other dimension can all be considered as doors. This is what I wish for. Jiang Daoyuan put away the key and started trying immediately. Let me become the strongest. No response. Let me become an 8th level warrior. Still no response. Let me become a 7th level warrior. Still no response. What kind of wish come true is this? Jiang Daoyuan was too tired to complain. So if you add the word fake to the word fake, you are a fake? As for the 6th level, he did not try, because he felt that the 6th level might really be possible. He is now at the 5th level limit. With more than 900,000 HP, you can try to break through to the 6th level, although the chance is so small that it can be ignored. Add to that a vitality field of more than 50%, and under such conditions, this wish-fulfilling talisman fake would probably really show its power. But why? An SS-level item in exchange for something that was bound to happen. If that's not a loss, then that's stupid. He shook his head and put all the things away. Zhang Daoyuan continued to move forward along the asteroid belt. You can still see houses standing on the celestial bodies in the asteroid belt. Obviously, there are some students practicing here. If this really was an asteroid belt, the Federation would have probably already fought back and retaken the lost territory. Unfortunately, the microcosm is just a microcosm after all. A moment later, when Zhang Daoyuan had finished half the journey, someone appeared from the surrounding houses and blocked Zhang Daoyuan's way. Chapter 66. Respect the strong, and I am the strong. Zhang Daoyuan stopped. He said he was walking, but in fact his speed never dropped below 3 times the speed of sound. Anyone who can accurately block Zhang Daoyuan at such a speed must be very strong. Look carefully. She was a woman with skin as white as jade, a pretty face, and a charming demeanor. Even if she just pursed her lips slightly, she could give people endless room for imagination. She was wearing the ceremonial attire of the highest rank in the Xia dynasty, which perfectly set off her curvy body. I have to say, this is a stunner. But a hint of coldness flashed across Zhang Daoyuan's eyes. That's seeing the clown's smug expression. Junior brother Zhang Daoyuan, I have long heard of your great name. Meng Yunxiang didn't show any expression, but she gave people the feeling that she was smiling. The sound is pleasant to the ears and has a sense of peace and tranquility. My name is Meng Yunxiang, and I'm in the 9th grade. It was obviously impossible for Zhang Daoyuan to pay attention to this. He was just sensing the energy and blood in this person's body. 9th grade. The 6th level has 1 to 2 million qi in blood. This is just the average level among SS level. If it is S level, it would be extraordinary. But how extraordinary it is. Warriors of this level, even though they are one major realm ahead, can only be considered weaklings in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Not good enough at all. What's the matter? Zhang Daoyuan said calmly. His mind is free of distractions and has no taboos. Meng Yunxiang smiled and said softly, I just want to get to know my junior brother Zhang Daoyuan. She looked at Zhang Daoyuan carefully, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Such a genius, such a future star, the future strongest. How perfect it would be if I could fall at her feet. Putting aside other things, look at Zhang Daoyuan's privileges. If she could enjoy a part of them, her current situation would not be like this. As for whether it can succeed, what a joke. In other aspects, Meng Yunxiang may not be as good as others. But in some aspects, Meng Yunxiang is confident that she is no less capable than others. This has been my impression of life so far. However, she didn't take those SS-level students seriously, and even ignored the pursuit of some powerful students. I only think about the SSS-level guy in Zhuxia University, but the girl already had a boyfriend, so I thought nothing could be done. But no one expected that Zhuxia University would have another SSS-level student. And the performance is even far beyond the previous SSS level. It just so happened that we met at the place where she was practicing. If this isn't fate, then what is it? As long as she could keep Zhang Daoyuan firmly under her control, Meng Yunxiang would feel excited just thinking about the future. It's a pity she didn't know. This kind of thought is sometimes an evil thought. Or maybe she knew but didn't care. No, Xiang Doulian Pulse. Meng Yunxiang's cheeks flushed, and she said softly, who wouldn't want to meet a hero like junior brother Zhang Daoyuan? He also wants to represent our swordsmanship club. Not interested. A club is actually an upgraded version of a squad. You can obtain some corresponding resources from the school for the development of the club. For ordinary students, even SS level ones, it is important. Not only can you gain resources, but you can also gain interpersonal relationships. But for Zhang Daoyuan, it is useless. Even for achievement points, he can only do it by himself. After rejecting, without waiting for Meng Yunxiang to say anything else, Zhang Daoyuan said calmly, Senior Meng Yunxiang, do you still remember what the first lesson of Zhuxia University is? First lesson? Meng Yunxiang was in a trance, as if thinking. Zhang Daoyuan said, respect the martial arts, respect the strong. Even though he had never been there, Zhang Daoyuan knew it. After hearing this, Meng Yunxiang naturally remembered it. This shouldn't be considered a lesson, it can only be considered a kind of teaching. In the Federation, the focus is on martial arts masters. But she didn't understand why Jiang Daoyuan suddenly said all these in such an unromantic way. Seeing that he didn't understand what he meant, Jiang Daoyuan smiled. He gathered his martial arts will and broke into the realm of self-image, plus the blessing of two major kendo characteristics. In those martial arts novels, he is a person with a clear mind and a swordsman's heart. Other people's will, other people's thoughts. As long as you don't surpass Jiang Daoyuan in front of the realm of self-image, although you can't say that every detail is clear, you can still judge the most intuitive good thoughts and evil thoughts. This is why there is a saying, respect the martial arts, respect the strong. And now, in front of Jiang Daoyuan, all the thoughts that Meng Yunxiang fed back were evil thoughts. He didn't need to know what it was or why. The opportunity has been given. It seems that senior sister Meng Yunxiang is not focused on her studies. As soon as the words fell, boom! A terrifying gust of air suddenly erupted, sweeping in all directions. That was Jiang Daoyuan moving. His voice penetrated everything and went straight into Meng Yunxiang's ears. The next moment, a hurricane swept in, and Jiang Daoyuan suddenly passed through the void like a flash of lightning. The terrifying force was tearing at me, like the universe collapsing and planets exploding. The surrounding scene suddenly became blurred. Ginger, Meng Yunxiang was still uttering words when the first word came out. She knew something was wrong. Jiang Daoyuan actually took action. In the important place of the school, Zaizu, he attacked this charming beauty like himself. What a lunatic! What kind of train of thought is this? Her face suddenly turned pale. Thoughts were thoughts, and thoughts were thoughts. Meng Yunxiang couldn't react to Jiang Daoyuan's speed at all. She only felt the hurricane blowing. A storm that could blow up the earth and tear apart the mountains and forests naturally could not harm her, a 6th-level strongman. But what followed was a terrifying force that suddenly came from her waist and abdomen. Is that the hilt? Bang! Loud noise and shock. Meng Yunxiang's life field, blood shield, and spontaneous supernatural powers were all shattered under this hilt. She was struck by lightning and flew out. Boom! A series of roars. This came to a standstill until it hit a false asteroid. In fact, Meng Yunxiang was not seriously injured. But this action made her shocked, angry, and unbelievable. It wasn't just Jiang Daoyuan who took action. What's more, Jiang Daoyuan easily defeated all her methods. The huge noise instantly alarmed the students on the surrounding asteroids. They all moved towards the sound, wanting to see what was happening. Who is so bold as to take action here? As soon as I came out, I found Jiang Daoyuan and Meng Yunxiang, who was lying on the ground, looking very pitiful. Jiang Daoyuan ignored the gaze and moved, appearing next to Meng Yunxiang. He looked down at me and said, "Remember, to you I, Jiang Daoyuan, I'm the strong one." Human character is not static. In the past 3 months, the people who accompanied Jiang Daoyuan were either the 9th-level strongest or the 8th-level mentors. Thinking about these people in front of her, would Meng Yunxiang dare to have even the slightest evil thought? The thoughts are clear and free. The fusion of various sword techniques. Eventually, the third word will be deduced. A sword is A. And now, Jiang Daoyuan finally understood that this should be called the mental method. To explain it in one sentence, it is, my heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Everything is up to you. Chapter 67, Real Speed, Real Strength. Am I the strong one? Meng Yunxiang was bewildered. Just because you are strong, you can beat people for no reason? Is there any logic or rules in this Zhuxia University? There seemed to be a fire burning in her heart. There was nothing she could do. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been treated like this by the opposite sex. Anger, shame, all kinds of negative emotions intertwined. Meng Yunxiang couldn't help but yelled angrily. Jiang Daoyuan, you're going too far. I just wanted to get to know you and invite you to join the sword club. If you don't agree, then forget it, but why did you attack me? Don't you care about the friendship between classmates and the rules of Zhuxia University? Her body trembled slightly, and she seemed extremely angry. The subconscious mind takes the high ground of reason, and this is actually the case. No matter who came to see it, it was Jiang Daoyuan who attacked for no reason. Rule? Jiang Daoyuan said coldly. It seems that you still don't understand. The sword is in the air, and it seems to cut through the heaven and earth, and the overbearing will of the self-centered is about to come out. The physical damage was minimal, but it was truly a slash from the sword. then this Meng Yunxiang is not just a disgrace. That will seem to become real, stirring the airwaves in the microcosm and boiling. It revealed a murderous intent. In just a moment, Meng Yunxiang felt something was wrong. The threat of death followed her like a shadow, making her body stiff and almost losing the ability to think. He wants to kill me? He dares to kill me? At this moment, the threat of death finally made Meng Yunxiang's thoughts return to normal. As the evil thoughts disappeared, the murderous intent also instantly dissipated. Oh, do you finally understand? Jiang Daoyuan also knew that something seemed wrong with his condition. It seemed that countless negative wills in the holy land of Lei Qi were affecting him. Originally, such a thing was impossible, but he cultivated the sword intent. This broke through the means set up by the strongest, allowing him to sense the torrent of will of those beings. Otherwise, unless there is something substantial going on, it is unlikely that he would have the intention to kill. The worst that can happen is a lesson. Of course, the fundamental reason is that these thoughts and ideas amplify Jiang Daoyuan's emotions rather than delete them. The cultivation of will is never smooth sailing. If you use your will to change the world, you are destined to be changed by other wills. Only by keeping in mind your own will of existence can you reach a higher level. I recalled Yin Tianjuan's teachings in my mind. It seems that this most powerful person has already understood his own situation. I just kept silent, waiting for myself to solve it. The next moment, the will was like a sword, slashing out sword energy, killing all the will and thoughts of others in the mind. I never thought that there would be an unexpected gain. Realm of will, self-image 13%, self-image 20%. Jiang Daoyuan was about to leave. Suddenly, a deep and powerful roar was heard. Stop! As the voice sounded, a heroic man came flying and landed in front of Jiang Daoyuan. Why, the famous Jiang Daoyuan. You can't run away after bullying someone. The man said, his eyes icy cold. But Jiang Daoyuan discovered that this person's attention was always on Meng Yunxiang. Obviously, this person is the one who stood up for Meng Yunxiang. Only, after taking a look, Jiang Daoyuan asked, "Aren't you a student of Zhuxia University?" The person who came was not wearing any ceremonial attire of the Xia dynasty. I graduated 2 years ago and am now an assistant to Professor Li. Assistant. Some graduated students will choose to stay in Zhuxia University to continue their practice. Of course, this requires you to at least reach the 6th level before graduation, so that you can choose to work under some mentors if you break through to the 7th level. Then you can take this opportunity to directly pass the examination and become a tutor, which is a good way to success. Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, So? The unknown tutor's assistant, named Wang Qinkuan, said righteously, I and we all saw it. You took the initiative. Good. A few others hesitated for a while and then stood up as well. They were all members of the fencing club and were either in 9th or 10th grade about to graduate. In addition, with someone taking the lead, if one person is short of breath, several people will be long in breath, so they are not afraid of Jiang Daoyuan. On the other hand, if I don't stand out, how can I stay in the fencing club? Either apologize or I'll report you to the school leaders. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're powerful. Wang Qinkuan became more courageous when he saw so many people gathered. His gaze was more focused on Meng Yunxiang, but it was obvious that the devastated Meng Yunxiang was in no mood to pay attention. She just stared at her blankly, as if she was looking at her former self. Do whatever you want? Jiang Daoyuan really wanted to reply, I can do whatever I want even more than doing whatever I want. But for an unknown passerby, this is still too cheap. It's better to be straightforward. Swish! Like thunder, the electromagnetic sword roared and clanged. Jiang Duan's 5 slender fingers grasped the hilt of the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword and issued a final notice. Looking for a fight. It happened simply. The cause of all this was that Jiang Daoyuan became famous for too short a time. Just like the so-called mediocre people cannot imagine genius. Although, these mediocre people are geniuses and heroes in the eyes of others. So how to solve it? That's even easier. Just hit it and it's done. I've been fighting with the strongest people, but I can't sense what level I am at. That's just perfect. Let me use their hands to sharpen my sword. As the sword moved, countless thundering sword energies swept across. In an instant, all 10 S-level sword techniques were performed. The star explodes in the sky, thunderbolts, and sword energy forms a formation. It was like 10 Jiang Daoyuans practicing 10 different sword techniques together. Before Wang Qinkuan and the students from the swordsmanship club could react, everyone had been covered by endless sword energy. They are both members of the swordsmanship club and practice together in the same place. They are all geniuses who have comprehended the second level of planetary law. Each of them has passed the 6th level, and the weakest one has more than 1.5 million HP. Someone as strong as Wang Qinkuan had blood and energy exceeding 5 million. The crushing of the greater realm, plus the crushing of chi and blood, plus the crushing of numbers. Logically, they should have easily suppressed and defeated Jiang Daoyuan. But unfortunately, they couldn't withstand just the sword energy. After 3 months of practice, his chi and blood exceeded 900,000, and the blessing of 3 SSS supernatural powers. In the end, a horrifying scene was formed. The sword energy was so powerful that no matter how these high-level students resisted or fought against it, it was useless. Those sword energies were like the master of his own school, personally, standing in front of them. One stroke, break through the life force field and blood shield. One cut, it submerges supernatural elements and penetrates armor. Among the few people, only Wang Qinkuan blocked the first wave of sword energy. His blood and energy were as strong as a dragon, and he looked like a wild beast. No sword energy could hurt him at all. He roared, barely uttering a single word. Jiang Daoyuan moved on the endless stars. Let this person know what real speed and real strength are. Chapter 68, it's not self-confidence. It's the fact. When Jiang Daoyuan reached the 3rd level, his speed could reach 4 times the speed of sound. So what speed should he be at now? An average 6th level warrior can use the life force field to reach a final speed that is almost several times the speed of sound. Only, after Jiang Daoyuan's move, the entire universe and starry sky seemed to have slowed down. His body turned into thunderous light. His thunderous light turned into a torrent. In 1,000th of a second, Jiang Daoyuan appeared in front of Wang Qinkuan. Boom! The vast kinetic energy of thunder broke through the endless material obstacles, and the terrifying kinetic energy formed had just condensed into air waves, spreading to the surroundings like viscous sea ripples. At this time, Jiang Daoyuan had already taken action. The hilt of the sword swept across, as if a star exploded. This scene is exactly the same as the method used to defeat Meng Yunshan before. But the power contained therein cannot be measured in words. Bang! The sword hit the weakest point, accompanied by a thunderous noise that shook the earth. Wang Qinkuan swallowed the remaining words. Then he was struck by lightning, and under the sudden huge force, he flew out horizontally. Boom! A series of roars. Wang Qinkuan crashed through the fake asteroid of the microcosm at an extremely high speed. It was only then that he reacted. He was defeated. He and several senior students were defeated by Jiang Daoyuan, a freshman who had only been enrolled for 3 months. All defeated. How is this possible? There are not that many level 6 people in the 9th and 10th grades combined. Here, it can even be considered to occupy a small part. Even with such a configuration, coupled with Wang Qinkuan, the tutor's assistant who had graduated 2 years ago, was unable to defeat Jiang Daoyuan. And this is done with ease, with just the right amount of control. How terrifying is his true strength? While Wang Qinkuan was shocked, he also wanted to control his body that was flying backwards at high speed. But the remaining thunder was still paralyzing his nerves and blood, making it impossible for him to control it effectively. Wang Qinkuan still stopped. Unfortunately, it was not his own credit. Instead, Jiang Daoyuan appeared above him at a faster speed. I believe the sound of Jiang Daoyuan seeming to laugh reached everyone's ears. After this time, people of your level will understand what reverence is. Emil, 1 step. May this tutor's assistant have a safe and secure landing. Achievement points *500. Expected achievement points, unexpected achievement points. Jiang Daoyuan did this partly to verify his words, and partly, of course, to achieve some points. It's just the number of achievement points. Shake your head. At this moment, finally no one could stop Jiang Daoyuan, and they could only watch him leave the asteroid belt. Meng Yunshan's face turned pale. The evil thoughts that she had been controlling could not help but surface at this moment. Use the few to defeat the many. Use weakness to become strength. Should such a person really appear in the Xia dynasty? Wang Qinkuan, who had repeatedly said that he would report the matter, no longer had any idea of doing so. The microcosm does not have an intelligent brain to monitor elements and blood fluctuations. But it does not mean there is no strong management. The fact that such a battle did not attract anyone out is enough to explain everything. The time will be over in no more than 3 minutes. The mentors who came from afar didn't have to wait long before Jiang Dayuan's figure passed through the asteroid belt. Came to the 3rd level. This is the last level to be qualified to practice the cosmic furnace. Compared with the previous 2 levels, this one is only a few times larger in size. But that kind of grandeur, that kind of scene is like the Big Bang of stars. But it gave Jiang Dayuan the illusion that this place was countless times larger than the previous one. Jiang Dayuan, you're finally here. Jiang Qingfeng stepped forward. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Zhao. Jiang Dayuan glanced around and suddenly discovered these mentors who had once taught him swordsmanship. Why are you here? Just to watch the students pass the test. Entirely true, Jiang Qingfeng said. You should know that my Zhuxia University actually doesn't even have a single SS-level sword technique. Jiang Dayuan certainly knew this. In fact, SS-level is a method that can only be created by the strongest. The use of swords was not uncommon in the history of Zhuxia University. But there has never been a strong person who only uses a sword. Yin Tianjun did create an SS-level sword technique, but as he said, his sword technique was based on life and death, and it could only be achieved through separation of life and death and giving up everything. Therefore, he did not teach Jiang Dayuan. Although Jiang Dayuan didn't think there was any sword technique in the world that he couldn't learn now, he didn't care too much. So, we, the sword training instructors, formed a sword fighting research group, hoping to create an SS-level sword fighting technique of our own. Jiang Qingfeng said solemnly. Therefore, we would like to invite you to join us. Your talent in swordsmanship will definitely shine in this group. Good. The instructors spoke one after another. Looking at the instructor in charge of the 3rd level, he was stunned and wanted to help Jiang Dayuan agree. But in the end, Jiang Dayuan still refused. I don't have much time. He didn't know how long it would take to build the cosmic furnace, but as long as it was completed, he would not stay in Zhuxia University for the rest of the time before the college competition. And wait until after the college competition. I guess I won't stay in Zhuxia University. Yes, Jiang Dayuan's goal, or rather, the result he thought had been set. That is the college competition. This competition, which has been monopolized by Kunlun for hundreds of years, is now in his pocket. This is not confidence, but it's what he thinks is the fact. But Jiang Dayuan smiled and said, I can give some support. No matter what, Zhuxia University has given everything it should have given. Jiang Dayuan is a normal person and will naturally reciprocate. Those are some of the insights from my own swordplay. Of course, it is not the infinite positive and negative of the perfect body. If you want to write out the infinite positive and negative aspects of a complete form, you have to complete it. But even so, it was enough to make Jiang Qingfeng and the others ecstatic. Then, Jiang Dayuan began to comprehend the star law. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As expected of the 3rd level, it took Jiang Dayuan 3 minutes to complete it. Chapter 69, True God's Will, Emperor Qingxin. Moons, planets, stars. Although these 3 levels are not equivalent to the cosmic baking furnace, they can also increase the probability of students learning the cosmic baking furnace. Jiang Dayuan sighed. With a bang, the star method began to work. The huge virtual star seemed to tremble violently during this movement. Everything in the universe is made up of matter. But there is a very high degree of stratification between matter. How to control the power between these substances is the difference between the 3 major levels. Take it step by step, and you will reach new heights with each step. This can also work on the life force field and martial arts will. Jiang Dayuan took a step forward, and his aura suddenly changed with endless light and heat energy bursting out from his body, and began to climb rapidly. At this moment, it was as if Jiang Dayuan himself had become a star in the universe. To others, this was even more terrifying. The air around was being absorbed, as if a vacuum zone was about to be formed. If there were no weak people here, this attack alone would be impossible for anyone below level 5 to resist. As the momentum grew stronger and stronger, it finally reached a peak, and the entire space seemed to shake along with it. This is not an illusion, but it is the specialness of the microcosm. Jiang Dayuan stretched out his hand and pressed forward lightly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force was transmitted, flattening and crushing everything in front. And the final result is that the huge star exploded at the origin of the explosion. When the scene of the stellar explosion was transformed and deformed under Jiang Dayuan's control. Even though they already knew Jiang Dayuan's performance in the first 2 rounds, the instructors still couldn't help but feel shocked. It took only 1 minute to comprehend the star method, and it was perfected in 1 step. And the instructor who had been guarding here all the time, and the 2 or 3 students, found it even more difficult to believe because it was too incredible. It's like an exam which lasts only 1 day. It's normal for you, an SSS-level genius, to get full marks in half the time of others. This is a very common thing, but you only spent 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of the time of others to complete the exam and got full marks. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't be able to imagine what a genius like this was. As for the practical assessment of the 3rd level, what a joke. Shuttle is crazy to put a bar on this. According to the rules, the assessment is only about the star method. The reason he doesn't give in is that he is selfless and not afraid of power. Bring it on. Jiang Dayuan turned around and said to Shedder, "Let's get started." Won't Jiang Dayuan take a break? Shuttle's smile seemed to carry a hint of flattery. This was not what he thought, but was caused by the attitude of a group of mentors towards Jiang Dayuan. No. Jiang Dayuan shook his head and repeated, "Let's start." Well then. Shuttle explained the rules in a few words. Please. The battle is about to begin. In an instant, Jiang Dayuan and Shidel both began to operate and use the star method. The result is naturally needless to say. With the help of 2 SSS-level superpowers, the star method overwhelmed Shuttle the moment the battle began. Stars explode, and the void collapses. In Shuttle's unbelievable imagination, his star was crushed and swallowed by a larger star. Shitel felt as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on him, causing him to subconsciously burst out with 7th-level energy, blood, and will. Only then can the invisible mountain be pushed away. You passed. Shuttle took a deep breath and announced in a deep voice. His eyes fell on Jiang Dayuan's face again. The shock in his heart lingered for a long time. It's hard to imagine that he failed before he even started to release the water. This is the true genius that Professor Jiang and others are eager to meet. Compared with such a genius, he felt that he had been living a dog's life for most of his life. As for the instructors, they looked perfectly normal. It is normal for Jiang Dayuan to pass the test, and it would be abnormal if he failed. Jiang Qingfeng stepped forward and asked, "Next, you're going to the core area, right? After passing the 3rd level, you should actually go to the center of the microcosm, rather than the core area of the cosmic furnace." Good. Jiang Dayuan nodded, raised his hand, and said, "I have sent the Kendo theories to all the instructors. I'm leaving now." 1 step forward. Jiang Dayuan's figure has already arrived at the original core point of the cosmic furnace. Only true geniuses are qualified to practice, and can practice successfully in this place. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the star level, getting achievement points *1000. Congratulations to the host. Achievement points *1000. A small universe with 3 levels providing 2,000 achievement points. The second 1,000 achievement points were because the swordsmanship theory given by Jiang Dayuan, which was the first few ideas of Wuliang Jingfang, could not even be considered swordsmanship. But even so, it is already extremely extraordinary. After all, I provided sword fighting theory to my instructor as a freshman. If this is not breaking the record or getting good grades, what else can it count for? The square hall. A huge palace that was perfectly fitted and looked like a creation by gods appeared in front of Jiang Dayuan. As soon as he entered here, Jiang Dayuan felt an unusual feeling coming over him. Martial will? But it doesn't seem like it. Jiang Dayuan stopped and looked around carefully, looking at this miraculous core area of original meaning. This is the will of the gods. At some point, 2 Guotian appeared near Jiang Dayuan. He was not at all moved by Jiang Dayuan's speed of passing the level. He introduced, "According to the speculation of the sages, this place is probably left by a true god of the 9th or 10th level. The strongest of the 9th order condenses the body of a demigod. Then above the 9th level are the godlike beings among the alien races. True god." Jiang Dayuan was wondering if there was any hidden 10th order true god in the Federation. "Come, follow me." 2 Guotian led the way first. When they got here, even the strongest ones walked obediently. As soon as you walk, the scenery around you changes rapidly. This was not caused by their speed, but by the changes in the hall itself. It was as if the fog had dissipated, revealing in front of them a vast, boundless space that seemed to have no end. Not far ahead stood an old man who could not be any older. His body was dry and hunched, his skin was wrinkled, and his hair was gray, as if he would fall down if the wind blew. He just stood there quietly, as still as the heaven and earth, as if he had merged into the entire space, making it impossible for people to find any clues. But Jiang Daoyuan knew that there could be no weaklings in this core area. This is Emperor Qing Chun, who has been guarding this place since Zhu Xia was founded. Tu Guixin didn't even speak directly, but instead used his will to vibrate the air and transmit the message to Jiang Daoyuan's mind. He is also the last 9th level person among all the Xia people, except for me and Elder Xia. Chapter 70. The Fire of the Furnace. Emperor Qing Chun, the strongest one. As for the strongest Xia, he must be one of the ancient sages, but I don't know which one. However, in such a vast country like China, there are only 3 9th level people. Just by looking at the tip of the iceberg, we can see that the number of the strongest people in the Federation is definitely not that many. That is the divine monument that records the universe's furnace. Following the instructions, he saw that the divine monument was right in front of Di Qingqin, suspended in midair. The sacred monument is not tall, only about 10 meters, and is densely carved with some things. But this kind of carving seems to be casually carved, sloppy, and disordered, and some words even do not connect to the previous sentence. In some places, even the handwriting and the picture are blurred. This was a little unimaginable for Jiang Daoyuan. Is this the famous core of the original meaning? Tu Guixin seemed to know what Jiang Daoyuan was thinking and spoke with a smile. That's why only true geniuses can come here to practice and gain enlightenment. If you don't get the right method and don't enter the door, the things you comprehend will be very different. In fact, every warrior like me who comprehends the divine steel has a slight difference in what we comprehend. And the microcosm erases this difference and gives it a kind of universality. This allows more people to practice. In this regard, let alone Xingkong and Shengwu, even Kunlun is far inferior to Zhuxia. Tu Guixin's words are full of profound meaning. Jiang Daoyuan understood and realized the deeper meaning behind it. Go ahead. Jiang Daoyuan walked over upon hearing the sound, until we approached the sacred monument. Emperor Qing Chenkai seemed to sense something and spoke softly. His voice was calm, which was completely different from his appearance. Are you the Jiang Daoyuan that Xiao Su mentioned? Yes. Jiang Daoyuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. This Xiao Su was obviously a killer of ghosts and gods. He knew the origin of the name Tu Guixin, which was the name that this congressman aspired to take when he was studying at Zhuxia University. We must kill all the evil spirits, monsters, and alien gods. Hence the name, Slayer of Ghosts and Gods. As for Xiao Su, Jiang Daoyuan really didn't understand. Mr. Chen still loves to joke around. There seemed to be starlight flashing on Tu Guixin's body, and it turned out to be his projection. I'll leave this child to you. As soon as the words were spoken, the person disappeared without a trace. At this time, Di Qingqin slowly turned around and said, "You know the rules, right?" "No." "Well, use your will to communicate with the divine tablet. If you cannot induce the divine tablet's light within 3 hours, it means that you are not qualified to practice." "Yes." Jiang Daoyuan took a step forward, and a sharp, domineering, and transcendent sword intent immediately emanated from his body. "Is that so?" The sword intent broke through the void and descended upon the divine monument in an instant. Those scratches are like stars lighting up one after another. 1, 2, until the entire monument is filled up. They are intertwined and connected, like a magnificent universe, slowly unfolding in Jiang Daoyuan's mind. It even made Di Qingqin, an old man who had lived for who knows how many years, look shocked. Congratulations to the host. Achievement points *1000. If you encounter a powerful person in front of you, even if you don't even enter the door, you will get 1000 achievement points. Good. Di Qingqin nodded. As expected of you, you are the hope of the future that Xiao Su mentioned. The speed of lighting up the monument is almost the same as that of me, an old man. Come on, use your will to guide those light spots, and use your life force field to imitate the route you saw. Remember, this is what you really saw. Guide the light spot. Imitate the route. Really seeing. Jiang Daoyuan did everything he was told. Soon, he felt a vast and powerful amount of information emerging and flowing in his eyes like a river. Starry sky. Universe. Everything. Oven. A dreamlike scene unfolds, and then dissipates like brilliant fireworks. It goes on in an endless cycle. This step will take at least 10 days to half a month. Emperor Qingshun was making his guess based on the speed at which Jiang Daoyuan lit up the divine steel. The next step is to follow the route on the divine monument, ignite one's own light, and condense the fire of the furnace. But he doesn't know. Jiang Daoyuan got full marks now, not because he could only get full marks, but because he could only get so many marks in this exam. Boom! As soon as Di Qingshun's thought came to mind, spots of light and flames appeared around Jiang Daoyuan. That is the light of the universe. That is the fire of the furnace. These flames jump and burn, forming various colors and postures. As soon as these flames appeared, they expanded rapidly, covering Jiang Daoyuan's body in an instant. This is already the entry point. Di Qingshun's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened. After hundreds of years of ups and downs, what did he want to say that he hadn't seen? But he had never seen this scene before. Instantly comprehend SSS-level martial arts. Is this really a human? But Mr. Chen's shock was not over yet, as one crisis after another arose. The fire in the furnace suddenly shook, as if it was stained with endless starlight. Everything in the universe is baked in the furnace. Zhang Din's voice was as indifferent as a god, as if he was uttering the truth of the universe. The whole body of the man slowly floated up, and the light of the universe and the fire of the furnace surrounded him and knelt down to worship him as if they were guarding the emperor or a god. In the dark, the power of this planet seems to penetrate the boundary of nothingness. Absorbed and transformed by Jiang Daoyuan, this is another breakthrough. Directly began to absorb the power of the blue star. This is the second level, the planetary level. And on the martial arts panel, the cosmic furnace entered the second level in one step. How is this possible? Emperor Qingshun, a powerful man, actually had a dazed expression at this moment. If he hadn't been guarding the divine monument all the time, he would have thought that Jiang Daoyuan had sneaked here and comprehended the divine monument of the universe. Doesn't he need to think or ponder? Emperor Qingshun murmured. At this moment, his understanding of the world can be said to have been completely shattered. Buzz! Suddenly, the void changed and the space fluctuated. A heroic man wearing the ceremonial attire of the highest authority in Zhuxia appeared. He had a body as agile as a dragon and energy as stable as the sea. Mr. Chun, I have broken through to the second level. If the senior students were here, they would be able to recognize this person. The only SSS-level student in Zhuxia University before Jiang Daoyuan was Xiao Baixian. However, it has been several years since I graduated, and I didn't expect that I would be practicing here. Quiet. The once proud successor has lost all his luster in the face of Jiang Daoyuan's actions. Xiao Baixian was stunned for a moment, not knowing how he had offended Di Qingshun. But until he saw Jiang Daoyuan out of the corner of his eye. Is that Jiang Daoyuan? Another SSS level after me? He started practicing the cosmic furnace? So soon? Is it the fire from the oven? How is this possible? As his thoughts turned, Xiao Baixian revealed the same expression as Di Qingshun just now. Chapter 71 God's Treasure Clothes, breaking the fourth layer in a day. The first three levels of the cosmic furnace. These correspond to the three levels of the microcosm, which are the levels of absorbing power from the major celestial bodies. Xiao Baixian is a man of extraordinary talent, and he is the only SSS-level student in Zhuxia University. He started practicing the universe furnace when he was in grade 9. With the attention of the strongest, he came to this core area of original meaning, able to observe the sacred monument. And now, for years have passed, he had just reached the second level of cultivation, which was certainly because other practices had taken up his energy. But in fact, it is already extremely complicated. Haven't you seen that Lien Di Qingshun, the most powerful man, has been meditating and practicing for hundreds of years and is still practicing and meditating? Even the killing of ghosts and gods is the same, which is enough to illustrate the difficulty of the cosmic furnace. But at this moment, Xiao Baixian saw Jiang Daoyuan in the second level. How could he not be surprised? No, in front of this person, my SS-level talent and ability, could it be fake? Looking at Jiang Daoyuan, who was enveloped by the boundless fire of the furnace, Xiao Baixian had a little doubt about his own talent for the first time. He was invincible for 10 years, except for the only time he failed in the college competition. Xiao Baixian never lost again, and has always been the leading figure of Zhuxia University. It is said that this fellow student Jiang has an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. He had already created his own swordsmanship before he entered school. However, this is the furnace of the universe, not the furnace of swordsmanship. Could it be that there is really a unique talent in this world who knows everything? In just a few breaths, Xiao Baixian felt as if a lifetime had passed. But Jiang Daoyuan seemed not to care about the life and death of others. Under the shocked and horrified gazes of Di Qingchen and Xiao Baixian, the fire in the furnace and the light of the universe began to change again, like a divine light shining. A bridge of nothingness connected Jiang Daoyuan and the sun in the universe. Amid the crackling sounds, it seemed as if something was collapsing. Boom! The fire of the oven, under the illumination of the stars and the sun, decomposes and reassembles. Finally, it was draped over Jiang Daoyuan like a divine robe. This is Jiang Daoyuan's understanding of the cosmic furnace. All power is transformed into the divine robe to bless the body. In an instant, Jiang Daoyuan's whole body was filled with a majestic power. Endless information was born from nothingness, absorbed, integrated, and transformed into the most original power. All of a sudden, he seemed to be bathed in the sacred light of the sun, like the sun god, like a fairy in fire. The third level of the cosmic furnace, the star realm. This is the goal that Tu Guotian set for Jiang Daoyuan at the beginning. In just less than half an hour, Jiang Daoyuan succeeded in one leap. Di Qingchen's eyes were wide open. He didn't know how to describe it and could only be shocked. Xiao Baixian was even worse. He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. There is no greater blow than for a genius who has been praised since childhood to suddenly find out that he is not a genius. It's not that Xiao Baixian's psychological quality is not good. Jiang Daoyuan's action was really too shocking. If it were to get out, I'm afraid the Big Four and even the entire federal upper echelons would be alarmed. After all, breaking through the third level of SSS-level martial arts recorded in the Divine Monument in one breath is simply unheard of. It is much more terrifying than the record broken by Jiang Daoyuan before. This is because this divine martial art is said to lead to the realm of true God. If someone can cultivate it to perfection, then he will be a true God on earth. But Jiang Daoyuan obviously wanted to make them completely lose their minds. The divine robe actually transformed again. Patterns like the starry sky were engraved on it, and a terrifying aura was raging. The power absorbed by the stars suddenly increased. The fourth level of the cosmic furnace is completed. The fourth level of the universe furnace. Emperor Qingchen did not even notice that his body was trembling slightly. Could it be that in my lifetime, I will really see the appearance of a person who has perfected the universe baking furnace? In today's Federation, there are quite a few warriors who have practiced the cosmic furnace. After all, after more than 10 or 20 years, Zhuxia University has at least one SSS-level student enrolled, plus some gifted SS or S-level, plus those powerful ones who have learned from the cosmic furnace. There are definitely hundreds of people, but among these hundreds of people, Di Qingchen is the strongest. He is also the only one in the current Federation who has broken through the cosmic furnace to the 8th level. Even the strongest ones like Tu Guotian and Xia Longjian, who also practiced the universe furnace, were slightly inferior. Even such a person cannot see the scenery of the 9th level at all, not to mention the suspected existence of the 10th level. Xiao Baixian was already numb. All his thoughts and ideas were empty. At this time, he finally understood what those people who had been surpassed and crushed by him felt. That is the sadness of wanting to fight, but being unable to. Jiang Daoyuan naturally didn't understand what others were thinking. At this moment, his body was roaring with the power of a neutron star, as if a star had exploded. It drives Jiang Daoyuan's qi and blood to sublime. The fourth realm is like a star reaching its peak. Although the power absorbed is not as good as that of a holy land, this absorption can still help in combat. Jiang Daoyuan looked around the panel. Above, the experience of the cosmic furnace is still slowly rising. That is the source of information on the Divine Monument, and it is still being continuously decomposed and understood by Jiang Daoyuan. Breaking through the fourth level overnight may seem scary, but it is actually normal. Because Jiang Daoyuan had a sudden idea at the beginning and used 2,000 points to make a single draw, and used the wish-fulfilling talisman, Fake, to determine what was needed. That is the characteristic of the cosmic furnace that can help him practice better and faster. I thought it was a martial arts characteristic, but I never expected it to be this. Cosmic Sensor. SSS-Level, you are born extraordinary and can sense the subtle power flowing in the universe. After years of development, you find that you can control this power. It is precisely relying on this, plus the double SSS as the cornerstone, and the flow of information from the divine monument. Zhang Daoyuan achieved this in one fell swoop, a terrifying record that has never been achieved before, and no one knows if there will be anyone who can surpass it. It seems that for an SS level item, plus 2,000 achievement points, getting a special SS level item is not very profitable. But in fact, Zhang Daoyuan has already made a profit. Congratulations to the host for completing the training. Obtain achievement points *1000. Congratulations to the host for completing the training. Obtain achievement points *1000. Congratulations to the host for completing the training. Achievement points *2000. There are only 3 hints in the 4th level. It seems that there won't be much to gain from this practice. But that's not all. The power controlled by the cosmic sensor can even be used to amplify the Thunder Lord. Adding the two together, it is impossible to lose money. With just a slight sensation, Zhang Daoyuan knew that the increase in strength caused by this cosmic furnace, even if not as great as the infinite positive and negative, was also extremely extraordinary. The strong part of the cosmic furnace is that it can not only absorb the power of the stars in the universe. Such power can even be mobilized for killing. On a larger scale, what is the force that drives the universe? 4 fundamental forces. What a huge power this is. If nothing else, the idea is incredibly terrifying. From this perspective, the Thunder Lord is quite suitable for this technique. Of course, those terrifying powers naturally cannot exist in the human body. Therefore, it is necessary to cast a furnace to communicate, operate, and use the power of the universe. All in all, this thing really deserves the title of a true god's inheritance. I wonder if the rest of the SSS level martial arts are also terrifying. Although his thoughts were turning, Zhang Daoyuan did not stop practicing his martial arts. Try your best to absorb the information on the divine monument and improve the experience of the cosmic furnace. Chapter 72. The 3 Elders of Kunlun, the Rules of the Xia. The 2 Guishin, who had just left not long ago, appeared on the scene at some point. Even someone as strong as him was completely shocked at this moment. The Stellar Realm is the goal he set for Zhang Daoyuan. At this time, he took Zhang Daoyuan to Kunlun University to see Tianzi Wuxiang. But according to his idea, this day would take at least several years, right? But no one expected that it would not take several years, but only one day, and Zhang Daoyuan completed it directly. This is a great thing. But 2 Guishin didn't have time to communicate with the strongest person in Kunlun University. But with such performance, Kunlun will have no choice but to give in. If you don't give in, you have no choice but to give in. The demon killer came suddenly and disappeared even more suddenly. During the short process, only Di Qingchen knew about it, but the old man didn't have the time to care about killing ghosts and gods. He took 2 steps at a time and walked in front of Zhang Daoyuan, who had completed his task. He said earnestly, "The paths of the cosmic furnace are different. You must follow your own path and don't give up the future sky because of temporary gains and losses." "Thank you, Mr. Chun." "I know." Zhang Daoyuan nodded. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Baixian." Di Qingchen pointed at Xiao Baixian and introduced him to Zhang Daoyuan. There was an SSS level student at Zhuxia University, so Zhang Daoyuan naturally knew his name. Just hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Only by seeing him with your own eyes can you feel Xiao Baixian's powerful qi and blood state. If Xiao Baixian were to be placed in the southwest province, I'm afraid only the scholars and garrison commanders would be able to suppress him. The rest of the 7th rank cultivators would probably not be his match. He is indeed a person with SSS level talent. Thinking in his heart, Zhang Dun's face remained calm. "Hello, Senior Xiao." Xiao Baixian pretended to be relaxed and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Junior brother Zhang Daoyuan is indeed extraordinary. You kid, you should learn from others and see if you have missed your job in the past few years." Di Qingchen slapped Xiao Baixian on the head. "By the way, what did you say just now?" Nothing. At this time, Xiao Baixian didn't have the nerve to say that he had reached the 2nd level. 4 years to reach the 2nd level. 1 day to reach the 4th level. Can these be compared? Of course, Di Qingchen couldn't have not heard it. He was just joking and changed the subject. It's just right. You take Daoyuan to the 2nd level space. The practice of the cosmic furnace requires continuous absorption even when the technique is mastered. It is like a thunder pool dominated by thunder, and the second level space is equivalent to a huge amplifier. Jiang Daoyuan certainly knew this, so he nodded and said, "Please trouble Senior Xiao." "No trouble, no trouble." In this way, under the leadership of Xiao Baixian, Jiang Daoyuan came to another independent space. As far as Xiao Baixian was concerned, if nothing unexpected happened, he would have to stay here for a long time. Well, if there are no accidents. Kunlun, the legendary sacred mountain where the Xia dynasty originated. The emperor came out of Kunlun and pacified the world. As time passed, the empire transformed into the Great Xia Kingdom, and then into the Human Federation. Even from the beginning to the end, there is no way to verify the location of Kunlun Mountain, but its meaning still exists. The first martial arts university since the establishment of the Federation was named Kunlun. In order to emulate the ancients, he placed his hopes on conquering Kunlun and conquering the Blue Star. In the fairy-like Kunlun secret realm, there is a sacred mountain that reaches straight into the sky, so majestic that no one can tell its height. Top of the mountain, amid the misty clouds, palaces and towers seem to emerge vaguely, just like the legendary ancient divine palace. A tall man, like a star or a ghost, walked slowly on the mountain road towards the temple. It was the federal congressman, the honorary president of Zhuxia University, and the most powerful man who slayed ghosts and gods. Such a powerful figure, famous throughout the Federation, should, logically, be extremely eye-catching. At least you shouldn't walk around in the Kunlun secret realm like this, oblivious to the people around you. But the fact is that this is the case. From the time the Guotian II appeared until now, there has been no sign that Kunlun has discovered him. He walked at an unhurried pace, and only stopped in front of a huge temple. The emperor is located at the top, with 108 auxiliary gods on the side. It was the moment when the emperor emerged from Kunlun in mythology. Tu Guotian, you broke the rules by entering without permission. It was like the anger of a god, and the sound was like thunder. This is an emergency. I hope you three won't blame me. Tu Guotian laughed and saw the scene around him change. He found himself in front of an ancient stone wall. On the stone wall, 3 lifelike figures were carved. The man on the left stands with a sword in his hand, the man in the middle has his hands behind his back, and the man on the right holds a book. These 3 figures are exactly the 3 elders of Kunlun mentioned by the Ghost Slayer. "What brings you here?" A person on the left asked indifferently. Tu Guotian said bluntly, "I came here just to see Tianze Wu Xiang. Is it because of Jiang Daoyuan?" The voice of the person in the middle was as flat as water, without a trace of emotion. "Good." Tu Guotian nodded. "Go away. He is not a king, let alone a strong one. According to the rules, he cannot enter Shuiyuan Cave Heaven." The figure holding the book on the right is equally plain, but the meaning is simple and clear. Suddenly, the airflow around the stone wall stopped, and the wind and clouds dispersed. Tu Guotian was not surprised by the words of the 3 elders of Kunlun, because they are not human beings at all, or they are not complete lives. They opened up Kunlun during their lifetime, and after their death they gave up all their personal will, personal memories, and personal feelings, and with supreme means became the 3 gods of Kunlun today. That is new life. For such predecessors and sages, those who slay ghosts and gods should respect them. But Qiu Qingyi has been to the core area of Zhuxia Yuani. Qiu Qingyi is an SSS-level genius at Kunlun University. That is your Zhuxia's rule, and has nothing to do with us in Kunlun. The 3 elders of Kunlun remained calm. Tu Guotian was still laughing. He took a step forward and said, "What about this?" I saw a scene slowly unfolding, and it seemed to be the image of Jiang Daoyuan breaking into the 4th level realm overnight. Chapter 73. Forcing Kunlun to either agree or perish. Silence. The only response to Tu Guotian was the silence of the 3 elders of Kunlun. They were also shocked by this scene. With their eyes, they could naturally see that this scene could not be faked. Moreover, as a person who killed ghosts and gods, it was impossible for him to fake it. That is to say, Jiang Daoyuan's talent in martial arts surpassed everyone in the past 300 years. Among them, naturally, are many geniuses from Kunlun University. How? Tu Guotian said calmly that he came here today and must take away an answer that would satisfy him. In the past 300 years, there has never been a moment when the rules have been broken. The 3 elders of Kunlun finally refused. They are like a program, mechanical and stubborn. More importantly, they have been completely changed by Kunlun's will and ideas over the past 300 years. No matter how powerful Jiang Daoyuan is, he is only Zhu Xia, not Kunlun. Tu Guishan laughed wantonly when he heard this. Since my innate ability awakened, I have only been defeated once in my life. The three elders of Kunlun naturally knew what Tu Guishan was talking about. Since that high school competition, I have never lost in the entire 100 years of my life. This is true for both the Federation and the ferocious beasts. Mo Bushio, Ferris, Ji Jianghe. Even if they were added together and multiplied several times, they would still be far from being my match. Mo Bushio, a person of the same generation as Tu Guishan, was also the biggest contributor to defeating Tu Guishan in the college competition together with Ferris and Ji Jianghe. He is now a 9th-level powerful being. Ferris and Ji Jianghe are both powerful kings. The three elders of Kunlun did not refute such wild words at all, just because that's the truth. It is natural for Tu Guishan, the strongest senator in the Federation in the past 200 years, who possesses the terrifying supernatural power of star incarnation and is expected to compete for the next Speaker of the Federal Parliament, to say such things. For the sake of the Federation, the past is but a passing cloud. But now, I am also here for the future of the Federation. Are you sure you want to stop me? The killer of ghosts and gods would never come to the door in this way. Forming alliances and exchanging interests have become his main principles of conduct since he became a federal congressman. A few months was enough time for him to get a spot. But Jiang Daoyuan's performance made Tu Guishan completely abandon this approach. How can such a stubborn thing illuminate the future of the Federation? How can such a corrupt person lead the entire human Federation? Kunlun University is the hard work of the entire Federation and cultivates the future of the entire Federation. But what kind of students are there now? Originally, the ghost-killing gods would not care about this because it would be useless even if they did. Even he himself is a part of it. The Tu family is also a big family in Xiaqing. How many of his descendants actually obtained the corresponding resources through their own abilities? If you can avoid oppressing civilians, it can be considered a good education. But now, everything is going to be different. The appearance of Jiang Daoyuan gave Tu Guishan a glimmer of hope. Rules are rules. The three elders of Kunlun spoke in unison and refused to give in. Rule? The body of the ghost-slaying god suddenly rose up as if connecting the sky and the earth. Rumble. Suddenly, bursts of thunder sounded in the void. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from him, as if the entire vast starry sky had descended down. Now, my rules are the rules. Tu Guishan's cold voice sounded. At the same time, stars appeared one after another around his body. Each one contains terrifying and boundless power. Tu Guishan, are you crazy? Under this power, even the expressions of the three elders of Kunlun changed. They came out from the stone wall, one of them holding a sword, as if cutting through time and space, trying to absorb these forces into it, which was the power of Tianze Wuxiang. The book in one man's hand emitted a divine light, which seemed to swallow up the stars. The man in the middle shook his fists, and it was like the sky was shaking, and terrifying power poured down. However, the vast and almost endless power of the three was all contained in the palm of Tu Guishan and turned into ashes. Crazy. As the ghosts and gods were slaughtered, it was as if the entire universe was collapsing. You are the only ones who are crazy. When can Kunlun's rules be more important than the Federation's? More than 300 years ago, the Federation was able to establish Kunlun. 300 years later, I, a federal congressman, will naturally be able to ban Kunlun. One thought, one fall. The terrifying stars seemed to have fallen from the sky, swaying with billowing fire. Jiang Daoyuan will definitely come to visit within a month. If you refuse, then there is no need for Kunlun to exist. The will spread, and the figure of the Ghost Slayer disappeared. The incarnation of stars can come and go freely, which is the basis of its power to slay ghosts and gods. No one knows how many incarnations Tu Guishan has, just like no one knows how powerful Tu Guishan will be after all those incarnations are combined into one. The three elders of Kunlun had unclear expressions on their faces. They used all their abilities to collect and stop the falling stars, a place of chaos and disorder. The Ghost Slayer stood in the void, as if he was looking for something. Next to him, a very young man was also standing in the void. It was the federal congressman Dongfang Lin who used a trick to kick Jiang Daoyuan out of the virtual reality. Tisk TSK. TSK, you have quietly attacked Kunlun. A mysterious light flashed in Dongfang Lin's eyes as he received a flood of information from thousands of miles away. Tu Guishan said calmly, "Why, you who graduated from Kunlun University, do you want to seek revenge on me?" Dongfang Lin and Mo Bushio are both powerful men who have slain ghosts and gods, and they also come from Kunlun. Among the 6 ruling parliament members today, 3 are from Kunlun. How dare I? Mo Bushio hasn't made any move yet. As a junior student, why would I want to join in the fun? Dongfang Lin smiled, seemingly not caring. I'm not like you, who have many children. Besides, even if Mo Bushio and I were combined, could we be your opponent? That's definitely not possible. Tu Guishan said calmly. So, you want to stand on my side? Hey, what are you doing? Dongfang Lin hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a beam of light energy, the source of which was unknown, suddenly penetrated through countless chaotic areas and blasted towards the two of them. The light was so intense that it seemed to burn the void, and even more so to destroy everything. The terrifying energy transformed this chaotic and disordered place into another state. Tiske, it seems this demigod has indeed gone mad. Dongfang Lin narrowed his eyes and said, I should go and do my business. Brother Tu, please do as you please. Among the many Ninth Order powerful people in the Federation, most of them are like Dongfang Lin, guarding a secret realm and confronting demigods. Or they could confront alien demigods to the north of the Federation. In this situation, except for guys like Tu Guishan, no one can act freely. It's not that you don't bear responsibility for killing ghosts and gods. But when he was suppressing the 2 secret realms, he could also walk outside and even practice. Chapter 74 Breakthrough to Level 6 Sword Test Xiao Baixian. Jiang Daoyuan naturally didn't know what was going on at the top. At this moment, he was in the 2nd level space of the core area, breathing in and out the energy of the universe and practicing. The boundless power of the universe was drawn in and madly poured into the cosmic furnace, which was the divine treasure clothes derived by Jiang Daoyuan. The energy in the oven is rising. At the same time, it also caused Jiang Daoyuan's blood and energy to rise wildly. The amount is steadily increasing to over 10,000 per day. On the 8th day, his energy and blood had reached the highest point, the 5th level. It is not easy to break the threshold of level 6 from level 5. Even Jiang Daoyuan today cannot break through in one breath. But it's just that I can't break through directly. On the 9th day, Jiang Daoyuan began to break through by combining his life force field with his martial arts will. Everything in the world is made up of matter. Qi and blood are matter, and the life force field controls also matter. The human body itself is made up of countless substances. Breaking through the 6th level from the 5th level is not a big hurdle, but it definitely cannot be ignored. In the Southwestern Province, the 6th rank is the deputy of each department, just below those at the 7th rank, while the number of 5th rank thugs is huge. From here we can see a little difficulty. But for Jiang Daoyuan today, all these difficulties can be seen through in just one day. Boom! The qi and blood boil, and the life force field begins to control the interaction of qi and blood among matter. His aura began to change little by little, and the surging momentum was like a sharp sword or thunder, lashing the surrounding air and environment, making a rumbling sound. And the control environment of the life force field is gradually expanding under this sound. It turned out that Xiao Baixian, who was still practicing hard to devour the energy of the universe, suddenly opened his eyes as if he was startled. Strands of blood-red light burst out from his eyes. It's not that he has any ideas, but this blood-red light is his supernatural power. SSS-Level supernatural power. Blood Emperor. Is this a breakthrough to level 6? No, it's only been a short time. Is Jiang Daoyuan really not a human being? All in all, there are only 4 months left before the school starts. From the 3rd level to the 6th level, it only takes 4 months? Xiao Baixian couldn't help but recall his past. How long did it take him to reach the 6th level? Almost 4 years. This is not a 10-fold difference, but 12 times, or even more. It's hard to imagine how this guy practiced. As for whether Jiang Daoyuan will fail, that's impossible. The 6th level is indeed a bit difficult for SSS level players, but it is not too difficult. And the fact is just as Xiao Baixian thought. In just over 10 minutes, The aura emanating from Jiang Daoyuan became stronger and stronger, and the space around him seemed to be faintly vibrating. Finally, there was a loud bang. Jiang Daoyuan's breath completely froze. Qi and blood, 1,000,000. Even though he knew he had succeeded, Xiao Baixian couldn't help but ask, "Did you succeed in breaking through?" Jiang Daoyuan said calmly, "Not bad." After 7 months of hard training, he had finally upgraded his health from 15 to 1,000,000. Former bodyguard and former examiner Guanyang, that is this stage. How? Jiang Daoyuan smiled and said, "You seem to have some opinions." No. Xiao Baixian denied it again and again. How could he have any objections? Even if he did, he wouldn't say it out loud. It doesn't really matter whether there is one or not. Jiang Daoyuan's eyes moved, and he suddenly grasped the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword, pointing it at Xiao Baixian. "Come on, let's go over the handle. It would be disgraceful if we didn't test our combat capability after achieving a breakthrough in realm." The Xiao Baixian in front of him was of the same rare SSS grade as him, and even the 7th grade, which was just right to be used as a whetstone. Let's see what level his current strength is at. You want to show me how to do it? Xiao Baixian suddenly felt unhappy. Yes, I cannot compare to you in cultivation, but I am at least an SSS-level supernatural being and a 7th level strongman. You are just a guy at level 6, but you are so ignorant of your own limitations. Is this really okay? It's been 2 years since I graduated. When Xiao Baixian graduated, his qi and blood were already 15,000,000, and now it has reached almost 20,000,000. The period of rapid improvement for most SSS-level students is between 7th and 8th grade and the decade or so before graduation. At this time, they began to practice in the Holy Land for a long time and began to come into contact with SSS-level martial arts. At the same time, they will all have at least one 7th-level elemental armor. If under such conditions, he cannot break through to the 8th level within this period of time, then this SSS-level person will be lost in the crowd. This people does not refer to others, but the rest of the SSS level. I also have a 7th level divine weapon. Although its rank is not as good as the one in your hand, I also have a 7th level elemental battle armor. Xiao Baixian shook his head. If you think you can beat me with this, it's doomed to be impossible. Rest assured, Jiang Daoyuan said nonchalantly. I will not use the power of the electromagnetic Yuanbao sword. What is rampant? Xiao Baixian has witnessed this now. Okay. No matter what, Xiao Baixian is a genius. Being forced to this point, it is impossible for him not to express his opinion. Then, as a senior, I will have a good discussion with you and let you broaden your horizons. After he finished speaking, Xiao Baixian was too lazy to continue talking nonsense and rushed forward directly. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the void. A terrifying gust of wind whistled past. The blood and energy rushed wildly like waves in the sea, carrying with it endless dangers. As he moved, red rays burst out from Xiao Baixian's body, rising suddenly like flames. Not only can he control his own blood and turn it into power, he can also control the blood of others and directly produce effects. But when Xiao Baixian thought about it, he found that Jiang Daoyuan was like a stone, as if there was no blood at all. He really has some skills. Xiao Baixian was not surprised. It was normal for superpowers to cancel each other out. Anyway, he could defeat Jiang Daoyuan with pure strength. However, Jiang Daoyuan, who was sitting opposite him, still looked extremely indifferent, until Xiao Baixian had rushed out half the distance. Jiang Daoyuan then moved. He even had the leisure to make sounds with his will. Senior Xiao doesn't seem to understand what I said. In an instant, Lei hurriedly opened it. The Divine Vision Realm is opened. These 2 SSS-level superpowers, one increases speed, strength, and reaction. The other is that it can accelerate one's own perception and insight. When the 2 are added together, it is more than just 1 + 1. The final result was that Xiao Baixian's speed seemed like slow motion to Jiang Daoyuan. Chapter 75, Elementalization, Beating Xiao Baixian. Who is Xiao Baixian? In the past 10 years of Zhuxia University, he is the only one besides Jiang Daoyuan who is at SSS level. The 7th level of 10,000 blood and energy is enough to represent everything. But even such a strong man has weaknesses everywhere in front of Jiang Daoyuan today. Boom! At the moment when the sound vibrates out, Jiang Daoyuan took a step forward, and the terrifying force stirred up the airwaves. When the air wave just broke out but had not yet taken shape, his figure had already disappeared in front of Xiao Baixian. This is not just simply fast, but Jiang Dayuan's body has turned into elements at this moment. The energy in the thunder pool exploded completely. Under the interaction of matter, the smallest matter in Jiang Dayuan's body was replaced by a series of special charged particles, such as electromagnetic, ionic, etc. It's like actually turning into thunder and electricity and walking in this world. Don't worry about clothes, because compared to the human body, the material structure of clothes is simpler. This feeling is really wonderful. This is a skill that Jiang Dayuan learned without a teacher after he broke through to the 6th level. In this state, he does not become the so-called electric man. Instead, the whole person is integrated into the material world, being everywhere and omnipresent. Another SSS-level, supernatural divine, provides microscopic and macroscopic material observation. Every move of Xiao Baixian, even the mobilization of supernatural powers and the changes in qi and blood, everything was under Jiang Dayuan's control. Well, let's get started. The electric energy surged, like a monster from another world, heading towards Xiao Baixian. What? How come it's so fast? Behind Xiao Baixian, there was a blood-red eye that looked like it was condensed from fresh blood, scanning up and down and left and right like a living thing. This is one of his supernatural powers, which allows him to sense within a certain range. Most of the 7th-level cultivators could not escape this perception, but now, Jiang Dayuan broke this situation with the 6th-level cultivators. In his perception, there were only endless thunder elements jumping and changing around him. Elementalization? But it doesn't matter. My life force field covers a full 150 meters. As long as he enters this range, he will be suppressed, no matter how fast he is. Xiao Baixian had considerable combat experience and made his judgment immediately. The blood waves rolled, and the forward momentum suddenly stopped. The scarlet blood seemed to turn into a blood-red battle suit and was draped over his body. Endless blood flowed from nothingness and blessed this battle suit. As an SSS-level supernatural power, the Blood Emperor naturally cannot have the ability to simply control blood and kill enemies with blood. Like the Thunder Lord, it can absorb and store qi and blood. Moreover, the higher the level of stored qi and blood, the stronger the power that erupts will be. Buzz! The air twisted, and blood condensed into a blood-red spear, which was held in Xiao Baixian's hand. The blood-red eye behind him was scanning the surroundings all the time. Just wait for Jiang Dayuan to appear, and then it will be a thundering strike. Here it comes. In just less than 1/10 of a second, Xiao Baixian felt his blood force field being eroded by an unknown force. That's it. The energy and blood are rising, and the will is roaring, as if an ancient god is throwing out a blood-red divine spear to kill all enemies. Wherever it passed, endless blood flowed into it, blessing it. This is not over yet. Xiao Baixian moved with the gun. The power of the cosmic furnace surged. The reverse blessing of the blood force field suddenly pushed his speed to a terrifying level. It was like a missile being launched, and in an instant its speed reached more than 20 times the speed of sound. What is the concept? Over 6,000 meters per second, an explosive speed of almost 7,000 meters. If you maintain this speed, without taking any other factors into account, it only takes about 30 seconds to run 200 kilometers. And what is the distance between Xiao Baixian and Jiang Dayuan? 150 meters. It only takes 1/4 of a second for him to reach Jiang Dayuan. But he is fast. Jiang Dayuan is faster. At 1/100th of a second, thunder roared. That Xiao Baixian's thoughts were even when he just felt Jiang Dayuan. The terrifying and boundless thunder has torn the blood-colored divine spear into pieces and torn open the blood force field. Ginger, when Xiao Baixian's second thought came to his mind, his body was enveloped by thunder and lightning. From Xiao Baixian's perception, he first sensed the light of thunder, which was everywhere and boundless, squeezing his blood and supernatural powers, making them beat wildly. But he could only sense it because his mind was still immersed in the previous thought. Road, as if appearing out of nowhere, Jiang Dayuan, whose body was condensed from thunder and lightning, was already standing in front of him. There seemed to be lightning flashing in his eyes. With the eyes of divine vision, he has seen through all of Xiao Baixian's weaknesses. Then a sword came out, infinite positive and negative extremes. Part of the material force of the 2nd-level space was mobilized and absorbed by this sword, and turned into the most original force that moved rumblingly. Deep. Xiao Baixian is Xiao Baixian after all. Even if the brain hasn't reacted yet, The body has already begun to defend itself subconsciously. But no matter whether it is the blood power, the chi and blood ability, or the cosmic furnace, under this sword, everything is shattered and melted. Then, a sword hit Xiao Baishuan's chest hard. Boom! Even though most of the force had been offset, the remaining force still sent Xiao Baishuan flying. Before he could stop his flying momentum, Zhang Daoyuan had already transformed into thunder and attacked again. Electric currents rolled and blood flames exploded. Bang! The loud noise shook the entire second floor. Xiao Baishuan was hit again and changed his direction, falling straight down. It was not until this time that Xiao Baishuan's brain finally reacted. And with this reaction, his true strength finally broke out. Stop! Buzz! The downward trend was lifted in an instant. Xiao Baishuan's voice shook the void, conveying his own will. Then his blood burned like fire, and his speed suddenly increased, and he dodged Zhang Daoyuan's next attack. No more fighting. Xiao Baishuan's brain was about to explode. Then why is it that Zhang Daoyuan still has such terrifying speed under the dual pressure of his life force field and martial arts will? That was the thought that just popped into his mind. And now, not only the speed, but also the strength surprised Xiao Baishuan. In other words, extreme shock. Judging from his performance just now, Zhang Daoyuan's strength is already stronger than his 6th level limit. It is definitely not weaker than some 7th level ones. As for the speed, it felt like it was only slightly slower than his full strength burst. But who knows if this is Zhang Daoyuan's limit? They're all SSS level. Why is there such a big difference? Not only is there a difference in cultivation speed, why is there also a difference in strength? At this moment, Xiao Baishuan had only this one thought in his mind. Is Senior Xiao dissatisfied? Zhang Daoyuan was very elegant. With a flash of thunder, he appeared in the void with a smile on his face. The intact Zhuxia ceremonial attire formed a sharp contrast with Xiao Baishuan's current embarrassment. Chapter 76 Genius, Mediocrity. Satisfied you are. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Baishuan remained calm and asked, How much strength did you use just now? Zhang Daoyuan put away his sword and said calmly, Then I have to ask how much strength you used, Senior. Not much. Xiao Baishuan's cheek twitched, and he said without thinking, Only 3 points. Hearing this, Zhang Daoyuan couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time he had met someone like Xiao Baishuan. Judging from his age, he is almost 30 years old. The result is that he is even more lively than Jin Xingyun. Senior is really amazing. There was no trace of flattery in the compliments that came out of Zhang Duan's mouth. This made the already embarrassed Xiao Baishuan even more embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and asked, Are you going to participate in this year's college competition? Good. Zhang Daoyuan nodded. Do you need me, your senior, to impart some experience to you? Experience? Zhang Daoyuan smiled. Please don't look at me like that, okay? Xiao Baishuan said unhappily. My second place result is among the best in Zhuxia University. Even Principal 2 was only ranked the same as me at that time. Really? The first ones all belong to Kunlun. The remaining 3 companies are actually all vying for the second place. But for Zhang Daoyuan, his goal has always been to be first. It was like this during the joint entrance examination, and it is still like this now. He was just a little curious about how Kunlun maintained its absolute leading position. At first, he still thought that the Big Four was a structure of one superpower and many strong nations. But now it seems that this is not the case. On the student's wristband, there was a message from Tu Guotian asking him to go to Kunlun within a month to study Tianze Wuxiang. Zhang Daoyuan asked curiously, Could it be that Kunlun University cheated? Cheating? Hearing this, Xiao Baishuan first shook his head, then nodded. This made Zhang Daoyuan a little confused. Speak human language. It's just that there is no cheating at Kunlun University. Xiao Baishuan sorted out his words and said, But it's no different from cheating. This is still not made clear. Xiao Baishuan couldn't help but ask, Haven't you ever seen a college competition? No. Zhang Daoyuan spoke frankly. 5 years ago, I hadn't even awakened my superpowers, so I didn't understand any of this. You should take a look now, right? Even if you are really strong now, if you want. Xiao Baishuan paused. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to have no idea of Zhang Daoyuan's true strength. In this situation, he really couldn't make any rash guesses. In short, this is how it is, and this is the situation. Those who understand will understand, and I can't say much about those who don't understand. I understand. Zhang Daoyuan nodded. What do you understand? Xiao Baixian was curious. If you said it, I probably didn't understand. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, I only know that the champion of this college competition must be mine, regardless of whether Kunlun cheated or not. With 3 months left for development, Zhang Daoyuan is destined to crush all obstacles. Naturally, he would repay Zhuxia University for its training by returning a championship. He couldn't possibly wait 5 years. After all, he was almost done harvesting all the achievement points in college. Congratulations to the host for breaking Zhuxia University's fastest and obtaining achievement points *1000. Congratulations to the host. Achievement points *1000. Breaking through the 6th level and defeating Xiao Baixian, who didn't use his full strength, will both earn you 1000 achievement points. The remaining large achievement points he could get were probably only 1 college competition, 1 virtual reality, and SS-level martial arts. So, isn't the result obvious? Xiao Baixian asked. Are you so confident? It's not confidence, it's the truth. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and said, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. There are 3 SSS-level students in this class of Kunlun University. Xiao Baixian said seriously that there was only 1 person in Kunlun in his class. Just a mediocre person. Zhang Daoyuan doesn't want to brag. If he is compared to a genius, most of the SSS-level ones can only be considered mediocre. You're awesome. Xiao Baixian raised his thumbs, not caring that he himself was classified as a mediocre person, and said, SSS-level people are all mediocre people. So what about the SS-level and S-level people below? Zhang Daoyuan looked at Xiao Baixian as if he were a fool. Of course, he is not even as good as a mediocre person. Xiao Baixian opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but then held it back and simply kept silent. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? The conversation collapsed. The two of them found their own places again and began their own practice. 5 days. Zhang Daoyuan spent another 5 days consolidating his own qi and blood and increasing the thunder pool and the cosmic furnace that had grown larger after the breakthrough. After completely consolidating the strength, he was about to leave here and go to Kunlun University for further studies. His original plan was to ask Tu Guishan for a suitable identity so as to gain some achievement points. But since I have to go to Kunlun University within a month, I will go to Kunlun University first. The cosmic furnace only needs this much time, so Tianzi Wuxiang may need even less time. It's not too late to earn achievement points after you finish learning. Are you leaving? Xiao Baixian came out of his practice state. Zhang Daoyuan nodded and suddenly asked, by the way, Senior Xiao, are you interested in joining the Tianyuan team? As the captain, Tianyuan team can provide achievement points. Even in terms of identity, there is no so-called Captain Tianyuan. However, the current members of the Tianyuan team, Jin Xingyun, Meng Shintong, and others, are much weaker than Zhang Daoyuan. It would take until next year to break through to the 5th level, so it really can't provide many achievement points. At times like this, we need to recruit new people. Xiao Baixian, who is a 7th level SSS grade guy, is a very good target. Team Tianyuan? Xiao Baixian raised his eyebrows, seeming to be interested. But he is a 7th level strongman, and he already has a similar team. Moreover, he has already graduated from Zhuxia University, although he is still practicing here. But every once in a while, you need to complete the tasks assigned by the Federation or Zhuxia University, which are mandatory tasks. After all, a 7th level strongman is a backbone wherever he is placed, especially a powerful existence like the SSS-level. It's impossible to just let it go to waste. Xiao Baixian thought about it and was about to refuse. Zhang Daoyuan seemed to see through his thoughts and interrupted him directly. Don't be quick to say no.